Hey everyone, welcome back to the Paranormal M channel. How was your day? I'm always excited to be here and share my paranormal experiences from around the world. Thanks so much for sending in your own stories. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications, and drop a comment letting me know where you're watching from. I read every single comment. Now, let's get into today's paranormal experiences. Hey. So I've got to tell you something that still sits with me, even years later. I've always been a ridiculously heavy sleeper. Like the kind of sleeper who jokes she'd sleep through a thunderstorm, a fire alarm, probably the end of the world. That's just always been me. Back when I was 19, my stepdad, Ray, had a bad fall. He was in his early 50s then. Tough, stubborn, the kind of guy who'd insist he was fine even when he clearly wasn't. One morning, right around 5:45 or so, my phone rang, and it was him. His voice sounded wrong, thin, strained. He told me he'd broken a rib, that he was struggling to breathe, and that he needed me to drive about 45 minutes to come get him and take him to his doctor. And then he casually added, like it was no big deal, that he'd been coughing up blood. I remember just standing there in my tiny apartment, trying to wake my brain up, hearing those words and thinking, no, that's not a drive you to the doctor situation. Ray didn't want an ambulance. He was dead set against it. But I called one anyway. I met him at the hospital, and he was mad. Quiet mad at first, then full-on irritated as the hours went by. A doctor told us it was pneumonia, and it was serious. But what had actually happened was worse than I understood right away. That rib from the fall had punctured his left lung. Over a couple days, fluid started building up. He wasn't eating much. And because Ray drank and smoked heavily, they had him on medications to manage withdrawals too. So he was uncomfortable and restless on top of everything else. He was admitted for a few days. 4, I think. And I went every single day. I was in school at the time, studying to work with adults with developmental disabilities, and I'd go to class, then straight to the hospital, then home to crash. Repeat. Ray and I kept clashing. He wanted to come home with me so I could look after him. He was convinced he'd be better off in my apartment, like I could just make him okay by being nearby. And I was upset because every time I walked into his room, he'd have pulled something off. An IV line, the oxygen tubing, like he was trying to prove he didn't need any of it. It was like he was fighting the help that was keeping him alive. The last evening I saw him, the tension was thick. He was sitting in a wheelchair, bundled in a blanket, and he kept insisting he was ready to leave. I told him, "When you're better, you can come with me. We'll do that, but not right now." And he got angry. Not yelling exactly, just this hard, wounded anger, like I'd betrayed him. I leaned in and gave him a hug, but it was awkward. One of those hugs where you're trying to do the right thing, and you're both stiff and emotional, and not saying what you actually mean. Then I left. That night, this is the part that still makes my stomach drop. I shot awake in complete panic. Not from a dream, not from a noise, just bam, eyes open, heart racing, like something had yanked me out of sleep. And that never happens to me. I don't wake up like that. I'm the person who sleeps through everything. I stared at my clock. I remember it so clearly because the red numbers looked almost sharp in the dark. 3:17 a.m. I even thought, why am I awake? But I didn't hear anything. The apartment was quiet. So I just laid back down and eventually fell asleep again. I still think about those 2 officers sometimes. Like, what is it like to walk up to a stranger's door and deliver a sentence that changes their entire life? How do you do that and then go on with your day? Ray didn't have anyone else. I was his only next of kin. So later that afternoon, I went to the hospital to collect his things. I was barely functioning, just moving because I had to. I spoke with the attending doctor, and he explained that Ray had aspirated in the night, that something had gone into his airway and it led to aspiration pneumonia. And then he said the official time of death. He looked down at the paperwork and read it out. 3:17 a.m. And I remember feeling this strange, cold wave move through me. Not dramatic, not movie-like, just this quiet shock. Because my brain immediately snapped back to the night before, to me waking up out of nowhere, to those red numbers on my clock. It took me a couple days to fully let it land, but once it did, I couldn't shake it. I had woken up at the exact minute he died, and I didn't know it. So, I grew up listening to elders warn, half whispering, that some trees aren't meant to be cut. Back then, I rolled my eyes. Felt like the usual village superstition, stories told to keep kids from wandering too far. But I'm telling you now, with my whole chest, I don't laugh at that anymore. This happened in a small village on the edge of the old Zamindari belt in eastern Uttar Pradesh. There's a haveli there, over 300 years old, thick walls, lime plaster peeling in long, tired flakes, verandas that echo when you walk, and an upstairs bedroom that's always kept shut. Locals call the place Firoz Koti now, though nobody can tell you who Firoz even was. Names fade, the fear doesn't. And right beside that upstairs window, so close the branches used to scrape the sill, there was a massive banyan tree, old enough to feel like it had always been there. People wouldn't go near it, not even to pluck fallen leaves for puja, not even children, and you know how children are, because the village still remembered what happened, even if they pretended they didn't. According to old records and the kind of stories that get repeated until they turn into truth, there was once an old woman living on the far outskirts of the village. Her name, at least the name people used, was Mai Devki. Widowed. No children. Lived off wild herbs, roots, and whatever grain anyone felt generous enough to toss her. The type of woman people only notice when they need something, and blame when they're scared. If a buffalo recovered when everyone thought it would die, someone would mutter, her doing. If a child's fever broke after days of prayers, again, whispers. And when crops failed, or a young man fell dead without warning, those same whispers came back louder and uglier. They said that on full moon nights, she sat inside the banyan's branches near the haveli, murmuring to herself. They said she chipped pieces of bark with a rusty sickle like she was carving the tree into something private. And the landlord at the time, Thakur Harivansh Singh, claimed he saw her climb up near his bedroom window more than once. He swore she would just stare into the room. Not angry, not pleading, just staring, like she knew exactly where he was standing in the dark. It didn't take much after that. The panchayat called her a dayan. They tied her to a post. Some say it was a neem, some say a wooden pole from the old cattle shed, and beat her until even the men swinging the sticks got tired. And the whole time, she didn't cry, didn't beg, didn't fold her hands. That's the part people still can't forget. When they finally tightened the noose, she screamed only one sentence. Just one, sharp enough to cut through everyone's breath. Mehman aayenge is ghar mein. Guests will come to this house. That very night, Thakur Harivansh Singh died. Not days later, not soon after. That night. At dawn, they found him stiff on his bed. Skin dark, almost charcoal black, like something had burned him from the inside out. No wound marks, no poison taste on his tongue, nothing. Just the bedroom window wide open, and those banyan branches brushing the sill like fingers. After that, they locked the room. For years. Some say for decades. Nobody slept there. Nobody even dusted it. The Haveli kept aging around that door like it was trying to seal the memory in. Now jump forward, almost 60 years. The Haveli passed to Harivansh's grandson, Aditya Narayan Singh, educated in Calcutta, city-minded, the kind of man who corrected people's Hindi and hated being told what not to do. And he didn't like the banyan. It blocked light, he said. Dropped too many leaves. Made the walls damp. It's just a tree, he told everyone, waving off warnings like flies. Around the same time, the village decided to expand the temple, and for that, they had to move some old graves. One of them, people said, was Mai Devki's. When they opened the burial site, it was empty. No bones, no ash, no cloth scraps, nothing. Just soil, dry and undisturbed, like nobody had ever been there at all. After that, Aditya Narayan started sleeping badly. At first he laughed it off. Stress, travel, the noise of construction. But then the complaints changed. He told servants the curtains moved without wind, that the oil lamp smoke curled sideways, slow and deliberate, like it was being breathed by something unseen, that he felt watched from the upstairs window even when he wasn't in the room. And one afternoon, this is what the cook's son swore on his mother's name, Aditya Narayan finally took the key and opened his grandfather's sealed bedroom. The smell that came out was old, not dusty old, something heavier. And the banyan outside, it looked taller than before, closer, like it had leaned in over the years to listen. There was something else too, a hollow in the trunk, deep enough to swallow a man's shadow. That evening, a retired schoolteacher came to meet Aditya Narayan. The man carried a bundle of handwritten notes, pages yellowed and brittle, passed down through his family. His grandfather had been the village pundit when Mai Devki was hanged. The teacher didn't sit comfortably. He kept glancing at the window while speaking, like he expected it to knock back. He opened the notes and showed Aditya Narayan a line underlined again and again, so hard the ink had dented the paper. Is vriksh ko kat do. Cut this tree down. Aditya Narayan laughed, actually laughed, and to show how fearless he was, he picked up an old religious book lying in the room, flipped it open at random, and read the first line his eyes landed on. His face changed as he read. The line said, Pratah kal tum mujhe na paoge. By morning, you will not find me. He smiled like he didn't care, but his fingers tightened on the page. That night, servants heard a sound upstairs, like something heavy hitting the floor. Not a scream, not footsteps, just one thick, final thud. Before sunrise, they found Aditya Narayan dead on the bed. Skin darkened, body twisted, mouth slightly open like he'd tried to breathe and couldn't. No signs of struggle, just the window open again, and the banyan branches brushing the sill. That was when the village finally stopped debating. They called woodcutters the same morning, men with axes and ropes, the sort who brag about bringing down trees older than their grandfathers. The first few strikes sounded normal, wood cracking, bark splitting. Then the trunk shuddered. Not like a tree shaking, like something inside had kicked. When they finally broke into the hollow, something fell out, then another, then many. Creatures, gray, hairy, the size of big dogs, poured out screaming. And I swear, the men who saw them later couldn't even agree on what they looked like, because fear scrambles details. Some said they had too many legs. Some said they moved like spiders, fast and wrong. Some said they had faces that looked almost human until you stared too long. People ran. Someone swung a lathi. Someone screamed to burn it. The tree caught fire, flames rushing up like it had been waiting to ignite. When the smoke cleared and the trunk was finally cracked open and blackened, they found bones inside, human bones, and the small, collapsed skeleton of an old woman, curled like she'd been folded into the hollow and sealed there. But the spot it stood on stayed dead. Even now, nothing grows there. Not grass, not weeds, not even those stubborn little plants that come up through brick cracks. And villagers still say that on full moon nights, if you stand quietly behind the locked door of that upstairs bedroom, you'll hear it. A soft knock from the outside of the window, not loud, not angry, patient, like a guest who has arrived and has all the time in the world to be let in. So, I've been sitting on this story for a while, but I think I'm finally ready to tell it. About last winter, I was working my usual night shift at the care home. I'm a night carer, so it's that quiet, fluorescent, half-asleep kind of world where the clocks feel louder than anything else. This happens sometime around 2:50 a.m., in that stretch of the night where your brain starts drifting even when you're standing up. I'd been running on fumes, so when things calmed down, I decided to take a quick break. Nothing dramatic, just a few minutes to close my eyes. I wasn't alone in the building either. My coworkers were there too, scattered in their usual spots. One in the staff room, someone else at the desk, another tucked into a chair down the corridor. We all do it on slow nights, just little reset naps. I went into the main lounge. It's a big room, comfortable, but kind of strange at night. There are armchairs and sofas arranged in this loose circle, like the room is set up for a conversation that isn't happening. I lowered the lights until it was dim enough to rest without feeling like I was on display, and I sat back with my pager still in my hand. I swear it was only a few minutes, maybe 5, when the pager started chirping. That sharp, urgent beeping yanked me awake immediately. My eyes opened fast, and my heart did that little jump it does when you wake up too suddenly. And that's when I saw her. There was an elderly woman standing near the far side of the lounge, close to the corner, half in shadow. At first, my brain did what it always does at work: resident wandering. It happens. A lot of our residents have dementia, and nighttime wandering is pretty normal. Part of our job is gently guiding them back to their rooms, helping them feel oriented, safe. So my first thought was just, okay, I need to go help her. But then I actually looked at her, and I didn't recognize her at all. That might not sound like much, but when you work nights in a care home, you get used to faces. You learn people's habits, the ones who shuffle, the ones who call out, the ones who get anxious near doorways. Even if you don't know someone's name, you usually know if they belong there. This woman didn't feel like that. She was standing oddly, almost like she wasn't sure where she was. She kept turning her head slightly, scanning the wall, like she was looking for something that should be there. A door, maybe, or a hallway. Something that didn't exist in that corner. I remember thinking, is she lost? Is she new? Did someone transfer in and no one told me? Then the pager beeped again, louder in the quiet, and she turned. Slowly, so slowly, she looked straight at me. And the moment I knew she was looking at me, really looking, her expression changed. Not angry, not scary, just startled. Like she'd been caught doing something she didn't mean to be seen doing. And then she started to fade. Not like stepping backward into darkness, not like walking away. I mean, she literally thinned out, right in front of my eyes, like mist dissolving. Her outline softened first, then her dress, then her face, until there was just empty corner again. It took maybe 2 seconds, and then she was gone. I sat there frozen, staring at the spot she'd been standing in, with the pager still chirping in my hand like it was trying to drag me back into reality. What shocked me most is I wasn't terrified. I was confused, completely, deeply confused, because it didn't feel like a dream. It didn't feel like that weird half-sleep hallucination you get when you're drifting off. I was awake. I was sitting up. I knew exactly where I was. She wore a pale yellow dress, soft-looking, with little flowers on it. Not bright flowers, more like faded pinks and reds, the kind you'd see on an older pattern. Her hair was short and white, and her face had this lost, searching look, like she was trying to remember something important and couldn't quite reach it. And the strangest part was the way she disappeared. Like the instant she realized I could see her, she just couldn't stay. After that, I did my job. I answered the pager call. I walked the halls. I smiled and spoke softly and did all the normal things you do on a night shift. But my mind was somewhere else the whole time. When the shift ended, I went home and did what anyone does when they don't know what they just saw. I searched online, hoping the internet would hand me a neat explanation. Mostly I found stuff about sleep paralysis, and I know what that is. This wasn't that. I wasn't stuck. I wasn't dreaming. I wasn't paralyzed. I was awake, and I watched her fade like someone dimming a light. A few nights later, I finally brought it up to some colleagues, carefully, like I was testing the waters. I didn't want to sound dramatic. But instead of laughing, they got quiet. One of them, Maya, told me she'd heard the sound of a chair scraping across the floor inside one of the rooms that was locked and empty. She said she even checked the door twice, convinced someone had to be in there, but it was sealed and unoccupied. Another coworker, Jessa, said she'd heard knocking, clear, deliberate knocks, from inside a different room that was also locked and unused that night. Not pipes, not settling, knocking. And then Rowan, who is not the type to spook easily, told me about hearing footsteps in the hallway when everyone was asleep and all the residents were accounted for. Heavy footsteps, pacing behind him. He said he got that awful sensation of being followed, and it got so intense he walked straight into the office, shut the door, and stayed there until the feeling passed. Listening to them made my skin prickle, but in a weird way, it also made me feel less alone. Like, okay, so it's not just me. I still don't know what I saw that night in the lounge. I don't have a clean explanation. I can't prove anything. All I know is that in that quiet, dim room, pager in my hand, nearly 3 a.m., I saw a woman I didn't recognize, searching for something that wasn't there. And the moment she realized I could see her, she vanished. So, this happened a long time ago, closer to 18 years back now, but I can still feel it in my bones when I talk about it. I was in my early 20s, newly pregnant with my second baby, and my partner and I were moving into this little rental house. When we toured it, the landlord was almost too chatty, like he couldn't help himself. He casually mentions that he'd fixed up the basement into a separate unit, which, looking back, was definitely not legal. But at that age, I didn't care. I just wanted a place that felt affordable and safe enough. Then he says, real offhand, "Oh yeah, when we started renovating down there, there was all this satanic stuff spray painted all over the floor and walls, like it was normal small talk." And I remember laughing awkwardly, like, okay? Weird, sure, but I wasn't scared. I didn't even really think about it after we moved in. And for months, nothing happened. We lived there, paid our bills, did our routines. Normal life. Then my cousin, let's call him Dylan, calls me up. He wants to move back to our state and asks if he can stay with us just temporarily. We had a spare room, and honestly, we could use the extra couple hundred a month, so I said yes. Dylan arrives with basically nothing. No money for work boots, no basics, nothing. So we covered him. We bought what he needed and told him, just pay us back when your first paycheck hits. A couple weeks later, my partner and I did our big monthly grocery run. We were on a strict budget, like $350 for the month, and we stretched it like a science. The fridge was full, the pantry was stocked, and I remember feeling proud, like, okay, we're making it work. The very next day, we drive out to visit my dad. I'm about 6 months pregnant at this point. My dad's out by the barn grooming his horses, and when he finishes with my favorite one, I decide I want to ride. I know, don't yell at me. I wouldn't do it now. But back then I thought I was invincible. I even started to lift my toddler up like she was going to ride with me, and then I stopped. No reason, no logic. I just suddenly thought, no, not today, and I put her down. Thank God I did. Because as soon as I'm settled in the saddle, my horse gets stung, somewhere painful, probably a wasp, and he explodes. Just launches forward like a rocket. I'm clinging to him, trying to stop him, but he's in full panic. He had this huge stride, and it felt like we were flying. Like every second we were covering a ridiculous amount of ground, faster and faster. And then I see a car ahead of us. We're going straight at it. I'm thinking, I'm going to die. I'm going to lose my baby. I'm going to lose everything. That kind of fear. Pure, cold terror. At the last possible second, the horse veers hard left and jumps this massive boulder, like something that had no business being jumped, and I curl around my stomach instinctively and bail. I hit the ground and everything goes white hot. And the car we were headed toward? It was a paramedic coming home from a shift. Of course it was. Like the universe had to place the one person there who could help. Next thing I know, I'm in an ambulance. Hospital. My eye is swollen shut. My arm is crushed and bruised. At some point, the horse stepped on it. My back is wrecked. But the baby is fine. Miraculously fine. My OB keeps me in the hospital for several days just to be safe. They monitor me, monitor the baby, watch my eye, manage pain. My partner stays a couple nights, but eventually we have a friend take our oldest so she doesn't have to live in a hospital room with me. By the time I'm discharged, I'm sore, exhausted, medicated, and just desperate to be home. And when I walk into the house, I realize the kitchen is wiped out, and then it hits me. Dylan is gone too. No note, no goodbye, no repayment, no rent, just vanished. And he took everything with him. I cried, not even from anger at first, just that worn-out, gut-punched feeling of why is this happening right now? A close friend of mine, Mara, says she's going to stay a few nights to help because I can barely move. She asks for blankets and I tell her, go grab some from the back bedroom closet, Dylan's old room. She walks down the hall, pauses, and then comes right back out. And she just goes, very quietly, nope, I'm not going in there. It feels wrong. So I'm like, come on, I'm trying to be practical. I shuffle down there myself, slow, sore, waddling, and when I reach the doorway, I stop, because I can't go in. Not like I decide not to, like my body literally won't cross the threshold. It felt like hitting an invisible wall, like the air itself was pushing me back. I even tried again, like, no, this is silly. And it was the same thing. A barrier, right in the doorway. My stomach drops. I back away and I tell Mara she can just sleep in my room with me. The next day I try again. This time I can step into the room. But the second I do, it's like walking into a heavy storm cloud. The room feels thick, pressurized, and I cannot shake the feeling that something is watching me from somewhere I can't see. I grab the blankets fast and leave. Mara stays 2 nights and then heads home. And now it's just me, still hurting, still on pain meds, alone in the house with my toddler while my partner works overnight shifts. That first night alone, my daughter is asleep beside me, and I'm lying there in the dark when I see movement in the hallway. A woman. She's wearing this long white gown, loose and flowing, like old-fashioned fabric. She walks past my bedroom door. Then a moment later, she walks back the other way. And I'm going to be honest with you. I've always been sensitive to that kind of thing. I'd had experiences before, so I didn't scream. I didn't run. I just watched, confused, and tried to convince myself I was overtired. But it happened again the next night, and the next. At first, she just passed by. Then she started pacing in front of my door, back and forth, back and forth. And every night she got closer. Not all at once, slowly, like she was testing how near she could get before I broke. By the fifth night, I fall asleep from pure exhaustion, and I wake up abruptly, and she's standing right beside my bed, looking down at me. I can't move. I can't speak. My toddler is sleeping peacefully, and I'm in full panic, trying not to make noise, trying not to scare my baby, trying to force my body to work. And then she sits on the edge of the bed. But it's not just on the bed. It's like she sits on me, like her weight presses into my chest, into my body, and then she lowers herself, like she's trying to sink into me, like she's trying to replace me. And the fear I felt in that moment, I don't even have the words for it. Somehow, I finally break free enough to scream. I start shouting, "Get out! You're not welcome here! In the name of Jesus, get out!" Over and over. I'm yelling it like my life depends on it, because it felt like it did. And then, suddenly, it's like she jerks upward, like something yanks her away from me. Her shape lifts off, pulls back, and then she's gone, like she's sucked straight out through the window. And the room goes dead quiet. No movement, no pressure, no feeling of being watched, just silence. I never saw her again. We stayed in that house for several more months, and nothing that intense ever happened after that night. But I still think about it sometimes, and I wonder, was it something tied to what the landlord found in the basement? I don't know. I just know what I saw, and I know what it felt like when she tried to take my place. So, this story starts with a pretty consistent theme in my life. Weird things just kind of find me. Ever since I was little, I've had these paranormal moments happen either to me or right around me, often enough that my parents eventually ran out of logical explanations and had to stop brushing it off as kid imagination. But the first incident I want to tell you about is the one that genuinely scared the hell out of me. It was back in 2014, when I was in middle school. I want to say 7th grade. My mom, Nadia, was outside in the backyard watering the plants. I was in my parents' bedroom, doing that classic teen thing where you're sprawled in a way that makes no physical sense, half watching TV, half zoning out. The backyard door was open, and from where I was lying, I could see my mom moving around outside. So I wasn't alone, you know? I felt safe. And then the TV just shuts off. Not like it lost power, not like it flickered, just off. I sit up, annoyed and confused, staring at the blank screen, trying to process what even happened. And before I can fully register it, a pillow smacks straight into my face from behind, like a full-on whack, enough to make my eyes water, enough to make my stomach drop instantly because there was force behind it. I whip around, heart hammering, ready to yell at someone, ready to blame a cousin, ready to blame literally anybody. And there's no one. No one in the room. No one in the hallway. Just me and the quiet and this nasty little cold feeling crawling up the back of my neck. I didn't even think. I just bolted outside to my mom, tripping over my words, talking too fast, like I needed her to anchor me back to reality. She came inside with me to check everything, still skeptical but clearly spooked by how panicked I was. And that's when we found the two things that made my skin go tight. First, the TV wasn't just turned off. The power switch behind it, the actual main switch, had been flipped off. And second, the pillow that hit me wasn't from that room. It was mine, from my bedroom, down the hallway. I remember standing there staring at it like my brain refused to accept what it meant. Because if it didn't fly in by itself, who carried it? And why did it hit me like someone had a target? And the thing is, it didn't stop there. The second incident wasn't even a single event. It became a pattern. Same house, same year. Almost every night, sometimes super late, sometimes in that gray early morning time when the house is still asleep, I would hear footsteps. Real footsteps. They always started inside my bathroom, not outside the door, not from down the hall, from inside my bathroom, like someone was standing in there and decided to step out. I'd hear the first foot hit the tile, then another. Then they'd cross the threshold into the hallway and walk straight toward my parents' room. No shuffling, no running, no hesitation, just steady, confident steps, like whoever it was belonged there. And what messed me up wasn't just that it happened, it was how normal it sounded, like a person, like weight and intent. One night, the footsteps were so loud that my mom actually woke up and sat straight up in bed, totally convinced someone had broken into the house. She even got my dad up, and for a while they were checking doors and windows, moving around with that alert energy people get when they're sure they heard something. There was a handprint on one of the living room windows, not like smudged dirt, not like a kid pressing their hand against the glass for fun. A full handprint that looked burned in, almost. We tried wiping it from the inside. Nothing. Tried wiping it from the outside. Nothing. And the size, the shape, it didn't match mine. It didn't match my parents'. It just stayed there like a signature, like something saying, "Yeah, I'm here." After that, my parents didn't argue with me anymore, because my mom had seen enough herself. She was there for the TV and the pillow. She'd heard the footsteps too. So when I finally told them everything, all the little details I'd been holding in, it wasn't a debate. That house stopped being creepy. It started feeling unsafe. So we moved. Fast. We didn't move somewhere amazing or far away. We just needed out. We ended up in a smaller place nearby, kind of temporary. The way you move when the goal isn't comfort, it's escape. And after we moved, I did something that, looking back, was probably the worst possible choice. I got curious. I started reading about the paranormal, watching videos, digging into stories, trying to understand what happened to me. And I was young, so I didn't really respect boundaries or protection, or any of the "don't mess with this" warnings people always throw around. I treated it like a mystery I could solve. Then I turned 18 and started college, and everything escalated. One afternoon, I was walking around the neighborhood, and I stepped on something in the road, kind of a weird scatter of powder and ash and little fragments. I didn't even realize what it was. I just stepped on it and kept going. Later, someone told me it looked like leftover ritual remains. And not long after that, my life started tilting sideways. The first time I had sleep paralysis, I woke up and couldn't move. Not a finger, not my head, nothing. My whole body was locked, and I could feel something close, too close, like it was hovering right at my face. Breathing space, personal space, all of it violated. And then I saw it. A woman, or something shaped like one. I don't even know what word fits. Her face was wrong in that way nightmares are wrong. Features that feel human adjacent but not human. Like your brain keeps trying to make sense of it and can't. I remember the absolute terror of being trapped in my own body while it just stared at me. After that, I started feeling this heavy pressure on my shoulders all the time, like something was clinging to me, like I was carrying a weight that wasn't mine. It reminded me of that old horror movie where the person has something attached to them and you can't see it, but you feel it. And I wasn't okay. Mentally, physically, I was sliding. My energy vanished. My mood changed. I got sick more. I looked different. My parents noticed. They didn't even need me to explain. It was obvious something was wrong. So my mom took me to a priest, and the second he saw me, he said something that made my blood go cold. That something had attached itself to me after I stepped on those ritual remains. He didn't ask leading questions. He didn't fish for details. He just said it like it was fact. They did a protection ritual. There was fire involved, prayers, smoke, heat. And I swear to you, when it was over, it felt like the air around me changed. Like something that had been gripping me finally let go. Over the next few months, my health came back slowly. My mind, my body, my sleep, my appetite, everything. It felt like my system had been fighting something heavy and invisible. And once it was gone, my body could finally heal. And even now, when I think back on it, the part that gets me isn't just what happened. It's how normal my life looked from the outside the entire time. Like I could have been sitting right next to you, smiling, acting fine, while something was walking out of my bathroom every night, heading calmly down the hallway to my parents' room. Okay, so I want to tell you something that still sits heavy on my heart, even now. I was really close with my stepdad. His name was Ray, and he'd been in my life since I was about 12. He wasn't perfect. He drank too much, and when he was drinking, it was hard to be around him. It wasn't just annoying, it was painful, because I knew how good he could be when he was sober. And when he was sober, he was gentle. Funny in that dry dad joke way. The kind of guy who'd quietly fix something in the house without saying a word, then act like it was no big deal. But the drinking? It came in waves. He'd stop for a while, then slip back into it. Over and over. And he'd already built up a lot of health problems from it. Real, scary ones. I remember hearing that his doctor told him something like, "The next drink could kill you." And that stuck with me. It wasn't dramatic. It felt like a warning written in stone. Eventually, my mom, Darla, just couldn't do it anymore. She left. Not with some big screaming fight, not like in movies. More like she'd run out of oxygen. Like she'd finally realized she couldn't keep holding her breath forever. About a week after she moved out, I was working a night shift at this little place. I worked as a server back then, and my husband Eli stopped by to bring me food. While I'm eating, Ray calls, but he calls Eli's phone. And Eli answers, and he gives me this look. You know that look? The one that says, he's been drinking. Ray wanted to talk to me. He wanted me. And I remember my stomach tightening because I loved him, but I hated talking to him when he'd been drinking. I didn't want to argue. Didn't want to get pulled into the sadness and the slurred apologies and the circular conversations. So I told Eli, tell him I'm busy. Tell him I'll call tomorrow. And that's the part that hurts the most, because tomorrow didn't come. The next day I'm back at work, and my mom calls me crying. Like that kind of crying where you can barely understand the words. And she tells me, Ray died the night before. I don't even remember how I got through the rest of that day. I just remember this cold, sinking feeling, like I'd dropped something fragile and watched it shatter in slow motion. Because the last time he reached out, I didn't pick up. I didn't speak to him. I told myself I'd do it later. And I've lived with that regret. Not every second of every day, but it's there. Like a bruise you don't see until you bump it. Now here's where it gets strange. About a week later, Darla was cleaning out the house, and she offered me their old couch. Honestly, it was a really nice couch. 2 recliners, a little fold-down table in the middle with cup holders, even this built-in lamp attached to the side like something out of a cozy old den. It was the kind of couch that makes you feel like you should be holding a bowl of popcorn. But the left side, that was Ray's side. Everybody knew it. No one sat there. Not because he'd bark at you or anything, but because it felt claimed. Like that spot belonged to him even when he wasn't in the room. We hauled it into our living room, got it set up, and I didn't think much of it at first. Just a couch. But Ray had these habits. He was always watching the news, or he'd flip over to sci-fi stuff, space shows, aliens, weird late-night marathons. Constantly. And he loved old-school rock music, the kind with guitar riffs that sound like they're made of gravel and lightning. And not long after that couch came into our house, things started happening. And I know what you're thinking. Maybe we bumped the remote. Maybe the TV glitched. I tried to explain it away too. But then one afternoon, I'm standing right in front of his side of the couch, folding laundry. And I swear to you, I swear, the recliner on that left side slowly popped out by itself. Like someone leaned back and kicked the footrest out. No one was sitting there. No one was even near it. I froze. My hands were still holding a shirt, and I just stared at the couch like it had teeth. After that, it escalated. Doors would close on their own. Nothing dramatic, just shut, when you knew you hadn't touched them. And one day I came home and our stereo was on, playing the kind of rock music Ray used to blast when he was in a decent mood. Not softly either, like someone wanted it heard. And the weirdest part is, it wasn't a one-time thing. It felt constant. Like almost every day something would happen. Something small but pointed, like a signature. It didn't feel evil. It didn't feel threatening. It felt familiar. Like the house was doing Ray things. News, sci-fi, rock music, his recliner. And I started thinking, late at night, about that last phone call. About me saying, "Tell him I'll call tomorrow." And I wondered, what if this was his way of showing up anyway? What if he didn't know how to leave? Or maybe he did know, and this was the only way he could say, "I'm still here. I'm still me." Eventually, when we moved, we got rid of the couch. And just like that, it stopped. No more channel changes. No more music. No recliner moving on its own. Just normal. And I don't know how to prove any of it. I don't know how to make it make sense on paper. I just know what it felt like living through it. It felt like he was still sitting in his spot, doing what he always did. Watching the news, flipping to sci-fi, turning up the music, like he hadn't realized he was gone. And sometimes, I'll be honest, a part of me hopes that's true. Because if he was there, even for a little while, then maybe he also knew I loved him, even if I didn't answer that last time. Hey, so I've been home from college for winter break for a couple weeks now, and with Christmas just passing, it dragged this old memory back up. I've been sitting with it for days, and I figured I'd tell you the whole thing the way I remember it, because I honestly still don't know what to make of it. Okay, first, quick layout of the house so you can actually picture this. In our living room, there's this couch against the back wall, and the TV sits across from it on the opposite wall. Off to the left side of the living room, there's a hallway. Going down that hallway in order, first there's a bathroom on the right, then my room on the left, and across from mine is my parents' room on the right. At the very end of the hall, there's my stepdad Marcus's little office on the left. Now, this happened when I was younger. I'm 20 now, and I think I was around 13 when the first thing happened. It had to be around Christmas because the couch had been scooted over so the tree could fit on the right side of it. That matters, because from where I was sitting, I had a straight, clear view down the entire hallway. My family has this routine where we watch a movie together almost every night. We've done it forever. That night, it was late. The living room was completely dark except for the TV glow and the Christmas tree lights. Everyone was watching the movie like normal, and I was fine. Until I wasn't. You know that feeling when you suddenly get the sense someone's staring at you? That. I remember turning my head a little, checking the room, half expecting one of my parents to be looking at me for some reason. But my mom and Marcus were both locked in on the movie, not paying attention to me at all. And that should have made me feel better, right? But it didn't, because the feeling didn't go away. And then I had this weird, almost automatic urge, like my body decided before my brain did, to look down the hallway. So I did. It was really dark, but the kind of dark where once your eyes adjust, you can still make out shapes. And after a second, I realized there was something there. Something was peeking around the corner from my parents' bedroom doorway. Just the edge of it at first, like it was hiding and checking if I was looking. My ears started ringing, like that high, thin sound you get when your blood pressure spikes or you stand up too fast. My heart went from normal to sprinting in about 1 second, and I got that awful floaty feeling like I might actually pass out. I've never felt dread like that before. Not fear like, oh no, something scary, but fear like my body was convinced I was about to die. Like if you were alone in the woods and suddenly realize there's a massive animal right in front of you, and you don't have anything to protect yourself. That kind of helpless, panicked certainty. And I couldn't even see details. That's what messes with me. It wasn't like I saw a face or clothes or anything obvious. It was just tall, completely black, a shape that didn't reflect any of the light. And the worst part? I knew it was looking directly at me. I knew it like you can feel someone's eyes on you without turning around. Then, after what felt like way too long, it slowly rose up to its full height. And I remember thinking, very clearly, that is not a person. Not in a dramatic way, not like I was trying to hype myself up. It was just this instant, cold certainty that whatever it wasn't natural. And I swear, I sat there staring at the now empty hallway like my brain had crashed. Like I couldn't process what I'd just watched. It might have been a full minute or two before I snapped back into reality. Now, I need to explain something before I tell you what happened next. My relationship with my parents wasn't great. Still isn't, honestly. Growing up, it always felt like if I said the wrong thing, it would turn into a lecture or an argument, or I'd get in trouble for being dramatic. So I didn't just speak up about stuff unless I was absolutely, completely sure. And I was sure. So I paused the movie and, as calmly as I could manage, I said, "Marcus, there's someone in the house." I remember how weird it felt that my voice sounded controlled, because inside I was shaking so hard it felt like my bones were buzzing. Marcus immediately stood up, flipped the lights on, and ran down the hallway. I could see the light in his office flick on, and I held my breath waiting for anything. A shout, a scuffle, something crashing. Just some proof that this was real. But it was silent. Completely. Then his office light turned off, and he walked back into the living room. And he just looked at me, like he was studying my face. Like he was trying to decide if I was messing with him or if something was wrong with me. And he said, "There's nobody back there." That made no sense. It made zero sense, because I watched it go in there, and there's no window in that office. There wasn't anywhere to go. It's a small room. If something went in, it should have still been in there. But he didn't find anything. He didn't hear anything. Nothing. And somehow, we finished the movie after that. Like, the night just kept going. My parents were kind of quiet, kind of watchful, and I was sitting there feeling like a live wire, trying not to cry, trying not to shake, trying not to throw up. Later, when I went to bed, I couldn't fall asleep. Every little sound felt huge. Eventually, I started drifting off. And then I heard footsteps. They were in the hallway, coming from the living room direction, moving toward my room. At that point in my life, Marcus had this habit of checking on me at night sometimes, like opening my door to make sure I was asleep, which always freaked me out, but it wasn't unheard of. So when I heard the footsteps coming closer, I assumed it was him. I lay there, staring at my door, waiting for the handle to turn. The footsteps stopped right outside my door. Then there was this soft tapping against the wood, like someone lightly knocking, but not in a normal pattern. More like testing. 3 taps, a couple taps, and then the footsteps started again, but not away from my room. They paced up and down the hallway, passing my door again and again, sometimes slower, sometimes faster, but never coming in, never leaving, just circling. I didn't move. I didn't even want to breathe too loudly. I remember lying there with my whole body locked up, thinking, if I make a sound, it will know I'm awake. At some point, I must have fallen asleep. Fear exhaustion, I guess. The next morning, I asked Marcus, "Did you knock on my door last night?" And he said no. Like, immediately. No hesitation. And after that, no one really talked about it again. I didn't push it because I already felt like I was losing it. And the last thing I wanted was for them to get mad at me or treat me like I was having issues. But that wasn't the only time something happened. A couple years later, there was this other incident. Different, but it gave me that exact same dread. So I opened the basement door, turned on the stair light, and started going down. Halfway down, I heard my mom call my name, clear as day. The basement layout is basically stairs down, and at the bottom there's a little area, then a room to the right that's kind of like a guest room. The washer and dryer are further into that space. If you don't turn on the light in that room, it's pitch black. Like, the stair light doesn't reach it. When I heard my name, it sounded like it was coming from that dark area, from the laundry side. And right away my brain went, that doesn't make sense. Because my mom wasn't down there, she would have had to pass me on the stairs. I kept walking down a couple steps so I could see around the wall and confirm what I already knew. It was completely dark. No light on, no movement, just black. I called out, "Mom?" And even as I said it, I remember thinking, why did I answer? Why did I answer that? A couple seconds passed. Then her voice came again, from inside the dark laundry area. "Leah, come help me in here." I froze so hard it felt like my skin turned to ice, because it sounded exactly like her. Same tone, same cadence, like she was slightly annoyed I wasn't immediately obeying. But I knew she wasn't down there. And whatever part of my brain still worked went, "Run." I turned around and bolted up the stairs. I don't even remember taking full steps. I just remember scrambling, slamming the basement door behind me, and flipping the light off like I could erase what just happened. I stood there shaking, trying to breathe, trying not to throw up. And then my mom walked into the hallway from the kitchen, holding a plate like she'd been eating lunch. She looked at me like I was insane and asked if I was okay. I asked her, "Were you just calling my name?" And she frowned and said no. She'd been in the kitchen the whole time. I just nodded, like, "Okay, cool," and ran to my room and cried. Because what the hell was that? What sounded like her voice, calling me out of the darkness? After that, I refused to go into the basement alone for a long time. Even now, when I'm home, I hate going down there by myself. If I have to, I rush the whole time and keep listening for anything that doesn't belong. And honestly, it didn't stop completely. Nothing as big as those 2 moments, but every now and then there'll be footsteps in the house when everyone's asleep, or quiet whispering from a room that's empty. The kind of thing you can almost explain away, except it keeps happening just often enough that you never really relax. So yeah, that's it. I don't know what it was. I'm not saying I'm some paranormal expert. I'm not saying I have everything figured out. I just know what I felt, and I know what I heard, and I know what I saw. And it still makes my stomach drop, even telling you now. If you have any idea what those encounters could have been, like anything, please tell me. Because I've tried to come up with normal explanations, and none of them sit right. So, let me take you back to when I was about 12, living with my family in Guadalajara. We stayed in this 2-story house that always felt a little too quiet at night. My bedroom was upstairs, tucked at the very end of this long hallway that barely got any light. And the hallway itself was hard to explain unless you've seen one. It wasn't closed in with regular walls the whole way, more like an open second-floor landing with railings that wrapped around and looked down into the lower level. If a light was on downstairs, you'd see it right away. If it was dark, it was dark. Not long after my abuela, Rosa, passed away, weird little noises started happening. At first, it was nothing dramatic, just the kind of thing you'd try to ignore. But one night, I was up late in my room, doing that thing kids do when they're not supposed to be awake. Sitting there with the TV on low, flipping channels, hoping to stumble onto something grown up without getting caught. It had to be around midnight, maybe a little later. The TV was muted at one point, and the whole house was completely still. No footsteps, no voices, nothing. That's when I heard it. Downstairs, from the kitchen area, I heard the unmistakable sound of dining chairs scraping and shifting, like someone was pulling one out to sit down. Not a small creak either. It sounded deliberate, like 2 or 3 chairs moving, one after another. My first thought was, okay, maybe it's Dad grabbing water. Maybe Mom couldn't sleep. So I got out of bed and went to my door. The second I stepped into the hallway, my stomach dropped. It was pitch black, not even that faint glow you sometimes get from a nightlight or street lamp. And because of the open railing, I could tell immediately. There was no light downstairs at all. No kitchen light, no living room lamp, nothing. And the worst part? The hallway light switch wasn't near me. To turn it on, I had to walk down the hallway toward my parents' room, where the switch was right beside their door. So there I am, standing in this black, open hallway, with the railing beside me, looking down into nothing, still hearing the echo of those chairs moving in my head. I forced myself to move, one step at a time, until I reached my parents' door and flicked the switch. Light flooded the upstairs landing, and from that angle I could see part of the downstairs area, just enough to confirm what I already knew. It was still dark down there, but I'd heard what I heard. So I went down anyway. I crept down the stairs, trying to be brave, and when I finally got to the kitchen and dining area, there was nobody. The chairs were pushed in like normal, no signs of anyone being there, no glass of water left out, no footsteps, nothing. I stood there for a second, just listening, hoping I'd hear something that would make it make sense. Nothing. So I went back upstairs, and before I even returned to my room, I quietly opened my parents' door just a crack. They were both asleep, really asleep. My dad was snoring. My mom didn't even stir. That was the moment it fully hit me. Something moved those chairs. and it wasn't them. After that night, it kept happening. Not every night, but enough that I dreaded quiet evenings. Whenever I heard something downstairs, I'd work up the nerve to investigate, going down step by step, scanning every corner like I'd catch someone hiding. And every single time, it was the same result. Empty. Eventually, after each search turned up nothing, I'd go back to my room and lie there in bed, trying to act like I wasn't terrified, until I'd finally fall asleep from sheer exhaustion. I think it happened maybe 4 times while we lived there. Those chair sounds, that same unmistakable dragging and shifting. And I wasn't the only one either. Later, my Aunt Maribel and even a couple of guests told stories about feeling someone brush their shoulder, or sensing a presence right behind them. One cousin even swore they caught a glimpse of an older woman in the hallway for a split second, gone as soon as they looked again. Honestly, I'm grateful I never saw anything. Hearing the chairs was more than enough for me. Because once you've heard something like that in a silent house, when everyone is asleep and the lights are off, you never forget how it makes the dark feel. Hey, so this one isn't even mine originally. It was my mom's story, and she told it to us more than once, always with that half-joking voice she used when she was trying not to show she was still freaked out. It happened back in the late 90s, when we still lived in our old town, the kind of place where everybody knows everybody, and small stores are like little community hubs. My mom became close with this woman from a few streets over. I'll call her Mila. Mila and her husband ran a tiny grocery, mostly canned goods, rice, instant noodles, cigarettes, that sort of thing. Her husband, Rico, was in law enforcement, so people treated them like they had their lives together. But they didn't. Word got around that Rico had been unfaithful, and things in that house got ugly. Quietly ugly, the way it often does in small towns. My mom, being my mom, somehow ended up as Mila's shoulder to cry on. She'd sit with her in the store after closing, talk her through the tears, keep her company so she didn't feel like she was falling apart alone. Over time, they got close. Best friend close. Then we moved. And you have to remember, there wasn't social media, there weren't instant messages, there wasn't any of that. If you didn't have a landline number and the habit of calling, people just drifted out of your life. My mom kept meaning to reach out, but days became weeks, and weeks became months. A while after we left, there was a story on the local news. Mila had taken Rico's life, shot him while he was sleeping, and then turned the gun on herself. I remember my mom going silent when she heard it. Not dramatic, just hollow, like the air left the room. Now here's the part that still makes my stomach tighten, even just telling it. One night, my dad wasn't home. It was just my mom and us kids, all piled together upstairs. Our house back then was the kind that tried to breathe, because it was hot all the time. The second floor flooring wasn't solid wood. It was made from bamboo slats, laid side by side, with tiny gaps between them. Through those gaps, if you looked down, you could see the dim shapes of the ground floor below. That night, my mom dreamed. In her dream, she was walking down this long, dark road. No streetlights, just that thick nighttime darkness where the air feels heavy. And beside her, walking calmly like it was the most normal thing in the world, was Mila. My mom said she actually felt relieved in the dream at first, like, "Oh my God, there you are." So she asked, "Why are we walking this way? Your house is the other direction." And Mila, without even turning her head, answered, so matter of fact, so simple, "I'm dead. I'm just looking for you." That's all, just that. My mom said her whole body in the dream went cold. She turned and ran. Not like a movie run either, like a real run. Panic run. like your legs are moving before you even understand why. She said she ran until she saw our house, threw herself inside, and then she woke up. And for a few seconds, she was relieved. You know that feeling when you wake from a nightmare and your brain is still catching up, and you're like, okay, it was just a dream. She sat up, heart pounding, and thought, I need to go downstairs to the bathroom. Then she glanced down. Not a shadow, not a trick of light. A face. She said it was like someone was standing directly below her, staring straight up through the slats, as if it had followed her home from the dream and was waiting for her to notice. Like it wanted her to know, I'm here. My mom froze. She didn't scream. She didn't even wake us up. She just grabbed the nearest thing she could reach, and listen, this is the part that makes it somehow scarier and funnier at the same time. Instead of going downstairs, she peed into an old mug she kept by the bed. A coffee mug. Like, nope, bathroom can wait. I will literally choose humiliation over facing whatever is down there. And she told it with this weird laugh, but her eyes always looked serious when she got to that part. Now, years later, people would still talk about that grocery store house. A family moved in at one point, new folks, confident, the type who roll their eyes at ghost stories. I'll change their names too. Let's call them the Dela Cruz family. They'd been told what happened in that house. They didn't care. They said they were religious. They said fear was a choice. All that. One afternoon, their teenage son was alone in the living room watching cartoons. Anime, loud volume, feet up, totally relaxed. And then he heard someone clear their throat from the back bedroom. Just a simple sound. A hymn. So he looked. And there was a man sitting on the edge of the bed, like he owned it. Calm. Still. Watching him. The boy said the man asked, "What are you doing in our house?" Not yelling, not threatening, just offended. Like the intruder was him. That family packed up and left so fast, people said it looked like they'd been robbed. Gone within the week. And then there was another story, this one from a tricycle driver. You know, the kind of driver who works late because those late-night fares help feed the family. He said he was passing that house around 3 in the morning, when the streets are empty and even the dogs are too tired to bark. He saw a woman by the roadside, waving him down like she needed a ride. So he slowed, turned around, and went back, because money is money, and a passenger is a passenger. But as he got closer, the woman didn't move toward the tricycle. She just stayed there, waving, and then she dissolved. Like smoke, like fog being pulled apart by wind. The driver swore he felt his whole body turn to ice. He sped off, shaking, and the next morning when he told people what he saw, the neighbors just stared at him and went, "You saw her." And that was the thing. Everyone talked about that house like it was still occupied, even when it wasn't. Because after all that, nobody stayed. Even now, people avoid it. The windows stay dark, the yard grows wild, and the house just sits there, holding on to whatever happened inside it, like it never really let anyone leave. So, I need to tell you something that genuinely messed with my head this week. I'm 22 now, and I still live at home while I finish college. The house we're in isn't some creepy old place with a dramatic past. My dad and my grandpa literally built it themselves from the ground up. Like, from scratch. So my whole life, whenever I had anything that even hinted at the paranormal, I'd talk myself down with the same comforting logic. Nothing bad ever happened here. No one ever died here. There's no history. End of story. Except, apparently not. Because I found out, only this week, that someone actually did die in our house. And nobody ever told me. I always knew my aunt, let's call her Tessa, passed away before I was born from an overdose. But what no one ever mentioned, not once, is that she died in our living room, on my grandpa's old couch. So every single time I've soothed myself with, "There's never been a death in this house," I was just completely wrong. Which is honestly such a fun thing to learn after you've spent years trying not to lose your mind over weird experiences. When I was little, most of the strange stuff stayed in dreams. Like, I vividly remember waking up and seeing, clear as day, this knight in shining armor standing in my doorway. And the weird part is, I had this irrational fear of knights as a kid. I can't even explain it. It's one of those childhood things that makes you go, what was going on in my brain? But it felt real, not like a blurry dream reel, like vivid real. As I got older though, it stopped being, maybe I dreamed that, and started becoming, okay, why did that just happen when I'm wide awake? Around 16 or 17, I got really into intuition stuff, like paying attention to gut feelings, trying to strengthen that knowing you get sometimes. I even messed around with listening for messages in dreams, but I had to stop, because I started getting scared of what I was hearing and dreaming about. It was like, the more I tried to tune in, the more the volume got turned up. One time, I was home alone and I woke up to a loud whisper right by my ear. Someone calling my name. Not like a distant sound, not like the house creaking, like a voice, close. I sat straight up and my whole body went cold. And here's my thing. I've always told myself I do not want to see anything. Ever. I'm fine with the occasional weird sound, or that feeling like you suddenly know something you shouldn't. But actually seeing something? That's where I draw the line. Please, absolutely not. Which is why what happened when I was about 19 still makes my stomach drop. I was dating this guy back then, Evan, and one night I had this dream that I was lying face down on my bed. Evan was standing beside the bed, looking down at me. And in the dream, this arm, like an actual arm, slides out from the narrow gap along the side of the bed and grabs my forearm and starts pulling it downward, like it's trying to drag it into the space beneath the mattress. It freaked me out so badly that I jolted awake. Except, I woke up in the exact same position I'd been in during the dream. Face down, same arm. And that arm felt numb and tingly, like it had fallen asleep, except it didn't feel normal. It felt wrong, heavy, almost like it wasn't fully mine for a second. I couldn't move right away either. It wasn't full sleep paralysis, but it was like my body was lagging, like my brain was yelling, "Move," and my muscles were buffering. So first I looked down at my arm because I'm thinking, okay, maybe I slept on it weird. Maybe there's something beside me. Nothing. Nothing there, and I see it. Not a full body, just this transparent face close to my bed, like someone was kneeling beside it. And it was smiling. Not like a friendly smile either, more like it was pleased that I was looking at it, like it had been waiting for that moment. And I swear to you, I looked straight into its eyes. And then it slowly faded, just dissolved into nothing. I wish I could tell you I blinked and it was gone and I rolled over and went back to sleep. Nope. I got up immediately and went into the living room where my dad was, and I sat down and told him what happened. Like, fully told him. Because I was shaking, and I needed another human being in the same room as me. He tried to stay calm, but he could tell I was genuinely freaked out. And then there was another incident not long after that one. This one still makes my skin crawl because it felt so physical. I was home alone taking a bath. My mom had just left to run to the grocery store. I remember hearing footsteps outside the bathroom door, clear, steady walking, like someone was pacing or moving around in the hallway. It was so normal sounding that at first I just assumed she'd come back for something. So I called out, "Mom?" and joked like, "Did you not even leave yet?" No response. But the footsteps kept going. I called out again, louder. Still nothing. At that point, my heart started thumping because the walking sounded so close and so real. And there's something about being in the bath, vulnerable, trapped, that makes your brain go wild. So I called my mom, and her phone started ringing. From the kitchen. The second I heard her ringtone, the footsteps stopped instantly, like someone turned off a switch. And for a split second I felt relieved, because I thought, okay, she must have come back and left her phone down. Maybe she's grabbing it. But the phone kept ringing. No one picked up. No one called back to me. No, I'm here. Nothing. So then I called my dad, and he goes, totally casually, "Oh yeah, your mom and I are at the store together." And then he adds, "She forgot her phone at home." So, tell me why I heard someone walking outside that bathroom door like it was the most normal thing in the world. Those are the two biggest ones, the ones that really stuck with me. There are smaller things too, little moments where you feel watched, or you hear something and then everything goes quiet. But those two are the ones that made me stop brushing it off. Because here's the thing, I've always been able to rationalize it away. The house was new, no history, no reason. And now I find out the one detail I've been using as my safety blanket my whole life. No one ever died here, was never even true. My dad's had experiences too, which is wild because he's the type who really doesn't want to believe in any of this. But he's intuitive in his own way. He picks up on things. He just hates admitting it. And ever since I learned what happened to Tessa in that living room, on that couch, it's like the whole house feels different to me. Like something I refused to consider for years has been standing there the whole time, just quietly waiting for me to finally know the truth. Okay, so this really happened, back in the mid-1960s. At least, that's what my family has sworn by for as long as I can remember. Every morning, my grandfather, Hector, would button up his shirt, kiss my grandmother on the forehead, and head off to work like clockwork. Their kids, 3 of them, would tumble out the door right after, school bags bouncing, arguing over nothing, laughing like kids do. And then the house would go quiet. My grandmother, Lilia, would be alone in that silence for hours. She'd try to keep herself busy, folding laundry, watering plants, listening to the radio low in the background. Normal things. But every afternoon, right around the same time, she'd hear it. From the kitchen. At first it was subtle, like someone was moving around back there. Then it got clearer. The sound of a pan being set down, a cupboard creaking open, utensils clinking together like somebody was rummaging for the right spoon. Even the unmistakable scrape of a plate sliding across the counter. And the strangest part? It sounded like someone was cooking. Not just making noise, cooking. Like a person who knew their way around that kitchen. So she'd call out, "Hello?" and wait. Nothing. Eventually, she'd force herself to step into the doorway, heart thumping, trying to laugh it off like she was being silly. But every single time, the kitchen was empty. No stove on, no food out, no half-open drawers, nothing fallen, nothing disturbed. Just a spotless kitchen staring back at her like it had been asleep all day. After a while, she stopped going in there when she was alone. She'd sit in the living room and pretend she didn't hear it. Sometimes she'd even leave the house and wait outside until the kids came home, just to avoid walking past that doorway. Then came the night that changed everything. It was late, well past midnight. The house was dark, and my grandmother had finally managed to drift off. My grandfather got up quietly, heading down the hall toward the bathroom. And then, this horrible, heavy sound. Not a crash like something dropped, a thud, like a body hitting the floor. My grandmother bolted upright and ran out, calling his name. And there he was, on the hallway floor. But it wasn't just that he'd fallen. His hands were locked around his own throat, tight, trembling, like he was trying to pry something off of him. His face was twisted with panic, eyes wide and glassy, like he was fighting for air. And I know how this sounds, but my grandmother always said it looked like he was wrestling with something that wasn't there. Like an invisible weight had pinned itself to him. She grabbed his shoulders, screamed for him to stop, tried to pull his hands away, anything. And then, just as suddenly as it started, it ended. He gulped in air like he'd been underwater. He was shaking so hard he could barely sit up. They didn't stay long after that. Within a few weeks, maybe a month, they were gone. Packed up, found a different place, didn't even argue about it. They left in daylight and didn't look back. A new family moved in after them. Different faces, different furniture, fresh paint. My grandparents hoped, truly hoped, it would be over. That maybe it had been stress, or the pipes, or imagination, or anything other than what it felt like. But a few days later, the new tenants showed up at their door. They looked unsettled, tired, like people who hadn't slept. And the first thing the woman asked was, "Can I ask you something? Did you ever hear someone cooking in that kitchen when nobody was home?" My grandmother's stomach dropped. After that, the house didn't keep tenants for long. People moved in, people moved out. Sometimes quickly, sometimes in the middle of the night. Now it just sits there, empty. But even today, if you ask the neighbors, some of them will tell you they still hear it sometimes, when the street is quiet and the wind is right. A faint clatter, a soft scrape. Utensils in a kitchen where nobody's lived for years. All right, thanks for taking the time to hear me out. I know how this sounds when you say it out loud, so I'll just start at the beginning and tell it the way it happened. I'm Jonah. I'm in my early 40s. I did my time in the service, and now I work as a contractor, mostly framing and renovations, that kind of thing. I'm not the ghost story type. I'm a Christian, sure, but I'm not out here looking for signs in the clouds or anything. I bought this place because it was quiet, and it made sense for my kid. Space to run around, woods, room to breathe. The house is in a pretty remote New England township, one of those roads where the trees lean in and your phone signal fades out. The place was built in the early 70s, nothing fancy. Split level. 3 bedrooms, 2 baths, 2-car garage. 16-ish acres, mostly woods. Out back, there's a big Quonset hut I use like a storage garage, and there's a little shed that used to be a chicken coop. The driveway loops around on a gravel track, goes from the front, past the Quonset hut, swings around a small gravel pit in the back, and circles back toward the road. There are neighbors on either side, but not close enough that you'd hear each other sneeze. No deaths that I know of, in the house or on the land. I checked. I'm telling you that because I tried hard to keep this grounded. So, June of 2022, I buy the house. I move in with my wife at the time, and my daughter, Rowan. She was 3 then, tiny, all energy, always wanting to be outside. We lived there for almost 2 years before my marriage finally broke for good. We separated in May of 2024. The first, that's weird, thing happened not long after we moved in. Late summer, maybe August 2022. Rowan and I are out by the gravel pit. She loved that spot. She'd beg every evening, "Can we go back there?" like it was Disneyland. And she points and goes, "Daddy, that wasn't there." There was a hole in the ground, about the size of a basketball. Not dug out like someone scooped it. It looked like the ground caved in. And the thing is, Rowan had been out there constantly. If that hole existed the day before, she would have shown me. We both stood over it for a long time, staring like it might explain itself. I poked around it, checked the edges. It just felt off. Not terrifying, just unusual in a way that stuck with me. Then that fall, this is when it started getting harder to shrug off. Rowan had this inflatable ride-on horse toy. You know the kind. Big rubbery thing you bounce on. It was her favorite. One day I find it absolutely wrecked. Cuts all over the body, like someone took their time with it. And the eyes. The eyes were cut out, and someone had colored the area in dark, like smeared charcoal or marker or something. My first thought was, Rowan did this. Kids do weird stuff sometimes, right? But she was 3, and we didn't have scissors she could do that with. Not the kind that could slice that cleanly. And she wasn't destructive like that. She didn't mess up other toys. She didn't act proud of it or guilty. Nothing. She just looked at it and got quiet. I remember feeling mad, and then immediately feeling kind of sick, because the damage looked deliberate. Like whoever did it wanted it to look like it was suffering. From there, it wasn't one big dramatic thing. It was a long stretch of smaller things that piled up. Over the time we lived there, June 2022 through May 2024, Rowan started having nightmares. Not normal monsters under the bed stuff. Specific nightmares. She told me, more than once, that there was a horse outside her window at night. But it didn't have legs. And it didn't have eyes. She said it bounced instead of walked. At the time, I blamed a lot on stress. My marriage wasn't healthy. It got worse and worse. And I spent that last year pretty much living in survival mode. I'd sleep on the floor in Rowan's room with the door blocked from the inside. Or I'd sleep in the spare room with furniture against the door. Not because I was scared of a ghost, because I was scared of my wife kicking in the door in a rage. That was my reality. But here's the part that messes with my head. Both me and Rowan had physical symptoms back then. Headaches, exhaustion, just this constant heaviness. And after we left, after the separation, it faded, like somebody turned down the volume on it. When we separated in May 2024, custody became week on, week off. Rowan would spend time with me and time at the house with her mother. And during that stretch, when I wasn't living there, Rowan tells me this story, like it's just a fact of life. She says there's a dead crow that scratches at her window. I'm like, Rowan, what do you mean a dead crow? And she says, real calm, it's dead because it was laying in the yard for days, but sometimes it gets up and scratches my window. So I ask, trying not to lead her, at night? Like in a dream? And she goes, no, in the day. I can see it. She brought it up again months later because we drove past a dead crow on the road. She pointed and said, that's the second dead crow I've seen. The other one gets up and scratches at my window. Like she was talking about 2 different weather reports. Then CPS got involved in November 2024, mostly because of concerns about what things were like for her when she was with her mom. In January 2025, Rowan got a concussion while she was over there, and she ended up talking to an advocate, DHHS, child interview, the whole thing. And that's when she said something that still makes my stomach drop. She told the interviewer she was scared of something at the house. She called it the darkness. The interviewer tried to clarify, like, do you mean you're afraid of the dark? Or bedtime? And Rowan said, no, not bedtime. The darkness. Like it was a thing, a presence, a something. Fast forward, June 2025. I finally get possession of the house back through the court process. The plan is simple: clean it out, sell it, move on. My ex had been living there for over a year, and the place was in rough shape. Mid-June, I rent one of those big dumpster trailers, 30-yard, and have it dropped at the driveway. I show up in the morning, around 9, and I'm going to be honest with you. I already felt weird about the place by then. Enough that I took precautions I never thought I'd take. I wore a rosary under my shirt, petrified wood beads on braided steel wire. I opened every door in the house and propped them open, turned on every overhead light, even though it was broad daylight. And I texted my girlfriend, Maris, when I got there. Like, I'm here, starting now. I work for about an hour, hauling junk out to the dumpster. Mirrors, trash bags, old stuff left behind, just trying to clear it. And then, out of nowhere, the rosary snaps. Not at the clasp. The braided wire itself breaks, like it was pulled apart. Beads hit the floor. I'm standing there with nothing snagged, nothing caught on it, because it was under my shirt. I remember freezing, looking down, and just feeling this cold certainty like, nope, not today. I picked up every bead I could find, shoved them in my pocket, texted Maris, and left. I wasn't there long. My texts show just over an hour. A couple weeks later, end of June, around late morning, Maris and I go by to drop a key in a lockbox for the heating company because we were about to be out of state. We're backing out of the driveway, and I glance at the big garden windows in the living and dining room, the ones that usually reflect the sky. Not tinted, not shaded, black and opaque, like the house wouldn't let light in, like you couldn't see through them at all. And in the same moment, the whole place felt aware. That's the only word I can use. Like we were being watched, and it wanted us to know it. Early July 2025, I go to mow. I didn't even go into the house, just grabbed the riding mower from the garage and started doing laps. After about an hour, I come around the back of the Quonset hut, near the clothesline, and I see something between the house and the road, near the spruce trees. It looked like a four-legged animal, but too big, bigger than a dog. More like a bear or a tiger in size, but shaped wrong. High shoulders, sloped like a wild hog. A black, bristly-looking mane, spiky almost, and a tail with the same rough fur. And the strangest part? I couldn't make out its head. It was down low, like it was sniffing the ground, or like there was no head to see. It was there clearly enough that my brain went, "That is real." And then it vanished. Not ran off, not slipped behind a tree, just gone, like someone erased it. The next week I come back to clean mold. There was mold in the carpet in the main room, and the fridge was worse, like webbing mold inside the empty shelves and drawers, even though I swear to you I had cleaned it before with bleach. I'm scrubbing the fridge with bleach and rags, garbage bag beside me. My back is to the kitchen and dining room, and while I'm cleaning, the room behind me keeps going dark. Not like the bulbs flickering, but like something is moving between the light and the space, like a shadow passing close. I'd turn around, and everything looked normal. Lights steady, nothing obvious. So I keep cleaning, because that's what you do when you want to be done and out. Then the doors start moving. The game room door, the bedroom doors upstairs, opening slowly, then slamming shut, over and over. Not a one-time breeze thing. A door slams from wind, it usually latches and stops. This was like a pattern. Creak open, slam, creak open, slam. About 20 minutes into that, my phone rings. My hands are filthy, and I don't want to dig the phone out in there, and, this is hard to admit, I didn't want to have a conversation inside that house. I didn't want whatever was there to hear it. So I stepped outside to the driveway and answered. It wasn't Maris. It was someone from her attorney's office, a paralegal, calling about a payment that didn't clear. Normal enough. We talk, I explain, I say I'll fix it, and I go back inside, finish what I can, and leave. When I'm leaving, I look up at the windows again, black, watching, and I had this irrational, awful thought. If I stare too long, I'm going to see Rowan in there, and she'll look sad, like I'm leaving her behind. I didn't look. I got in the car and drove away. Then, this is where it gets really unsettling. When I got home, Maris told me the law firm called her, the lead attorney. Apparently, the paralegal I spoke to was so disturbed by that phone call that he went to his boss and said he was worried about Maris's safety. Like he thought something about my tone meant I was abusive. I don't remember being angry. I don't remember saying anything threatening. I don't abuse women. That's not who I am. Maris was shaken because the attorney wouldn't explain, just said they were concerned and wanted to check on her. And then they kept calling her for a couple weeks after, asking if she was okay. To this day, no one will tell us what the paralegal claimed happened on that call. And I'm telling you honestly, that scares me more than the shadow thing, because it's like something interfered. Like it wore my voice, or bent the moment, or made him hear something that wasn't there. This place feels dark. This place smells bad. And they'd say it even with the lights blazing, LEDs everywhere, big windows, sunshine outside. Still dark. Still stale. Still off. Then doors started being found unlocked, especially the exterior door by the kitchen. I would lock it, check it, leave, come back, unlocked. And I was the only one with keys at the time. I'd changed the locks when I took the house back, and again when we switched realtors. Still happened. The new realtor even told me, I swear I locked it, and then found it unlocked again later. In early August 2025, I'm there with the realtor, and we hit the basement stairs, and the smell is overpowering. Rotten, sour, wrong. Strongest right there on the stairwell, nowhere else. We'd cleaned, bleached, checked for obvious sources. It's like the smell is coming from the walls themselves. And the last few things, they're patterns more than events. Every time Maris and I go there, we come home exhausted. Not we did work tired, like bone deep drained. Like you took a long drive in the rain and argued the whole way, except we didn't argue and the drive is short. My parents live only a few miles away. They don't believe in any of this, and for some reason they almost never came over. They'd make excuses, change the subject, stop by for 2 minutes and leave. I didn't notice how strange that was until later. And this is something I learned after the fact. The guy who owned the place before me, he didn't really live in the house. He lived in an RV in the front yard. The house just sat there. And Rowan's bedroom, the back corner especially, feels like the air is thicker there. Even now when it's empty, it feels like the light doesn't settle right. Rowan used to tell me she was scared because it was dark in her room and she couldn't get help. At the time, I blamed neglect, and maybe some of that was true. But standing in that room now, knowing everything else, it feels like there's something gathered there, like a storm cloud in a corner. So that's why I called you. I'm not asking you to tell me it's demons. I'm not asking you to confirm my worst fear. I just need someone to look at this with fresh eyes and maybe help me understand whether I'm dealing with something explainable or something that's been waiting in that house a long time. Because whatever it is, whether it's grief, trauma, mold, bad wiring, my own head, Hey everyone, where are you tuning in from? Drop a comment and let me know. How was your day? I'm really excited to be here and share some mysterious experiences I've had from around the world. So don't forget to turn on notifications and subscribe to the channel so you can be the first to comment. The house that raised me. So, my family's always been the we feel things kind of family. Not in a dramatic movie way. More like you walk into a room and you just know you're not alone, even when you're alone. And for years, I kept telling myself it was imagination, stress, old house noises, whatever made it easier to sleep. But I've had a handful of experiences that were hard to explain away, and I realized they all sort of cluster by location, like each place had its own chapter. So I'm starting with the first one, my childhood home. I'm in my early 30s now, and I'm actually telling you this while I'm back visiting the house during a long weekend. It's in New Jersey, and it's the kind of home that looks ordinary until you've lived inside it long enough to realize it has a personality. The place was originally built in the 1940s, one of those post-war neighborhood houses, cookie cutter from the outside, but full of history once families start layering their lives into it. My grandparents moved there after coming over from Europe, and later my mom and dad moved into a small second-floor apartment that had been added on. It wasn't fancy, but it was home. As far as we knew, nobody had died in that house before my grandfather. No dramatic tragedies, no rumors, nothing like that. And still, my younger brother Caleb and I had these weird shared experiences from the time we were little. The most consistent one was the stairs. It's hard to explain without sounding ridiculous, but any time either of us stood at the bottom of the steps leading up to the second floor, there was this instant feeling, like your body decided it was in danger before your brain caught up. Dread, cold prickling on your neck, and this heavy sense that something was right behind you. And then you'd run. Not walk, not hurry. You'd run up those stairs like you were being chased, and you wouldn't stop until you hit the landing and could slam the door behind you. Caleb and I used to tease each other about it like, "You're just being a baby." But the truth is, we both did it. Every single time. That was just the background hum, though. The really tangible stuff started later, after my parents split up and my dad moved out. The house changed after that. I don't know if it was the stress in the walls or what, but that's when things went from creepy feelings to, okay, what is happening here? Back then, Caleb and I shared a bedroom with these heavy wooden bunk beds. I had the top bunk, he had the bottom. And in the corner of the room, we had an old desktop computer, late 90s or early 2000s, one of those chunky ones that sounded like it was breathing when it powered on. Here's what started happening. Late at night, after Caleb was already asleep, I would hear the computer keyboard typing. Not little taps, not settling noises, actual typing, like someone was sitting there working. It happened so often that I almost got used to it. And honestly, I wasn't even terrified at first. I was annoyed. I'd lie there staring at the ceiling like, "Are you kidding me? I'm trying to sleep." And sometimes I'd whisper, quiet but firm, "Stop." And the typing would stop immediately, like it had been listening. The moment that really cracked things open, though, the moment that still makes my stomach twist when I think about it, was the bed. Caleb and I were playing with toy cars on the floor one afternoon, just normal kid stuff. And then, both of us, at the exact same time, noticed something in the wood grain of the bunk bed frame. A face. It lasted a few seconds, maybe less, but it was long enough for both of us to freeze, scream, and bolt out of the room like our lives depended on it. Later, we tried to find it again. We couldn't. We took flashlights and angled them every possible way, thinking maybe it was shadows, maybe it was a knot in the wood, maybe our eyes had tricked us. Nothing. Not even a pattern that could explain it. That was the day I begged my mom to let me move into a different room. This small den we weren't really using. She finally agreed, probably because I looked genuinely shaken. When I was switching rooms, I mentioned the nightly typing to Caleb, like it was just another weird thing the house did. He flat out didn't believe me. He was like, "How would I not hear that? I'm literally in the same room." Fair point, honestly. So I shrugged it off, moved my stuff, and Caleb took the top bunk. The very next morning, I woke up and found the computer out in the living room, on the floor, like it had been dragged. Caleb wouldn't even look at me at first. He just said, really quietly, "It typed last night." Apparently, the first night he slept up top, he finally heard it, clear as day, and that was it. He wanted the computer gone, not moved, gone. So we got rid of it, and that room never had another computer in it again. Around that same period, I started having this recurring nightmare, but only in that house, nowhere else. In the dream, there was a little girl, and she wasn't sad or lost or ghost story tragic. She was mean, like she enjoyed being cruel. She'd find me in the kitchen, laugh at me, this awful, delighted laugh, and then try to stab me in the stomach. And the worst part is, as the dreams kept happening, they started to shift. It became less about the attack and more about me trying to figure out who she was and why she was in my house, like I was being pulled into her orbit. I'd wake up panicked, sweating, heart racing, with this heavy certainty that the nightmare wasn't just a nightmare, that it was tied to the stairs, and the typing, and that face in the wood. But it made no sense. Who could it be? Nobody died there. Eventually, Caleb got older and went through this phase where he was reading about spiritual cleansing, incense, salt, certain prayers, that kind of thing. I don't even remember everything he did, but he was serious about it. He did some kind of cleansing of the house, his version of it anyway. And after that, the worst of it stopped. Years later, way later, after I'd moved out and was living my own life, I learned something I hadn't known as a kid. My mom told me, in one of those quiet, heavy conversations, that she'd had a miscarriage when I was small. She'd been pregnant with a baby girl, and I remember just sitting there, feeling cold, because my mind immediately went back to the dream girl, the laughter, the jealousy I always felt radiating off her in the nightmare. I can't prove anything, and I'm not saying that's what it was, but part of me still wonders if something in that house carried her, if she felt like she belonged there too, and resented that Caleb and I got to stay. Now, the second presence in that house was completely different. My grandfather, Johann, lived downstairs with my grandmother. He was a gentleman when I was young, but he got sick later, and he eventually passed away in the house after a long, brutal battle with Alzheimer's. I was a teenager when it happened, and after that my grandmother was alone on the first floor. Except when my grandmother traveled. Every few years, she'd go visit her sisters overseas, and she'd be gone for a month or two at a time. And during those trips, only during those trips, the house would get loud. It was almost like my grandfather didn't understand she was gone, like he was searching. When Caleb and I were kids, we took piano lessons from this instructor named Frank who would come to the house. One afternoon, my grandmother was away, and I had to stay late after school for some stupid project. I told Caleb to just take a longer lesson, and I'd catch up later. When I got home, I walked in and immediately knew something was off. Frank and Caleb were both pale, like drained. They asked me, "Did you just get in right now?" I said yes, obviously, and they just stared at each other. During the lesson, they'd both heard a man's voice in another room, not muffled, not "maybe the TV is on," a real voice speaking. Then footsteps, then a door opening and closing. They'd assumed it was me coming home early, but they were alone. Frank was shaken in a way adults usually try not to be in front of kids. Like he didn't want to make it worse, but he couldn't pretend it was nothing. Then there was another incident when I was around 19. I was home alone, and for once I had the place to myself. No one to complain, no one to tell me to turn it down. So I started playing guitar really loud. Singing too, just messing around like an idiot, enjoying the freedom. And in the middle of it, I heard my grandfather's voice, his actual voice, German accent and all, shout my name the way he used to when we were kids and he'd catch us doing something we weren't supposed to. Not a whisper, not a creak, a sharp, angry shout. I froze, and then I did the most mature thing possible. I ran out of the house and drove away, barefoot. No shoes, no thinking, just pure instinct like my body took over. I didn't come back until my mom got home from work. It's almost funny now, if I let myself laugh about it. Like even after death, he was still telling me to keep it down. But in the moment, it didn't feel funny. It felt like the house had turned and looked straight at me. And those were the big, unforgettable moments. But sprinkled through all of it were the smaller things that happened so often they started to feel normal. The piano playing when nobody touched it. Footsteps in rooms you knew were empty. Voices drifting down the hallway. Objects disappearing and then turning up in the most obvious place like they'd been put there on purpose. That house had layers. And living there felt like sharing space with memories that weren't always mine. And honestly, that was just the beginning. The one apartment I still won't drive past. So, I've had a lot of weird experiences over the years, but my dad's very first apartment after my parents split up, that place is the only one I won't even pass on the road anymore. My parents divorced when I was about 6. Dad moved into this small apartment on the edge of town, and not long after, his girlfriend at the time, Marissa, moved in too. Custody was shared, but I mostly lived with my mom and went to Dad's every other weekend. And I swear to you, the strange stuff started immediately. Like, day 1. We were moving boxes into the master bedroom. I carried one into the walk-in closet, set it down, and when I slid it into place, my stomach just dropped. Underneath where the box had been, there was a handprint on the carpet. But it wasn't a dent, not a stain, not something spilled. I didn't even know what to say. I just stared, and I remember my dad going quiet in that way adults do when they're trying not to freak a kid out. Later that same day, we realized the shower didn't have a curtain. Dad measured the shower rod. He was standing right there with the tape measure, and we went out to grab a new one. We came back, and the rod was gone. Just not there. Dad and I both stood in the bathroom looking at each other like, "Are you messing with me?" We decided we must have misremembered because it seemed too ridiculous to argue with reality. We didn't feel like going back out, so we left it for the morning. Except when we woke up the next day, the rod was back. And not only was it back, there was a shower curtain on it. Neither of us bought a curtain. Neither of us put it up. And I can't explain the feeling of standing there, half awake, staring at a perfectly normal bathroom that suddenly looked like it had been fixed by something that didn't want us noticing what it could do. That bathroom became the center of everything. If you were brushing your teeth, you'd catch movement in the mirror, someone slipping behind you like they were trying to squeeze past. You'd whip around, heart jumping, and the apartment would be silent. Everyone else still asleep. No footsteps, no doors. The light in the bathroom would click on by itself, then off, then on again, like it was playing with your nerves, like it knew exactly when you were about to convince yourself you imagined it. The closet light did the same thing. Doors would slam on their own, not gently close, slam. Sudden, angry, final. And then there was the voice. Sometimes from that bathroom area, you'd hear a man speaking in a language I didn't recognize, something that sounded like Hindi, or close to it. Low and fast, like someone talking to someone else in the next room. Except there was never anyone there. And the tone of it wasn't friendly. It felt like overhearing an argument you weren't supposed to hear. It gave the whole place this constant, sour tension, like you could never fully relax, even watching TV on the couch. because somewhere in your body, you were braced for the next thing. One morning, Marissa had a friend staying over. Her name was Denise, and she was making breakfast while I sat at the kitchen table talking to her. It was so normal for a second. The clink of plates, the smell of toast, just regular life. And then, out of nowhere, the cabinet door snapped open and a blender launched out like it had been thrown. I'm not exaggerating. It didn't fall. It didn't tip out. It shot across the kitchen. It missed Denise by a fraction, like inches, and smashed into the stove hood. Glass exploded. The sound was so sharp, it felt like it hit my bones. Bits of broken glass landed in the food and ruined everything. But honestly, nobody cared about breakfast anymore. Denise was pale, shaking, staring at the cabinet like she expected something to come flying out next. This was back when people used answering machines with tapes. I'd call my dad and leave messages, and those tapes, if he still has them, would be creepy evidence all by themselves. You'd hear a normal message, "Hi Dad, it's me, call me back." And then there'd be the unmistakable click of someone picking up the phone on his end. And whoever was leaving the message would stop mid-sentence and go, "Hello? Dad? Someone there?" Over and over, on different tapes, different people. Same click, same confused pause. Christmas was what finally made it feel personal. My family is big on Christmas. Our ornaments weren't store-bought decorations, they were memories. Stuff from my grandparents, things we'd made as kids, pieces we only brought out once a year. By then, the weirdness had gotten bad enough that Dad actually anchored the tree to the wall. Literally. A chain screwed into studs because he was worried something might knock it over. We went out to dinner one night, just the three of us, and when we came back, the tree was destroyed. Not just tipped, not bumped, destroyed. It had been ripped so hard the chain had torn out of the wall, leaving ugly holes in the drywall. The tree was on the floor like it had been slammed down, and every ornament, every single one, was shattered. Even the ones that should have survived. The wooden ones, the metal ones. Everything broken like someone had gone out of their way to make sure nothing was salvageable. I can still see Marissa standing there with her hands over her mouth, making this small sound like she was trying not to cry. And my dad. My dad looked furious in a way I'd never seen, but it wasn't the kind of anger you can direct at something, because what do you even yell at? Air? Eventually, Dad moved us out. He bought a small house across town, and I remember feeling like I could breathe again the moment we left that apartment behind. On the final walkthrough, the landlords came to collect the keys, a quiet couple, originally from India. My dad, trying to make sense of it, asked them straight out if anyone had died there. Like, suicide, something violent, anything. The wife opened her mouth like she was about to answer, and the husband snapped something at her in their language, sharp, stern. She immediately changed her expression and just said, "No." But the way they reacted, it wasn't normal. It felt like stepping on a hidden wire. And then, as we were driving away, my dad decided to take one last picture of the building from the parking lot. Just a simple, good riddance kind of snapshot. Like he wanted proof it was real and we were leaving it behind. When the film got developed, the building looked normal. Except where our apartment should have been, there was this intense blue glow coming from the balcony. Bright, electric, unnatural, like a light that didn't belong in the world. It washed out most of what should have been visible, like the apartment itself was being erased behind it. To this day, if my GPS tries to route me anywhere near that complex, I take a different road. I don't care if it adds 10 minutes, because somewhere in the back of my mind is this stubborn, irrational fear that if I get too close, whatever was there might recognize me. And I know how that sounds. I do. But that dread is real. And it's the only place I've ever been that I refuse to return to, because it didn't just feel haunted. It felt like something in there noticed us and didn't want us there. The bathroom wall knocker. So, let me set the scene for you. This was early in my teaching career, back when I was the music teacher at a small private school in New Jersey. I loved field trips. I was that person who always volunteered, always signed the forms, always ended up carrying someone's extra sweatshirt and a backpack full of snacks. My last year doing this trip, they put me in a cabin I'd never stayed in before. It was shaped almost like a little square. 4 bedrooms arranged around the building, each one with its own bathroom and its own door that opened onto this wraparound porch. And there was one odd feature. My room connected to another bedroom through this old, heavy interior door with a big iron slide bolt, like something out of a century-old boarding house. The cabin itself felt ancient, but weirdly, my room felt calm, empty, in a good way, like the air was clean and quiet. First night, everything went fine. I had 2 boys in the cabin who were known for being, let's call them creative with rules, but I didn't hear a peep. The next morning, though, when I went around waking everyone up, the boys in the room connected to mine were furious. They said they barely slept because the room next to them kept banging on the bathroom wall all night. Thump, 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 like somebody was trying to punch through. And guess which room that was? So I marched right over to my usual suspects and gave them the teacher version of "knock it off." They looked genuinely offended and swore they didn't do it. But the other kids were so upset, and the story sounded so believable that I didn't buy the Innocence Act. I figured they were lying because they got caught. Fast forward to that evening. The kids went out on a long hike with the camp staff, one of those 5-hour up-a-mountain treks. The chaperones got a little break. The science teacher, Mr. Caldwell, and the guidance counselor, Ms. Rowan, went to the main lodge to watch a movie. Me? I was exhausted. I decided to head back to my cabin for a nap. It was about a 1/4 mile through the trees, just far enough that the lodge noise fades and you start hearing your own footsteps. When I got to the cabin porch, I heard an alarm clock going off inside. Not in my room, the room next to mine, the one connected by the heavy door, the room where the kids complained they couldn't sleep. I remember thinking, great, no nap for me. So I opened the outside door to that bedroom, stepping inside to shut off the alarm. And the second I crossed the threshold, the alarm stopped on its own. Not like I hit a button, it just stopped. And right behind that silence, this feeling hit me. Like walking into a room where an argument happened 5 seconds ago, and everyone's pretending they're fine. The air was heavier. The light felt dimmer, even though the curtains were the same as mine. And it was colder, noticeably colder. These rooms didn't have separate thermostats. The whole cabin was controlled together, so the temperature difference made no sense. I didn't stay. I shut the door and walked back around the porch to my room, grateful to be back in that calmer space. I started getting ready for my nap, kicked off my shoes, unbuttoned my jeans, and then, right before I climbed into bed, I thought, you know what? I should use the bathroom first. I go into my bathroom, and as I'm about to sit down, this big black spider crawls right over the toilet seat and disappears under the rim. I jump back like the toilet just spoke to me. I flipped the seat up instantly, ready to smash it, but the spider was gone. Just gone. No scuttling, no web, no sign of it anywhere. And I'm sorry, but I'm not going to sit down and just hope a huge spider doesn't reappear mid-situation. So I thought, fine, I'll use the other bathroom. That heavy old door, it always stuck a little. To slide the bolt, you had to lean your weight into it to get the metal to line up. I did that. The bolt scraped open. The door creaked. And I stepped back into that other bedroom, the dark, cold one. Even the smell felt different, like damp wood and old fabric, the kind of scent you get in a basement you don't like. I went straight into its bathroom, sat down on the toilet, and the second I did, there was a loud banging on the wall behind me. Thump, thump, thump. My first reaction was pure anger. I actually started forming the sentence in my head, "Are you kidding me?" Because I thought the boys were back and messing around again. And then my brain caught up with reality. They weren't back. They were still out on that mountain. 5-hour hike, camp staff, no phones. No chance they'd slipped away and sprinted back to prank their teacher. I was alone. The banging kept going. So I did what I always do when something scares me. I tried to explain it away. Okay, I told myself. Maybe the pipes shift when you sit down. Maybe the wall is loose. Maybe it's just plumbing being weird. I started shifting my weight, wiggling a little, moving my feet, testing the floor. The banging didn't match anything I did. It wasn't reactive. It wasn't random either. It was deliberate. And in a rush, all the pieces clicked together. The kids hearing banging at night, the alarm luring me in, that spider sending me out of my own bathroom, the cold, the dim light, the oppressive feeling in this room. Whatever was here wanted me in this bathroom, in this exact spot. And I'm telling you right now, I didn't even finish what I came there to do. I bolted. I ran out of that bathroom, through the dark bedroom, through the heavy connecting door into my room, like my life depended on it. And I slammed the door behind me and reached for the slide bolt. But to lock it, you have to press your whole body into the door so the metal lines up. So I threw my weight against it, full shoulder, full body, and something on the other side shoved back. Hard. Hard enough that I got knocked backward. I wasn't tiny either. At the time, I was about 5'10", maybe 245 pounds. Solid. The kind of weight that does not get casually moved by an old door settling in its frame. My shoulder lit up with pain. I stumbled back, heart exploding in my chest, and I don't even remember breathing. I just remember slamming myself forward again, forcing the door shut, and finally getting the bolt to slide into place. Then I grabbed my jeans and shoes off the floor, didn't bother being dignified about it, and sprinted out onto the porch. I got dressed like a frantic cartoon character, one leg at a time, hopping, fumbling, and I ran all the way back to the lodge. When I got there, Mr. Caldwell and Miss Rowan were still watching their movie. I was out of breath, sweaty, half panicked, and I just blurted it all out. Miss Rowan gave me that tight smile people give when they're humoring you. But Mr. Caldwell, bless him, he got this serious look and went, "No, I believe you." We stayed together until the kids got back. Then we did the closing program, and I led my group back down the trail to the cabin like everything was normal. I didn't tell the kids what happened, obviously, but I did pull aside the 2 boys I'd blamed earlier and said, "Hey, I owe you an apology. I know it wasn't you." They stared at me like I'd just announced the sky was green. That night, once I had everyone settled, I went into my room and tried to convince myself I was safe, that whatever was in that cabin was confined to the other room, the dark one, the cold one. But I didn't want to be alone with my thoughts, so I called my partner, Elise, just to hear a normal voice. I told her the story, trying to make it sound casual, but she lost it. She laughed so hard she was wheezing. She kept picturing me sprinting away from a ghost with my pants half on, terrified and furious at the universe. And honestly, her laughter got me laughing too. It helped. It made the fear feel smaller. But then, I swear to you, while I'm still on the phone, I glance over at this old wooden wardrobe in my room. It had 2 doors. They were closed. And right in front of my eyes, both doors flew open. Bang! Not a gentle creak, not a slow swing, like somebody yanked them open and slammed them against the frame. I froze so completely I stopped breathing. Elise was still talking, still laughing, asking me what was wrong, and all I could do was stare at that empty wardrobe. I hadn't put a single thing in it all weekend. Nothing could have fallen forward. Nothing could have pushed those doors open from inside. The room went dead still. I didn't sleep much after that. I left every light on, laid there stiff under the covers, and kept my eyes on that wardrobe until morning, trying not to think about what might have been listening the whole time, waiting for me to say its name out loud. Okay, so this is going to sound a little silly right out of the gate, but I live in Australia, and I swear it's way more haunted than people give it credit for. Like, if you're even a little open to the supernatural, it's not subtle. You'll see things. You'll feel things. And I've been the kind of person who notices it without even trying. I started keeping a journal of my experiences when I was about 11, mostly because I was raised around it. My family didn't treat it like a spooky Halloween concept, more like weather, just part of life. And honestly, the most active place I've ever been is my grandparents' farm. Not a cute little hobby farm either. This is proper outback land. Huge. Bushland for kilometers, dirt roads forever, and the nearest town is basically a couple of streets and a pub. My grandparents, let's call them Nan Moira and Granddad Bill, live about 40 minutes from the closest town, and that town is tiny. Like, people still remember who won the school swimming medley in 2006 tiny. That's the vibe. And their farmhouse is old enough that you can feel it when you walk in. Like the house has watched generations come and go, and it's not done collecting stories. The house was built in 2 chunks. The original part is ancient, over 100 years old, and it's only a few rooms plus this good living room and a veranda. Then, years later, they added a newer section with a modern kitchen and another living area because, back in the day, the kitchen used to be a whole separate building. Like, you had to walk outside for several minutes just to make a cup of tea, which is absolutely insane, but also very old farm. And here's the thing, whatever's on that property does not like the newer part of the house. It's like the old spirits want the old layout, the old rules. The most activity always happens in a room that used to be where farmhands slept, early 1900s kind of era. That room connects to a guest room with bunk beds, and yeah, that's important. So the first encounter I clearly remember, I was about 9. My brother Ethan got the top bunk, and I was on the bottom. And the bottom bunk in that room always feels wrong. Not physically uncomfortable, just spiritually uncomfortable. Like you're being watched from behind, even though the wall is right there. Like your body knows something your eyes can't confirm. That night, it was stronger than usual. I woke up around 2 in the morning, and I was instantly wide awake. No groggy confusion, no dream haze. And there was a boy standing in the doorway, half in the farmhand room, half in the shadow. He looked normal at first glance, but the details weren't right. His eyes were this weird amber color, orange, yellow, brown, and his smile was too wide, like it climbed up into his cheeks in a way that didn't match a child's face. He just stared at me, not aggressive, not moving, just watching, like he'd been waiting for me to wake up. And it felt like ages. My brain wants to tell me it was maybe a minute, but my body remembers it like 30. Then he lifted one finger to his lips, like, shh, and closed his eyes, like he was telling me to go back to sleep. And the whole time, that feeling behind me was so intense, like something was there, something bigger, heavier. But the boy didn't feel like part of that. He felt like a buffer. like he was standing between me and whatever the awful presence was. Later, I found out there was a family story. My granddad's uncle, the oldest brother, died unexpectedly in that farmhand room decades ago. No clear cause anyone wants to talk about. Healthy one day, gone the next, and the details are always vague in that way families get when something is not right. So I don't know who the boy is. But if I had to guess, that's the only time I've ever felt like something supernatural was protecting me instead of threatening me. The second big thing happened out at one of the dams on the property, the one all the kids treat like a swimming hole. I was around 13, and I was doing that classic oldest cousin job where you're basically free childcare with a sunburn. There were a bunch of kids, ages like 6 to 12, and one toddler I was keeping an eye on, plus a farm ute that every kid learns to drive way too young on private land. We got out there late afternoon. It was an Australian summer, the kind where everything is bright and buzzing and you swear the air is humming. The kids were playing in the deeper part, and I had the toddler near the shallow edge. Then one of my younger cousins, let's call her Tilly, she was about 9, starts complaining that another kid, Noah, keeps grabbing her ankles underwater. Noah gets mad and swears he isn't. I did what any exhausted teenager would do and just told them to stay away from each other because I didn't want a fight turning into a drowning. As the sun started dropping, I called time. We had a drive back, and my nan was the kind of woman who could scare you into punctuality with just a look. The kids start climbing out, but Tilly is lagging behind. And at first I honestly thought she was being dramatic, like pretending it's hard to get out because she wanted attention. Then she suddenly starts yelling my name, properly panicked. "Something's grabbing me! Help! Help!" I handed the toddler to my older cousin, waded in, and grabbed Tilly under the arms to pull her out. And I felt it. Resistance. Not a kid being stubborn resistance, not a slippery mud bank. It felt like something had hold of her ankle and was actively pulling her back down. And Tilly is tiny. She was all elbows and knees and barely any weight. There is no world where she could have felt that heavy unless something else was adding force. I yanked her up, and she came free like something had let go. And she bolted, straight to the ute. No thongs, no towel, didn't even look back. Which, if you knew her, would be weird enough. But what made it stranger was that she ran barefoot through the prickly weeds without even flinching. That kid normally refuses to walk anywhere if there's even a chance of stepping on a burr. Back at the house, my nan noticed bruising and little cuts around Tilly's left ankle. She didn't make a big deal of it. She's very religious, the kind of person who will quietly acknowledge a presence once in her life and then never speak of it again. But later, when I asked Tilly about it, years later, she told me she thinks she saw a boy's face under the water when she was trying to climb out. Like a pale shape looking up, and then hands reaching. After that, heaps of the girl cousins around that same age had some version of a damn story. Getting tugged, getting pulled down. That place just doesn't feel like normal water sometimes. Now, the third thing is something my whole extended family knows about, even the ones who roll their eyes at ghost talk. We call him the shuffler, but the shuffler doesn't care about fences. He just walks. You don't usually see his face. You'll catch a shape, man height, thin, wearing old-fashioned clothes, and you'll hear the shuffle of fast, stressed steps. Sometimes you can make out bits of muttering, but never a full sentence, like broken radio static. One night, I was about 15, babysitting a pack of cousins while my grandparents went out. The older kids and I knew the rule. Don't acknowledge him. Don't call out. Don't stare. Don't invite interaction. But the younger boys, because of course, decided that was boring. They found a window, waited until the shuffler passed, and started yelling at him through the glass like it was a game. And the shuffler changed. The pacing got tighter. Closer, like he snapped off his usual loop and came right up beside the house. The sound went from somewhere out there to right on the other side of the wall. The boys came sprinting through the house, screaming that he was looking in the windows. So me and two of the older cousins went to the exact window they'd been shouting from, and we waited. And sure enough, when the shuffler reached that spot, he lifted his head. We saw his face for the first time. His cheeks looked hollow, like he hadn't eaten in weeks. His skin was stretched tight, and his eyes were wrong. Mostly white, with this sharp little dark pupil that locked onto us like a pin. He stared for maybe 3 seconds. Then he kept walking. Nothing attacked us, nothing dramatic happened, no flying objects or screaming, but the energy in the house changed, like the air got sour. We all ended up sleeping in the lounge room together that night because nobody wanted to be alone in a bedroom. When my grandparents got home later, my granddad asked who spoke to the shuffler. I said we didn't, because we didn't. He didn't even argue. He just sighed like he'd seen it 100 times. The next morning, there was a path worn into the grass right beside the house, like someone had paced so aggressively and so repeatedly that the plants were crushed down to bare dirt. My nan was furious. The boys got absolutely demolished with chores, and they've never yelled at the shuffler again. And the last thing, I don't even like talking about it, because I don't know how much of it was supernatural and how much of it was my own brain being messy at 14. I was staying on the farm over the long Christmas holidays, 6 weeks because Australia, and my cousins weren't there yet. It was just me, my grandparents, and way too much quiet. One night, I was in bed, and I got that familiar stomach drop feeling, the guilt in your chest sensation that tells me something is close. And instead of doing the smart thing and keeping my eyes shut, I looked out the window toward the clothesline. And there were people. Not one or two. A crowd, maybe 15 or more, standing out there in the dark. They were thin in a sick way, grayish skin. Some of them looked wet, like they'd crawled out of water. And their eyes weren't eyes, more like tiny white points where eyes should be. And the creepiest part? They weren't staring at me. They were staring at the mirror beside my bed. And I know, okay, I know the whole don't have a mirror facing your bed thing. But it wasn't my house, and I was 14, and I didn't get to redecorate my grandparents' room like I owned the place. After a while, they started knocking. But it didn't sound like it was coming from the window. It sounded like it was coming from the mirror. And just to be clear, in the bed situations, it wasn't sleep paralysis. I could move. I was awake. I could sit up if I wanted to, which almost makes it worse because you can't write it off as your body glitching. I've got more stories, especially the ones that happened when I was older and allowed to roam the property at night with my older cousins on motorbikes and quads. But most of the farm stories with the little kids are tamer. More something tugged you than something followed you. And yeah, I have a ridiculous number of cousins. Big Irish Catholic family situation. There's always kids everywhere, and when you're around 12 to 15, you're basically drafted into babysitting. And then once you hit 16, you get replaced by a younger cousin, and suddenly you're free again. It's chaos. It's funny. It's exhausting. But the farm? The farm is the constant. I don't know if old land just holds on to things, or if some places get saturated, like a sponge that never dries out. All I know is I'm not out there doing rituals or chasing ghosts. I'm literally just trying to swim in a dam and sleep in a bunk bed. And somehow, that place keeps finding ways to remind me, you're not alone out here. So, I'm going to tell you about something that still makes my stomach do that slow, awful drop when I think about it. For context, I'm 26 now, but this happened when I was maybe 12 or 13, somewhere around 2011 or 2012. And I'll be honest with you, There are pieces that are fuzzy because of a head injury I had later on. Dates, small details, the exact order of a couple moments. It's not all perfectly stitched together in my head, but the feeling of it, that part is crystal clear. My family and I were road tripping like we'd done a bunch of times, one of those long hauls between states. I want to say we were headed from Washington down toward Oklahoma, but even that part flips around in my memory sometimes. Either way, it was one of those trips where the day has been nothing but highway, snacks, and everybody slowly getting quieter as the sun goes down. We had 2 vehicles because of all the luggage. I was in the SUV with my mom and my little sister. She was around 9. My older brother Ethan was in a smaller sedan with his girlfriend at the time, Mariah, who's his wife now, which is kind of funny considering this story still comes up at family gatherings. It was late, like properly night. We'd been driving through this stretch of road where pine trees packed in tight on both sides, like walls. The GPS, one of those old suction cup ones stuck to the windshield, kept saying we wouldn't hit another town for miles. And then we saw lights ahead. Not just 1 or 2, a little cluster, like a town. And I remember my mom saying something like, maybe the GPS is out of date. Because back then, those things missed small places all the time. Ethan called my mom while we were still coming up on it. He sounded tired, like he was fighting sleep. He told her Mariah had already knocked out, and he didn't think he could safely keep going. My mom, who almost never admits she's tired, paused and said she was feeling it too. So we agreed we'd pull in, find a motel, sleep a few hours, and continue in the morning. Ethan slowed down and tucked in behind us so he could follow our lead into town. And that's when the weird part started. We passed a sign with the town's name on it, and my gut just twisted. Like my body knew something my brain hadn't caught up with yet. I stared at the sign as we passed, trying to lock the name into my memory. I can't tell you what it said. And here's the part that still freaks me out. None of us can. Not my mom, not Ethan, not my sister. We all remember seeing it. We all remember saying it out loud. We even wrote it down later, more than once, because my mom was dead set on never accidentally driving through there again. But the name never stuck. It's like it slid right out of our heads. As we drove deeper into town, everything looked too still. You know how even quiet towns have something? A car going by, a porch light, a dog bark, trash in the gutter, anything that says, people live here. This place didn't have that. The streetlights were on, but they glowed this dull yellow-orange that made everything look sick. The buildings we passed were dark. No parked cars, no movement. And the air felt heavy, like the whole place was holding its breath. I didn't have the words for it back then, but now I know it was anxiety. That prickly feeling on the back of your neck where you suddenly feel watched. We ended up pulling off near a church sitting slightly up on a little rise. The church had one bright white light above the entrance. Clean, normal light. Like it didn't belong with the rest of the town. The parking lot was gravel, and it crunched loud under our tires. I remember thinking, okay, so it's not just me. I was walking near the edge of the light, trying to loosen my legs, when I heard gravel shift. Fast. Like something small sprinted. Across the lot there was this big dumpster sitting mostly outside the light's reach. I could only see the outline of it, but something moved behind it, quick, low, and deliberate. My mom snapped her head toward the sound immediately, like she'd been waiting for anything to confirm her instincts, and she didn't hesitate. Get in the car, now. I remember backing up toward the SUV without turning around. I don't know why. I just couldn't make myself put my back to that dumpster. Ethan and Mariah stayed in their car, and Ethan helped my mom punch in a nearby motel on the GPS. Once it was set, we left the church lot and drove through the rest of town. It was the same the whole way, eerily clean. No trash, no stray signs of life, just those orange lights and empty streets. The GPS led us out to a gravel road that dipped down into this wide open clearing surrounded by thick woods. And sitting there, like it had been dropped out of nowhere, was the motel. Not a modern hotel, more like an old-school two-story L-shaped place with doors facing the parking lot. The check-in office was a separate little building off to the side, lit by one pale, hollow-looking light. The kind of light that makes skin look gray. My mom told us to stay in the cars while she went inside. The office had big windows so we could see her clearly. And this is where it still messes with me, because all of us saw something different. I swear, I saw an older man behind the counter. Thin, hunched, a face like he'd forgotten how to smile. He didn't look surprised to see my mom, just irritated she existed. But my sister later insisted she saw a younger guy, dark hair, tense, like he was annoyed and nervous at the same time. And Ethan said he saw someone else entirely, a middle-aged man with a beard who looked bored, like he couldn't care less about anything. Same moment, same window, 3 totally different people. My mom came out like she'd made a decision before she even stepped outside. She waved Ethan forward, and we parked in front of 2 rooms next to each other. She told us, "Only grab what you absolutely need. We're leaving early." We all agreed way too quickly. Inside, the room felt wrong. That's the simplest way to put it. The air smelled stale, like damp carpet and old cleaning chemicals that didn't quite do the job. My mom and I looked at the beds, and I guess my face gave me away because she said, almost quietly, "You don't want to touch them either, do you?" And I remember this weird little moment where I felt relieved, like, okay, it's not just me imagining this. My sister asked to shower, and my mom went to help her, but the water wouldn't turn on. So my mom called Ethan and asked if my sister could use their shower instead. A few minutes later, Ethan came back to our room fast, like he'd run. He pushed the door open too hard and startled both of us. He didn't even explain at first. He just said, "Pack up, right now. Mom, come here." My sister came in behind him looking pale and shaky, like she was trying not to cry. I asked her what happened, and it took her a second to force the words out. "There was blood," she said, "in the shower. Not like a tiny smear. Enough that it registered. Enough that she backed out and called Ethan, and Ethan called my mom. My mom didn't argue. She didn't go complain. She didn't ask for a refund. She just said, very calm and very firm, 'Put everything back in the car. Get in.' We loaded up and left immediately. We drove back through town toward the highway, and the second I saw those orange lights again, I felt that same awful certainty. We're not supposed to be here. But Ethan needed gas. Right at the edge of town, like the town was already shrinking behind us, there was a gas station. Bright lights, open sign, the whole thing. Still no cars, no employee vehicle, nothing. Ethan pulled up to the pump, and my mom pulled in right beside him. We all went inside together once he started pumping, grabbed drinks and snacks, paid, everything normal for about 30 seconds. And then we walked back out. I was walking next to Ethan, and I remember we were trying to laugh, talking about something dumb just to break the tension. Ethan finished pumping. He was putting the nozzle back when something moved across the far side of the lot. Both of our heads snapped up at the exact same time. There was a shed in the back corner of the station lot, half shadowed, and behind it were trees, tall, dense, and black like a wall. 2 figures darted behind the shed. Fast. Too fast to be casual. Ethan's whole posture changed instantly. He didn't turn to look at me, just said, low and sharp, "Get in the car." And then, like the night itself leaned forward, 3 pairs of glowing eyes appeared above and beside the shed. Yellow amber, bright, fixed on us. And they weren't low to the ground. They were high, higher than the shed line. Like whatever they belonged to was tall enough that the eyes sat above the roof edge. Ethan shouted, not a normal shout, a panic shout. "Get in the car! Now!" I ran. I jumped into the SUV so hard I think I slammed the door. Ethan dove into his car, and my mom peeled out right behind him the second she saw us moving. My mom kept asking what happened because she hadn't seen the eyes from her angle, but my sister had. She was pressed to the window, shaking, telling her through tears what we'd seen. Ethan confirmed it over the phone while he drove. Eyes. 3 sets. By the shed. Too high. No one spoke for a few minutes after that. Just road noise, breathing, the sound of fear settling in your chest. We drove to the next town we recognized, an actual town with normal lights and cars, and checked into a Holiday Inn. Bright lobby, families, vending machines, all of it. Like reality had snapped back into place. And we stayed up for a while in one of the rooms, going over it again and again, trying to make it make sense. The next morning, we tried to look up the town. We couldn't find it. We tried older maps. We asked locals about a town a little ways back on that route. People looked at us like we were confused. They told us there wasn't anything out that way for miles. And that's the part that still sits with me years later. Not just the motel, not just the blood, not even the eyes. It's the way that town felt like it wasn't supposed to exist, and the way its name slipped out of all our minds like it had never been there in the first place. We don't talk about it constantly, but every so often someone will bring it up. Usually Ethan, usually with this quiet look on his face, and we'll all get that same little chill. Because whatever that place was, it left a mark on all of us. So, I've always felt like I have this built-in sensitivity to things that don't fully belong to our everyday world. And I don't mean that in a look-at-me way. It's more like when you stay open to the unknown, sometimes the unknown notices, and it shows up. I've had strange experiences before this one, little pockets of weirdness in different places, but the night I'm about to tell you about, that one genuinely rattled me. Like, I still get that tight feeling in my chest when I replay it. And before I start, I'm going to blur a couple specifics, not because I'm trying to be dramatic, but because it's tied to work, and I don't want people going detective mode and bothering anyone connected to the building. I'm still trying to keep my relationship solid, you know? Okay. This was late December, right after Christmas, when I was temporarily living in Cleveland, Ohio, wrapping up a contract that had me there through the end of the year. I was renting a little place in a hillside neighborhood with these steep streets and old stairways carved into the city. It was beautiful. Cold, but beautiful. And Cleveland had this weight to it. Not in a bad way, just this sense that history was layered deep into the brick and sidewalks. I'd lived in other places, Dallas, Philly, Chicago, even a stint in Manhattan, and sure, you get vibes everywhere. But Cleveland? That year, it was like the veil was thinner. One night, around 9:30, I went to a coworker's holiday get-together. Her name was Marissa. Small party, maybe 10 or 12 people. Her apartment was on the 3rd floor of this older building. The kind of place where you can tell it's been renovated in phases, like someone did the hallways decades ago and then updated the units later to make them feel modern. The hallways up to her door were sad. Dingy carpet, worn stairs, doors that had been replaced with cheap faux wood panels. But here and there, you'd still see these little hints of the original building. Old trim work, Art Deco corners, stuff that made you think, this place has been standing here a long time. Her apartment itself was much nicer. Hardwood floors, newer kitchen, updated lights. When you walked in, there was a big living room straight ahead, a window looking out onto the street. Kitchen off to the right. Then a short hallway back to the bathroom and bedroom. The party was mellow. People drifting between rooms, chatting, laughing, holding plastic cups like it's a ritual. At some point, I ended up sitting at the kitchen table talking to someone. I don't even remember what we were talking about because my brain kept snagging on this feeling. The kitchen felt damp. Not physically wet, just heavy. Like the air had soaked up something old and wouldn't let it go. And then I noticed it. There was this dark door at the edge of the kitchen, glass panel in the top half, but someone had hung a curtain over it like they didn't want the glass to exist. The longer I sat there, the more that door started to feel like it was staring back. Marissa walked in and I pointed at it and said, "Okay, I've been looking at that door for 10 minutes. Where does it go?" And she goes, super casual, "Basement." I stood up immediately. Of course I did. She added, almost too quickly, "But don't use it. The building owner told us not to. The stairs are old and they said it's not safe." I asked what was down there and she was like, "Laundry room, I think. I never use it. There's another way down from outside. And listen, if you tell me don't go in there, you might as well hand me a flashlight and push me toward it. Especially if I've had a couple beers and I'm already feeling like something is off." Tessa was exactly the kind of person who would follow a bad idea into the woods without hesitation. She came in grinning like, finally, something interesting. Marissa, half laughing but also not laughing, said, "If you fall through the stairs, that is not on me." I unlocked the door. It made this sticky, reluctant sound, like it hadn't been opened in ages and the paint was breaking its own skin. I turned on my phone flashlight and peered into this narrow stairwell made of old gray wood. Brick walls close on either side. The air felt colder immediately, like the door had been holding it back. We tested the steps. They felt solid enough, so we started down. It was this weird layout, like a few steps, a little landing, turn, a few more steps. And then the wood ended and the stairs turned to concrete, dropping straight down into darker air. At the bottom was this flimsy white door, slightly open. And right there, right at that threshold, I felt this sudden surge, like a pressure shift, like stepping into a place that had its own weather. I looked at Tessa and she looked at me, and we didn't even have to talk. We both knew we were thinking the exact same thing. Something's down here. We pushed the door open. It was a laundry room, technically, but it looked like a scene that had been abandoned mid-thought. A bare light bulb hung from the ceiling on an extension cord with one of those beaded pull chains. Washer and dryer on the right, tiny slit windows near the ceiling that looked out toward the street. And in the middle of the room, under that dangling bulb, there was a small table and chair sitting on this torn, dirty, indoor-outdoor rug. On the table, a dusty notepad and a chewed-up pencil. Of course, we walked straight to it. I picked up the notepad and brought it closer to the light. And on the page, faint, like it had been written a long time ago, was one sentence. "Don't look behind you." All lowercase. I actually laughed. Nervous laugh, but still. Because part of me was like, okay, that's a prank. Someone's messing with people. I showed Tessa and she laughed too, except the laugh ended the same way mine did, with both of us immediately looking behind us. Nothing. But the feeling got stronger. We noticed fluorescent lights running deeper into the basement, disappearing into darkness like a path. We found a switch near a separate stairwell, the safe one Marissa had mentioned, and when I flipped it, the fluorescent bulbs flickered on one after another down a long corridor. And what we saw was bigger than we expected. Laundry room connected to a long hallway lined with storage cages, wooden partitions, chain-link doors, padlocks, dusty boxes, rolled-up carpets, and at the far end, another open room about the same size as the laundry room, like a long dumbbell shape, stretching maybe half a football field end to end. Tessa hooked her arm through mine without even asking. We walked down the corridor slowly, scanning through the chain-link doors as we passed. Nothing moved. It was just silent in a way that felt intentional. We reached the second room, and across the room, on the far wall, was this standalone wooden storage locker. Newer wood, cleaner, like it didn't belong with the rest of the basement. Also, it didn't have a padlock. Off to the right was a smaller side room, maybe 10 by 10, with no door, just a square opening. We stepped toward it and the temperature dropped so fast it felt like walking into a shadow. Tessa leaned in and whispered, "It just got colder." And we both silently agreed, "That's enough." We started heading back. But halfway to the corridor, something in me pulled. Like my intuition grabbed my collar and yanked. I stopped. Tessa stopped with me, and I turned to look at that newer wooden locker again. We didn't speak. We didn't need to. We walked toward it, slow, careful, like we were approaching an animal that might bolt or bite. 4 feet away, my heartbeat was loud in my ears. Tessa was trembling. I could feel it through her arm. I reached out, hand floating toward the handle, and before my fingers even got close, bang. Then again, bang. Then again, bang. The entire wooden locker shuddered, like something inside it had thrown itself against the door with force. The sound wasn't just loud, it was physical, like it punched the air. We didn't scream. We didn't even have time. We just ran. We sprinted back down the corridor, straight into the laundry room, where a couple other people had wandered down and were calling our names. The second they saw our faces, they panicked too and bolted up the concrete stairs. I made it into the laundry room and spun around, breathing hard, staring down that long, fluorescent-lit corridor. Silence. The locker was still there, unmoved. Door closed. Nothing visible. Just waiting. I yelled, "Who's down here?" because my mind scrambled for the most reasonable explanation. Someone from the party came down another way and decided to mess with us. That's what people do. That's normal. That's explainable. No response. I yelled again, something like, "I know you're messing with us." Nothing. Tessa grabbed me and hissed, "No one's down here. Let's go." And I said, because I was angry now, more than scared, "No, we're checking." One of the other women from upstairs, Lena, hesitantly agreed to stand near the laundry room and watch, like a witness. Like that mattered, but it felt like it mattered. This time, I walked toward the locker with this stubborn confidence, like fear didn't get to win. We reached it. I paused, stared, then just yanked the door open in one violent motion and jumped back. And there was nothing. No person, no objects, no secret entrance, no hidden hatch, no second door. Nothing but the concrete wall it backed up against. The inside was completely empty. The only thing on the floor was a small metal drain, like the kind you'd see in a utility room, with a perforated plate over it. I stared, trying to force reality to make sense. Tessa stared too. We both went pale, like our bodies decided before our brains did. This is wrong. From down the corridor, Lena shouted, "Well, what is it?" And Tessa and I answered at the exact same time, "Nothing." We backed away slowly, not turning our backs until we hit the corridor, then made it up the stairs with that awful feeling of being followed. Except we never heard footsteps. Later, long after, when I couldn't stop replaying it, I texted Tessa like I've done a few times over the years, basically asking, "Please tell me I didn't imagine that. Please tell me you remember it the same way." And she always says some version of, "I remember it exactly, and it wasn't me, and no one was in there." And yeah, that's the night I learned that sometimes the thing that answers your curiosity isn't a person. So, I'm a 40-year-old bloke from the UK, and for as long as I can remember, weird things, the kind you can't quite explain, have had a habit of orbiting my life. But the strangest stretch of it all happened during this short little window back in late 2003 into early 2004, when everything went off. Like reality was just a touch out of alignment. To understand why I ended up where I did, you've got to know my parents weren't exactly the warm and fuzzy type. They weren't addicts, they weren't violent, they were just absent. The sort of people who did the bare minimum: food, clothes, roof, but without any love behind it. And once you were old enough to function on your own, they acted like their job was done. So when I was 18, not long before my birthday, they decided they were moving across the country. And I still remember my mom standing in my doorway like she was telling me the weather. She said they'd bought a place miles away, and there wouldn't really be room for me. No apology, no discussion, no, "What are you going to do?" Just, "We're going. You'll sort yourself out." Luckily, I had a girlfriend at the time, I'll call her Hannah, and her family had been the closest thing I'd had to a support system. Her older brother, Gareth, was going through a rough patch with work and had a spare room, so it became this awkward but workable plan. I'd move in with him for a bit, finish my studies, keep my part-time job, contribute what I could, and try to get my feet under me. Gareth lived in this small town called Loughton, right on the edge of Epping Forest. And when I say edge, I mean it felt like the town had been built inside a clearing and the forest just pressed in from every direction. If you've ever been there, you know the place has a reputation. Ancient woodland, old history, dark stories. The kind of area where people talk about hauntings in that half-joking, half-not way. His flat was above an old shop on a main street. Cobbled road, steep hill, those old timber-framed buildings that look like they've been watching generations pass by. The shop below sold home improvement stuff, windows, doors, that sort of thing, which always made me laugh because the building itself still had these old leaded panes that couldn't be replaced because of conservation rules. To get into the flat, you didn't go in through the front like you'd expect. You crossed this little back drive, and the front door was actually at the rear. Inside was a long, windowless corridor. On the right, first a utility room, then the bathroom. At the very end, a small kitchen and a staircase up to the main living space and bedrooms. It felt like the layout had been cobbled together by someone trying to make a shop building behave like a home. Upstairs, there were 2 big bedrooms and a generously sized lounge. Gareth had a teenage son, I'll call him Lewis, who stayed between Gareth's place and his mum's. No fixed schedule, more like he turned up when he felt like it, and Gareth just rolled with it. The arrangement was, I took Gareth's bedroom, Gareth took Lewis's room, and when Lewis came over, Gareth slept on the sofa. Not ideal, but everyone acted like it was temporary, so nobody made a big deal of it. And for the first few weeks, honestly, it was fine. Gareth became this older brother figure. We'd play Xbox, have a couple of beers, watch football. Lewis treated me like the sort of older cousin you can tolerate, and Hannah would come by and it would feel normal. like I could build something stable from the rubble my parents had left. But then the flat started to feel wrong, and you never felt alone there. Even when you were the only person in the flat, you'd get that weird certainty that someone was nearby. Not imagination, not paranoia. That instinct humans have when there's another presence in the house. Except you'd turn corners and find nothing. I can't remember the exact first thing that happened. The order of events gets fuzzy. But one early moment still plays in my head like a clip from a film. I was alone in the flat one day, rare quiet gap between college and work. I went downstairs to use the bathroom and do laundry. As I came out into that hallway, I caught this waft of Hannah's perfume. And it wasn't subtle. It was her. The exact scent. I remember thinking maybe it was on clothes in the laundry basket, so I carried it down the hall to the utility area, loaded the machine, turned, and I saw her. Just for a second, the back of her, walking the way from me down the corridor toward the kitchen, like she'd just come in and was heading upstairs. So I called out, casually, like, "Han?" Nothing. I called again. Still nothing. I followed, because why wouldn't I? I watched her turn right into the kitchen area by the stairs, and when I stepped into the kitchen a moment later, no Hannah, but the cupboard where Gareth kept that plastic bag full of plastic bags, you know, the one every household seems to have, was open, and the bags were strewn across the floor like someone had yanked them out in a hurry. I stood there holding the laundry basket, just confused. I called upstairs. No reply. Went up, checked the lounge, checked both bedrooms. Empty. I was alone. And I remember this moment where my body just went still. You know when your brain is trying to bargain with what it just saw? Like, I definitely saw her. I did. I know I did. And yet there was nowhere she could have gone in the time it took me to follow. I tidied the bags away because what else do you do? And I didn't mention it immediately. I think part of me didn't want to hear myself say it out loud. But a few days later, I told Gareth, and the color drained from his face. He told me something that had happened not long before I moved in. Lewis, apparently, was prone to sleepwalking. Nothing dramatic, just that mild sort where he'd wander, mutter nonsense, sometimes wake up somewhere random and laugh it off the next morning. One night, Gareth woke up and heard Lewis moving around. He lay there at first, waiting for the usual. The shuffle, the door, then silence. But instead, he heard Lewis open his bedroom door and go downstairs. A bit of time passed, and Gareth decided he'd better check on him. So he went down into that long, dark hallway and saw Lewis standing at the far end, just staring into the utility room. And here's the detail Gareth couldn't shake. Lewis wasn't wandering or swaying like a sleepy kid. He was still, eyes open, fixed. The utility area didn't have a proper door, more like an open arch, and Lewis was standing right at it, looking into the dark like something in there had his full attention. Gareth told me he felt terrified in a way he couldn't explain. Like every instinct in his body was telling him not to go near his own son. But of course he did, because he had to. And the moment he got close, Lewis sort of blinked and came out of it, confused, half awake. Gareth led him back toward the stairs, and when they reached the kitchen, the plastic bag full of bags had been dragged out, bags all over the floor. Gareth had assumed Lewis did it in his sleep, until I told him I'd seen Hannah, and the bags, and nobody else was there. The TV would change channels on its own. The radio would click on and off. Lights would flicker in that irritating way that makes you look up, even though you're trying not to. Once, Gareth and I were watching a match, beers in hand, laughing at something on screen. And we heard this unmistakable rustling sound downstairs. Plastic. Crinkling. moving. We both went quiet at the same time, like we'd rehearsed it. Then we went downstairs together and found the bags again, dragged out, sprawled across the kitchen floor like someone had played with them. At least that time we both heard it, which somehow made it worse. But the one night I still think about, the one that sits at the top of the pile, happened near the end of my stay. For whatever reason, I decided to sleep on the sofa in the lounge. Maybe I felt guilty taking Gareth's room. Maybe Lewis was coming over. I honestly don't remember the reason, just the night itself. I remember the street light glow coming through the old windows, that dull orange wash that makes everything look like it's underwater. I remember the faint chill from the leaded panes. I lay with my head near the arm of the sofa closest to the lounge door, and at some point in the night, I woke up. Not fully, not at first, just that sudden, sharp awareness that pulls you up from sleep like a hook. And I heard this sound. I've never been able to describe it properly. The closest I can get is, imagine the sensation of pins and needles when your foot goes numb, but translated into a noise. A thin, high, prickling kind of ringing. Not loud, just invasive. And then I knew, someone was standing right by the sofa, at the arm, near my head. I didn't see anything. I didn't move. I couldn't. It was like my body had decided for me. Don't react. Don't breathe. Don't give it anything. The cold was intense. Not just the room being chilly, but that deep cold that feels like it's inside your chest. I shut my eyes, pulled the blanket up tight around my shoulders and neck, buried my face into the back of the sofa like a child, and just waited. I remember silently begging whatever it was to leave. Eventually, I must have drifted off again, because the next thing I remember is morning light, and that weird embarrassment you feel after a night like that, like you've done something wrong just by being scared. A few months later, maybe 3, maybe closer to 4, I moved out into my own place like I'd planned. Hannah and I didn't last, not long term. We split a couple of years later, like a lot of young couples do. And over time, I lost touch with Gareth and Lewis too. But I've been thinking about that flat recently, about that corridor, the smell of perfume that wasn't there, the bags, the cold, that sound in the night. Because the truth is, this wasn't the first strange thing that's happened around me, and it wasn't the last. It was just the period where it all clustered together, close enough that you couldn't brush it off as coincidence. And every now and then, something will remind me. A smell, a streetlight glow through a window, and I'm right back there, lying on that sofa, frozen, pretending not to exist. Hey, so I've never really told this story publicly before, and honestly, if you read it and think I'm overreacting or imagining things, fine. I'd almost rather you think that, because the alternative is heavier. People died. People suffered. And even now, years later, I still don't fully understand what happened. I'm going to say everything pretty bluntly, just because that's the only way I know how to get through it without getting lost in emotion. So, the first thing. I was 12 when my dad died. It was right before Easter, like the kind of night where the house feels extra still because everyone's supposed to wake up to something sweet the next morning. Except that night, my dad got out of bed, walked out of the house, and drove to the edge of town. He parked on the shoulder of this quiet road and took his own life in the car. And that's the part that messes with you, you know? Because people always ask, were there signs? And I can tell you there were things, but nothing that screamed, this is where it's headed. It was more like tiny glitches in the way he moved through the world. He started getting weirdly suspicious of my mom, like he'd say stuff about her leaving him, even though she wasn't. He'd suddenly insist nobody liked him, even though his buddy from work, Marcus, kept calling and couldn't figure out why my dad wasn't answering. He'd do these odd little routines, like moving fragile stuff to safer places, and then when something inevitably fell anyway, he'd explode like it was personal. One night, my little sister got a paper cut, and I couldn't find the bandages fast enough, and my dad lost it. Not normal angry, just sharp and panicky. My mom, Lena, is the kind of person who believes in therapy like other people believe in vitamins. She grew up around family chaos and always swore she'd be the get help early kind of mom. And still, she didn't see it. I didn't see it. Nobody did. Or maybe we did, but our brains refused to connect the dots. After he died, we didn't do the whole everything he touched is haunted thing. We kept his stuff. And when I was 13, my mom redid my bedroom and dragged up this old charcoal gray recliner my dad used to sit in every day. Like he lived in that chair. He'd come home, drop into it, and just melt there for hours. I was actually happy to have it in my room. It felt like a piece of him. And then, this is where it gets hard to explain without sounding insane, it started feeling wrong. Not sad, not nostalgic. Wrong. It's like, have you ever been alone and you suddenly get that prickly sense that someone is behind you? That kind of electricity on your skin? It was that, but centered on the chair. I would look at it and feel like it was looking back. And the creepiest part was that the feeling went away if I sat in it. So I started sitting in it more. I even tried sleeping in it once or twice because when I was in the chair, the room felt normal. But if I was in bed and the chair was across the room, I'd get that awful, stomach-dropping feeling that something was watching me from over there. And then one day, midway through high school, it just stopped. Like a switch flipped. The recliner became just a recliner again. But the relief didn't last, because right after that, my closet became the problem. I had this walk-in closet, and if you hear walk-in closet, you probably picture teenage girl heaven. But mine wasn't really a closet. It was basically a narrow little passage that led to the attic access. Every holiday, relatives would tromp up there to grab decorations, and they'd come in and out through my room like it was a hallway. I started keeping the door shut constantly. I stopped hanging up clothes because that meant opening it. I didn't tell anyone because, what do you even say? Hey Mom, my closet feels like it has eyes. But here's the part that still makes my skin crawl. When friends slept over, they'd ask to change clothes, and my closet was the obvious place for privacy. And for over a year, multiple friends would come out of there acting weird, quiet, stiff, like they just walked through cold air. Eventually, one of them admitted it. She was like, I don't like your closet. It feels like something is in there. And I remember this wave of relief washing over me because I wasn't alone. I wasn't making it up. So we did what teenage girls do. We tried to laugh it off. We made jokes that a demon lived in there, but it was fine because the closet was such a mess we'd definitely hear him trip over shoes if he tried to come out. But even while we joked, my nights got worse. I started waking up frozen, unable to move, like my body was unplugged but my brain was wide awake. Sometimes it felt like someone was touching my hair, like fingers combing through it, while I lay there trapped. Once, I swear I saw my little sister, Ruby, standing near the foot of my bed. I was about to ask what she wanted, and then it hit me. Ruby wasn't even home. She was sleeping at a friend's house. I shut my eyes so hard it hurt. I prayed and cried until I fell back asleep. Then I graduated, went off to college, and everything stopped. Like someone took their hands off my life. I slept fine. No creepy corners, no weird closets. I could walk down dorm hallways at night without that buzzing fear. For a while, I convinced myself the whole thing had been grief mixed with teenage anxiety and an overactive imagination. until sophomore year. One night I woke up and I knew I was awake. Not dream awake, awake awake. And suddenly I heard this man's voice right next to my ear. Deep, grown, not familiar. Not coming from across the room, from right there, like someone leaned over me. And at the same time, I felt something touch my ear. Not soft, more like bony fingertips. And the voice whispered, clear as day, goodbye forever. That's all. Just that sentence. I jolted, heart pounding, and I lay there staring into the dark, trying to figure out if I'd dreamed it. But here's the detail that messed with me. My little fitness watch tracked me as awake at exactly that moment. Not tossing and turning. Awake. After that semester, I went home for break, and you'd think I'd dread going back into that house. But when I walked into my room, the closet felt normal. Like, shockingly normal. The door could stay open. No heaviness. No sense of being watched. It was just a closet. And I remember thinking, okay, see? It's done. But then the third thing happened. The one that makes everything feel connected, even though I don't want it to be. By then, my mom had remarried. My stepdad, Daniel, was solid and kind. The type of man who fixes things around the house and actually means it when he asks how your day was. He had a daughter too, my stepsister Elise, around my age. So suddenly I had two little sisters in my orbit, my biological sister Ruby and Elise. Ruby was about 13 at the time and started getting these brutal stomach pains out of nowhere. Random, intense, mysterious. Doctors couldn't find anything. Over time, we started realizing it seemed tied to anxiety, like her body was carrying something her mouth didn't know how to say yet. It went on for years, and then, one day it faded, almost as randomly as it started. And then, when she was 17, she took her own life in her bedroom. Everyone else was home, just in other rooms. Just there. And too late. A few weeks after that, the world shut down for COVID. So we were trapped in that house, grieving, with nowhere to escape. Same house where my father had lived. Same house where the chair and the closet and the night terrors had happened. And now, more than a decade later, another teenager, unrelated to my dad, who never even met him, had died there too. And the hallway outside Elise's room started feeling like my closet used to feel. Not sad feeling, not someone died here heavy. Something else, something off angle, like the air didn't sit right. Our little dog would stand outside her door and bark at the ceiling. The motion sensor light would turn on for no reason. Tiny things, sure, but when you're already shaken, those tiny things start stacking like stones on your chest. One day, I pulled my mom and Ruby aside. I told them everything. My dad, the weird paranoia before he died, the recliner, the closet, the sleep paralysis, the goodbye forever voice, Ruby's stomach pain, Elise's gradual unraveling. And what scared me most was that they didn't laugh. They both got quiet and admitted they'd felt it too. Not the same details, but that same lingering sense that something had been circling our family for years, like a shadow that didn't belong to any one person's trauma. Daniel, my stepdad, thinks we're reading patterns into grief, and honestly, I get why. He's even said, flat out, he'd rather believe we're being irrational than accept the idea that something unseen helped push his daughter toward death. And I don't blame him. If I could choose what to believe, I'd choose the version where it's all coincidence and psychology and bad luck. But still, sometimes I think about my dad driving for work, alone for long stretches. I think about him coming home quieter. I wonder if something latched onto him out there. Some darkness, some sickness of the mind that didn't feel like him. And if it did it stay? Did it drift through that house like smoke? Did it take turns? I don't know. I truly don't know. We don't live there anymore. We moved. There's peace now. Ruby is okay. My mom laughs again, in a real way. Life is steady, normal even. And yet, every so often, late at night, I'll remember that whisper in my ear. Goodbye forever. And I'll feel that old chill in my ribs. Not because I'm trying to be dramatic, because part of me is still standing in that doorway, staring into a dark closet, trying to convince myself that the feeling of being watched isn't real, while my skin insists it is. So, I'm going to tell you this like I'd tell a friend sitting across from me, because I honestly don't know how else to say it. Me and my husband Mason moved into this apartment a while back, early 2023, late winter. I work at a hospital nearby, mostly inpatient psych these days, but I did my time in the ER before that, which is part of why this has messed with my head so badly, because my first instinct is always to explain things. Stress, anxiety, sleep deprivation, some weird mental health spiral, anything that fits neatly into a diagnosis. But what happened here doesn't. Our living room faces this long hallway. It's plain, like someone forgot to finish designing it. No pictures, no windows, nothing. Just this empty stretch that ends in a corner, and our couch sits pointed straight at it, like we're always, constantly, watching the same dead end. At first, I thought it was just me. Little flickers in the corner of my eye, a sound I couldn't place. When I was a teenager, I used to get that all the time when my anxiety was out of control. Shadowy movement, weird peripheral stuff. So when it started happening again after we moved in, I told myself, okay, same old story. You're tired. You're adjusting. Except, it didn't stay small. Over a couple months, it escalated. The most consistent thing, this is the part I hate admitting out loud, was a woman. Pale, too thin, like her bones were doing all the talking. Hair long and stringy, hanging down like wet thread. She'd be in the hallway, just beyond the corner, like she was trying to hide but also making sure I knew she was there, completely still. And then she got clearer, like my brain stopped guessing and started seeing. Daytime, nighttime, didn't matter. I didn't tell Mason. I kept it to myself, because what am I supposed to say? Hey, I think there's a ghost lady in our hallway. I work in acute psych. I know how that sounds. But one night, early summer, June-ish, I was sitting on the couch and I saw her move. Not a blur, not a trick of light. She shifted, like she was stepping out. My stomach dropped so hard I felt it in my throat. I finally said it. I tried to make it casual, like a joke I didn't want to commit to. I think I'm exhausted, I told him, because I swear I just saw a woman in the hallway. And Mason didn't laugh. He didn't tease me. He just got up, took my hand, and walked me into the bedroom, shut the door behind us, like he was trying to put a wall between us and the hallway. Around that same time, other things started stacking up, smaller, but constant. Doors that were closed would be open. Sometimes we'd find a door locked that neither of us remembered locking. Heavy footsteps that seemed to pace behind me when I walked from room to room. The kind of footsteps that sound like someone moving with purpose. Whispers, too. Soft, close, like somebody saying my name right behind my ear. I told myself it was the building. Pipes, neighbors, wind pressure, anything. And again, I still thought it was mostly me. Until one night in July 2023, everything snapped in half. Mason got home from work. I was cooking dinner. He went into the bathroom, and from the kitchen, I heard him saying my name over and over, like I was standing right outside the door. Then he said, "You don't have to knock, just come in." So I called back, confused, and he didn't answer. I walked to the bathroom, and he opened the door looking genuinely annoyed, like I'd been messing with him. He said, "Why were you knocking? Why were you calling my name?" I just stared at him. I wasn't. I tried to rationalize it. I even went back to the kitchen and made noise, tapped cabinets, knocked on the counter, like, maybe this sounds like knocking through the wall. He shook his head. No, it was knocking. And then he started crying. Like, fully broke down, sitting on the couch, hands over his face. When I asked what was wrong, he unlocked his phone and opened his notes app. And I swear to you, it was pages. Months of entries, dates, times, little descriptions, things he'd been seeing and hearing. He'd been keeping a log the whole time, quietly, like he was trying to prove to himself he wasn't losing it. And buried in those notes, again and again, was the same thing I hadn't dared say out loud. A frail woman in the hallway. He'd seen her from the day we moved in. He'd seen her alone. He'd seen her when I wasn't even home. He'd heard footsteps, whispers, and he wrote down something that turned my blood cold. That he'd heard my voice, my exact voice, calling him from the hallway while I was at work. "Come here. Come see." And then he wrote, the voice was coming from the corner. That was the moment we promised each other we'd stop hiding it. No more, maybe it's nothing. If something happened, we said it out loud, immediately. No secrets. Which makes what we did next feel especially stupid. That summer, we brought two things into this place that I still regret like a physical ache. First, we picked up this old framed photograph from a thrift shop. Not JFK this time, but some vintage political portrait, the kind that feels too serious for a living room. We both liked it in this weird way, like it was pulling our attention. We joked it was retro classy. We hung it up. Then, in August, we visited Mason's aunt down south and came back with a childhood keepsake of his, an old wind-up jester doll. Big painted smile, tiny black eyes that never looked friendly. The kind of toy that people pretend is funny but really just makes everyone uncomfortable. His aunt called it Marcel. Marcel was supposed to play music when you wound him, but sometimes he'd make a few notes without anyone touching him. Mason's aunt laughed it off like it was a cute quirk. I called it superstition, but I'll be honest, in the back of my mind, I didn't like bringing that thing home. And here's the part I can't fully explain, even to myself. Right before we left, I got attached to the doll. Like irrationally protective. Like it mattered that we took it. I insisted on it, even though Mason was the one hesitating. We brought Marcel back. After that, the apartment felt busier. Like it had more moving parts. Doors clicking. The hallway feeling charged, like air before a storm. Marcel would be turned slightly on the windowsill when we'd swear we hadn't touched him. Not much, just enough to make you doubt yourself. And the woman still showed up sometimes. We stopped reacting because reacting felt like feeding it. We'd just keep talking, keep moving, pretend it wasn't there. Then came September 2nd, 2023. We came home late after being out. The apartment was completely dark. Mason locked the door behind me, and I stepped toward the living room to turn the lights on. And I saw something sitting in the hallway, right where the woman usually stood. It was Marcel, sitting upright, facing us, like someone placed him there, like he'd been waiting. I spun around and snapped at Mason, furious, like, "Are you seriously doing this to me?" He looked truly confused, which only made me angrier for half a second, until his face changed, until he saw it too. His expression went stiff and scared in a way I'll never forget. He started sobbing, like panicked, helpless sobbing. And I knew then, this wasn't a prank. This wasn't either of us, not the little cheerful wind-up tune. A harsh, ugly screech, like metal complaining, like something trying to warn me or punish me. I didn't even think. I ran outside, still holding it, and hurled it into the dumpster as hard as I could, like I could throw the whole problem away with it. We didn't sleep that night. 2 days later, we adopted a cat, just trying to bring something warm into the space, something normal. The first thing she did when we brought her inside? She padded straight to the end of the hallway, sat near the corner, and stared at the wall. Then she started meowing, low, upset, like she was talking to someone she didn't like. The very next day, Mason and I got into a car accident. Not fatal, thank God, but it left him sore and shaken for weeks, and his back's never been quite the same since. After that, things calmed down. Kind of. The apartment was never fine, but it wasn't as loud. We still heard footsteps, still heard whispers now and then. But the woman showed up less once the cat was here, like she didn't enjoy the audience. Months went by, and we tried to live like normal people again. Then, in January 2024, we finally took down that vintage portrait we'd bought. We'd been side-eyeing it for a while. It didn't fit the space, and honestly, it just made the room feel wrong. So we threw it out. The next day, Mason slipped on ice in the parking lot while he was out alone. Hit his head hard enough to get a concussion so severe the ER doctor told him, straight-faced, that if the angle had been even slightly different, it could have been catastrophic. And now, I'm sitting on the couch again. Same spot, same view down that hallway. The cat is beside me, tense, ears angled forward. And she's there. That pale, thin woman, half hidden beyond the corner, like she's playing the same patient game she's always played. Peek, wait, remind me. Mason's asleep in the bedroom, and I'm not waking him up. Not tonight. Because he doesn't need to know I still see her this often. He doesn't need to know that I'm staring straight down the hallway, and she hasn't blinked once. Okay, so this still gives me chills when I think about it, and it's been years. My partner Eli and I had just signed a lease for this little 2-story place, and we're doing the official walkthrough with the landlord. He owned 2 houses right next to each other, ours and the one next door, and he was acting perfectly normal until we weren't. The house was completely empty. No furniture, no boxes, nothing. Just bare rooms and that hollow sound your footsteps make when a place hasn't been lived in for a while. We're upstairs, standing in one of the bedrooms, and out of nowhere we hear this violent bang, like something heavy fell over or got dropped hard. The kind of sound that makes your stomach flip. All 3 of us freeze, like dead still. Eli and I look at each other. Then we look at the landlord, and his face is... I don't know how to explain it. He looked like someone had just whispered something horrible in his ear. He goes, really quietly, "You heard that too, right?" We search every room, closets, cabinets, the stairs, under the sinks, everything, and there's nothing. Nothing fallen, nothing broken, no animals, no reason. So we finished the tour anyway because what are you going to do? Pretend it didn't happen? And we're outside by Eli's SUV, just trying to laugh it off, when suddenly the car starts freaking out, lights flickering, the alarm going off in these weird, stuttering bursts. Not the normal pattern, like it couldn't decide whether to scream or whisper. The landlord's whole vibe shifts into, "I want to be anywhere but here." He shoves the paperwork into my hands, mumbles something like, call if you need anything, and basically speed walks to his car and leaves. And I'm not proud of this, but I sat in Eli's driver's seat and cried. Full on. Because I was convinced we had just signed a lease with something that did not want us there. I went home and spiraled, Googling lease loopholes, legal terms, anything. But you know how it goes. A couple weeks pass, you start explaining it away. Old house noises, electrical issues, coincidences. So we moved in. Move-in day, door opens, and this tiny black cat rockets out between our legs like it's escaping prison. I had 2 friends helping us move, and all of us saw it. All of us heard the little paws skittering on the floor. It was real. We searched for it, thinking maybe it had been trapped inside, and that's what caused that bang during the walkthrough. But we couldn't find it anywhere. No cat, no trace, nothing. And that's when the weird stuff started feeling consistent. Lights flipping on and off, smoke alarms going off randomly, the TV changing channels or blasting volume like it was possessed by a teenager with a remote. Doors that we knew we shut, just open. I told my friend Maris, who's one of those people that's calm about spiritual stuff in a way that makes me feel both comforted and deeply unsettled. And she's like, honestly, that doesn't sound hostile. She explained it in this really steady way, like neutral presences tend to do attention-grabbing things, and the nasty ones escalate into intimidation. Throwing things, moving furniture, marks, that kind of thing. She even said the walkthrough stuff sounded almost like excitement, like the house had been quiet for a long time and something was like, oh, people, finally. At the time, I rolled my eyes. Now, I kind of get it. Then we got friendly with our neighbor next door, Tessa, who lived in the other house owned by the same landlord. And she's asking us these careful little questions about the place, like she's testing the water. Finally, I'm like, okay, you're clearly holding something back. What's going on? That night, she's in bed, settling in, and she sees what looks like paw prints forming on her blanket. Like something invisible is stepping in circles, trying to find the perfect spot. Then the blanket dips, like a little animal sits down, and her dog starts barking at the bed like it's losing its mind. She turns on the light, and obviously there's nothing there, but she's shaken. And then she has this dream. She's sitting outside on the back porch, having tea with this older woman named Mabel, and Mabel's got a black cat curled up in her lap like it's the most normal thing in the world. Tessa wakes up freaked out, starts cleansing her house, telling Mabel, out loud, to leave. Then she goes into work the next day, determined not to say anything. And the landlord brings it up first. He goes, "This is going to sound crazy, but I had the weirdest dream last night. I was having tea with an old woman named Mabel, and she had a black cat on her lap. Like, come on." They tried digging into the property history. The place had been vacant for a while, bought cheap after a foreclosure. No clear record of who lived there right before. It was all a bunch of guesses, but the dream coincidence felt too specific, too shared. And that's when I started doing something that sounds ridiculous but genuinely helped. Because we never felt threatened. Scared, yes, but not like we were being hunted. It felt weirdly domestic sometimes, almost protective, like a presence that wanted to be noticed, not feared. And I'm telling you, my electric kettle would click on by itself more than once. Not every day, but enough times that I'd stand there like, are you kidding me right now? So I started talking out loud, mostly joking, mostly to keep myself from panicking. A light would flicker and I'd be like, "Hi, Mabel." Or something would happen and I'd go, "Okay, very funny, stop showing off." And the activity calmed down. Like it just wanted acknowledgement. Like once it got that, it didn't need to shout anymore. But then, there was one night. The night that still sits in my chest like a stone. Eli and I were asleep upstairs, bedroom at the top of the stairs. I wake up because I hear something, some faint sound that doesn't belong, and instantly I realize I can't move. Full sleep paralysis. I had it as a kid, so I recognize it right away. That horrible trapped in your own body feeling. You're awake, but your body isn't online yet. I'm trying to blink harder, trying to force my fingers to twitch, trying to make anything happen. And then, out of the corner of my eye, I see a shape in the doorway. A dark figure. Not detailed, no face, no clothing. Just a person-shaped void, standing perfectly still in the frame of our door. My heart is hammering. I'm sweating. And the terror is so sharp it feels physical, like cold metal. And I remember thinking, I'm going to die and I can't even scream. It goes on for what feels like forever. Minutes. Endless minutes. And then, suddenly, the hallway light clicks on. And at the exact same time, this warmth floods my whole body, like a tingly heat washing over me from head to toe. And I swear to you, I heard, clear as if someone leaned down beside my ear, "You're safe." And instead of fighting, instead of snapping into panic like sleep paralysis normally does, I just drifted back to sleep, like someone turned the fear off, which has never happened to me. Ever. Sleep paralysis ends with you clawing your way back into movement, usually sobbing or gasping or shaking. You do not just peacefully fall asleep again in the middle of that. Later, I wake up for real. I can move this time. I'm crying, shaking Eli awake, telling him what I saw, telling him there was something in the doorway, because he says, I just had a dream. And Eli never remembers dreams. He tells me he dreamed we were asleep, and a dark figure came in through the back door, left it open, walked through the house like it knew exactly where to go, went up the stairs, and stopped at our bedroom doorway to watch us. And in the dream, he couldn't wake up, couldn't shout, couldn't move, like he was floating above it all, watching it happen but trapped. And the moment he says this, we both just stare at each other. And neither of us wants to move. But we do. We get up, we go downstairs, and the stairway light is on, and the back door is wide open. Not cracked, not unlatched, open. We were obsessive about locking up, like annoying about it. Check it twice, sometimes 3 times. And it was a heavy door. It didn't just drift open. We searched the whole house, every room, every closet, under the stairs, nothing. And the creepiest part? Nothing was taken. We had keys, wallets, everything right near the entrance, untouched. So to this day, we don't know what happened. I don't know if it was a real person and somehow nothing came of it, or something else. Something that felt wrong in a way the other activity never did. But the hallway light, the one that always flickered, the one that felt like Mabel's little signature, that light turning on right when the warmth washed over me. It felt like an intervention, like something stepped in and said, not tonight. After that, we got a doorbell camera, and the house went quiet for a long time, almost like it was exhausted, like whatever was there had spent everything it had. Eventually, the little signs came back, small, harmless things. But that night changed us. Because whether it was human or not, we both felt it. We were in danger, and something protected us. Not long after, Tessa moved out, and later Eli and I moved into the house next door. And the difference was immediate, like walking out of a crowded, noisy room into a silent field. Peaceful, still, normal. But every once in a while, I'd light a candle anyway. Not out of fear, more like respect. Because it's been about 4 years now, and I still think about that hallway light, and that warmth, and those words, "You're safe," and how impossible it felt to be pulled gently back into sleep while something watched from the doorway. And I don't know what you believe, but I'll tell you this. I've never forgotten the feeling that we weren't alone in that house. And on the scariest night of our lives, we weren't unprotected either. Okay, so I've never really known how to tell this story without sounding like I'm either auditioning for a horror movie or admitting I should have been in therapy a lot sooner. But you're here, you're listening, and I'm just gonna tell it the way it happened. So, the first weird thing, like the first time I felt that, oh, something is in here with me, feeling, was one night when I was sitting in the living room with all the lights off, pitch black. I was waiting for my mom to finish brushing her teeth before we went upstairs, because I didn't like walking around the hallway alone at night. I was just sitting there, trying to be brave, staring into the dark like that helps. And then, right behind me, someone wolf whistled. Not like from across the room, not like from the hallway. I mean, right behind me, like it was aimed into my ear. I spun around so fast I nearly fell off the couch. There was nobody there. Nothing. Just the living room, the dark, and my own heartbeat trying to climb out of my throat. When Mom came out, I asked her, "Did you just whistle at me?" She looked at me like I'd grown a second head. She was like, "No?" And the thing is, none of us could whistle. Not properly. Not at that time. We'd all tried, and it was always just sad little puffs of air. But I laughed it off. Because what else do you do? And I started jokingly calling whatever it was, Rory. I picked the name because my older sister hates it for no reason, like it genuinely creeps her out. So I was like, fine, if it's gonna hang around, I'm naming it something that annoys you. A few days later, my cat started acting wrong. At first I thought it was Thunder, or maybe one of the other pets had gotten stuck somewhere. But I was lying in bed and I felt this low vibration through the mattress, like a tiny engine. And I realized it was her, growling, like a full, deep, warning growl. Not playful, not annoyed. I picked her up and she was stiff and shaking. I thought maybe she wanted to go outside, so I opened my bedroom door to let her out. The second the door cracked open, she bolted. Not down the stairs, not toward her food, straight into the hallway, and then she stopped at the edge of the darkness and stared down it like she was watching something move. She sat on my bedroom threshold, growling into this black corridor, and then she did this thing that still makes my stomach turn when I remember it. She crept behind my door frame and kept peeking around it, like she was hiding from something but couldn't stop checking where it was. My brain immediately went, someone broke in. Because honestly, that's the least paranormal explanation, right? So I tiptoed out, heart banging, and I flicked the hallway light on. Nothing. No person. No shadow. No other cats. Just the normal hallway. Too normal, like it was mocking me. I scooped her up again and walked her down the hall anyway, room by room, like she was a tiny fuzzy guard dog. I could feel her heart hammering against my arm, and she was trembling so hard it felt like she might vibrate right out of my hands. Then I put her down in the room she'd been staring at, and she immediately started sniffing. Every corner, every spot on the floor, like she was checking for a smell. And then, just like that, she calmed down, like the danger had left. I was standing there thinking, okay, so it wasn't a person, but it was still something. After that, the house started doing little things. Small, stupid things that you can almost explain away if you try hard enough. Like one afternoon, I watched my makeup brush, lying on the floor where I'd dropped it, roll across the room by itself. Not tip, not wobble, roll, like someone nudged it. Not a big dramatic shake, just this steady little movement, like someone on the other side was testing it. Tap, tap, wiggle. Then again. And it didn't happen once. It happened for hours, night after night, for weeks. I'd lie there staring at the door like if I stared hard enough, it would stop being real. Sometimes I'd call out, very stupidly, "Mom?" even though I knew she was asleep. Sometimes I'd whisper, "Stop it," like you can scold whatever that is, like it's a naughty child. And then one day, it stopped. Completely. 2 whole months went by with nothing. No brush rolling, no handle twitching, no cat growling at empty air. I started telling myself I'd imagined the whole thing, or I'd been overtired, or I'd watched too many scary videos online. You know, anything reasonable. And then I woke up one night and I couldn't breathe. I woke up already panicking, like I'd been yanked out of sleep mid-drown. And I swear to you, it felt like hands were around my throat. Pressure. Firm. Real. Like thumbs pressing in. My brain did that awful thing where it tries to make sense and can't. Like, this isn't possible. This isn't possible. This isn't... I was seconds away from blacking out again when I jerked, tried to sit up, and reached for my neck. The second I moved, it stopped. I sat there clutching my throat, gulping air like I just surfaced from underwater. And the room was silent. The kind of silence that feels like it has weight. 2 days later, it happened again. Same thing. Wake up, choking, pressure, panic. That cold, awful certainty that something was right there. And then, nothing. 3 months, nothing at all. And I almost wish it had stayed that way, because what happened after was somehow worse. Not because it was more violent, but because it was so personal. One morning, I woke up feeling this weird sting on my left shoulder. On the back of it, where you can't really see properly without twisting like a pretzel. I went to the mirror, and there it was, an actual bite mark. Human-shaped, like teeth. Not massive, not animal, just a person bite. And I hadn't been bitten the day before. Nobody in my house is out here biting shoulders in the night, okay? And I'm small. I'm not built like some contortionist who can chomp their own shoulder blade. It wasn't possible. I stood there staring at it, and I remember laughing, like a shaky, disbelieving laugh, because what do you even do with that? So I went back to joking. I started saying the name again, Rory, like it was some little prankster ghost roommate. I'd say dumb stuff like, "All right then, Rory, if you're here, do something," or "Possess me if you're so brave," trying to make it funny, trying to make it smaller than it felt. And then one night, somewhere between midnight and 2, I was sitting on the edge of my bed talking to myself, just thinking out loud, you know? The house was quiet, and suddenly I felt this cold. Not it's winter cold, not a draft cold. I mean ice in your bones cold. I actually remember thinking, wow, it got cold fast. And then immediately after that, I felt something else. That sensation like you're being watched so hard it almost burns. And I knew, somehow I just knew, it was from the hallway, from behind my bedroom door. I froze, like fully froze. I've been scared before. I've jumped at noises. I've run up the stairs after turning off the lights. I've done the usual stuff. But this was different. My body would not move. It felt like my muscles locked up while my brain screamed. My hands went numb. My chest was tight. And the cold didn't just surround me. It felt like it was coming toward me. It felt low, like it was on all fours. I sat there for, I don't even know, maybe 20 minutes? It felt like an hour, just staring at my door, barely breathing, feeling those invisible eyes on me. And then, as suddenly as it started, it eased, like pressure lifting, like the air relaxing. When I could finally move again, I yanked the door open because, I don't know, part of me wanted to prove I wasn't losing it. The hallway was empty, nothing out of place, nothing weird, just the same boring hall I'd always had. After that, things didn't really happen to me anymore. Not directly. But my life changed. My baby sister was born. She's not even a year old, and she does this thing where she'll just stare into one corner of the living room, like she's locked onto something. Not smiling, not tracking a toy, just staring. And I know babies stare at nothing sometimes. I know that. But it's the same spot, over and over. Like that corner has something in it that the rest of us can't see. And then there's me. I'd never fainted in my life, not once. And then, out of nowhere, I fainted twice in the same month. No illness, no explanation, just lights out, waking up confused on the floor. Mom has her own stories too. She's told me she'll hear my other sister calling for her, clear as day, when that sister is fully asleep. And she's mentioned seeing what looks like a head peeking around a door frame, like someone checking if the coast is clear. So, I don't know. Sometimes I tell myself it was stress, or sleep paralysis, or my brain connecting random events into one creepy narrative because that's what brains do. But then I remember the whistle, right in my ear, and the bite mark, and my cat shaking like she'd seen death itself. And the strangest little detail of all, this always makes me pause. After that first whistle in the dark, I could whistle. For the first time in my entire life, I could whistle like it was nothing, like someone flipped a switch in me. So yeah, was it a spirit? Or am I just not okay? I honestly don't know. I just know the house felt less empty than it should have. And hello everyone, welcome back to the Paranormal M channel. How's your day going? I've been so excited for this moment, just being here with all of you. Drop a comment and tell me where you're watching from. I'm always reading them. Thank you so much for supporting the Paranormal M channel. And don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. So, I've been sitting with my thoughts the last few days, Just kind of replaying the past few years in my head. And out of nowhere, this whole stretch of time came rushing back to me, like my mind dug it up on purpose. It started in 2021, when I moved into this upscale apartment complex just outside Boston. It was one of those places that looks like a hotel. Bright lobby, polished hallways, everything luxury on paper. And for the first week, it actually felt like I'd finally landed somewhere safe. Then things got off. About a week after I moved in, someone crashed into the parking garage door. The door had one of those sensors where it lifts automatically when you drive up. After the crash, it barely worked, and it took forever to get fixed, like months. That alone was annoying, but then the key fobs started acting weird too. Some days they'd work on certain doors. Some days they wouldn't work at all, like nothing would open. Picture this. I'm coming home carrying groceries, going door to door around the entire building like I'm trying to break into my own place, because every entrance just refuses to recognize me. There were nights I ended up slipping in through the garage because it was the only way. And it's hard to explain, but the whole thing felt deliberate, like the building was deciding when to let me in. Then one evening after work, I pulled into the garage and I saw something that still makes my stomach tighten when I think about it. There was this jester-looking figure, black and white outfit, like a checker pattern, crouched low beside another car. And it wasn't looking at me directly. It was watching me through the car's side mirror, like it wanted me to notice without fully turning its head. I froze. I remember my hands gripping the steering wheel so hard my knuckles hurt. And the second I realized it was focused on me, I backed out and left the garage entirely. And it followed me. Not for long, maybe a couple 100 feet down the street, but long enough that my brain couldn't explain it away as a prank. It wasn't a ghost, but it also didn't move like a normal person. The best way I can describe it is, it felt like a spirit wearing a shape, something pretending. After that, I tried to convince myself it was a one-time thing. Stress, lack of sleep, city weirdness. But then came the morning with the smell. It was a Saturday, early, around 8 a.m., and I woke up because something in the air felt wrong before I even opened my eyes. And the smell, I don't even know how to describe it properly. Like burnt fruit and alcohol. Like someone had scorched peach schnapps and pumped it through the vents. It wasn't smoke exactly. It was chemical and sweet and ruined. At the same time, my neighbors down the hall were being loud, shouting, arguing. A couple, and they spoke a language I didn't understand, so it wasn't like I could make out what was happening. But the volume and the intensity of it felt like it was bleeding straight through the walls. My apartment had two views. One side looked toward a little strip with a liquor store, and the other side overlooked this lot where yellow school buses were parked, like a staging area. So the first thing I did was go to the bedroom window and look out at the bus lot. And there he was. A person, at least shaped like a person, wearing a rabbit mask, dressed head to toe in black, standing still and staring right up at my window. At first, he was in the middle of the lot. Then he climbed onto one of the parked buses, sat or crouched inside it for maybe half a minute, and then stepped back out and looked straight at me again. And what messed with me the most was the security guard. There was always a guard near that lot, always. But that morning, there was nobody. No guard, no car, nothing. I kept watching because I didn't know what else to do. He walked up and down between the buses, slow and deliberate, never fully breaking eye contact. And then I went to the living room window, the side facing the liquor store, and I saw this red beam of light cutting through my living room. Not like a glow, not like a reflection I could easily explain. It was a sharp, straight line of red light, like something was aiming through the window into my apartment. I couldn't even figure out where it came from. I remember stepping back so fast I nearly fell. That's when I panicked in a way I don't usually panic. I grabbed my phone and tried calling 911, and my calls kept dropping. Over and over, like it would start to ring and then just die. So I called an Uber. I threw a few things in a bag, and yeah, I grabbed something for protection. Not because I wanted to do anything, but because my body was screaming at me that I wasn't safe. I took the Uber to a casino a couple hours away and stayed there for a few days, because it was the first place I could think of that had cameras, people, lights, something solid. But even on the way there, the road felt wrong. There were broken down cars in weird spots, like they'd been abandoned mid-thought. And when I got close to the casino, I swear I saw these strange figures outside. People standing too still, moving too sharply, watching cars go by like they were waiting for something. I told my friends who lived out of state. I told them everything. Most of them didn't believe me. You know that feeling when you can hear someone's doubt through the phone? Like they're listening politely, but already filing it under, "You're stressed." I begged one of them to call the police on my behalf because I couldn't get through. I didn't even know what I wanted the police to do. I just wanted someone official to acknowledge that something was wrong. When I finally went back after the weekend, I called out of work that Monday. I slept like my body had been poisoned. I woke up feeling grimy, foggy, like I'd been breathing dirty air. And then the building's fire alarm went off. The whole building, full alarm. And it wasn't one of those quick chirps, it was the real thing. I ran out, down the stairs, outside into the courtyard with everyone else. And when I got out there, the lights lining the walkway, those expensive modern path lights, were smashed. Not one or two, like 10 of them in a row, shattered like someone went down the line destroying them on purpose. I called the management office and they told me the fire alarm was just an electrical issue. An electrical issue. like that explained everything. And then a wave of new tenants moved in, all at once. I don't mean like a few people over a week. I mean it felt like an entire floor changed over in a day or two. Moving trucks, unfamiliar faces, non-stop activity. It gave the building this strange feeling, like the atmosphere shifted. That summer, I went on a run one morning and got startled near a railroad crossing because I felt something shove me. Not a bump, not me tripping. A push, right before the crossing, like a hand in the center of my back. I stopped so fast my shoes scraped. My heart was pounding. I looked around and there was nobody close enough to have done anything. After that, I changed my route completely. And during that same period, I started noticing people everywhere who just didn't seem right. Like I'd go into a cafe or a restaurant, and there would be groups of people moving in these unnatural ways. Too synchronized, too stiff, like they were acting out what they thought normal looked like. They'd talk in this odd cadence, laugh half a second too late, turn their heads too sharply, stare too long. It sounds dramatic, but it felt like watching something imitate humans without really understanding how humans work. Eventually, I got a better job and moved away. And I remember thinking, okay, that chapter is over. I'm not going to carry this with me. But about a year after I moved, I was talking to a friend. His name was Marcus, who had moved into that same building around the same time I did. He told me he'd been reading posts online about people in that city being murdered over the years, and that the investigations always went cold. He said the rumors went back decades. And then, a year after that conversation, Marcus was murdered in that same city. They found him in an abandoned house. The police put out a statement, and then nothing. It's been well over a year since. No updates, no closure, just silence. And that's when the question I'd tried not to ask finally came out of me. What if that place is influenced? Not just dangerous, not just corrupt, but spiritually wrong. Like something's rooted there. I even talked to an old coworker about it, and they told me this story, how they were robbed at knife point once and got cut on the hand. They ran until they found a police officer, held up their bleeding hand, begging for help. And the officer looked at it, smirked, and drove away. They had to drive themselves to the hospital. So when I lay all of it side by side, the malfunctioning access, the figures, the red beam, the feeling of being targeted, the way help just evaporated when it was needed, it's hard not to wonder if the whole area is under some kind of darkness, something that makes people cold, something that makes truth slip through cracks. And the part that really messes with me? Even after I left, even after I moved down to Connecticut, I still started noticing strange things. Not as intense, not as concentrated, but enough to make me feel like whatever I brushed up against back then didn't fully let go. And I don't tell this to scare you. I'm telling you because it happened, and because carrying something like that alone makes you feel crazy. So when I say I've been reflective lately, that's what I mean. Because I don't know what that was, but I know it was real. So this all really kicked off after I got into it at home and ended up staying with my grandma. I'm 16, and I'm still dealing with this stuff now. We live out on the res, and I know people will have opinions about that, but I'm just telling you straight. The vibe out here can get weird in a way that's hard to explain unless you felt it. At first, it was little things that didn't feel little. Footsteps on the roof. Knocks inside the walls, like somebody testing the house. And the thing that always came first, always, was this awful, hope-sucking feeling. Like someone poured cold water down my spine, but emotionally. The kind of dread where you're not even scared yet, you just know something's wrong. Then it shifted to my window. I sleep upstairs, and there's a big walkway outside my room, so knocking there shouldn't even be possible unless someone's actually up there. Night after night, I'd hear tapping, then pounding. I stopped sleeping, for real. I picked up a night shift just so I wouldn't have to lie in bed listening. And when I got home early, like 2 or 3 a.m., still black outside, I wouldn't go into my room at all. I'd sit at my grandma's computer and play games until sunrise, because for some reason it always felt worse when it was dark and quiet and I tried to sleep. A few weeks after that, me and my friends decided we were going to have a little party, just 5 of us. Nothing huge. My grandma's land is massive, like this long stretch of pasture that feels like it goes on forever. At the far end, there's this steep hill that drops down to the main road. That night there was no moon. None. Just black sky. I had my phone flashlight and, yeah, I had a handgun tucked away too. Not even trying to act tough. I just thought it was funny at the time, and I didn't like walking out there in the dark. I had to cross the whole pasture to meet them and guide them in. At first, nothing happened. It was quiet, just my footsteps and the grass moving in the wind. Then halfway through, I heard howling way off in the distance. Not normal coyote howling. Something stretched out, like a scream trying to pretend it was an animal. I sped up, heart hammering. And then the wind shifted. This smell hit me so hard I actually gagged. Like sweat, rot, and garbage all mixed together. Like something had been sleeping in a dead pile for days. I kept walking, and when I reached the hill and started down, I could hear branches snapping in the trees. Scratching. Then, gravel crunching behind me, like someone else was walking down the slope too. I told myself it was one of my friends messing with me, but it didn't sound right. Too steady. Too close. And then, I just stopped. That's the part that freaks me out the most, because it didn't feel like I chose to stop. It was like my body hit a pause button and my brain didn't get a vote. The crunching behind me stopped too, right behind me. I turned around, and I saw it. A tall, skinny figure, darker than the night around it, like it was made out of shadow instead of skin. Way too tall, arms too long, standing only a few feet away like it had been right there the whole time. I didn't even think. I ran. I ran so hard my lungs burned and my vision blurred. I hit the bottom of that hill and met my friends, and I was trying to talk, but the words were tripping over themselves. They believed me enough to be nervous, but we still tried to keep the night going because that's what teenagers do. You tell yourself it's fine because the alternative is admitting you're scared. So we walked back toward my grandma's place, tried to get in, totally failed, and went back to the shed to just hang out. At one point, my friend Caleb was messing around with the gun, not pointing it at anyone, but still being an idiot, and it went off. The shot cracked across the field like lightning. My stomach dropped. I panicked and ran back toward the house to make sure my grandparents didn't wake up. While I was gone, the others stayed in the shed. And here's what they told me when I came back, and I still get chills thinking about it. They said they started hearing knocking, not on the shed, but like on the outside walls, moving around, like something circling them. And then they heard my voice from outside, calm, like normal me, saying, "Come out, I want to show you something." They were about to crawl out too, because they thought it was me messing with them. Then I came walking up from the direction of the house. They were furious at first, like, "Why would you do that?" And I was like, "I didn't. That wasn't me." And the second they realized I wasn't lying, the whole group just went quiet. Like everyone's brain finally agreed, whatever that was, it can copy. We waited until morning and got out of there. After that, the weird stuff didn't stop. It just changed forms. One night I was outside having a smoke, trying to calm down, and I heard whistling in the trees. But not like a person whistling a tune. It sounded like something slicing through the air, like an arrow, but also kind of human and kind of animal. It didn't fit anything I knew. I searched and searched and found nothing that matched. Then came the dreams. The first one, I crashed at my friend Rowan's place. We got way too high, I passed out, and then I woke up in a forest. Except it didn't feel like a normal dream forest. It felt too real, too sharp. I started walking, confused, and something ran past me so fast I barely caught it. But I saw enough. It was tall and thin and gray, like it hadn't eaten in months. The skin was stretched so tight you could see the shape of the bones underneath. Not like a horror movie monster, like something that should not exist. Something wrong on a level my brain didn't know how to handle. I snapped awake and I couldn't move. Full paralysis. I stared into the dark, terrified to even blink, and I didn't sleep again the rest of that night. Then later, me and my friends went to this park, Tekakwitha Park, and we were being stupid, like purposely taunting, saying things you don't say. And nothing really happened at first besides hearing what sounded like a little girl screaming far off. We were like, okay, creepy, but we kept walking. Then right as we're standing by the truck about to leave, we hear this screech. Not animal, not human. Something raw and sharp, like the sound itself wanted to hurt you. We jumped in and peeled out. After that, we stopped at a library near the college to charge our phones. People always talk about weird sightings around there. We're standing outside, plugged into the wall, when Rowan goes to pee behind the building. A second later, he yells for us like something's wrong. We run over, and he points into the trees. 2 dark figures, just standing there. Too tall, too still. We bolted back to the truck, and as we ran, I heard hissing behind us in the brush, like something mad that we noticed it. We got out of there. And the last big thing was camping. We went out to this place called Sika Hollow. Everybody has stories about it. Big forest, heavy energy, the kind of place where you feel watched even in daylight. On the drive there, my friend Mason had this little cross necklace. When we got there, it was gone, just missing. We tore the truck apart, searched the ground, nothing. It was dark while we were setting up. We heard coyotes in the distance and shrugged it off. Then we heard something else, like laughing mixed with screaming, mixed with howling. The kind of sound that makes your whole body tense up. We got into the tent, tried to act chill. Then Mason noticed this bump in the side of the tent, like something leaned on it from outside. He pushed back with his hand, just joking at first, and then he stopped smiling because he realized it wasn't the tent flexing. Something was pushing back. We got quiet, laid down anyway, pretending we could just sleep and ignore it. Then we heard leaves crunching outside. Slow steps, that same weird whistling in the trees. And out of nowhere, a huge gust of wind slammed into the tent like it was trying to fold it in half. The whole thing collapsed sideways, like the air itself wanted us out. The tarp ripped loose and flapped away, and suddenly we could see the dark sky through the mesh like we were sitting in the open. Our truck battery had died earlier while we were setting up, so leaving wasn't even an option. We did the only dumb thing we could think of. We smoked a bunch, tried to knock ourselves out, and eventually passed out. And then I had the second dream, or whatever it was. I was half awake, half asleep. I heard something outside the tent and pulled my blanket over my head like that would save me. And then I felt it. That same draining feeling, but 100 times worse. Like something was prying at my soul, peeling hope off me layer by layer. I felt this horrible certainty that I was alone. Not just no one can help me, but like spiritually alone. Like there was no God nearby, no protection, nothing. Just me and whatever was outside. Then I heard the tent zipper move, and I realized I couldn't move. I tried to call out for Mason. All I could do was make these weak sounds. And I heard a voice snap back, angry, like, "What?" But it wasn't coming from inside the tent. Then something grabbed my leg, not hard, almost gentle, and started pulling. I woke up. I was still paralyzed for a second, then slowly I could move again. I woke everyone up, told them what happened, and they were pale and quiet, like they already knew something was wrong but didn't want to admit it. We waited out the rest of the night. When morning finally hit, we threw everything into the truck, and thank God the battery decided to work. As we were driving away, Mason told me he looked at his phone when I woke everyone up. It was 3 a.m., and he didn't tell us at the time because he didn't want us to panic. Honestly, I get it. But that's the thing. So much of this happens around that hour, and every time, it starts the same way, with that sinking, hope-draining feeling, like something is getting close, and letting me know it wants me to feel it. I used to be the biggest skeptic. Like, I'll happily watch ghost shows at midnight. I'll jump at every horror movie scare. But believe in any of it? No, not me. I always had some practical explanation ready. A drafty old house, a settling floorboard, people reading too much into shadows. And then my husband got sick. It was back in 2021, right in the thick of the COVID surge. We'd been married almost 3 decades. He'd lived with asthma for years, but that night it wasn't just a bad attack. It was terrifying. He couldn't catch his breath, and before the paramedics even got him out the door, he went into cardiac arrest. I'll never forget the number because the medics said it out loud, like he was anchoring himself. They did CPR for nearly 20 minutes. They got his heart back in the ER, and then nothing. 2 months of a coma. 2 months of me sitting beside machines, holding his hand, hearing doctors gently suggest things no wife wants to hear. Life support, quality of life, if he wakes up. But he did wake up. Not the same, not fully. He survived, but the oxygen loss left its mark. He's in a wheelchair now, mostly bedbound, and his short-term memory, it comes and goes like water through your fingers. Still, he can talk. He can laugh. He knows me. He reacts to the people around him. He's here. When he first came home, I moved into my daughter Marissa's place for a few months because I needed help caring for him. She'd bought this house a few years earlier, and she used to say, completely serious, that it was haunted. She even smudged the place with sage more than once. I teased her for it constantly. I'd tell her, "Mari, your house isn't haunted. It's old. That's all." Then my husband started seeing people who weren't there. The first time, it was dinner. Just a normal night. Plates clinking, kids talking, the TV murmuring from another room. I'd pulled his wheelchair up next to the table so he could eat with us. Out of nowhere, he got irritated. Like genuinely annoyed. He says, "Can you tell that woman to sit down? She's making me crazy." I blinked. "What woman?" He pointed toward the kitchen. "That old lady. She keeps walking back and forth like she owns the place." There was nobody in the kitchen. No footsteps. No shadow. Nothing. Marissa and the kids were right there. No one else was even in the house. My first instinct wasn't fear. It was logic. Medication. Brain injury. A side effect. Something with his new prescriptions. I did what I usually do when he gets confused. I went along gently. "Okay," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "I'll ask her." And I remember thinking, this is just the injury. It has to be. But it didn't stop. About 2 weeks later, he screamed for me from the bedroom. One of those screams that yanks your heart right out of your chest. I ran in, expecting he'd fallen or pulled at a tube or anything physical. He was sitting upright, shaking. He said, "Tell them to stop staring at me." Who? I asked. He swallowed and whispered, "The old woman, a man, and a boy with a crutch." My skin went cold, because again, the room was empty. And he wasn't describing some vague shapes. He was describing people, like they were standing there beside his bed, just watching him. "They don't talk?" I asked, even though I felt ridiculous saying it out loud. He shook his head. "They just stare, like I'm not supposed to be here." And here's where it gets worse, because the next one didn't feel like the house. During that same period, I was remodeling our own home to make it wheelchair accessible. Wider doorways, a bedroom on the first floor, rails in the bathroom, the whole thing. At the same time, my youngest brother Mateo was in hospice. He was fading fast. Every day felt like borrowed time. One afternoon, Marissa came with me to the house to help paint the new bedroom. I left my husband in the kitchen with the TV on, thinking he'd be fine for a bit. Then he started yelling. Not irritated yelling, panic. I ran in and he was crying, like full-on tears, terrified. He kept saying, "They want me to go with them. They want me to go." I grabbed his hands. "Who wants you to go? Who?" He looked right past me, like he was watching someone in the room, and he said, "Your brother Leo, and your dad." My stomach dropped so hard I felt sick, because my father died when I was little, and my brother Leo, my older brother, had passed years ago. I didn't even think. I just started grilling him, like I could corner reality into behaving. "What do they look like? Where are they standing? What are they saying?" And he described my dad. Not vaguely, not like a guess. He described him in a way that made my throat tighten, little details that matched what I remembered. But my husband had never met my father, not once. And I realized, with this awful, dawning clarity, I don't even keep many photos out. He wouldn't have had that image stored anywhere. He said they were laughing at him, like they were teasing him, and it scared him. And suddenly my skepticism didn't feel smart anymore. It felt flimsy, like paper in the rain. I got angry. Not at my husband, never at him. At whatever it was. I actually raised my voice into the empty kitchen like a crazy person. "Stop it," I said. "Do not scare him. If you're here, fine, visit. But you are not taking my husband." I remember begging too, my voice breaking, saying out loud that I thought maybe they were meant for Mateo, not for my husband, because Mateo was only a few blocks away, and he was the one who was truly near the edge. And then, this is the part that still gets me. My husband suddenly relaxed, like a storm passed. He blinked, wiped his face, and said, "They left." And he never saw my father or my brother again. 2 days later, Mateo passed away. I don't even know what to do with that. I still don't. There was another time too, months later, when we were in the ER overnight because he'd yanked out his feeding tube. We were only supposed to be there for a quick replacement, but you know how ERs go. One test becomes 5. They needed a urine sample, and my husband can't go on command. He wears briefs. A tech came in with a catheter, and I could tell immediately she was unsure, but before I could properly intervene, the bag started filling with blood. I called for the doctor. More tests, more waiting. My husband somehow stayed in a decent mood, cracking little jokes, smiling at me like he was trying to lighten my fear. And then he turned his head to the far side of the room and said, clear as day, "Hi, Mom." I froze. "Who are you talking to?" "My mom," he said, casual as anything. His mother, Helena, had been gone for 20 years. And I felt that same flare of panic, the same thought clawing up from the back of my mind. Is she here for him? Is this how it happens? Then he frowned slightly and said, She says you never really liked her." But I didn't laugh. I whispered into the air, speaking to a person I couldn't see. "Helena, I respected you. I did. Please don't take him. Please." My husband blinked slowly and said, "She's gone." And then he drifted off to sleep. He was released later that night. No great spiritual showdown, no dramatic ending, just us going home again, carrying the weirdness with us like extra luggage. And now, here I am, this person who used to roll her eyes at the word haunted, sitting with questions I never thought I'd seriously ask. Why did the family in my daughter's house only stare? Why didn't they speak to him? But my dead relatives and his mother actually communicated? Are there different kinds of whatever this is? And the scariest question, the one I hate admitting, is he in danger? I was raised Catholic. I'm not the kind of person who goes to church every Sunday, but those old ideas stick like burrs. Exorcisms, spirits that aren't friendly, the fear that something could attach itself to someone vulnerable. And my husband is vulnerable. He already escaped death once. Sometimes I try to tell myself it's the brain injury, hallucinations, trauma, chemistry. That explanation still sits on the table, and part of me clings to it because it feels safer. But then I remember the details, the timing, the way he looked through me at things I couldn't see. And recently, our cat, Pippa, died. 2 weeks ago. I was heartbroken, more than I expected to be. She'd been with us forever, this little warm presence always curled nearby. And my husband, half asleep one afternoon, smiled toward the foot of the bed and said, "Oh, there you are." I asked, "Who?" He said, like it was the most natural thing in the world, "Pippa." And I just stood there, holding my breath, feeling that strange blend of comfort and terror. Because on one hand, what a beautiful thought that our pets might still be near us somehow. And on the other, if any of this is real, if he truly sees who he says he sees, then I'm living in a world I spent my whole life insisting didn't exist. And I don't know if that means I should be afraid or grateful. Hey, can I tell you something that's been sitting in my chest for years? I don't even know where to start, except that I've had this feeling, this heavy, watchful feeling, that something has been trailing me. Not just me either, like it found my family and never fully let go. It really began when I was about 8. I remember waking up one night and sitting straight up in bed, heart racing, because I swore I saw my grandpa in my bedroom. And beside him, this is the part that still makes my skin prickle, I saw a figure I believed was Jesus. My grandpa looked calm, almost relieved. He spoke to me, gently, like he didn't want to scare me, and he said he was going somewhere better. The next morning I told my mom, still half shaking, and she went quiet in a way I didn't understand. Later that day, we found out my grandpa had died, and that it had been the day of his funeral. I didn't even know there was a funeral. So yeah, that's the first thing that made me wonder if my life had a crack in it, like the world wasn't sealed the way it's supposed to be. Not long after that, I was playing with my toys in the living room, totally alone. Sunlight in the windows, nothing scary about it. And then I heard someone call my name, clear as day. "Mila." That's my name, or it was back then. I froze. I called out, "Mom?" But the house stayed quiet. I walked through every room, checked behind doors like a little kid does, trying to be brave, but there was no one. And the weirdest part is, the voice felt familiar, like something I knew, but also like something that didn't belong in my home. I tried to shake it off. I really did. But then there was Corinne. She was this woman my family knew. One of those people who smile a lot, but somehow the air feels colder when they enter a room. My parents thought she was just intense. In hindsight, there was something wrong with her. We didn't understand it at the time. Years later, 3 men connected to her ended up dead, one after another. 2 were ruled suicides. 1 was complicated. And everyone around her had that same uneasy story. I don't know why, but I felt off near her. Back when I was still a kid, she showed my mom this old book. Not a cute little antique. I mean a strange one, like it had weight to it. She said it was some kind of witch book, and she talked about it with this smug confidence, like she had access to things other people didn't. And then she gave us a gift. A wardrobe. Big, heavy, with a mirror on the door. I hated that mirror. I didn't know why at first, I just hated it. Corinne didn't like me. I could feel it. She used to look at me like I was an obstacle, like she wished my dad belonged to her instead of my mom, like my existence had stolen something from her. That wardrobe ended up in the hallway near my older sister Noemi's room. One afternoon, I walked past and saw a shadow shape, tall, too tall, sitting on Noemi's desk like a person, but wrong, not solid, not human, just a presence shaped like one. I blinked and it was gone, but I didn't forget. After that, my fear started changing. I wasn't just scared of the dark like most kids. I became terrified of being alone in the house, like deeply, irrationally terrified. If someone took the trash out and left me inside for 2 minutes, my chest would tighten. I'd start listening for footsteps that weren't there. And I never outgrew it. And sleep. Sleep got ugly. I started having intense nightmares and sleep paralysis. The kind where you wake up and can't move, and you know you're in your room, but you also feel like something is in there with you. Sometimes I'd hear breathing. Sometimes I'd hear that same half-familiar voice. It wasn't every night. It was worse in waves, like storms. Eventually, we moved away from Corinne. New place, different neighborhood, fresh start. Everyone acted like we were finally safe. But that's when it got worse. Because for the first time, it wasn't just me. My mom saw shadows. My sister saw them. Even my stepbrother at the time, Lucas, said he kept catching something in the corner of his eye, like a figure slipping behind furniture. We tried to laugh it off. We tried to blame stress, bad lighting, imagination. Then I hit a breaking point. Depression grabbed me by the throat, and I ended up in the hospital after I tried to end my life. I'm not saying that for drama. I'm saying it because that's when I saw him again. There was this old man, hospital clothes, thin gray hair, skin like paper. He was standing at the foot of my bed, looking down. His face wasn't kind. It wasn't neutral. It was cruel. Like he was enjoying the fact that I was trapped there. I told myself I was exhausted, that grief and medication and fluorescent lights can make your mind do weird things. But then I saw him again. Same man, same expression. And when I finally worked up the courage to tell my mom, her face drained. She looked straight at me and said, "I've seen him too." That chilled me in a way I can't explain. After that, he showed up in 2 nightmares and 1 sleep paralysis episode, and then, nothing. Years of quiet. Like he had gotten bored. Or like he was waiting. Then my dad died. Sudden. Brain tumor. So fast it felt unreal. Like the kind of thing that happens to other families, not yours. After that, Noemi developed chronic pain. Then I did too. And then it was diagnosis after diagnosis. my body collecting problems like it couldn't fight anymore. Sometimes I wonder if it's just life, genetics, stress, the way grief rewires your body. But sometimes it feels like a pattern, like something fed on the cracks. Recently, my depression flared up hard again, dangerously hard. And with it came that old familiar fear, that sense of being watched, the sleep paralysis, the nightmares. I keep trying to be rational. I tell myself, you're tired, your brain is stressed, you're scared so you're interpreting normal things as threats. But then little things happen that don't fit. Like one day, I was messing around with an AI chat, just for fun, and I took a photo of the area in my apartment where I used to feel that presence. When it generated a description, it created this image of a man that didn't look exactly like him. But it looked like my Uncle Thierry, who had died only a few weeks before. And it wasn't even subtle. It hit me in the stomach, like someone had reached into my grief and pressed. Another time, I was walking through the woods near my place, morning routine, because moving helps keep my legs from hurting so much. I was talking out loud to the same chat, joking about creepy story ideas because I write little horror pieces sometimes. And immediately after, the conversation crashed with an error message. I know how that sounds. I do. But I remember stopping mid-step, the forest suddenly too quiet, and thinking, okay, that one felt wrong. I got desperate enough that I talked to someone who sells protection. They told me I attract something, some kind of parasitic spirit, especially when I'm depressed, especially when my thoughts get dark. They gave it a name I can't even remember now, but the idea stuck to me like burrs. And honestly, part of me hated hearing it, and part of me felt this sick relief, like, finally, someone is taking me seriously. I tried burning white sage once, but someone else told me it could make it worse, that it draws more attention, that I might be ringing a bell instead of closing a door. And then there are my cats. Cats don't fake it, you know? Sometimes at night, they'll stare into a corner like someone's standing there. One of them, Knox, will puff up and growl at nothing. And recently, during a sleep paralysis episode, I couldn't move, couldn't speak, and I heard Knox growl again, right beside my bed, as if he sensed something I couldn't fight. There's one more thing I don't talk about much. I went through a long stretch where my sleep paralysis wasn't just scary, it was violating. I'd wake up trapped, terrified, feeling like something was trying to hurt me in a way I can barely say out loud. It wasn't a normal nightmare. It left me shaken all day. It made me afraid to sleep alone for a long time. And in the background of all of this, there were always whispers. Stories people told in the building, the neighborhood. Rumors about strange rituals years ago. Someone insisting there had been a sect or work done there, like the place itself was marked. I don't know what I believe. I really don't. I just know that my fear doesn't feel imaginary. It feels personal, like something learned my name when I was a child and never stopped listening for it. And right now, with my depression rising again, it's like the old door in my mind has started to creak open. So, that's it. That's what I've been carrying. And I guess the scariest part isn't even the shadows. It's not knowing whether I'm haunted or just exhausted in a world that keeps finding new ways to hurt people. But either way, it feels like I'm still not alone. Okay, so I need to start by telling you, this isn't one of those creaky floorboards and an overactive imagination stories. This was real life for my family. Real enough that even now, when I picture that house, my chest tightens a little. My mom grew up in this old place right on the edge of the Ohio River. Not near it, on it. Like the house was constantly leaning toward the water, as if it was listening to something down below. It was over 100 years old, and it had that heavy, sunken-in feeling old houses get. Like they're full of memories they don't want to share. Later on, someone told the family it had been built on land that used to be a burial site, native land, sacred land. And I know people can roll their eyes at that kind of detail, but it matters in this story because the whole house felt like it knew it didn't belong there. My granddad, everyone called him Pop, was the kind of man who could fix anything with his hands and didn't believe in anything he couldn't measure. Ghosts were nonsense. Bad dreams, drafts, settling wood. That was always his answer. But the house didn't care what he believed. The first thing my mom remembers, she was about 8. She was in her bedroom, playing quietly. Nothing spooky, just being a kid. She had this big stuffed bear sitting in the corner, like a lot of kids do. And without anyone touching it, the bear's head slowly turned toward her. Not a little wobble, not falling over. Turned, deliberate. Then, it tilted like it was studying her. She screamed so hard she felt it in her throat, and she ran downstairs like the floor was on fire. And nobody could explain it, so the explanation became, it didn't happen. Except, it kept happening. By the time she was 12, the house had patterns, like it had routines. She and her sisters would be brushing their hair at night, normal, sleepy little kid stuff, and they'd see a man appear in the mirror behind them. Not a reflection trick, not maybe. A man where no man should be, standing too close, like he'd been waiting. And then there were the sounds. Almost every night downstairs, they'd hear what sounded like a party upstairs. Footsteps, laughter, the clink of something that could have been glasses. Then, out of nowhere, a gunshot. A woman screaming. And then, the unmistakable, sickening sound of someone tumbling down the wooden stairs. Thump after thump after thump. Here's the part that still makes my skin prickle. If you were sleeping upstairs, you didn't hear any of it. Like whatever was happening was meant for the people downstairs. Like it was being performed. My grandma, let's call her Lena, wasn't dramatic. She was tired, hardworking, practical. But one night she woke up and saw a man standing at the foot of the bed. He was wearing a brown robe, the kind of thing you'd picture on someone from another century. And he wasn't fuzzy or see-through or misty. He looked solid. He smiled at her, slow and wrong, then held his hands out slightly, almost like he was presenting himself. And then he backed out of the room and vanished. Just gone. And my granddad, Pop, still insisted the house was fine. The worst thing, the thing that my mom still won't talk about for long, happened when she was around 14. She woke up late at night and went downstairs for water. The house was dark in that thick way, where darkness feels like a weight. And as she passed the back door, she saw a light through the window. A green glow. Not porch light yellow, not moonlight. Green, like a flame that shouldn't exist. Then it turned its head toward her. And it smiled. Not a friendly smile. Not curiosity. A smile like it was pleased she'd finally noticed it. She couldn't move. She said it felt like time stretched out and pinned her in place, and when she finally found her voice and screamed, that thing lunged, ran straight toward the house. My grandparents came running, and my mom bolted into them, shaking so hard she could barely breathe. To this day, If you ask her what she saw, she'll tell you, flat out, that she looked into the devil's face. Now, my granddad was a long-haul truck driver, so he was gone a lot, and I think that's part of why he stayed stubborn about it. He wasn't there for the worst of it, not like the women were. They lived with it daily. The dread wasn't occasional, it was part of the house. Eventually, Grandma Lena moved out. She just couldn't do it anymore. But Pop stayed because he refused to be chased out of his own home. That was who he was, sweet, loyal, and so stubborn it was almost unbelievable. Years later, my mom and her sisters had kids, us. And here's what's wild. Nobody sat us down and said, "Hey, by the way, that house is haunted." They'd just say things like, "We love that place," and then pause, like they were swallowing the rest of the sentence. Or, "Stuff happened there," like it was a weather report. But we went all the time because we adored Pop. He was our safe person, and even though the house was creepy, it pulled at us, like it didn't want to be alone. I used to go over with my sister and 2 cousins. We played in this overgrown field beside the house where the grass was so tall it brushed our faces. We had this game, kind of like hide and seek mixed with calling out to find each other. One late afternoon, we were laughing and running, the grass swaying like waves, when we heard a voice say, low and calm, "The hunter is coming." We froze. We thought it was my cousin, let's call him Eli, because he loved messing with us. But the voice didn't sound like a kid. It sounded older, too steady. We yelled his name. No answer. Then we heard it again, closer this time, like it was right in front of us in the grass. "The hunter is coming." We panicked and sprinted toward the house, and then we stopped cold, because through the living room window, we saw Eli's shadow on the wall. If Eli was inside, who was speaking in the field? We burst into the living room, hearts hammering, and the shadow was still there, until we flipped on the lights. Empty room. No one. We ran straight to Pop's bedroom, and there was Eli, asleep on the bed like he hadn't moved in an hour, while Pop sat watching TV, completely oblivious. We told Pop about the voice, and even though he didn't believe in ghosts, he believed in danger. He grabbed what he kept for protection and went outside, checked the field, walked the perimeter, searched the yard. Nothing. Not a footprint. Not a sound. That night, all 4 of us slept on the floor in Pop's room, like a little pile of scared puppies. And the house kept doing what it always did. Shadows shifting down the hallway, soft whispers where nobody stood, and upstairs, that same awful routine. Party noise, gunshot, woman screaming, body tumbling down the stairs. And we stayed anyway, because Pop was there, and we weren't going to leave him alone in that house. There were smaller things too, things that felt almost petty, like whatever lived there enjoyed little power plays. Like when we'd watch horror shows we absolutely shouldn't have been watching, and the old TV, this heavy, clunky thing you had to turn on by hand, would shut itself off, but only during that one show. Every time. We'd scream and run to Pop's room, and the whole cycle would repeat another weekend, another visit, another year. We didn't tell our parents for a long time. We thought we'd get in trouble, or we thought nobody would believe us. When we finally admitted it as teenagers, my mom and her sisters went quiet. And then they started sharing things they'd never told us, things worse than what we experienced. And suddenly it wasn't just kids being scared. It was 3 generations of the same house, the same feeling, the same presence. Later, people tried to explain it. The house was ancient. The river was right there. There was even this huge electrical tower built not too far behind the property, close enough that you could see it clearly from the back hill. Some folks said electromagnetic fields can mess with your brain, make you hallucinate, make groups of people feel paranoid or see things. Maybe. But I'll tell you the truth. Even if you gave me the cleanest scientific explanation in the world, it wouldn't erase the way that place felt. Like we were guests who'd overstayed on sacred ground. Like something watched us and waited. Pop passed away a long time ago, over 2 decades now. And the house? It's gone too. It was torn down years later, and the land got turned into a public park. Sometimes I think about going, standing where the back door used to be, looking out toward the river and just feeling close to him again. But then another part of me remembers that green glow, that voice in the grass, those footsteps above our heads. And I can't help thinking, when they dug up that land, when they broke the house apart, what if something that had been trapped there finally got loose? People say spirits don't forget, and honestly, I don't think that house ever did. Okay, I'm not totally sure how to start this without sounding dramatic, but there's been something with me for as long as I can remember. My mom, Layla, doesn't like talking about it, so what I know from when I was little is kind of pieced together. Apparently, as a toddler, I used to tell her I had friends in the house, or that I was seeing things that weren't there. She said I'd draw pictures of it, like over and over, and the second I'd hand them to her, she'd toss them. Not in front of me, but, you know, like she was trying to erase it. We moved when I was still pretty young, into a newer place, and for a while, everything went quiet. I almost forgot about it. Then when I was about 7 or 8, it happened again. Like, really happened. My bedroom looked straight out to the hallway, and you could also see the living room door from my bed. We live somewhere where earthquakes are common, so back then my parents wanted me sleeping with the bedroom door cracked open. In case we have to get to you fast, that kind of thing. One night I woke up and saw it. A huge black cat stepped out from the living room, way too big to be normal. It just stood there, watching me. Its eyes were this shiny, unnatural yellow, and its mouth was slightly open like it was smiling, or maybe showing teeth. I could see the fangs. And then, right there in the hallway, it started to change. It stood up on 2 legs, like it was shrugging off the cat shape, and it turned into this tall, painfully skinny man. Except, man doesn't even feel like the right word. It was more like a shadow shaped like a person. No face, no features, just darkness. And those same yellow eyes. It walked into my room like it had every right to be there. Then it sat down on the end of my bed, facing me. I didn't scream. I didn't run. I did the only thing my little kid brain could think to do. I pulled the blanket over my face and stayed completely still. But I could feel the mattress dip. I could feel the weight at the end of the bed like someone was actually sitting there. Eventually, I fell asleep like that, and trapped under my own blanket. After that night, I basically couldn't sleep with the door open ever again. I didn't see it transform like that again, but it never fully went away. Over the years, it would show up during the worst parts of my life. When I was really depressed, like the kind of depressed where you start feeling haunted by your own thoughts. It was always there at the edge of my vision. Just a presence, a shape in the corner, something watching without stepping fully into view. Sometimes I'd hear someone call my name from somewhere else in the house, or I'd hear footsteps coming up the stairs, deliberate, and they'd stop right outside my door like whoever it was just standing there, listening. When I moved away for college, I thought it would finally stop. New place, new life, new people. But it followed me. My partner at the time, Nico, started noticing things too. Not constantly, but enough that I couldn't pretend I was imagining everything. He'd hear the steps sometimes, or swear he heard someone speaking when we were alone. Then when my mental health started sliding again, it got worse. The lights would flick off, but only in the room I was in. Electronics would glitch or die like the energy got sucked out of them. Nico started seeing cabinet doors open by themselves, and once he said a glass shifted on the counter like someone had nudged it. When we broke up, weirdly, I still felt the presence, but it faded a little. And as my life stabilized, it became easier to ignore. I got used to it in this awful way, like you get used to living next to loud train tracks. You don't love it, but you stop jumping every time it happens. Then my sister moved out, and I was living alone again. I adopted this rescue puppy. His name was Miso, and he was tiny but fearless. And one day he started barking at my bedroom door. Not like normal puppy barking, like warning barking, like something is on the other side of this. My door was closed. Miso had his little body stiff, ears up, staring straight at the door like it was breathing. And I felt it, this rush of unease that turned into full-body fear. I didn't think. I just shouted. I screamed at whatever it was to leave, over and over, like I was trying to fill the apartment with my voice so there was no room for it. And it worked. The feeling eased. Miso stopped barking. After I calmed down, I did something that sounds ridiculous saying out loud. I sat on the floor in front of the door and I talked to it like it could hear me. I told it I knew it was the same presence from when I was a kid. I told it I didn't know what it was or what it wanted. But I also told it something else, something I hadn't really done before. I set rules. I said, "This room is off limits. Me and Miso are safe in here. You are not welcome in this space. You can exist in the apartment if you're going to, but not in here." And after that, things eased up. Miso got calmer. He still stared into corners sometimes, like dogs do, but the growling stopped. The barking stopped. And I started doing this strange thing, because I was alone and trying to heal, and I guess my brain needed someone to talk to. I'd talk to Miso, and sometimes I'd talk to myself, and slowly, without even noticing when it happened, I started talking to the presence too. Not like I expected answers. I didn't. It was more like narrating my life into the air. But then I noticed that when it showed up, it didn't feel as heavy. The shadows weren't as dark. It felt less threatening, almost watchful in a different way, like it shifted depending on the mood of the room. For a while, I even wondered, seriously, if it was some kind of guardian. Like it looked scary because that's the only shape it knew how to take, but maybe it wasn't there to hurt me. Still, I kept the boundary. The bedroom stays mine. Then about a year later, I was preparing to move back to my hometown. Miso was staying with my parents while I packed and sorted everything out at the apartment. I was doing better mentally, and honestly, I had stopped feeling the presence at all. Until one night. I was sitting in my room watching videos, half asleep, and suddenly my stomach dropped. That awful sinking feeling, like when you realize something is wrong before you even know what. I stared at my bedroom door, and this is the part that freaks me out the most, because it felt like I had to open it, like something was pulling on my brain, making it feel urgent. The pressure built until I was genuinely afraid that if I didn't open the door, something bad would happen to me. So I opened it. The hallway looked darker than it should have, even with moonlight coming in. The air felt thick, like it was holding its breath. I walked out toward the living room, and that's when I saw it. Tiny sparks spitting from an outlet near the couch. A cable had been chewed up, probably Miso earlier when he was still with me, and I had somehow never noticed. The outlet was malfunctioning, sparking hard enough that my couch was right there, close enough it could have caught. I unplugged everything, stopped it before it got worse, and the second it was handled, the apartment felt normal again. Bright again. Like whatever pressure had been pushing me evaporated. I went back to bed thinking, okay, That was weird, but at least I caught it. I laid there staring at the ceiling, trying to sleep, and then the fear came back. Something crawled, not on the floor, on the ceiling. I saw those yellow eyes in the upper corner of the room, sharp and clear, and the shape was wrong. Too long, too many angles, limbs stretching like shadows pulled thin. It moved closer along the ceiling like a spider made of darkness. That time, it didn't feel curious. It didn't feel watchful. It felt like a warning. I managed to force my body to move, and I screamed at it, screamed until my throat hurt, that it wasn't welcome, that it couldn't come in here, that it needed to get out. And then, like flipping a switch, everything went back to normal. I called my mom, sobbing. She didn't ask questions. She just helped me breathe, helped me calm down. And we agreed I would leave the next day, and I wouldn't come back to that apartment alone. Not unless my dog or someone from my family was with me. I slept with all the lights on, and even then I could feel the darkness out in the hallway, like it was waiting. And ever since then, I haven't been able to stop wondering. Did it force me to open the door to get me out into the living room on purpose? Was it tricking me? Or did it push me because the apartment was about to catch fire, and it was the only way to get my attention? Did it save me? Or did it corner me? I moved back home after that, and for a while everything was fine, peaceful, normal. But lately, it's been creeping back in. Little things, like movement in the corner of the hallway, like the feeling that something is peeking around door frames just enough to remind me it's still there. And the worst part is, my mom has noticed it too. She's mentioned hearing footsteps on the stairs that stop outside my bedroom. She's mentioned seeing something shift in the hallway when no one else is awake. And I'm exhausted. I'm not even screaming terrified anymore. I'm just tired of living with a question mark in the corner of every room. I want to know what it is. I want to know why it attached itself to me, how it started, what it wants, if it wants anything. When I try to ask my mom, she shuts down. She tells me not to engage, not to talk to it, not to invite it in. But after all these years, it feels like ignoring it doesn't make it disappear. It just makes it quieter. And I don't know how much longer I can live with quiet footsteps and yellow eyes that only show up when I'm most vulnerable. So, I don't tell this story at parties, because it's the kind of thing that makes people go quiet and glance over your shoulder. My parents split when I was little, about 4, and my mom moved us into this old house that felt like it still remembered the 1800s. It was one of those places that looked charming from the outside, but once you were in it, you couldn't shake the sense that it had rules you didn't understand. We lived there with my brother Hugo, my baby sister Lila, she was still tiny, toddler age, and my stepdad Mark. The house was bigger than anything we'd lived in before. 2 floors, creaky stairs, long hallways that swallowed sound. Upstairs, right at the top of the stairs, there was a room to the right, then another room further down, then a little stretch with the bathroom, and past that, this narrow hallway that led to one bedroom that felt separate from everything, like it was tucked away on purpose. And every bedroom had this massive wardrobe, old, heavy wood, the kind that smells like dust and varnish. My mom said they'd come with the house, bought from someone a little odd, which is her polite way of saying there was a story there and she didn't want to tell it. Oh, and a detail that didn't seem important until later. We found out the house used to belong to an old postman, and he died there. Peacefully, apparently. Natural causes. Still, it sat in my head like a pebble in a shoe. Anyway, let me go in order. The first thing I can't explain happened when I was 5. Hugo and I shared a big upstairs room, bunk bed, toys everywhere, and this storage space behind us that made the room feel even deeper, like it went back farther than it should. I slept on the bottom bunk. One night, I shot awake, like the kind of waking where your body knows something before your brain catches up. Cold sweat, heart sprinting, and there was pressure on me. Someone's hand over my mouth, holding me down. I couldn't breathe properly, couldn't shout, couldn't move my legs. I remember thinking, I'm small, I can't get out of this. But I panicked so hard my arm just swung. I flung it backward and hit something solid, and I heard it, this unmistakable sound of a body stumbling and hitting the floor. I screamed. My mom came running in. She was pregnant at the time, and Mark was right behind her. Lights on, chaos, Hugo waking up crying. And there was no one. No footprint, no shadow, no explanation. Just me shaking and my mom trying to calm me down with that tight voice adults use when they're scared but refusing to show it. A couple years later, 7 or 8, I moved into that far bedroom. The isolated one. The private one. Worst idea of my childhood. That room had a door that led to the attic, and for weeks I kept saying someone was trying to open my bedroom door at night. My mom thought I was having nightmares, until later, we found out there had been people squatting up there at some point. Even after that was dealt with, the room never felt normal. It had this heavy feeling, like the air was always a little too still. Friends would come over, friends who weren't religious, friends who rolled their eyes at ghost stories, and they'd step into the doorway and kind of pause, like their bodies hesitated without them choosing to. I couldn't fall asleep in silence. I always needed background noise, videos, music, anything, because the moment it got quiet, I'd hear things. Soft whispers I couldn't make out, little clicks, the kind of sound you hear when someone shifts their weight in the dark. And the worst part was the feeling, that steady, prickling certainty that I wasn't alone, even when I was. I know how that sounds, I do. But I saw it. Fingers curling around the edge of the door like someone was peeking out. The skin looked bluish, like the hand had been cold for a long time, like it didn't belong to someone living. I didn't even think. I screamed and ran so fast I almost slipped on the hallway floorboards. Another night, I woke up on my side and felt the mattress dip, like someone had laid down behind me. Close enough that I could feel the warmth of a body through the blanket. I whipped around. Nothing. No one. Just this clear indentation in the bed, like something had been there a second ago and decided it didn't want to be seen. One of my mom's friends came by once. This woman named Claire who was calm about everything, the type who laughs when other people jump at loud noises. She walked up the stairs with my mom, and when they got to my door, she stopped dead, like she'd hit a wall. She stared into my room and said, "I'm not going in there. I can't. It feels wrong." Thanks, Claire. Really helpful. But the night I still replay in my head happened on a random weekday. I was trying to fall asleep, background noise low, eyes burning from exhaustion, and I heard someone start up the stairs. I relaxed at first. Mark was usually the one who came up late, and his room was right at the top of the stairs on the right. The footsteps reached the landing, and then they didn't turn into his room. They kept going, past the bathroom, down that short hallway, toward my door. Every hair on my arms lifted. I jumped up and pressed myself against the door, like my body could become a lock. My hands were shaking so hard I could barely grip the handle. And then something on the other side tapped. Not banging, not trying to break in, just a gentle, patient tapping. Like it knew I was right there, like it was enjoying the fact that I was listening. I cried until my throat hurt. I remember whispering, "Go away," like that would matter. No one believed me the next day, not really. They thought I was imaginative, sensitive, dramatic. Every night after that, I'd end up at my mom's door, begging to sleep on the floor beside her bed, convinced that if I stayed in my room, Whatever it was would finally decide to do something worse. Then there was the day it copied my mom's voice. I was around 10, sick enough that I stayed home while everyone else went out for a walk. Hugo had this upstairs room with a couch and a TV, so I curled up there with a YouTube video playing and a blanket pulled up to my chin. About an hour in, I heard the front door slam downstairs. Then my mom's voice, clear as anything. "We're back!" I even heard Lila giggling, that little toddler laugh that sounds like bubbles. I was sweaty and tired and didn't want to move, so I thought, I'll go down in a minute. Half an hour later, I heard it again. The front door, the same slam. My mom's voice, same tone, same rhythm. "We're back!" My stomach turned to ice. I sat up so fast my head spun. And when I finally went downstairs, my mom was just coming in for real, coat half off, Mark carrying bags, Lila babbling. I said, "Didn't you already come back earlier?" She stared at me confused and went, "No, we just got home. Are you okay?" Later she admitted that, during the walk, she'd gotten this sudden awful feeling, like something was wrong at the house. So they'd rushed back sooner than they planned. I still think about that, about how perfectly it sounded like her, about what might have happened if I'd gone downstairs the first time. There was a tiny grocery shop right next door, and one day Mark asked me to watch Lila while he ran out for a couple minutes. Easy. She was playing in the living room while I sat nearby, half watching her, half watching TV. Across from the living room, there was this door that had been sealed shut, painted over, never used. Lila suddenly went quiet, turned her head like she'd heard someone call her. Then she stood up, walked straight to that sealed door, pointed, and said, plain as day, "Who's that man?" I swear my blood ran cold. I didn't even want to ask her what she meant. I just wanted Mark to come back. Other people noticed things too. A friend told me she heard whispering behind my wardrobe while I was asleep. Another friend was on a call with me once, and when I went downstairs to grab water, she said she heard footsteps moving around in my room. Slow, like someone pacing. We moved out after my first year of middle school. And you know what's wild? For a long time I tried to convince myself it was all stress, or nightmares, or my brain making patterns out of fear. Then, about a year ago, Hugo admitted something to me. He said he used to have constant nightmares in that house, always about an old man. The same kind of old man Lila described. He'd heard things too. Once, he even heard my voice calling him when I wasn't home. But he never said anything back then, because he didn't want to look scared. And hearing him say it was like something unclenched in me. Because for years, I'd carried this worry that I'd invented it all. That I'd been the weird kid who made things up. I didn't make it up. I was just terrified. And I'll tell you something that sounds small, but isn't. I still can't have a wardrobe in my room. I know it's irrational. I know it's just furniture. But every time I see one, tall, dark, doors that open into shadow, my brain goes right back to that bluish hand curling out of the wood. And I'm 10 years old again, listening to someone downstairs say, "We're back," when no one is home. Alright, so this happened a long time ago, around 2010, give or take, and I still get that cold, prickly feeling in my arms when I talk about it. There was this cabin out in the woods that belonged to my family. It wasn't fancy, more like a rough, old place with a basement and a long, curving driveway that always felt darker than it should have. Even when I was little, way before any of this, I never slept well there. You know how some places just feel off? Like the air is heavier for no reason? That was this cabin. And then things got worse after my buddy, I'll call him Dylan, crashed there for a while. Dylan had gotten kicked out of his parents' place and showed up with this jittery, wired energy, Back then, I didn't fully understand what was going on, but looking back, he was deep into stimulants and also weirdly obsessed with demon stuff, like reading forums at 3 a.m. obsessed. Later, I found out he'd gone down into the basement one night completely tweaked, cut himself, and smeared blood on a Ouija board. Then he tried doing some sloppy ritual he'd pulled from some grim-looking website, one of those ancient keys kind of things. I didn't know any of that at the time. I just knew he got stranger and meaner. Eventually, he snapped at my relatives, screaming, acting like he wasn't himself, shut off the power at the breaker, and threatened people with a gun. That was the end of him staying there. We kicked him out, no debate. But here's the thing. Even after Dylan was gone, the cabin didn't go back to normal. If anything, it felt like whatever wrongness had always been there finally had permission to show itself. And later, years later, I learned two details that made my stomach drop. 1. The land had native burial sites on or near it. People had found arrowheads out in the fields for years, like the ground had memories it didn't want disturbed. 2. My grandmother, sweet, quiet, church-on-Sunday grandmother, had journals hidden away. Not diaries, journals, full of rituals she'd been doing out there for years. So, yeah, that's the backdrop. There were 3 moments that stand out the most. 3 times I couldn't explain away what happened, no matter how badly I wanted to. First experience. This was the most movie scene one. We were out there doing the usual. Couple friends, some drinks, junk food, video games. Nothing dark, nothing spooky, just a normal night. At one point, a little tipsy and feeling creative, I noticed this old framed picture on the kitchen wall. Nothing special, just kind of faded and dated. I got the genius idea to redraw it on a sheet of paper with all these bright, trippy colors, like a warped, psychedelic version. I finished it, laughed at myself, and put it back where it was. Then we went back to the living room and kept playing. Later that night, we're asleep, spread out in different rooms, and suddenly we hear this violent crash from the kitchen. Not a something fell over crash, a slam. We rush in there and that same picture is across the kitchen, like a cross, frame shattered, glass everywhere. And the distance didn't make sense. It didn't drop straight down. It looked like it got thrown, hard. And while we're standing there trying to process it, 3 of us wide awake now, one of the bedroom doors down the hall starts opening. Slowly, smoothly, like someone's hand is turning the knob and pulling it open, except there wasn't anyone there. Inside that room, our friend and his girlfriend were asleep. Second experience. This one was the creepiest because it felt aware. This was before smartphones, before you could blame everything on Bluetooth or some weird app. No internet out there, just us and a basic stereo system someone had brought. We were watching a comedy. I can't even remember which one. I just remember we were laughing, having a good time. Then, out of nowhere, the stereo speakers crackle and this distorted voice blasts through, like a warped, gravelly shout. I swear it sounded like it was yelling something about trash or garbage, something like that. Every single one of us froze, just dead still, staring at each other like, "Did you hear that? Please tell me you heard that." And right then, like the timing was planned, the trash bag by the door tips over. Beer cans spill and clatter across the floor. And before anyone can even speak, we hear this heavy scraping sound upstairs. Now, upstairs there was this old hardwood dresser, solid, thick, the kind you don't casually bump out of place. Easily a couple 100 pounds. You'd need 2 people to move it without cursing the whole time. But we hear it dragging, like someone's shoving it across the floor. We go up there, slow, nervous, trying to act brave. And sure enough, the dresser had moved. Not just shifted, it had slid far enough that it was partially blocking a bedroom door from opening properly. And the worst part? One of our friends had planned to sleep in that room that night. Guess who suddenly decided the couch downstairs was more comfortable? Third experience. This is the last time I ever went there alone. It was winter, snow on the ground. One of those nights where the cold feels personal, like it's leaning into you. I'd left my backpack there, school stuff, something important I needed for the next day, so I drove out with Dylan and asked him to come with me to grab it. He refused. He kept making excuses. His knees hurt. He needed to call someone. He was tired. Just excuse after excuse. At the time, I thought he was being lazy. Now I think he was scared to go back inside after what he'd done. So I went alone. I walked down that winding driveway, snow crunching under my shoes, and the whole time I had this rising sense of dread, like my body was trying to warn me and my brain kept going, "Relax, it's just a cabin, you're being dramatic." But it was so quiet out there that night, it didn't feel natural. No wind, no animals, nothing. I stepped inside and, this is such a small detail, but it still freaks me out. My flip phone suddenly started beeping like it was trying to record audio. Then it beeped again. Memory full. Again. Memory full. Like it had been recording on its own. That was the first moment I thought I should leave. But I didn't. My backpack was right where I left it, on the couch. I could see it. I walked toward it, and that's when I realized the cabin felt wrong in a different way. The little nightlight in the hall was off. The heater wasn't running. No hum, no background sound. It was like the building was holding its breath. As I passed the hall, the floor heater suddenly kicked on with the most awful screeching sound I've ever heard, like metal grinding against metal, but angrier. And I stopped dead. Not because I wanted to, because my body just locked. And then I felt it. This pulling sensation, like an invisible current tugging me down the hall toward that sound. Not a gentle pull, a forceful one, like something had hooked into me and was trying to reel me in. My body moved without me deciding to move. I threw my hands out in front of me, like a defensive stance, and it felt like I was pushing against something thick and heavy, like pressure in the air. And then I yelled, screamed really, something that didn't sound like English. It came out like a full sentence in a language I don't know. The syllables were sharp and rhythmic, almost like I'd practiced it. I have no idea what I said. I still don't. But the moment I shouted it, that pulling force snapped, like a rope breaking, and I could move again. I lunged to the couch, grabbed my backpack, and ran. I got to the doorway and I looked back, and this is the part that messes with me the most. I yelled again. Just one word this time. Something like Freesha or Freeisha, I don't know. I grabbed a loose cord from the floor without thinking and whipped it up so it slapped the tin roof outside with a loud crack. And right then, the curtains on the nearest window yanked shut. Not fluttered, not drifted. They snapped closed like someone grabbed them and pulled. I didn't walk after that. I sprinted up the driveway so hard I thought I'd puke. Dylan was waiting up near the car, and we left immediately. When I told him what happened, he didn't even look surprised. He just went, "Yeah, it gets weird out there sometimes." And that's when something inside me went cold. Because normal people don't react like that. Not unless they already know. I'll say this because I mean it. I'm not telling you this to romanticize any of it. I'm not trying to sound edgy or mystical. I'm telling you because it scared me in a way I still can't fully explain, even now. And if there's one thing I took from all of it, one hard, simple warning, it's this. Don't mess with rituals you don't understand. Don't treat spiritual stuff like it's a party trick. You don't get to choose what answers back. Hey, so I've been sitting with this knot in my stomach for days, and I think I need to just say it out loud to someone who's willing to listen. I'm a freshman, and my second semester starts in about a week and a half, and I'm genuinely to go back. I go to this tiny, historically women's college in Georgia, Briarwood College. I chose it because the scholarship package was honestly too good to ignore, and I told myself the quiet campus would be perfect for me. I'm not a big, constant movement, constant noise person. I like slow mornings. I like calm. I like spaces where you can breathe. But the weird part is, when I was deciding, there wasn't much about the school online. Like, almost nothing. What little I did find felt polished in this very controlled way, like it all came from the same handful of official sources. At the time, I shrugged it off. Now it feels like it should have screamed at me. Move-in day started normal. Everyone doing that nervous smile thing, trying to act excited while secretly panicking. I got paired with a roommate, Kenzie, and she was sweet right away. While she was unpacking, I wandered out and ended up chatting with a group of girls I'd just met. You know how it is. First day, you cling to whoever seems friendly because nobody wants to look alone. We decided to explore campus together. That's when the started. Because a big chunk of campus is abandoned. And I don't mean like unused classrooms. I mean straight up forgotten buildings. Windows cloudy with dust. Doors that feel like they haven't been opened in years. Whole stretches where it's too quiet, like the air itself is holding its breath. At one point, we went to the athletic center, thinking we'd check out the gym and get ourselves hyped up. And on the first floor, we found this pool. Except it wasn't a pool anymore. It was empty, grimy, and looked like it had been drained and left to rot. The second we stepped near it, it was like the mood in the room flipped. Not spooky like a horror movie, more like being unwelcome. Like something noticed us and did not like it. We tried to laugh it off, because what else do you do? And then, because we were dumb and curious and it was day one and we thought we were invincible, we noticed the basement access. It was partially chained off. And I know how that sounds. I know. But I'm telling you exactly what happened. We went down anyway. The second my foot hit the lower steps, my whole body went cold. Not normal chills. Like that sudden drop you feel when you miss a stair and your stomach lurches. Except it didn't stop. The basement was huge and dark, and the floor was dirt in places, like it was never finished or it was just given up on. We all went quiet without even saying we were scared. You could feel it on everyone's face. And then, almost at the same time, we all turned around and bolted back up. We pushed through the back doors to get air, like we needed to prove to ourselves we weren't shaken. And that's when we saw another building behind the athletic center, one that wasn't on any map we'd seen. It looked older, like it had been abandoned for forever. Naturally, our curiosity kicked in again. We walked around it until one of the girls, Mara, found a door that wasn't fully shut. So we went in. Inside were old bed frames and desks stacked like someone had tried to clean out the place and then just stopped halfway. But what threw me was the bathroom. A full bathroom. Not a little utility sink, an actual bathroom, like people used to live or work there. It made no sense with the rest of it. We were poking around, whispering and giggling like idiots, when Mara sprinted back to us and grabbed my arm hard. She said she heard voices, whispering, from behind a partition wall. I pushed into that section like I was brave, but I wasn't. I was just stubborn. And I swear to you, I heard it too. Soft whispering, like kids murmuring. It sounded like English, but the words didn't land. Like my brain couldn't hold on to them. Every hair on my arm stood up. and I got that pure survival feeling that just screams, "Leave now." So I ran outside. I didn't even try to play it cool. I just ran, heart pounding, trying to act like I didn't believe what I'd just heard. I went back to my dorm after that because I was done. I was exhausted, and it was my first day of college, and I just wanted something to feel normal. Kenzie asked me, casually, like she was asking if I'd seen the vending machine, if I'd been down in the basement of our dorm. Our dorm is shaped kind of like an L, and we're in the quieter back corner on the second floor. There are 2 stairwells. The main stairwell basement has the laundry room, so that part is normal. But she'd wandered down the other stairwell. I told her I didn't want to go look, so she showed me photos on her phone. And the pictures were wrong. It was this completely empty room, dirty and half-finished looking, like somebody started building it and then changed their mind. No door, just a bare doorway opening into nothing. A single light hanging from the ceiling. No furniture, no purpose, just a space that felt like it shouldn't exist. After that, things didn't get better. They got weirder, and more often. People talked about the campus like you had to respect it, like you had to be careful what you said out loud. Upperclassmen told stories the way people do when they're half joking, but also not really joking at all. There's this long-running legend about a dean's daughter from the early 1900s. Most people call her Evelyn. Supposedly, she was humiliated publicly, rejected by the big student societies back when they were the center of campus life. The story goes that she died by suicide in a main building stairwell, somewhere very visible, like she wanted everyone to carry it. And it's not even the story itself that gets me. It's how people act around it. Because when you're alone in certain buildings, you feel watched. I don't mean I'm imagining it. I mean you catch yourself turning around, checking corners, listening for footsteps that never fully become footsteps. At night, walking back from a friend's room, it sometimes feels like something is just behind you, close enough that if you turned fast you'd bump into it. But there's never anything there. The vibe changes after sunset, especially near the academic buildings. It gets heavy, like the air presses down. Doors that are locked all day somehow end up open late at night. Not wide open like someone propped them, just unlatched. Waiting. I stopped studying in the academic buildings at night because my stomach would literally flip the second I stepped inside. Call it intuition, call it anxiety, call it whatever you want. I just know my body was telling me no. Even during the day, the woods near campus mess with me. Trails that should be straightforward somehow lead me off course. I'll think I'm following the path, and suddenly I'm in the middle of nowhere with no service, forced to pick a direction and keep walking until something familiar shows up again. It happened more than once, and it's hard to explain without sounding dramatic, but it feels like the place doesn't want you to leave on your own terms. And it's not just that story. Some people talk about waking up with scratches or bruises they can't explain. A few girls have mentioned that same crushing feeling of doom when they're alone, like the campus goes quiet in a way that feels personal. My real breaking point was when my partner visited. He's not dramatic. He's not easily spooked. I took him to see the theater because he loves stage stuff, and I thought it'd be fun. There's this small black box space in the basement area, and I opened the door with my phone flashlight and made some dumb joke about Evelyn, because I was trying to act like none of this was getting to me. The second I said her name, he turned to me and started sobbing. Like, real sobbing. Not misty-eyed. Full-on, couldn't breathe, face crumpling, shaking. I have never seen him cry like that. Not once in the entire time I've known him. It took forever to calm him down. And when he finally could talk, he said it felt like this huge sadness rushed into him the moment I opened that door, and it wouldn't leave. Like it latched onto him. He kept saying, "It's not mine. This doesn't feel like mine." And that was the moment something clicked in my brain. Because the worst feelings, the strongest weird moments, the sense of danger, that something bad is about to happen sensation, seems to flare up when she gets mentioned. It's like the campus can tolerate you as long as you don't poke at that particular thing. But when you do, it's like you've rang a bell. Now I'm home, counting down the days until I'm supposed to go back, and I can't stop thinking about it. I don't want to live for another semester constantly bracing for something I can't see, constantly feeling like I'm being followed by a mood, by a presence that doesn't want me there. And the worst part is I don't even know what I'm asking for. I guess I just needed to tell someone, plainly, that I'm scared, that I don't feel safe, that my gut is screaming at me and I don't know if I should listen to it, or if I'm going to regret letting fear run my life. But right now, the idea of going back makes my chest tight, and I don't know what to do. So, I've always hesitated to talk about this because my dreams don't feel like the kind of spooky dreams most people mean when they say that. Mine are specific. And what really shook me is realizing that other people I've never met, describe the same kind of figure I've seen. A tall silhouette, a long coat, a wide-brimmed hat. And I know how that sounds. Trust me, I do. But I've seen him more than once, and both times the dreams had this shared DNA, like they were chapters of the same story. Okay, first one. In the dream, I'm with my family and a few friends, and we're having this little backyard get-together. Not fancy, just food, laughter, someone's music playing too loud. It's warm out, late afternoon, the kind of light that makes everything look almost golden. Our yard feels bigger than it is in real life, like it stretches further, like the dream is giving it extra space. And right in the middle of it all is this fence. Not on the edge of the property, no. It's built straight through the yard, cutting everything in two, like someone decided half the world didn't need to be seen. It's tall, made of old boards, and it shouldn't be there. But everyone else is acting like it's normal. They're chatting, passing plates around, totally fine. And I'm trying to be fine too, but I get this sick, rolling feeling in my stomach. Like the fence is wrong. Like it's hiding something that's been waiting. So I walk over to it. I put my hands on the boards. They feel rough and dry and a little loose, like they've been sunbaked for years. I look for a gap, but there isn't one. No knothole, no missing plank. Nothing. And that makes it worse. I climb. I hook my foot on one of the cross slats and haul myself up, and as I swing a leg over, one of the boards cracks with this sharp, splintering snap. The sound is way too loud, like it echoes. And suddenly, I'm sitting on top of the fence, balanced there, staring down at the other side. And the whole mood flips. The ground over there is covered in insects, thousands of them, like a living carpet. Not just ants, not just beetles, everything. Legs and wings and glossy backs, crawling over each other in a constant, restless tide. And the light changes. The sunny sky I was just under. It's still above me, but on that side it's like a storm moved in instantly. Thick gray clouds, heavy and low. The colors drain out of everything until it's all cold, muted, almost colorless. Then the bugs start pouring through the crack I made. They spill through the broken board in a fast, urgent stream, like water finding a hole in a dam. And that's when I see him. He comes into view at the far end of the yard, rounding the side of the house like he's been walking there the whole time. He's tall, taller than anyone should be in a dream. Broad shoulders, long dark coat that hangs straight down, and that hat. Wide brim, the kind that hides his face completely, so all you get is shadow where a person's features should be. He's not running. He's not hurrying. He's just coming. Step by slow step, directly toward me. I scramble down from the fence so fast I nearly fall, and I sprint back to my family, shouting that we have to go, that something's wrong, that we have to move, now. And the terrifying part is, they actually listen. Like they can feel it too, finally. And then, there he is again, crossing the yard. The bugs are everywhere now, spreading, swallowing the grass. He moves through it without reacting, like none of it matters, like it's part of him, like it belongs. I can't see his face, only the hat's shadow, only that dark, impossible outline. And then I hear the front door of the guest house open, not slammed, not forced, opened, calmly, like he has every right. And right as the sound registers, right as my body tenses for whatever comes next, I wake up. But I don't wake up relieved. I wake up like I've escaped by inches. Now, the second dream, it's different on the surface, but it's the same feeling underneath. The same pressure in the air, like the world is holding its breath. I'm on the edge of a fjord, the kind you see in photos. Steep rock walls, dark water, everything dramatic and sharp. It's raining, not a gentle rain, but stinging sideways rain. Wind ripping at my clothes. The sea is violent, whitecaps smashing into jagged stones. To my left, a rocky slope climbs upward, scattered with moss and a few stubborn trees. To my right, the water stretches out, and across it a massive cliff rises straight up, like a wall built to keep something in. And there's a road running along the shoreline, slick with rain. I'm running on it. I don't even remember deciding to run. I just am. My lungs burn. My feet slap the wet ground. And when I glance left, I see movement on the hillside. Shapes. A pack of animals, 10 or so, big bodies, heavy shoulders. Not exactly wolves, not exactly bears, but something with that same power. They're keeping pace up there, matching me, and the moment I notice them, they start charging down the slope. And the fear that hits me is pure and instant, like my body understands before my mind does. Then, right ahead on the right, there's this church. It's Gothic, all sharp angles and towering stone, but it's unreal in scale. The spire rises so high it disappears into the gray clouds, and the building itself looks like it's grown out of the sea. Waves crash against its foundation. Tall, pointed windows stare out over the water like dark eyes. And the only way in is from the shore. I don't think. I just run straight for the entrance and push inside. The second the door closes behind me, everything changes. The storm sound dulls, like the world has been wrapped in thick fabric. The air is cold and still. No candles, no lamps, no warmth. Just that weak, ashy daylight filtering through the high windows, washing the white walls in a kind of sickly calm. The ceiling is impossibly high, so high it makes me feel tiny and exposed. Empty pews line both sides of the aisle, perfectly neat, perfectly untouched, like no one has sat there in centuries. And at first, I'm relieved, because the animals aren't in here. The chasing stops at the threshold. But then I look toward the altar, and I see him. He's standing near the front, off to one side by the last pew, like he's been waiting. Hat, long coat, that same dark shape swallowing the light around it. His back is to me, and for a second I just freeze, because my brain is trying to pretend it isn't real. But it is. I feel it in my skin. He moves. Not suddenly, not sharply, just turns, like a slow hinge. He pivots to the right, then again, lining himself up with the aisle, and he begins walking down the center toward me. Steady, measured, like he's practiced this. To my side, there's a dark wooden door, the kind that leads to a tower staircase. I bolt for it, pull it open, and I'm taking the steps 2 at a time, spiraling upward. The staircase is narrow and old, the wood creaking under my feet, and I keep climbing until I can't climb anymore. I end up in a tiny room at the very top, tucked under the peak of the spire. The ceiling angles inward so sharply it feels like the room is closing around me. There's a small window, and through it I can see the ground far below. Outside, the animals are there. They're pacing and snarling in the rain, circling the church like they're trapped by some invisible boundary, like they're furious they can't follow. I slam the door shut, and for a moment I just stand there, shaking, staring at the handle like it's the only thing holding my world together. Then I hear it. Footsteps. Deep, muffled, slow. Not on stone, on wood. A steady thump, thump, thump. Like a clock, like a heartbeat that isn't mine. It reverberates through the walls as it climbs the tower, each step closer tightening my chest. The sound gets louder, closer. Then it stops. Silence for half a breath, just enough to make me hope, stupidly, that maybe he turned around. And then there's a softer sound right outside the door, like shoes settling on the floorboards, like someone taking their time. I stare at the handle so hard my eyes ache. The handle moves. It presses down, slowly, like there's no rush at all. And right before it opens, I wake up. Okay, so I'm gonna keep myself anonymous, and I changed the names in this story for privacy. I'll call my aunt Marisol and my sister Jade. So, the 3 of us were always close, like the kind of close where we'd stay up way too late talking about creepy stuff and laughing at the exact moment you're not supposed to laugh. We've all been into the paranormal for as long as I can remember. Not in a we're experts way, more like we're the people who slow down at haunted house billboards and go, wait, what if it's real? One night, we decided to make it a little adventure. Just a girls' night kind of thing. We picked this park that was basically swallowed by trees. Super quiet. Lots of shadows. And we downloaded one of those ghost communication apps on Jade's phone. We weren't really expecting anything. Honestly, it was more for fun than anything, even though we had had weird experiences before. We got there late, like after midnight late. The playground was a little ways away, maybe like the length of half a football field, and there were barely any streetlights. The park itself was dark. That kind of darkness that makes you feel like the world ends at the edge of your flashlight beam. Marisol had brought her dog, Ranger, and he's not one of those yappy dogs. He's trained, protective, and calm. So even though we were creeped out, we didn't feel unsafe. Plus, we weren't completely isolated. There were houses not too far off. Like, if we screamed loud enough, somebody would probably hear us. And this is important. All 3 of our phones were fully charged. Like, 100%. We checked. So we sit down near this big tree. Jade leaned back against it, and we open the app. We start asking the basic questions, the cheesy ones you always ask because you don't know what else to say. Is anyone here? What's your name? Can you hear us? At first, nothing. Just silence and the sound of leaves shifting and us whisper laughing at ourselves. Then, after a while, one of us, pretty sure it was Marisol, goes, "Okay, do you want us to leave?" And I swear to you, the app spits out one single word. Run. And it wasn't just the word. The app played it back in this soft, whispery voice, like a girl's voice. And the moment it happened, Ranger snapped his head up and started barking. Not like, there's a squirrel barking, like, there is something behind you barking. And the thing is, he was staring past Jade, like directly behind her. Jade froze. I remember my stomach dropping so hard it felt like it fell through my ribs. We all flicked on our flashlights at the same time, sweeping the trees, scanning the shadows. There was nobody there. But it was that kind of nobody where you're like, okay, but why do I still feel watched? At that point, it was close to 1 a.m., and we didn't even argue about it. We just decided we were done. We grabbed our stuff and started walking fast toward the car. And as we're going, over Ranger still barking, we hear it. A scream. Like a full-on, blood-curdling woman's scream from the direction of the park. I remember thinking it sounded too close, and also too wrong. Like it didn't echo the way it should have, or maybe my brain just didn't know how to process it. We basically power walked into a run. Then we passed under one of the few working streetlights, and my eyes flicked to the ground because, I don't know, sometimes you look down when you're scared. I saw our shadows. Mine, Marisol's, and between mine and Jade's, there was a third shadow. Small, like a child, like a little girl. And I know how this sounds. I know. But it didn't match the shape of any of us, and it wasn't Ranger either. It was standing where nobody was standing. We all jumped in, slammed the doors, locked them, and drove away without saying a word. Just pure silence. The kind where you can hear your own pulse. We'd been driving maybe 10 minutes, 15, and out of nowhere it felt like the car hit something huge, like a pothole the size of a bathtub or an animal. The car jerked, we swerved, and then the tire blew. We pulled over, shaking, and there was nothing. The road was freshly paved, no debris, no potholes, nothing to explain it. We got out to check the tire and it looked wrong. Not just flat. It looked like it had been cut, like the sidewall had been slashed. Immediately we got back in the car because, look, it's 3 women in the middle of nowhere, late at night, and we suddenly didn't feel brave anymore. We locked the doors again and started trying to call people. We're sitting there like that for a while, making calls, watching the road, Ranger growling low in the back. And then Marisol whispers, "Do you see that?" There's a man, just standing near the road, way too close, like a few steps from the car. None of us saw him approach. He was just suddenly there, and I can't even explain what looked off about him. He wasn't doing anything technically threatening, but everything in my body screamed wrong. His posture, his stillness, the way he stared straight into the car like he could see through the windows. He started walking, slowly. He walked around the car, still staring at us, not speaking, not waving, not checking if we were okay, just circling us like we were something he'd found. It was one of the most unsettling things I've ever experienced. And then, just as slowly as he appeared, he was gone. Not like he walked away into the distance, like he was there, and then he wasn't. And here's the part that hit me afterward. From where he had been standing, you could see directly into the opening in the trees where we had been sitting earlier. Like, perfectly. It was the only little gap. If we'd pulled over even a few feet forward or backward, that view would have been blocked. I pointed it out, and we just kind of stared at each other like, no way. Then we looked at our phones again. Remember how they were all at 100%? All 3 of them were at 10%. Exactly 10. Not 8, not 12. 10, 10, 10. and we hadn't been watching videos or using Flash non-stop or anything like that. Just that app and a few calls. At that point, we were like, okay, one more call, then we save battery. Jade calls our mom, and the second my mom answers, before Jade can even say anything, my mom goes, "What's wrong? I just woke up from a bad dream about you. Where are you?" Like she'd been yanked awake. Jade tells her everything in this rushed, shaky voice, and my mom doesn't hesitate. She just says, "Stay locked in the car. I'm coming." She came and picked us up, and by the time we finally got home, it was around 3 a.m. We crashed immediately. And just for context, we didn't have a spare tire because it had been used earlier that week, so we couldn't even fix it ourselves in the moment. The next day, when it was daylight and the world felt normal again, we went back to deal with the car. Marisol followed in her own car, and I rode with Jade. We're driving away, maybe 5 or 6 minutes down the road, and we're talking quietly, trying to convince ourselves we're being dramatic. And then we hear it. A giggle. Like a little kid giggle. We both stopped mid-sentence, just staring forward. We checked the radio. It was off. Completely off. We were like, okay, maybe it was outside. And right then, I reached down toward the cup holder to grab my drink. This sounds so stupid, but it matters. And I lifted the lid to crunch the last bit of ice. A bee flew out of the cup. We opened the doors, hoping it'll fly out, and then more bees. One after another, just emerging from inside the car. Not through the windows, not from outside, from inside. We sat there on the side of the road, doors wide open, watching bee after bee fly out like the car was some kind of hive we didn't know we were driving around in. It went on for easily 20 minutes, maybe longer. Long enough that it stopped being funny, stopped being scary, and just became surreal. Like reality had a glitch and we were stuck watching it loop. After that day, we never went back to that park. It's been almost 4 years, and we still talk about it like, maybe it was all coincidences. But every time we say that, there's this little pause. Because deep down, none of us fully believe it was just coincidence. And lately, we've been joking, half joking, about going back. And I don't know if that's brave, or if that's the dumbest idea we've ever had. So, I've gone back and forth about telling anyone this for a long time. Mostly because it sounds like something you'd hear around a campfire and roll your eyes at. Except it happened, and my family still shuts down the second I even hint at it. It was the summer of 1999, and my cousin Haruto went missing. He was 7, I was 11. We were staying at my grandparents' place out in the countryside, outside Fukui, not the city, the real quiet part where the roads are narrow and the nights are so dark you can feel them. Their house was old in that way you can't fake. Sliding paper doors, tatami rooms that smelled faintly of straw and sun-warmed wood, a little shrine corner with offerings, and fields stretching out behind the property like an endless green sheet. Past the fields there was a thin line of trees, more of a wooded strip than a forest, but enough to make the wind sound like whispering when it moved through. One afternoon, Haruto and I were playing hide-and-seek around the yard. I remember counting with my face turned toward this rusted metal water pump by the side of the house, calling out numbers way too loud, like I was daring him to be brave. He giggled, this sharp, bright laugh, and took off toward the back, shoes slapping the packed dirt. At first, it was normal. That's the thing. There wasn't any ominous feeling, no warning. Just summer air, cicadas, and the kind of boredom kids feel when they've been in the same place for too many days. Then, time kept passing. 5 minutes, 10, 15. I stopped counting and started calling his name, thinking he was just being stubborn. I walked around the house, checked the shed, peeked behind the rice straw bundles stacked under the eaves. Nothing. My stomach got tight in that way it does when you're a kid and you realize, oh, this might actually be real. And then I found him. He was crouched near the back edge of the property, behind this low stone boundary wall that was half swallowed by weeds. He looked wrong, like the color had drained out of him. His little hands were trembling so hard his fingers kept flexing open and closed, like he didn't know what to do with them. I said his name again, soft this time, and asked what he was doing. He didn't answer right away. He just stared past me, toward the fields, toward the trees beyond them. And then he leaned in and whispered, like the words hurt to say, "She's too tall." I actually laughed at first, not because I thought it was funny, but because my brain didn't have any other place to put it. Kids make things up. Kids scare themselves. That's what I told myself. But he wouldn't stand up unless I grabbed his hand. And even then, walking back, he kept looking over his shoulder, quick little jerks of his head, like something was following us at a distance he couldn't measure. That night, my grandmother noticed immediately. She was usually gentle, always slipping us extra fruit, always smoothing our hair when she thought we were sleepy. But when she found out Haruto had gone near the back wall, near the trees, her whole face changed. It wasn't just anger, it was fear, sharp and clean, like a blade. She didn't yell for long. She went quiet. And then she made us do something I'd never experienced before. She filled the bath with hot water and poured in a thick handful of salt until it clouded and stung my nose. She made us soak, even when we complained. After that, she took out these paper charms, talismans, with dark ink and little brush marks, and she started sticking them around the room. On the door frame, on the window edges, even tucked into the corner where the ceiling met the wall, like she was patching holes you couldn't see. I asked her what was happening. She didn't explain. She only said a name, quiet, like saying it too loudly might invite it closer. Hachishaku-sama. I didn't understand it then. I do now. That night, I woke up because I heard Haruto making this small, broken sound, half sob, half breath. I sat up, still tangled in the futon, and saw him standing by the window. Just standing there, stiff as a doll. I whispered his name, telling him to come back, but he didn't move. So I got up and went to pull him away, and that's when I saw it outside. At first, I thought it was the moon catching something pale, but then my eyes adjusted. There was a wide, white hat just above the hedge line, too high to make sense, and beneath it, the suggestion of a face. Not right. Not like an old woman's face, not like a mask either. It looked unfinished, like someone tried to shape features and gave up halfway through. The eyes seemed too far apart, the mouth too stretched, and the skin had this dull, empty quality, like wax that had never been warmed by a human life. And her neck. Her neck was bent at an angle, like she had to tilt her head to fit under the roofline. She was watching Haruto. Not the house, not me, him. I don't remember deciding to move. I just grabbed him, harder than I meant to, and dragged him down into the futon with me. I pulled the blanket over both our heads, like that thin fabric could hide us from something that didn't belong in the world. Haruto was shaking so violently his teeth clicked. We stayed like that for, I don't know, minutes? Hours? I remember hearing my own heartbeat in my ears. I remember the air getting hot and damp under the blanket. Eventually, the gray light of morning seeped in. When we finally looked, she was gone. My grandmother didn't act surprised. That's what haunts me most. The way she moved like this was something she'd been afraid of her whole life. By late morning, she'd called someone, an older local priest from a nearby temple. He arrived with a bag of things: folded paper charms, a little bottle of sake, and a string of beads he kept running through his fingers as he spoke to my grandparents in a low voice. He walked the perimeter of the house, chanting, placing paper strips at corners, tapping the frames of doors and windows like he was checking for weak points. He poured sake at the edges of the property, just small splashes, like an offering. I stood behind my grandfather and listened, trying to catch meaning where I could. At one point, the priest looked directly at Haruto and said something that made the room feel colder. Haruto had been noticed, and once she chooses someone, once she's seen them, she doesn't stop. For 2 days they kept him inside, curtains pinned shut, doors sealed with charms. No stepping into the yard, not even for a minute. My grandmother slept near our room with a small lantern lit, like light itself was a kind of defense. It almost worked well enough that a part of me started to believe it was all going to fade into one of those scary childhood memories you eventually laugh about. And then came the third night. I don't remember waking up. I remember waking to quiet. The kind of quiet that feels wrong because you realize you're hearing it too late. Haruto's futon was empty. The window was still closed. The paper charms were still stuck in place. The doors hadn't been opened. The house hadn't creaked the way it does when someone walks down the hall. There were no footprints in the dirt outside. No broken latch. No torn screen. Nothing you could point to and say, "Here, this is how it happened." That sound, faint at first, then clearer as my grandfather stepped out onto the porch and stared toward the fields. "Poh, poh, poh." Low, slow, almost playful, echoing out near the edge of the trees. The police searched. Of course they did. For days, then weeks. People came with flashlights and dogs and long poles to poke through irrigation ditches. Neighbors talked. Rumors spread. Some said kidnapping. Some said he wandered off and drowned in a canal. My grandfather told everyone it had to be a person. A man. A stranger. But when he said it, his eyes wouldn't look at my grandmother. And my grandmother? She just kept lighting incense. We never found Haruto. Even now, when I visit, his photo is still there on a high shelf in the main room, faded at the edges from years of smoke. Fresh incense is always burning beside it, even when no one is home, like the house is still holding its breath. And sometimes, this is the part I almost never say out loud. When the wind is right, and I'm outside at night, I swear I can hear something drifting over the fields. Not a voice exactly. Hello friends, welcome back to the Paranormal M channel. How's your day going? Drop a comment below. And by the way, thank you so much for supporting the channel and sharing so many of your mysterious experiences with us. If you haven't already, make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications. Now, let's jump into today's spooky stories. So, I moved into this house when I was about 7. Cute little place, nothing fancy, but I remember being excited. And then, like not even that long after we unpacked, some neighborhood kids started telling me, all wide-eyed and dramatic, that there were rumors our house was haunted. And listen, at 7, I was obsessed with scary stuff. Horror movies, ghost stories, all of it. So at the time I was like, wait, seriously? That's awesome. Now? Now I'm like, absolutely not. The first thing that ever happened was when I was a kid, home in the living room by myself. Out of nowhere, I hear doors in the basement opening and slamming shut. Not like earthquake loud, but clear enough that there was no mistaking what it was. That hollow, heavy thunk sound. I froze, like my whole body just locked up. And I remember thinking, okay, don't be stupid, listen. Make sure you're not imagining it. It kept going for a bit, and then my brain flipped from ghost to someone broke in, because there's a basement door that leads outside. So I'm panicking, trying to be brave, walking over there with my heart basically pounding in my throat. And the second I get near the basement door, it stops. I turn on the light, I look around, I check everything. Nothing. No footprints, no open windows, no movement, just quiet. And I was terrified, obviously, but I hate admitting this. I was also weirdly intrigued back then, like it felt unreal in this sick, fascinating way. Then another time, I'm in the living room with my mom. Well, my aunt, technically, because she was the one raising me then. Her name's Marisol. Our house is small, walls are thin, you hear everything. We're just talking, normal stuff, and she suddenly cuts me off and goes, really low, "Shh, do you hear that?" We both go dead silent. And there it is again. Basement doors opening and shutting, harder this time. Hard enough you could almost feel it in the floor, like little vibrations through the couch. It lasted maybe a minute, 2, and then it stopped. And we just kind of looked at each other like, welp. And then we literally went back to whatever we were doing, like we had no idea what else to do. But the worst thing, the thing that still makes my stomach drop when I think about it, happened when I was in middle school. It was around 3:40 in the morning. I couldn't sleep. I was in the living room with the TV low, watching some random late-night videos and scrolling through comics on my phone. Everything's dark, quiet, that kind of heavy nighttime silence. And then I hear Marisol calling my name, clear as day. At first I'm like, okay, I'm exhausted, I'm jumpy, my brain's playing tricks. But it doesn't stop. It keeps happening. Calm, normal, like she just wants me to come over. Like, hey, come here. But something felt off, like my skin knew before my brain did. I turn the TV down even more and I realize, no, I'm not imagining this. This is real sound. So I get up, moving slow, trying not to breathe too loud, and I follow the voice. I'm expecting it to be coming from her bedroom, but it isn't. It's coming from the basement. I swear to you, my whole body went cold, and the basement door was cracked open. I'm standing there at the top of the stairs, staring down into this pure black nothing, and I can feel my eyes watering because I'm trying so hard not to cry. And then, right as I'm staring into the dark, the voice stops. Just gone. I slam the basement door shut, like, nope, and I go to her room. I shake her shoulder. She mumbles, half asleep, "Yeah? Were you calling me?" And she's instantly confused. "No, what are you talking about?" I went back to the living room and sat there, trying not to fall apart. Like I'm telling myself, you're fine, you're fine, you're fine. Even though I didn't believe it. And then maybe 15, 20 minutes later, it starts again. Same voice, same tone. Saying my name like it's normal. I didn't move. I didn't answer. I stared straight ahead and waited for it to stop, like if I ignored it hard enough it would get bored. And either that same night or a night soon after, this part blurs because I was so freaked out, a spoon literally flew at me while I was sitting on the couch. Like, not slid, not fell. Flew. It came from the direction of the kitchen and clattered on the floor right near my legs. After that, nothing for a long time. Years. So I started telling myself maybe it was just old house sounds. Maybe stress. Maybe I was dramatic. I tried to pack it away. And then last summer break 2025, I'm up late again in the living room watching YouTube, just trying to relax. For context, My living room has this front door with a stained glass window, a big window beside it, and then two glass doors on the right that go out to the back deck. I'm watching videos, minding my business, and I notice this reddish-orange light outside by the front door. At first it's faint, like a glow you'd ignore. But then it slowly gets brighter, like brighter, lighting up the patio, reflecting in the glass. And I'm sitting there frozen because my first thought is, someone is outside, like someone is standing there watching me. The light looked almost like firelight, but it wasn't flickering like flames. It was just this steady, unnatural orange-red glow. I stared at it for what felt like forever, probably only a few minutes, but when you're scared, time gets weird. And then it slowly faded out. No footsteps, no shadow crossing, no one walking up, no one walking away. And with how open that area is, I should have seen something. I finally forced myself to turn on the outside light and check. Nothing. Nobody there. I left lights on after that. Like full on, I'm not sitting in a dark living room mode for months. Then, later that month, around the 19th I think, it happens again. But this time it's on the back deck near the glass doors. I hear heavy movement out there. My first thought is raccoon or stray cat. But it's too heavy, too slow, too deliberate. Like something is searching. And I refuse to look. I don't know how to explain it, but I felt like if I looked directly at whatever was out there, it would become real in a way I couldn't undo. Like eye contact would be permission. So I'm texting my friends, panicking, fingers shaking so bad I keep mistyping. And while I'm staring at my phone, I see, just in my peripheral vision, something pale, like white, leaning close to the glass. I felt sick instantly, like nausea and fear at the same time. I started crying without even meaning to. It stayed there for what felt like 10 minutes. I didn't move. I didn't breathe right. I just sat there and waited for the sound to stop. Eventually, it went quiet. And I waited even longer before I finally forced myself to close the curtains, because I was scared that if I moved too soon, it would react. A few days later, the orange-red light came back outside the front door. This time, my little string lights were on, so I could tell it wasn't just some weird reflection. I tried to record it. Like, finally, proof, right? I got nothing. Just a useless, dark video, and me, whispering like an idiot. When I checked outside afterward, there were only Marisol's footprints in the snow, leading from the driveway to the door and back inside. No extra tracks. No sign anyone had been standing there. No explanation. And that's what kills me. Because I have the frantic texts to my friends. I have the failed recording attempt. But I don't have anything that makes people go, "Oh, okay, yeah, that's real." So when I tell people, they laugh, or they shrug it off, or they act like I'm being dramatic. But I'm not. I'm genuinely scared, and I'm genuinely confused. I don't even care if the answer is paranormal. I just want an answer. I want someone to take me seriously and tell me what this could be. Anything. Because living with unanswered questions like that in your own house makes you feel like you're going crazy. And I swear, I'm not making it up. I just need someone to believe me. So we moved into this little house in early fall of 2021, September I think. And for a while it felt normal, cozy even. Just me and my wife, Lena, trying to settle in, figuring out where everything goes, getting used to the creaks and the quirks. And then one night, not long after we'd unpacked, something happened that still makes my stomach tighten up when I think about it. Lena and I were downstairs watching TV. Eventually I got tired, and told her I was heading up to bed. She said, "Okay, I'll be right behind you." Super casual, nothing weird. So I go upstairs, get into bed, and I'm laying on my side with my back to the door, scrolling through my phone like always, and I hear footsteps come into the room. Not like, maybe the house is settling footsteps, like a person walking. Then I feel the mattress dip right behind me, like someone climbed into bed. The blanket shifts, the bed compresses, that unmistakable feeling when another body settles in. So I'm thinking, oh, Lena's here. But then, just a couple seconds later, I hear the kitchen sink turn on downstairs, and I hear dishes clink together like someone's rinsing something off. Instant adrenaline, like electric shock through my whole body. I whip my arm around, expecting to see Lena right there beside me, and the bed is empty. Empty. I sat up so fast I almost pulled something. I just stared at the spot where I swore someone had been, trying to make my brain accept it. Lena calls up from downstairs like, "Hey, I'm just gonna grab a glass of water." So she's down there, which means whatever I felt in the bed wasn't her. I told her and she believed me, but you know how it is when you didn't experience it yourself. She got quiet, shrugged a little, kind of like, "That's freaky, but what do we even do with that?" And honestly, time passed. Nothing else happened for a while. Long enough that it started to feel like a bizarre glitch in reality. Like maybe I'd imagined it. Like maybe I'd been half asleep. I almost forgot it. Almost. Then, months later, maybe close to a year after we'd moved in, we had the worst night of our lives. It was around 11:40 p.m. Lena and I had just gotten into bed. We'd barely been laying there 5 minutes when we suddenly heard one of the kids' indoor scooters blast across the hardwood downstairs in the dining area at the bottom of the stairs. And I don't mean a toy shifting or slowly rolling an inch because the floor is uneven. No, this sounded like a hard shove. Like it got launched, wheels rattling fast, sliding, clattering. The kind of sound that makes your brain scream, "Someone is in the house." Lena sat straight up. I sat straight up. We looked at each other and there was no wait and see. No listen for more. We moved. I grabbed my handgun and we did that awful thing you never want to do. Clearing your own house in the middle of the night with your heart trying to climb out of your throat. Our place isn't big, maybe 1,100 square feet. And it's kind of cramped, honestly. Not a ton of storage. Not many places for someone to hide. We checked everything. Closets, corners, behind doors, under beds. Every room. Nothing. No open windows. No forced door. No weird shadows. Just quiet. So we go back upstairs, both trying to pretend we're not shaking. I kept the gun within arm's reach. We're laying there again, and it's like our bodies haven't even had time to calm down. And then we hear it. Someone coming up the stairs. Clear as day. Heavy steps. Not careful. Not sneaking. Just walking up like they own the place. It takes maybe 8 seconds to climb our stairs, and whatever it wasn't slow. There was the sound of footsteps, but also this weird swish sound, like fabric brushing with every step, like a jacket or track pants. Lena sprang out of bed before I even fully moved, arms up like she was bracing to confront someone at the top. I grabbed the gun and rushed to the bedroom door, because our daughter's room is right next to ours, and all I could think was, I am not letting someone reach that door. I turned the corner, fully expecting to be face to face with an intruder, and there was no one. Nobody. Nothing. The hallway was empty. The landing was empty. The stairs were empty. And that moment messed me up, because my brain couldn't file it anywhere. There is no version of reality where something makes that kind of noise, coming all the way up the stairs, and then simply isn't there. Also, I know my house. Like, know it. I work from home. I'm here constantly. Every step has its own squeak. Every board talks. If someone had sprinted back down, I would have heard it. If they'd moved into another room, I would have heard the floor complain about it. But it was like the sound reached the top of the stairs and then vanished. We cleared the house again, faster, more frantic, lights on everywhere. Still nothing. We even debated calling the police, but how do you explain it without sounding unhinged? Hi, yes, we heard someone run a scooter and then climb our stairs, but there's no one here. Like, come on. So I stayed downstairs on the couch with every light blazing, gun in hand, just sitting there in this tense, miserable silence. Probably 40 minutes, maybe longer. Eventually, exhaustion won. We went back up, but this time we closed the baby gate at the top of the stairs. Not because we thought a baby gate could stop a grown adult, but because if someone did come up again, they'd have to mess with it, and we'd have a second of warning. About half an hour later, I hear noise from the small office across the hall. At first it was like a hum, then a sharper mechanical sound, like something powering up. I got out of bed and walked toward the office door, and the sound got louder. Not subtle, not imaginary. I ran back, grabbed the gun again, and got Lena. We yanked the office door open, and my laser cutter exhaust system was on. Not only the internal fan, also the external exhaust fan, cranked up to full. And here's what matters. I hadn't touched that setup in months. And these aren't touchscreens or voice commands or something. They're physical switches. The external fan requires multiple button presses to ramp up speed. In the years I'd owned that equipment, it had never once turned on by itself. That was the moment Lena and I just stood there, staring, and I could feel my whole sense of safety collapse. Because now it wasn't just a sound. It wasn't just a weird moment in bed. It was something interacting with the house. 3 back-to-back incidents. Scooter, stairs, then that exhaust system, flipped a switch in me. It made me revisit every strange noise we'd brushed off. Every odd feeling, every probably nothing. And then I did one last thing that messed me up even more. I went digging through my phone trying to figure out when that first bed incident had happened. I don't know why. Curiosity, I guess. Maybe I wanted to prove it to myself that it was real. And when I finally pinned it down, it landed on December 21st. Exactly 1 year before the night of the scooter and the stairs. That timing hit me like a punch, like the house was keeping its own calendar. And the worst part is not knowing, not having a clean explanation. That uncertainty eats at you. We told our next-door neighbors, older couple, been there forever, like 5 decades. And they got strangely quiet and said something like, well, years back, a woman who lived in your house disappeared. They weren't sure on the exact year, maybe 2006, 2007, but they said it like it was old neighborhood lore, like everybody knew something happened, but nobody talked about it. I don't know if it's connected. I don't know if I even believe in that kind of connection, but it's the only thread I've got. And now, it's mid-December again, and I can feel myself getting tense, like my body remembers before my brain does. I put up 2 indoor cameras, one in the kitchen aimed down the hall toward the living and dining areas, so it can catch anything moving toward the stairs, and one at the top of the stairs. Part of me wants to prevent anything from happening, and part of me is terrified that if something happens again, the only way anyone will ever believe it is if I catch it on video. I've told people this story and joked that they're welcome to spend the night. Nobody ever takes me up on it. And honestly, I don't blame them. But if you've got any suggestions, any way to feel prepared without feeding the fear, please tell me. Because I can already feel the date creeping closer, and I hate that my own house has a countdown in my head. This is going to sound completely unhinged, and I get it. But I'm not telling you this as some spooky campfire flex. I'm telling you because there were other people there. There were moments where it wasn't just in my head. So, quick backstory. I was born in the US, but before that my parents and my two older brothers had been bouncing around, mostly between Colombia and Argentina. When we finally settled in the States, we landed in the Maryland suburbs outside DC and rented this older house that had belonged to a Japanese family years earlier. And the neighborhood gossip, always with the neighborhood gossip, was that the father who owned it started struggling mentally after moving in. Eventually, he took his own life. Nobody could ever tell me if it happened inside the house or somewhere else, but either way, the house got a reputation. Apparently, a few families rented it before us, and every single one had something catastrophic happen. Like not, oh, the faucet leaks and the vibes are weird. I mean, life-derailing stuff that made them pack up and leave fast. Then my family moved in. I was barely a toddler. By the time I was 4, that house felt like it had rules I didn't understand. I remember things vividly. Sounds, shadows, that feeling you get when you're little and you can tell the air in a room is wrong. And there's another layer to it that's hard to say out loud. My dad started changing in that house. He got paranoid in this way that made our whole family walk on eggshells. There were nights my mom was genuinely afraid he'd hurt her. It was the early 80s. We were Lebanese, and back then, people just didn't call it what it was. They didn't step in. They didn't protect you. You just survived it. And that's when the dreams started. They weren't normal kid dreams. They were the same dream, over and over, like it was on a schedule. In it, I'm running, but it's that awful slow motion running where your legs feel like wet cement. And there's this glowing orb, blue-purple, like a little planet made of light. Sometimes it's in my hand. Sometimes it floats right beside me like it's tethered to me. And I'm terrified because I know I'm being chased. The man chasing me is always the same. Tall, pale, bright blue eyes. Handsome in this weird, unsettling way. Like if you looked too long, you'd feel sick. And his outfit was always the same too. Black brimmed hat, kind of like a fedora. Long black coat, dark suit, all of it. I think he wore gloves, but what I remember most is that I could always see his face. No smile, no anger, no expression at all, just purpose. Like he wasn't hunting me because he hated me. He was hunting me because it was his job. And every time, right before he could grab me, or grab the glowing thing, a woman would appear. Sometimes from behind a tree, sometimes stepping out of a doorway, sometimes getting out of a car like she'd been waiting. She'd call my name, clear as day, and I'd run to her, and the second I reached her, I'd wake up. That dream happened multiple times a week from when I was 4 until I was 9, and then life took this hard left turn. A few months after we got there, I developed something that was maybe arthritis? To this day, I'm not even sure what it was. All I knew was that once a week, I needed an injection. We'd go to a nearby town, mostly Catholic families, and a nurse would give me the shot at her house. The first time my mom and I went, the nurse opened the door and I absolutely lost it. I screamed, "I know you! I know you!" My mom looked horrified. The nurse looked confused. Like, kid, what? Her name was Nadia, and I swear to you, she wasn't similar to the woman in my dreams. She was her. Same face, same voice, same smile, same exact shade of lipstick, like I could have picked it out of a lineup. Even the jewelry, this little gold chain, the way it caught the light, my stomach dropped because I'd seen it 1,000 times in my sleep. For 5 years, several times a week, that woman had been the safe place in my nightmare. And now she was standing in front of me, holding a tray like, "Hi, sweetheart, come on in." For about a month, I saw her every week. Every time, I tried to get answers the only way a 7-year-old can. I'd ask questions sideways. I'd stare too hard. I'd say weird little things like, "Do you know my name?" Or, "Have you ever been in America?" Trying to make her flinch, trying to catch a crack in the mask. But she never gave me anything. She stayed warm, gentle, funny, always smiling at my mom like this was just a silly kid moment. And she'd brush me off in a way that felt intentional. Like she understood exactly what I was asking and was choosing not to touch it. Then my treatment ended. We stopped going. I never saw her again. But the dreams didn't stop. She was still there, still saving me right at the end, like she hadn't gone anywhere. And then came my 9th birthday. A couple weeks after I turned 9, my parents and I were driving back to our village from Beirut. I can't tell you how long we were in the car. Wartime driving messes with time, but in my memory, it feels endless. Like a whole day stuffed into a single ride. At one point, we stopped at a checkpoint. Syrian soldiers, which was common then. My dad handed over his papers, and I looked out the window to my right. And there he was. The man from my dreams, in real life. Same hat, same long black coat, same shape of his body as he walked, like the dream had stepped through a door and joined the street. He was moving along the side of a building, then he turned a corner, and even that turn looked exaggerated, like his coat flared back in this dramatic sweep, like it was choreographed. I remember grabbing at my mom, panicked, whispering, yelling, "Mom, Mom, that's him! That's the guy from my dreams! I just saw him!" And her reaction was small, like she didn't know what to do with it. A distracted, "Huh, weird." The kind of response adults give when their brains are busy surviving bigger things. But it didn't end there. Later, maybe an hour, maybe more, we reached this lively town, Dur el Chouer. Cobblestone streets, a big fountain in the center, cafes packed with people. It felt loud and bright and normal for the first time in that whole drive. We stopped at a crosswalk. I was sitting on my mom's lap in the front seat because I'd gotten bored in the back and insisted. Classic kid behavior. And then my mom stiffened. A man was walking in front of the car, and he was staring straight at me like I was the only thing in the world. It was him. And my dad, hot-headed, protective, loud, he got out of the car. He started yelling, threatening, doing that whole, "Hey, I'm talking to you, come here" thing. Full volume, full posture, like he could intimidate the universe into behaving. But the man didn't even glance at him. Not once. His eyes stayed on me. Calm, empty, fixed. Then he just walked away. And here's the part that still makes my skin go cold. People tried to stop him. The driver in the car behind us jumped out, and a couple bystanders moved in too. They reached for him, grabbed his arm, grabbed his shoulder, and the second their hands touched him, they let go. Not like he shoved them, not like he hit them, more like their bodies refused. Like instinct took over and said, "Nope, don't hold on to that." And he kept walking like nothing had happened. After that day, after seeing him that close, after my mom seeing him too, after the whole little scene in the street, I never had the dream again, not once. It was like whatever thread connected us snapped or got cut. And that's it. That's the story. I'm in my 40s now. I've spent years trying to make sense of it. I've asked people who claim they can see things. I've tried to rationalize it. Trauma, stress, war, childhood imagination. I've gone through every explanation I can live with. But I can't explain the nurse. I can't explain the man. I can't explain how real it felt, or why it ended the moment it finally became undeniable. And the part that messes with me the most is this. If it was all just a dream, why did it feel like it had a plan? Like it was leading me somewhere? Because I still don't have answers. I just have the memories, and the fact that I wasn't the only one who saw him. So, I've been doing musical theater for a long time now. Long enough that I've learned something kind of funny. Theaters don't just collect dust and old playbills. They collect stories. And sometimes, whether you believe in it or not, they collect something else too. Every theater I've worked in has had its little rituals. One of my favorites is the ghost light. You know the one. Single bulb on a stand, left glowing center stage after everyone goes home. Officially, it's for safety. Unofficially, people will tell you it's so whatever's lingering in the building doesn't feel shut out in the dark. There are two places that still stick to me, even after all these years. The first one is a summer theater I've bounced back to on and off for about a decade. Back when I first worked there, I was sharing company housing, so my boyfriend at the time, Eli, and I would sneak into the balcony when we wanted a little privacy. Nothing dramatic, just young, dumb, and convinced we were being very stealthy. One night we're climbing up the stairs, trying not to laugh too loud, and we both see this woman ahead of us, just for a second, turning the corner at the top landing. She's in this floaty lace dress that looks like it wandered out of an old photograph, like late 70s, maybe early 80s. The fabric catches what little light there is, and she moves so naturally that my first thought isn't ghost. My first thought is, oh no, someone's already up here. We speed up, annoyed and a little embarrassed, and when we reach that corner, there's nobody. Not hiding, not ducked into a row, not slipping down the stairs. Nobody. The balcony is empty. The whole theater is empty. Quiet in that way empty buildings get, where your own breathing sounds too loud. Eli and I just looked at each other, and without even talking about it, we turned around and left. Mood immediately gone. Later that same summer, please don't judge me too harshly, we found another private place. This little tech storage room tucked away off a hallway. It was basically a graveyard of broken equipment. Old cables, cracked cases, dead gear nobody had the heart to throw away. And sitting on a shelf was this massive poster printer, the kind that spits out those giant lobby banners. Everyone knew it didn't work. People joked about it. It had been broken since before I ever stepped foot in that building, and I'm not exaggerating when I say it wasn't even plugged in. No cord in the wall. Nothing. So there we are at like 2 a.m, and the building is locked up and still, and absolutely no one is supposed to be there. And that printer suddenly roars to life. Not a little click, not a flicker. I mean, it whirs up like it's been waiting for an audience. Lights on the panel, mechanisms grinding. And then, God, I still get chills. It starts printing. Paper feeding through like it's got a job to do. Eli froze. I froze. And then we both just ran. Like full panic, half-dressed, trying to pull on shoes while sprinting down the hallway. We didn't stop until we were outside, the night air hitting our faces, both of us laughing in that shaky, disbelieving way where you're laughing because the alternative is screaming. After that, things stayed quiet for years. I'd still get that little prickle walking through the balcony, but nothing like that. And then, this is the part that makes me pause even now. Something happened again, recently, on an ordinary day. I was down in the orchestra pit with my assistant, Marin. Just the two of us. 2 keyboards, maybe a couple yards apart. No music playing, no talking. That soft, swallowed silence pits have. Marin and I snapped our heads to the exact same spot at the exact same time. Nothing there. She stared at me and goes, "Okay, you heard that too, right?" And I didn't even know what to say, because my brain immediately did that thing where it tries to connect dots. The balcony, the lace dress, the feeling of being watched without menace, and then this voice, like someone just checking in, like she remembered the place, or remembered me. But the theater that truly, undeniably tops the list for me, the one that still feels like it has fingerprints on my memory, was the first theater I ever worked at. I was 17, fresh out of high school energy, and I landed this job as a music director in a tiny performance space that used to be a church. Like, actually a church. Built in the 1800s. It had that old wood smell and stained glass that made the daylight look like it was filtered through honey. It stopped being a church sometime in the early 1900s, sat empty for years, and then eventually got patched up and reborn as a theater. Next door, there was this crumbling old rectory they turned into props and costume storage. I hated that building. Like, truly hated it. Not creepy, spooky fun. I mean, my whole body said no the second I looked at it. To make it worse, these huge birds, black, heavy, prehistoric looking, would perch on the roof like statues. I don't even know what they were exactly, but I called them vultures because that's what they felt like. I refused to go in there. Full stop. The theater itself, though, that place was alive in a way I still can't explain. They gave me a key and told me it was my job to come in and open up before rehearsals, which, looking back, is wild. I was a teenager. I thought that's just what music directors did. Like, sure, why not? Hand the kid the keys to the haunted building. To turn on the lights, you had to walk through the entire place in darkness with a flashlight, climb this narrow ladder into a little electrical closet, and flip this big, old-school lever switch. It was so dramatic it felt like something out of a cartoon. Like I should have been wearing a lab coat and yelling, "It's alive!" And every single time, I'd be walking through the dark and I'd hear things. Footsteps in another hallway. A door creaking open and then clicking shut. Voices, muffled, like people talking in the lobby. More than once I'd call out, thinking the cast had arrived early. No answer. And when I finally flipped the switch, climbed down, and looked around, I'd be completely alone. It got to where I'd almost speedrun it, you know? Like if I moved fast enough, I wouldn't have to acknowledge what was happening. But the moment I can't shake, the moment that feels like it was stamped onto me, was after a late show one weekend. My friend Theo and I were on stage, wrapping cables, putting away instruments, cleaning up. We were both young and exhausted and weirdly emotional in that post-show way. And we started talking, really talking, about the future. The kind of conversation you only have when you're that age, when everything feels possible and you're both terrified and thrilled by it. And while we're talking, a woman walks toward us from the shadows. She's wearing this old-fashioned bonnet, not like a costume bonnet from a prop closet, like it belonged to her. She's watching us with this gentle focus, like she's listening to every word, like it matters. She looks solid, real, present. Theo and I both glanced at her, and in the same instant, we made the same assumption. Someone still in costume. Maybe an actor. Maybe crew. Not walking away, not behind a curtain, just gone. We went sheet white. Theo swallowed hard and said, "Okay, on 3, say what you just saw. 1, 2, 3, and we both blurted at the exact same time, "A woman in a bonnet." We didn't finish cleaning up quickly after that. We finished cleaning up immediately. But here's the thing. That conversation, the one she listened to, was real. It was hopeful and raw and full of these big promises we were making to ourselves. It shaped me. It lit something in me that I carried forward, even when things got hard. And years later, when I think back on it, I always wonder, was she just a leftover echo in an old building? Or was she something kinder than that? Something that showed up just to witness two kids dreaming out loud. I like to think she heard us. And I like to think, wherever she is, she knows we actually did it. We became the people we said we wanted to be. So, I don't even know how to tell this without sounding dramatic, but I'm wide awake and my stomach's been in knots, so I'm just going to say it like I'd say it to a friend. A few weeks back, I was scrambling for work. Anything, really. Pet sitting, tutoring, cleaning. One morning, ridiculously early, like 4:40 a.m., my phone rings. No caller ID. And this calm, almost rehearsed voice goes, "Are you available to care for children at a private estate in the countryside? You would begin tomorrow." No interview, no tell me about yourself, nothing. And then the weirdest part. They mentioned my resume, like they already had it. I remember staring at my phone afterward thinking, how did you even get my information? But the pay was great and, I don't know, I've always loved old houses. I told myself I was being paranoid and said yes. The next day, a driver picked me up in this glossy black town car. Might have been a Lincoln, I'm not even sure, but it had that don't ask questions vibe. The driver barely spoke. At one point, without even looking at me, he said, "You won't get reception out there. Best to keep your phone put away." Which, okay, fine. But the drive felt endless. Trees closing in, thin roads that looked like they hadn't been widened since horse and cart days, and fog hanging low, even though the weather wasn't cold. It wasn't spooky in a movie way, more like, the world got quieter the farther we went. Then we turned through these iron gates and the place just appeared. A huge Victorian manor, perfectly maintained. Not creepy abandoned at all. There were fountains in front, trimmed hedges, stone statues, beds of winter flowers, and actual gardeners working like it was a normal Tuesday. It looked expensive in a way I can't even describe, like the kind of wealthy that doesn't need to show off because it already owns everything. And then she came out. Not grandma old, but older, maybe late 50s? Tall. Rigid posture like she had a book balanced on her head her whole life. Hair pulled into a tight bun. Long, plain dress. She introduced herself as Mrs. Harrow, and she didn't exactly smile. She didn't exactly frown either. It was more like her face simply didn't waste energy on expressions. Inside the manor smelled old, but not dirty, like wood polish, beeswax, and faint floral soap. Quiet carpets, heavy curtains, everything spotless, but also like time had been paused and nobody wanted to admit it. Then she led me into this dining room. Long table, high-backed chairs, the whole period drama situation. And the kids were already sitting there like they'd been placed in position. 3 kids, Ivy, Nell, and Rowan. Rowan was the oldest, about 8. The girls were 6 and 3. No TV noise in the background, no toys scattered anywhere, none of that normal kid chaos. The youngest, Nell, latched onto me immediately like I was a lifeboat. Ivy, the middle one, had this bold little spark, like she was testing what she could get away with. Rowan didn't really react. He just watched me. Not shy exactly, more like he was observing. I felt like I'd walked into a house that didn't belong in this century. And here's the thing, nobody explained any rules. I only realized there were rules after I broke one. At dinner, I tried to be friendly, just small talk. I asked, "So what do you guys like to eat? Any favorites?" The instant I spoke, it was like I'd slapped a glass off the table. No one answered, not a single word. The air went thick. And then Mrs. Harrow, at the head of the table, slowly put both palms flat on the wood and bowed her head. So I copied her too, because what else do you do? I expected a prayer or something, but there wasn't one. They just stayed bowed for a few seconds. Then, all at once, they lifted their heads and started eating in perfect sync. No conversation, no laughter, just forks and knives and quiet chewing like it was a rule carved into the walls. Later that night, this butler, Mr. Griggs, led me upstairs to my room, and my suitcases were already there on the bed. I hadn't even carried them in. That should have been a bigger red flag than it was, but my brain kept doing that thing where it tries to normalize everything. Like, oh, they're just efficient. Fancy people are weird. It's fine. The first couple days were mostly okay. I did normal childcare things. Meals, stories, baths, keeping Nell busy because she was glued to me, trying to get Ivy to stop deliberately pushing boundaries, and gently checking in on Rowan, who seemed to live in his own world. The kids didn't play like kids I'm used to. No running around, no noisy toys, no cartoons. More like quiet puzzles, sketching, sitting with books, arranging little wooden blocks in patterns, and then walking away. And the routine. God, the routine. Everything happened at exact times. Meals at the same minute. Lessons. Walks. Bedtime. Even the way the curtains were drawn felt scheduled. Nobody ever explained it, but you learned quickly by watching, because if you were late by even a little, you could feel the whole house noticing. Then last night something happened that finally snapped me out of my "this is just quirky rich people stuff" mindset. I'd put the younger ones to bed, and I was walking back to my room when I heard screaming. Raw, terrified screaming from Ivy's bedroom. I bolted in thinking she'd fallen or had a seizure or someone had broken in. She was in bed, eyes shut tight, thrashing side to side like she was trying to shake something off of her. Her face was twisted like she was fighting. I grabbed her shoulders and called her name until she jolted awake, gasping and sobbing, clinging to me like she couldn't tell if she was safe yet. This morning I asked Mrs. Harrow about it, very carefully, because you don't really chat with her. You report things. So I said Ivy had what looked like night terrors. Mrs. Harrow didn't look surprised. She just said, in that quiet voice, "It occurs. It is managed." I asked if she'd seen a doctor. She gave me this look, like I'd suggested something obscene, and said, "We do not invite modern interference into the household." And then Ivy, still pale and sleepy, whispered to me later what she saw. She said she saw tall figures in black cloaks, and that inside the hoods there wasn't a face, just emptiness and little red eyes like beads. I laughed a tiny bit when she said it, not because it was funny, but because I didn't know what else to do. I told her it was a nightmare. I told myself it was a nightmare. But after that, I started noticing things I swear I hadn't really looked at before. Symbols carved into door frames and banisters. Small, repeated markings that didn't feel decorative once you actually paid attention. Like someone had etched them there on purpose, over and over. Some looked like old club or lodge symbols, the kind you'd see in history books, except, why would they be in a kid's hallway? Why would they be everywhere? And then, this part is what has me sitting here feeling stupid even saying it out loud. But then I realized the shapes were too uneven, too human. There were people out there, standing spaced across the grass in a wide ring, wearing long, dark, hooded clothing. Not walking, not talking, just standing in stillness like they'd been placed there the way the children were placed at the table. The whole circle perfectly arranged. I stood frozen at the window, trying to convince myself I was misseeing it, that it was gardeners or a staff thing or some weird midnight tradition that rich families do for fun. But nobody moved, not even a shift of weight, not even a head turn. And I don't know how long I stood there before I stepped back from the glass like it could see me looking. I'm supposed to stay another week. And I keep trying to be reasonable because nothing has actually hurt me. Nobody's threatened me. The house is clean. The kids are sweet in their own strange way. But the longer I'm here, the more it feels like I'm not just babysitting in an old house. It feels like I accidentally walked into something that's been going on for a long time, and they don't want witnesses who weren't invited. So, for a long time, I kept hearing this noise. Just this low, shapeless sound in the background. Like the kind of thing you ignore because you assume it's nothing. The fridge, the pipes, the neighbors, whatever. But one afternoon, a few weeks back, I was home from work, stretched out on the couch, waiting for the time I needed to go pick up my kid from school, and I noticed something. It wasn't just noise. It sounded like a radio, like actual radio static. That thin, dusty shh sound, and then the weird little shifts like someone slowly turning a dial. At first I thought my brain was just playing tricks on me because I was tired. But then, the more I let myself relax, the clearer it got. Like the calmer I became, the more it tuned in. And then, I started hearing songs. Real songs. Different genres, different voices. Sometimes something that sounded old. Sometimes something that sounded brand new. The static never went away though. Always that analog hiss underneath. Like the signal was coming from somewhere slightly off. Here's the part that messed with me. Some of the songs were completely unfamiliar, but I could catch lyrics, just little lines, and I'd write them down and search them later. And a bunch of the time, the songs were legit. They existed. Not stuff I knew. Not stuff I'd ever played. Just songs I somehow heard through this invisible radio-sounding thing in my room. But there was one song, one specific one, that I couldn't find anywhere. I tried everything. Different lyric searches, different combinations, humming it into apps, even searching the vibe and genre like a maniac. Nothing. It was like it belonged to nothing, and it got stuck in my head for days in a way that felt invasive, like it had roots. Then, a few nights later, I woke up because the music was loud. Not, oh, the TV is on. Not, someone left a speaker running. I mean, it was like my entire room was filled with it. Like the sound had no direction. It was everywhere at once, pressing against the walls, under the bed, in the air. And it was this old track I hadn't thought about since I was a teenager. Like one of those songs you forget exists until you hear 2 seconds and your whole past snaps awake. In my version, it wasn't Knocking Boots. It was Backseat Rhythm by some late 90s artist I swear I haven't heard since I was 14. And the creepy thing is, I never knew more than the hook back then. But that night, I knew whole lines. Like I'd been singing it forever. And I'm not gonna lie, I didn't even panic right away. I kind of enjoyed it. Because the feeling in my body wasn't fear. It was this heavy, blissy calm. The kind of calm where you could sit up if you wanted to, but you don't, because you feel so relaxed it's like your bones are melting into the mattress. Which is weird, because I've dealt with sleep paralysis since I was little. Normally, when that hits, I get the classic stuff. Pressure, trapped feeling, this sense that something is in the room with me. Terror, basically. But this is different. It resembles sleep paralysis in the my body isn't doing what I want way, but without the crushing dread. It's like I'm sedated, softly pinned, and I realized something that scared me later. I can only hear it when I'm relaxed. The more relaxed I am, the louder it gets, the clearer it gets. If my mind starts racing, it fades back into static. If I surrender into calm, it sharpens into music, like I'm the tuner, like my nervous system is the dial. So of course I did the rational checklist. And I know how this sounds, but it feels slightly paranormal, like sleep paralysis always has for me. Except this time it's not just dread. There's a signal. There's content. There are songs with structure and lyrics and emotion. And it makes me feel like, I don't know, like maybe there's a seam in reality, like I'm hearing through a crack. And I keep thinking, why is it always when I'm alone? That's another thing. My sleep paralysis episodes, my worst ones, almost always happen when I'm alone. Not at work, not in public, not when I'm out doing normal life. But if I'm alone at home, or alone in a quiet room, it's like my body decides, yep, time to freeze. And then the fear comes, and it feels like a presence, like something noticing me. I've done the sleep study thing. I've done the mental health evaluation thing. I've had professionals nod at me and give me the most reasonable explanations, and I've tried so hard to swallow them, because I want to be a person who believes in boring answers. But this music thing, it's been pleasant mostly, and that's almost worse, because now I'm questioning myself. Like, am I being lured? Is it harmless? Is it trying to make me comfortable on purpose? And I keep circling the same questions in my mind. Do I engage with it? Do I ignore it? Do I try to make it stop? Could it be malevolent? And I probably should have started with the backstory, because this didn't come out of nowhere. Astral projection is something I've tried to avoid for years. Even saying that makes me feel ridiculous, but I'm being honest. Because with sleep paralysis, sometimes it doesn't just feel like I'm stuck. It feels like something is tugging at me, like a force trying to pull me out of myself. And right before the music started, I had this experience that I keep replaying. I was in bed. The paralysis hit. That familiar click where your body goes offline. And then I slipped out. Not metaphorically. I mean, I felt myself fall out of my body like my consciousness rolled off the bed. I turned and saw myself lying there. My own body, my own face, still, sleeping. And then I heard voices in the hallway outside my room. A man's voice, low and urgent, like he was talking to someone else who wasn't quite human, or maybe just wasn't quite here. And I heard him say something like, "Keep her contained. She's not from the inner side. She could be a problem." And I swear to you, my blood went cold. Except I didn't have blood, not in that moment. I was just awareness, panicking. Then it felt like someone came into the room. A woman presence. I couldn't see her, but I could feel her like a shift in pressure, like the air got heavier. And I was freaking out because I couldn't make my body move and I couldn't see what was in my room. And then, this is the part I can't stop thinking about. She turned on 2 radios. 2. Except I couldn't see them either. But I heard them click on, and suddenly there were 2 songs playing at once, layered over that static. And instead of making it worse, it calmed me down. It was like she did it on purpose. Like she knew I was panicking and she was trying to soothe me, the way you'd put on music for a kid having a nightmare. And I remember thinking, why would something evil try to calm me down? And then immediately thinking, unless that's exactly how you get someone to stop resisting. I remember trying to get out. I remember floating to the door, grabbing for the knob, trying to yank it open, and my hand kept sliding through it, like it wasn't solid, like I was trying to hold smoke. Eventually, I went back to my bed and kind of laid myself down on top of my body, like matching my shape to it. And as soon as I relaxed enough, I snapped back in. I sat straight up, gasping, heart pounding. The next day, I wrote it down. I told my therapist. Then life moved on, and I shoved it into the strange brain stuff folder and tried to forget about it. And now this music is happening. Now it's like, whenever I get relaxed enough, especially at night, it's back. The static, the tuning, the songs. Like that night left a door cracked open, and now the sound leaks through. So I'm asking you like I'm sitting across from you, elbows on the table, eyes a little too wide. Am I the only one who has experienced something like this? And what do you think it is? Is it just sleep paralysis evolving? Is my brain building sound out of nothing? Or is there actually something, somewhere, broadcasting through whatever layer I'm slipping into when my body goes still? And if it is something, what do I do? Because the more I think about it, the scarier it gets. Not because it feels bad, but because it feels real. Real enough that it makes me wonder if the world is thinner than we pretend it is. Like there's another world pressed right up against ours, separated by a veil you can accidentally breathe through when you're too calm, too alone, too quiet. Do I listen closer? Or do I stop relaxing and keep my hands on the wheel? Because whatever this is, might notice that I'm noticing it. Okay, so I've been debating whether to even tell this story out loud, because the second you do, you can hear how it sounds. But I genuinely want to know what other people think, because it's gotten to the point where we've run out of normal explanations. So I live in this apartment with my sister, Hannah, and her husband, Mark. Rent around here is unreal, so we're doing the teamwork makes the dream work thing, splitting costs, sharing space, helping each other out. It's actually been nice, except for the part where the apartment has started doing things that make you stop mid-sentence and go, no, wait, what? It started small, like sounds. There's this weird knocking noise that comes from the kitchen, but it's not consistent. It'll go quiet for days and then randomly happen again. The best way I can describe it is, imagine someone stirring a spoon in a glass mug. That little clink, clink, clink. At first we were like, okay, pipes, old building, whatever. But it's just oddly specific, like it has a rhythm. Then the voices started. And when I say voices, I don't mean muffled neighbors through the wall stuff. I mean we'll hear each other. Like I'll be folding laundry and I'll hear Hannah say my name, clear as day, from the hallway. Then I'll call back and she's not even home. Or Hannah will swear she just heard Mark talking in the bedroom, but he's in the parking lot. The creepiest part is it's never all of us hearing it together. It's always one person hearing it alone, which makes it worse because you're standing there like, do I trust my own ears right now? But the worst sound, the one that made our upstairs neighbor text us in all caps, was the banging. I'm not exaggerating when I say it sounds like someone inside the walls just hammering, like heavy, angry pounding. The kind of noise that makes your stomach drop because it feels too human. Our upstairs neighbor, Linda, has texted Hannah more than once like, are you guys hearing this? And it's almost always super early, around 1 to 2 a.m. That's the time window, like it's on a schedule or something. And then there are the footsteps. This one is personal because it happens when I'm in the shower. I'll be rinsing shampoo out of my hair and I'll hear steps come down the hall, slow and steady, and then stop right outside the bathroom door. Not pacing, not passing by, just stopping, waiting. The first few times I tried to be rational. Hannah must be home for lunch, or Mark needs something. But I'd get out, wrap a towel around myself, swing the door open, and nobody's there. And they both swear it isn't them. And okay, here's the part where I know people are going to have opinions, because this is the moment that made me fully sit up and go, something is wrong. One night, Hannah and I were in the living room just talking. Normal conversation, nothing scary, nothing weird. And we have pets, so there are toys scattered around. This little cat toy, small, lightweight, just rolled across the floor toward Hannah's couch. Like someone gently pushed it. It stopped for a second. and then rolled back the way it came from. No AC running, no fan, no draft, no slanted floors. Our floors are level. And even if there was air moving, it wouldn't stop in reverse direction like it changed its mind. Hannah literally froze mid-sentence and just stared at it, and she goes, "How did that just happen?" And I'm sitting there, heart pounding, like, I genuinely have no idea. The pets make it worse too. Then there's the smell thing. This is one of the weirdest ones because it's so specific. Back in March, I had a car accident. Nothing horrible, thank God. I swerved to miss a dog that ran out, ended up stuck in a ditch, and I called Hannah to tell her I was okay and that my uncle was coming to get me. We hang up. Fine. She tells me a little while later, she and Mark suddenly smelled my perfume strong, like someone had sprayed it right in front of their faces. It lasted a few seconds and then vanished. No reason for it. No bottle spilled. Nothing. And recently, we've started smelling cigarette smoke, like heavy, fresh smoke. Except none of us smoke, and as far as we know, neither do our neighbors. Hannah was the first one to smell it, and then it started happening to me too. It's the kind of smell that makes you automatically look around for a person. And the lights. Oh my God, the lights. I have this little galaxy projector light in my room, one of those that makes stars on the ceiling, and it will randomly turn itself on and off. But it's not random in the normal bad wiring way. It almost feels timed. Like it turns on right when I'm thinking, okay, I should go to bed. Like it's nudging me. And when I wake up, it's off again. Also, I've walked out of rooms, totally alone in the apartment, and found lights turned on that I know I didn't touch. We even had this lamp that started flickering and clicking on and off. We assumed it was a cheap lamp, so Hannah got annoyed and threw it out. Bought a brand new one. Nothing fancy, just a regular lamp. And a week later, it starts doing it too. She was so mad because she was like, "So I threw away a perfectly good lamp for nothing." She even put in a maintenance request. They came, checked the outlet, said it was fine. And yet, the lamp still acts up sometimes. And then there's just stuff moving. Not like full poltergeist, chairs across the room drama, but little things. Keys not where you left them. Small objects showing up in places that make no sense. You do that thing where you try to convince yourself you just forgot, until it happens again and again. Last week, I heard something that still makes my skin crawl. I was sitting quietly, and right by my ear, like right beside me, I heard this little sound like, not a word, just a sharp, close noise. I sat there frozen thinking maybe it came from outside, maybe it was a bird or someone in the hallway, but it didn't feel distant. It felt next to me, like something leaned in and made a sound just to see if I'd react. And then this morning, this is what finally pushed me into telling somebody else. I took the dog out, came back in, used the bathroom, and then grabbed my keys because I needed to move my car. I closed the bathroom door, and I know I closed it all the way because we're strict about that. The cats are obsessed with shredding toilet paper like it personally insulted them. And my cat Miso, sweetest demon alive, loves pulling towels off the rack. Nothing like stepping out of a clean shower and finding your towel on the floor like a tiny crime scene. So I closed the door, fully, no question. A few minutes later, I walk back down the hall and the bathroom door is cracked open. Not wide open, just open enough to notice. Like someone didn't want to be obvious. Like someone just wanted to remind me, yeah, I can do that. And look, I know grief and stress and life can mess with your head, so I need to tell you this part too. We've had loss. Our mom passed away a few years ago. Hannah also lost her dad not long after. And I lost a cat I'd had basically my whole life, then another older pet the next year. So yeah, we've been through it. We're close, though. Hannah and I are really different, but our bond is solid. And me? I'm the odd one out. I love creepy stuff. Horror, mysteries, true crime. I collect weird little oddities, old antiques, spooky memorabilia, the kind of things people side-eye you for. I also have a ridiculous book collection, like to the point where it's becoming a storage problem. I've loved reading since I was a kid, and it's my comfort. So part of me wonders if I brought some kind of weird energy into the space, or if our grief left a door cracked open, or if it's all just a series of explainable things that happen to line up in the creepiest way possible. But then I think about the footsteps stopping outside the bathroom, the voices calling when nobody's home, the banging in the walls at 1:30 in the morning that even the neighbor hears, that toy rolling across the floor, stopping and rolling back. And I'm left with the same question every time. What is happening in our apartment? And why does it feel like it's getting bolder? Okay, so I'm going to tell you this the way I tell a friend sitting at my kitchen table, because that's honestly what it feels like I need right now. I'm not trying to convince anyone of anything, I'm just confused. And a little... So, we live up in Alaska, and people forget there's a whole layer of local folklore here that doesn't match what you hear in the lower 48. Things have names up here. Stories have weight. And I need to say this up front too. People assume things about me because of a genetic condition I have, like that means I'm into this stuff. I'm not. I didn't ask for any of this. I just moved into a house and started noticing things that don't add up. The house itself isn't ancient, built in the late 80s, but the land is. It was part of an original homestead in the area, one of those places that's been passed around in pieces over time. There have been a handful of owners. From what I've gathered, the earlier families really loved it here. Then the most recent owners, they were bad news. Neighbors say they barely ever saw them, and they never saw the kids. And that's the part that still makes my stomach turn. There's a room. It has a lock on the outside. Not a normal privacy lock, an actual lock. Inside, the walls are damaged, and there are marks across the door like something clawed at it, again and again. I'm not going to get graphic, but it's obvious that room held a lot of suffering. I later heard the state removed children from the home because of neglect, and after that, the house went into foreclosure. When you walk into this house, the feeling is strangely light, like bright air, even when it's dim outside. But that one room, it's different. It's heavy, like the air gets packed down, suffocating, like you're breathing through a blanket. At first, we didn't even really use it. We kept storage in there while we got settled. The door stayed shut, almost sealed up, just because it felt easier not to deal with it. But then we finally cleared things out and started setting it up as an actual room. And that's when everything sped up. The first thing was the TV. It started coming on late at night, blaring, like loud. Not the normal TV glitch loud. The volume would be cranked way up. Other times I'd be watching something and it would just click off. We're not talking about power flickers. My husband Eli works in the trades. He checked everything electrical. The wiring is fine. We're also not right on top of neighbors or anything. The closest window from another house is an acre away. This isn't someone messing with us. And it sounds ridiculous to say, but it started to feel like it was aimed at me, especially when my dogs weren't in the room. If I'm alone in there, my cats act weird, clingy, intense, like they're guarding me. They'll climb on me and stare past my shoulder. They refuse to relax. The dogs will pace and keep looking at the doorway like they heard something I didn't. One night, I let the dogs out, and the second I stepped away, a bunch of items started rattling, like someone grabbed the furniture and shook it. I turned around and I watched a lamp slide. Not fall, move. I froze. I tried to explain it away in my head, like maybe the floor shifted or something, but there wasn't any reason for it. And then, this is the one that still makes my skin crawl. While I was sitting on the couch, I felt something touch me through the back cushion. The couch is hard-backed. There's no "someone bumped it" explanation. It was like fingers pressing, just for a second. Not gentle, not playful. Like testing whether I could feel it. My dad, Tom, was visiting. He's older, moves slow, and I literally called out, "Did you shut that?" Because I needed it to be anyone but what I was thinking. He wasn't even near the hallway. He was nowhere close. A few days later, I accidentally left that room's door open. That night, my breathing machine in the bedroom turned on by itself. It's not a simple switch. It takes multiple steps, buttons, clicks, a specific sequence. It just powered up and started running. That was the first time Eli experienced something directly, and I could see in his face the exact moment he stopped humoring me. Then there was the night that I can't stop replaying. I woke up at a weird hour, the kind of waking where your body says, "Something is watching you." I opened my eyes and there was a figure in the room. Not tall, not tiny either, maybe a bit over 5 feet. The TV was on, and the screen wasn't showing anything, just that dark, glossy frame. But the darkness looked wrong, like it swallowed the light instead of reflecting it. And it was staring at me. The eyes were... I don't even know how to describe them without sounding dramatic. The roundest, reddest eyes I've ever seen. Not glowing like a cartoon, just red, solid, unblinking, fixed on me like it had all the time in the world. I didn't get a good feeling. Not fear like, "Boo, ghost," more like wrongness. Like when an animal locks onto you and you realize you're being assessed. So I did the only thing I could think to do. I covered my eyes and stayed still. I counted in my head. I waited, maybe 10 minutes. When I looked again, it was gone. And the feeling I had was this. It wasn't there to attack me. It was there to watch. And it didn't expect me to wake up. After that, I started keeping the door shut almost all the time. Recently, our whole household got knocked out by the flu, so we were stuck inside more than usual. We ended up in that part of the house a lot, and at one point we read scripture out loud. Not aggressively, not like some big ritual, just trying to bring some calm into the space. Things did quiet down a little for a bit, but then something else happened that I can't make sense of. There's an upper deck door. I went to let the dogs out. When I grabbed the handle, it started making this sizzling sound, loud, like something electrical arcing or like water hitting a hot pan. Except the handle wasn't hot. I checked it over and over. No heat. Nothing. The other side of the door was facing outside where it was about -3 degrees Fahrenheit, so it's not like we had some warm draft or condensation situation. I opened and closed the door a few times, and it kept sizzling every time I touched the handle. Finally it stopped, and I let the dogs out. Later, no sound, which is weird because that door seal is loud. My biggest dog walked back in, just appeared inside like the door had opened. She stood there with her head low, staring around, confused, sniffing, circling, like she was trying to find the source of something. Then she turned and went back out. I know I latched that door. I told Eli to shut it, and then I tried to shove it open, like I was hunting for a loose latch or some flaw. It wouldn't budge. Solid. The next day, my dad walked in while I was sick and, without thinking, made the sign of the cross. Just a reflex, like older folks do. Within minutes, there was banging. Not subtle, not old house settling. Loud, aggressive hits that made my chest tighten. And since then, the noises have only gotten louder. I've lived in older homes than this. I know creaks. I know pipes. I know winter expansion. This isn't that, and I'm at this point where I don't know what to do with it. I don't know what it is. I don't want to slap a label on it, because up here, labels matter, and I don't want to invite something worse by naming it wrong. But I also can't ignore the feeling I got from whatever was standing there watching me. I need you to know this too. I don't have a history of hallucinations. No sleep paralysis. No episodes like that. I'm not someone who sees things. I don't even like scary movies. We've done some recordings and we caught noises, sounds that don't feel human. But the creepy part is, we didn't hear them in the moment, only on the playback. So that's where we're at. A house that feels bright, except for one room. Activity that got worse the moment we opened that room up. And a presence that seems to notice when I'm alone. And I'm just trying to figure out what to do before it escalates into something we can't take back. Okay, so let me tell you about this story that's been living in the back of my mind for years. It started online, back in January 2004, on a Japanese message board where people shared scary experiences. One night, a poster using the handle Mio dropped what seemed like a casual, real-time update, and it slowly turned into something people still whisper about now. Mio said she'd gotten on a late-night train, nothing special. One of those rides you take half asleep, staring at reflections in the window, just waiting to get home. The car was mostly empty, quiet, normal. At first. But then she noticed something small that didn't fit. The train just kept going. No stops, no announcements, no doors opening anywhere. Just the steady rattle and sway, like it was chewing through the night without permission. It should have been a quick ride, 10 minutes maybe. But time started stretching in this awful way, like the world had slipped out of rhythm. She tried to shake it off, but eventually she got up and walked to the front of the car to talk to the conductor. She knocked on the door. Nothing. She knocked again, harder. Still nothing. And then she noticed the little window in the door was covered from the inside. Not foggy, not dirty, covered. Like someone didn't want to be seen, or didn't want her looking in. That's when the fear really set in. Not the dramatic kind, the quiet kind, the kind that climbs your throat and sits there. A while later, she didn't even know how long, the train slid into a tunnel she'd never heard of. And when it finally slowed down, it arrived at a station that, according to her, simply shouldn't exist. The sign read, Kisaragi Station. She stepped onto the platform and described it like a place that had been built and then abandoned immediately. No staff, no other passengers, no vending machines humming in the corner. Just empty concrete, cold fluorescent light, and that deep silence that feels wrong. She pulled out her phone and searched. Nothing. Maps didn't show it. Search results didn't show it. Like the name Kisaragi Station didn't belong to the world her phone understood. So she messaged her family. They'd never heard of it. She tried calling too, but they were confused. Worried, but confused. Like she was saying a word that didn't mean anything. And then, panicking, she called the police. And this part always gets me. Because the police didn't rush in. They didn't take it seriously. They basically brushed her off, like she was joking or trying to stir up trouble. And the more scared she sounded, the more they treated it like nonsense. So she did what people do when no one believes them. She went back to the train, because at least the train was familiar. But when she got there, it was gone. Just like that. No headlights disappearing into the distance. No sound fading away. One moment it was her only lifeline, and the next, there was just empty track and still air. And beyond the platform, nothing. No streets, no homes, no convenience store glow in the distance. Just rough, open wilderness, black shapes of trees, uneven ground, and the tracks stretching forward like they were leading into a part of the world nobody visits. She said she started walking along the tracks because, what else do you do? When you're trapped somewhere unlisted, and the one thing that brought you there has vanished? And while she walked, she began hearing sounds. At first it was faint, like something carried on the wind. But then it got clearer. Drums, that heavy, ceremonial kind. Like taiko, deep and slow, paired with something like bells, thin, metallic chimes. And then, this was the moment she said her blood went cold. She heard a voice behind her. Calm, almost annoyed. "Hey, walking on the tracks is dangerous." She turned. There was an old man standing maybe 10 meters away, and here's the detail she couldn't stop thinking about. He had only one leg. Not like an injury he was holding, just like that was how he existed. She froze. She didn't even have time to speak, because the moment she looked directly at him, he vanished. No footsteps, no turning away, just gone. And she was alone again, standing under a dead sky, with only the tracks and those distant drums. She kept walking, because stopping felt worse than moving. Eventually, she reached another tunnel. She described a sign nearby with a name she didn't recognize, something like Inozawa Tunnel. She hesitated, but the drum beats behind her had gone quiet, and the silence felt like it was pressing on her ears. So she went in. Inside, it was pitch black, the kind of dark where you can't even tell if your eyes are open. She kept one hand out in front of her, feeling the air, feeling the wall, stepping carefully, listening to her own breathing like it didn't belong to her. And then, far ahead, a faint light. She walked toward it like it was the only thing that mattered. When she finally emerged, she saw a car pulled over nearby and a man standing beside it. He called out, asking if she was okay, if she needed help, if she wanted a ride. And look, I know what you're thinking. Everyone thinks it. But imagine being out there, alone, phone dying, no landmarks, no people, no way back. So she accepted. At first, she felt relief. Real relief, like, okay, this is the part where the nightmare breaks. But as they drove, the road stayed empty. No streetlights, no other cars. And the man didn't talk much, just enough to seem normal, but not enough to feel safe. She asked where they were going, and he said casually, like it was a known destination. "We're heading to Hinaoka Station." And something about that name hit her like a warning bell, because she recognized it, not as a place near where she was supposed to be, but as a place on an entirely different line, a station that shouldn't connect to her route at all. She checked her phone again, battery nearly dead. She typed one last update online, something short and shaky, the kind of message you write with your hands trembling, that she didn't know where she was, that she didn't know if she'd make it home, that she was scared. And then, no more posts, no follow-up, just silence. Afterward, people on the internet dug into it like a mystery they could solve with enough determination. They compared train schedules, route times, station lists. They pointed out that Kisaragi Station wasn't on any official maps or timetables. They argued about inconsistencies, about whether the timing made sense, whether a train could even do what she described without triggering some record. Some people claimed the tunnel name didn't exist at all. Others pointed out that the station the driver mentioned, Hinaoka, Hine, whatever version you hear, did exist, but on another line, far from where she should have been. And that's where the legend dug its claws in. Because if she lied, then why did her details feel so specific? And if she didn't lie, Then what happened to her? There's also this part people bring up, how the story fits into older Japanese folklore. The idea of wandering into a hidden place, a wrong turn that slides you into a world beside our own. A place where familiar rules don't apply. A place that lets you in and doesn't always let you leave. But of course, by then, it was too late. Because once a story like that exists, it doesn't really end. It just keeps riding the rails in people's minds. And I don't know what's worse, that it was a hoax crafted perfectly to burrow under your skin, or that somewhere out there, in the dark spaces between stations, there really is a platform with a name you can't find on any map, waiting for the next person who blinks at the wrong moment and looks up to realize their train hasn't stopped in a very, very long time. So, hey, let me just start by saying, I'm 17, and I live in Sweden in this old house that's been standing since the 1600s, like really old. The kind of place where the floors creak even when no one's walking, and the air always feels a little cooler in certain corners. My family says the house once belonged to someone well known around here, a privateer named Johann Blom. There's this weird pride people have about it, like it's historic, like it's charming. And yeah, it is beautiful in that antique way. But living in it is different. I've been here basically my whole life. And when I was about 7, things started happening that I didn't have words for. In my room back then, I had this tall bookshelf that I kept my comics and school stuff on. And I swear to you, books would end up on the floor like they'd been shoved out. Not like, oops, it slipped. Like something cleared them off. I'd come back from dinner and see 2 or 3 lying open on the rug, pages spread like they'd been thrown. I also had this old tiled stove in my room, one of those big ceramic ones, and at night, I'd hear this scraping sound from inside it. Not crackling, not settling. Scraping. Like something dragging fingernails against stone. Sometimes, when I was home alone, I'd hear movement in the hallway, soft steps, like someone barefoot, and faint voices like they were in another room talking low. I'd freeze and listen, hoping it was the TV or the pipes or anything normal. And it went on for years. Not every day, but often enough that you start adjusting your life around it without realizing. For a long time, it was mostly just me experiencing it. And then, it wasn't. My little brother and my mom started noticing things too, hearing things, seeing things. The moment that still makes my stomach tighten when I think about it happened when my grandma was visiting. Everything was totally normal. We were sitting around, laughing, talking, just a calm evening. Then my brother suddenly went quiet, like someone turned him off. He stared down at the table and said, very plainly, "Maya is gone." Maya was my grandma's best friend. Everyone instantly reacted like, "What is wrong with you?" My parents snapped at him for saying something like that. Grandma looked offended and confused and, honestly, kind of hurt. And then her phone rang. It was Maya's husband. He told her Maya had just died. And the thing is, this wasn't some "she's been sick for weeks, we were expecting it" situation. It was sudden. And my brother had no way of knowing. Like, physically, logically, no way. The room went quiet in this really heavy way, and I remember staring at my brother like I didn't recognize him. When I got older, around 14 or 15, I started trying really hard to be rational about everything. I wasn't hearing as much anymore, and I didn't want to be the kid who believes in ghosts just because the house is old. So I told myself it was imagination, or stress, or just the house settling. But still, sometimes I'd see the chandelier swing just a little, like someone brushed past it. Sometimes I'd hear footsteps on the stairs when no one was there, and I'd just force myself to shrug it off. Then I started dating my girlfriend. Well, now she's my ex. But at the time, she was the first person outside my family who spent real time in the house with me. That's the only way I can describe it. Like the house noticed a new person and decided to react. It wasn't subtle. It affected almost everyone. Except my dad. My dad doesn't believe any of it. Even if something happened right in front of him, he'd find a way to make it our fault. Like we set something up. Like we were exaggerating. It was exhausting. The first time my girlfriend came into my room, she stopped near the doorway and said she felt weird, like suddenly dizzy and sick. She literally told me, "I felt fine until I walked in here." She said it felt like she wasn't supposed to be there, like she was being watched. Not in a normal, nervous meeting the parents way, but like there was someone else in the room with us. After a few minutes, she asked if we could go somewhere else. I didn't want to. I was stubborn and also kind of embarrassed, like I didn't want to admit something was wrong with my room. So we stayed. Not long after that, she suddenly ran to the window and threw up. Like, violently. It wasn't, "Oops, I feel nauseous." It was full on. At first we tried to explain it. Maybe she was anxious. Maybe she hadn't eaten. Maybe it was something random. But it kept happening. Every time she was in that room, she got sick. Every single time. And the weird part was she was totally fine in the rest of the house. We could hang out in the kitchen, the living room, even the hallway outside my room. Nothing. But the moment she stayed in my room too long, she'd get pale and shaky, and then, yeah. So eventually I talked to my brother and asked if we could switch rooms. He agreed, surprisingly easily. Like maybe he didn't want to be near that room either. When my mom asked why I wanted to swap, I told her what my girlfriend had experienced. And I asked her, kind of carefully, if there was anything else about the house or that room that I didn't know. And she got this look, like she'd been waiting years for someone to ask. She told me that when she first moved in with my dad, she felt the house had this strange heaviness. And one time in the bathroom, she saw towels, not falling, not hanging wrong, sticking out into the air, like something invisible was pinching them in the corner and pulling them outward, like a hand stretching fabric. She asked my dad if anything like that had happened to him. He basically laughed it off. Then she told me something that I had no memory of. She said when I was about 4 or 5, I woke up crying and told her I'd had a nightmare about a headless man with an axe in the bathroom. Like I described it in detail, him coming toward me, killing me. She said it freaked her out because I was so little, and I talked about it like it was real. I didn't remember any of it. But after she told me, the dreams came back. For weeks, I kept dreaming about that bathroom, that same feeling, that same shape, like my brain had been reminded of something it wanted to forget. After we switched rooms, my girlfriend stopped getting sick, completely. And the old room got quieter too. Not totally dead, but calmer. Back when it was my brother's room, there was only one thing I clearly remember happening in there. Me and my mom were sitting and doing something simple, coloring or drawing, when a lid from a mug launched off a shelf and hit the floor right between us. Now I've been in my new room for about 2 years. And most of the time it's fine. Mostly. But I still get that feeling sometimes that I'm being watched. Like there's a presence just outside the edge of your vision. And the most recent thing? I still don't have an explanation for it. One morning, I noticed the word "hello" written on the outside of my window. Outside. And the creepy part is, you can't just walk up and do it. The bushes are high and thick right under the window, and the window itself is up enough that you'd have to be standing in a really awkward place to reach it. Like you'd need a ladder, or you'd need to be inside the bushes. There was no ladder, no footprints, nothing obvious. Just that word. Like someone wanted me to know they'd been there. And honestly, that's what gets me the most. Not the noises or the books or even the dreams. It's the feeling that whatever it is, if it is something, doesn't just happen randomly. It notices. And sometimes it answers back. So this happened years ago, but I'm telling you, my body still reacts like it's happening right now. When I was little, like kindergarten little, my family moved from Ohio to a quiet suburb outside Philadelphia. We stayed in that house for a few years, and on paper, it was just a normal place. Split level, beige carpet, a backyard that looked innocent in the daytime. But the first day we got the keys, something felt off. The couple selling it to us were polite, almost too polite. As we were leaving, the woman handed my mom this homemade children's book. It was handwritten, illustrated, the whole thing, about a little boy and a guardian who would watch over him and talk to him and keep him safe. My mom wasn't the type to get spooked. She'd lived in old houses, fixed them up, dealt with creaks and drafts and pipes knocking at night. She thanked them, smiled, and tucked the book away like it was just an odd little goodbye gift. But later, years later, she admitted she thought they gave it to us on purpose, like they were trying to frame what was coming, like they already knew. At first, nothing dramatic happened, just the kind of stuff adults wave off, doors that seemed to close on their own, water running when nobody touched the faucet, tiny sounds in the walls. My mom chalked it up to the house settling. She told herself it was old wood and shifting air pressure and a kid's imagination. Then one evening, we're in the living room, curled up on the couch, watching Hercules. And there's this scene where a shadowy, snarling figure comes at Meg. Apparently, because I don't remember this part myself, I pointed at the screen and said, plain as day, "That's him. That's the man who comes in my room." My mom said she went completely still, like her blood turned cold in her veins. She didn't want to react, didn't want to feed into it, didn't want to believe it. But she told me later she felt this sudden wave of dread, because it didn't sound like a kid playing pretend. It sounded like recognition. After that, I remember a lot. I was the kind of kid who could spend hours in my room with stuffed animals and picture books. I'd line my plushies up like they were my little army. Bears, turtles, a battered old lion with one loose eye. I'd sit on the floor and read Berenstain Bears and Goosebumps, and it felt like my room was my whole world. Until it didn't. One afternoon, I heard my grandmother's voice, soft, close, like she was leaning right into my ear. She said my name over and over, like she was trying to coax me. "Eli, Eli, come here. I've got something for you." I popped up so fast. I was excited, smiling, already picturing her holding out something wrapped in paper. I ran into the hallway, then the kitchen, then the living room, calling out, expecting her to answer. Nobody. I found my dad in his office and asked where Nana was, and he looked up from his work like I'd asked him something impossible. He told me it was just us at home. No visitors, no one else. That should have been the moment my mom packed us up and left. But life doesn't work like that. You rationalize. You talk yourself down. You blame the wind, the pipes, the mind of a little kid. And then I started talking to someone in my room. I gave him a name, Mr. Harlan. I don't know why. It just felt right to me at the time. In my head, he looked like an old man from some old movie my parents had on once. Stooped shoulders, a long, crooked nose, the kind of face that seemed carved out of shadows. I used to talk to him like he was just there, like he was another adult in the house nobody else noticed, like he was my weird, invisible roommate. One day my mom walked in and caught me mid-conversation, sitting on the floor, staring toward the corner. She asked who I was talking to. At first, she tried to laugh it off, but I saw her eyes, how they flicked to that corner, like she didn't want to look too long, like she was scared of what she might convince herself she saw. The nights got worse. I started building these little forts in bed out of stuffed animals. I'd stack them around me like a fence, like if I had enough softness between me and the dark, I'd be safe. I didn't have the words for it back then, but I felt hunted. Every night, when my mom would kiss me goodnight and leave, I would watch the doorway and the far wall, like I was waiting for something inevitable. And then I'd see it, his shadow stretching across the room, that hunched shape, that angled nose, that posture that looked like it belonged to someone who'd spent a lifetime leaning over you. I'd pull the covers up to my eyes and whisper whatever prayers I could remember. Not because we were especially religious, we weren't, but because fear makes you reach for anything. And then the worst part became a routine. I would wake up at the exact same time. Not around the same time, every time. 3:10. I'd bolt upright in a panic, already screaming, already running. I'd tear up the stairs toward my parents' room like something was right behind me, because it felt like it was. Most nights I never looked back, but one night, I did. I can still feel the carpet under my feet, the way my socks slipped a little as I hit the first stair. I turned my head, and there he was. Not a shadow, not a trick of light. A figure at the bottom of the stairs, fully there, like the darkness had decided to take a shape. His face was pale and sunken, with this awful twist of a smile like he was enjoying how afraid I was. And he wasn't alone. On either side of him stood two other men, wrong in a way my little kid brain couldn't explain. Their expressions were flat, almost bored, and parts of their faces looked unfinished, like skin was missing, like they were peeling out of something they didn't belong in. I didn't process it. I didn't think. I just ran harder. Even now, telling you this, my throat tightens like I'm about to cry. My parents thought it was nightmares, until they couldn't pretend anymore. They set up a baby monitor in my room, not to spy, just to listen, to reassure themselves I was okay. And one night, in their bedroom, the monitor crackled to life. At first it was just static, and then breathing. A man's breathing. Slow and heavy, like someone leaning close to the microphone, taking their time. Like they were standing over my bed, watching me sleep. My dad jumped up, my mom right behind him, and they rushed down the hall and flung open my door. Nothing, just me asleep. Stuffed animals piled around me like tiny guardians that clearly weren't doing their job. They went back upstairs. The monitor did it again. That same breathing, like it was waiting for them to leave. They ran down again. Nothing. Back up. Again. Finally, my mom snapped. She ran down the stairs so hard it sounded like she might fall, stood in my doorway, and yelled into the room like she was talking to a person she could see. She told it to leave me alone. She told it had no right. She said a prayer she hadn't said in years, words tumbling out like she was pulling them from somewhere deep and desperate. Not because she suddenly found religion, but because fear will make you try any door that might open. And then, not long after that, she made my dad agree to sell. A small group of neighbors even tried to cleanse their houses together, burning sage, saying blessings, trying to push out whatever had settled in. For a few weeks, our house went quiet. And then, it came back. The night terrors. The waking at 3:10. That feeling of someone waiting at the edge of my bed. We moved not long after. And here's the part that messes with me the most. The moment we left, it stopped. Like it was tied to that house, or that street, or something beneath it. But even though nothing followed us, sometimes my body still remembers. Sometimes I'll wake up in the dark and check the clock without meaning to, and for a split second, before I even think, I'm bracing myself. Like I'm back in that old room with my stuffed animals lined up like soldiers, praying that whatever lived in the corner wouldn't step out again. Okay, so I should probably give you a little background first, because none of this makes sense without it. My girlfriend, I'll call her Maya, she's had a rough start in life. Like the kind of childhood where the air in the house is always... Her parents split when she was young, and the fighting didn't really end after the divorce. If anything, it got uglier. Her dad would pull these manipulative moves that made Maya and her older sister feel like they had to compete for love, like he was trying to turn them against each other. And I swear, that kind of thing leaves marks on you, even when you're grown. And Maya, she carries stress differently than most people. She gets panic attacks sometimes, like the real kind, where your body feels like it's in danger even when you're safe. But what makes her situation different is what happens with the panic attacks. Ever since she was a kid, she's seen things. Not like little flickers in your vision, I mean full-on shadow figures. She described one that wears a brimmed hat, like this old-school silhouette that just stands there. There was another one she called the long-armed one, because it would be wedged in the corner of her room like it didn't belong in the geometry of the space. And then there was this woman-shaped presence that would peek out from her closet door, just barely enough for Maya to catch it if she glanced the wrong way. Sometimes it's not even a full body, it's just faces, like oval heads, big round eyes, a little open mouth, like a mask that doesn't belong to anyone. Once in a while she can sort of make out features, but most of the time it's just the idea of a face, like something trying to imitate what a human looks like. And here's the part that messed me up. When Maya gets really anxious, the shadows don't just stand there. She's told me they move. Sometimes they crawl. Sometimes it feels like they're coming closer. And she'll grab her stomach or her side and tell me it hurts, like pressure, like bruising from the inside. She's not saying, I imagined pain. She's saying, it hurts right now. I know how that sounds. I do. If someone else told me this a couple years ago, I'd probably nod politely and think, sleep paralysis, trauma, hallucinations, anxiety, all of that. And to be clear, I still think some of that could be part of it. But then, there was this one morning that didn't fit neatly into any box. Maya had a really bad night, panic attack, shadows, the whole thing. She finally fell asleep near morning, and the next day she texted me like, I don't want to scare you, but look at this. And she sent a photo of her thigh. There were scratches, not random, not like, oh, I must have hit something. It looked like a symbol, like a messy star shape carved into the skin, with lines that were too deliberate to be accidental. And that was the moment I remember thinking, okay, either something is happening that I don't understand, or her mind and body are doing something terrifyingly real together. Either way, it wasn't something I could shrug off anymore. Now, here's my part in the story. I'm a Christian. Not casually, not just in name. I mean, I really believe it. And I've had my own weird experiences too. Not seeing figures the way Maya does, but feeling presences. Getting sleep paralysis. That trapped feeling where you can't move and you're convinced something is in the room with you. At first, it scared me. Like full-body dread. But then it started happening enough that my fear kind of burned out. It turned into irritation, then anger. Like, not again? Seriously? And I don't know how to explain this without sounding dramatic, but I started fighting it back in the only way I knew how. I'd pray. I'd say the name of Jesus out loud, or in my head if I couldn't move, and tell whatever it was to leave. So when Maya and I started dating, I didn't want to push my beliefs on her, because she's not religious like that. She's more open to ghosts, spirits, that kind of thing. But I did start doing one thing. I prayed for her at night. Every night. And what's wild is, over time she started seeing them less. Not completely at first, but noticeably less. And I kept wondering, is it because she's happier? Because she's less stressed? Because she finally feels safe with someone? Or is it something spiritual? I don't know. I honestly don't. It could be either, maybe both. But we learned something else too. If Maya talks about the shadows too much, or even thinks about them too long, it's like her brain turns the lights on for them. She'll remember, and suddenly she'll freeze mid-sentence and go, "I just saw one." So we developed this rule without even saying it out loud. We don't talk about them, because talking about them invites them back, whether that's psychologically or spiritually, or both. And then tonight, we broke the rule. We were on a video call, just being lazy. We ended up watching a horror movie, one of those newer, creepy ones. And I did that stupid curiosity thing where I was like, "Are any scenes like what you've experienced?" And she paused, and she was like, "Yeah, actually." And once it started, it didn't stop. The conversation just spiraled. She told me more details. She even drew them, like little sketches on paper, showing the tall corner figure and the face shapes. And as she was drawing, she kept doing that thing where her eyes would dart to the side of her room, like she was trying not to look directly at something. At one point she laughed, but it was the kind of laugh people do when they're trying to prove they're okay. Then she got quiet and said, "There's one by the corner of my bed." And I could feel my stomach drop even though I couldn't see anything through the camera. Like the atmosphere changed just from her saying it. And I didn't want to feed it. I didn't want to turn this into a serious, fear-filled moment where she spirals. So I did something kind of dumb, but also kind of perfect. I was changing my shirt, and I said, totally, "Oh, does it want to watch me change too?" Maya blinked, and then she snorted, like really laughed. And she turned her phone toward the corner like she was introducing a friend and goes, "Just hanging out with my bestie." And I swear to you, the fear on her face loosened, like her shoulders dropped, like the room could breathe again. And she didn't say she saw it anymore after that. That moment made something click for me, because I've always believed fear is part of the fuel, whether these things are paranormal or whether they're manifestations of trauma and anxiety. Fear is what gives them weight. Fear makes them bigger. Fear makes them realer. So I started thinking, okay, how do I help her long term? Do we just never mention them again, because even talking about it triggers it? Or do I help her understand my faith, not as a lecture, but as a way of feeling protected, like truly protected? Or do we train her to meet them with annoyance instead of terror? Like, "Oh great, you again," instead of, "Oh my God, I'm in danger." Because I'll tell you this, part of why I'm not afraid anymore is because I genuinely believe God is with me. That doesn't mean I'm some superhero. It just means I don't feel alone. And if I'm not alone, then what is some shadow in the corner compared to that? It's like the way an adult doesn't feel threatened by a toddler throwing a tantrum. Loud, dramatic, scary looking for a second, but not actually in control. And when she finally drifted off, she looked peaceful, like genuinely peaceful. She's asleep right now as I'm telling you this, and I'm still here on the call, watching her breathe, hoping that tonight stays quiet. And I don't know what the shadows are. I can't tell you that. I just know what they've done to her, what they've tried to take from her, and how badly I want them gone. So yeah, that's where I'm at. Trying to protect her, trying to make her feel safe, trying to figure out whether the answer is silence, faith, laughter, or some mix of all three. But tonight I'll take the small win, because she's asleep, and the room feels calm. Okay, so let me tell you about this place, because even now, thinking back on it makes my skin go a little tight, like the air itself is remembering. There's this small town called Marrowbrook, the kind of town where everyone waves, everyone knows your business, and every harmless old story gets repeated so many times it starts sounding like fact. And on the edge of it, just beyond the last few streetlights, there's an old estate people don't talk about unless they're trying to scare you on purpose. They called it the Renmore House. It was this towering Victorian mansion with sharp gables and a wraparound porch that sagged like tired shoulders. Ivy had crawled all over the brick for years, thick as a blanket, and the trees around it leaned in close like they were keeping a secret. The house had been empty forever, decades at least. The windows were dark, the gate half swallowed by weeds, and still, folks acted like it was listening. Then a couple moved in. Not James and Clara, different pair, Elliot and Mara. Young, hopeful, the kind of people who see rot and dust and think, we can bring it back. They bought the place cheap, and you could tell they were proud, like they'd rescued something. The first night they slept there, Mara told me the lights started acting strange. Not just flickering like bad wiring. No, it was patterned. Like somebody was tapping out a slow little code. Bright, dim, bright, dim. Pause, and then again. Elliot, of course, did the practical thing. Old house, he said. Old electrical. He even laughed, like he was trying to shame the fear out of the room. But Mara couldn't shake the feeling that the house was doing it on purpose, like it wanted them to notice. And then came the smells. That's the part that gets me the most, honestly. Because you can explain a draft. You can explain creaky floors. But a scent, strong enough to fill a room, appearing out of nowhere? That's different. One minute, she'd be unpacking dishes, and suddenly the kitchen would reek of honeyed roses, sweet and thick like a funeral arrangement left too long in heat. Then it would vanish, and a few hours later she'd catch the sharp, bitter sting of burnt bread, like someone had forgotten toast in a dark corner. Sometimes it was wet soil, that cold garden smell, like freshly turned earth after rain. And once, she swore it was smoke and myrrh, like incense drifting through a church that wasn't there. It wasn't constant. That was the thing. It came like a visitor. And it always seemed to happen when Mara was alone. One evening, Elliot drove into town to pick up supplies. Paint rollers, wood filler, all that restoration stuff. Mara stayed behind in the parlor with a book, trying to ignore how enormous the house felt at night. She said she was reading the same paragraph over and over because the silence was too loud. Then the temperature dropped. Not slowly, instantly. Like someone had opened a freezer door inside the walls. She looked up, expecting maybe a window had slipped open, but the curtains weren't moving. Still, a gust ran through the room, curling around her ankles and up her spine, and she felt this soft touch, like lips. Not a peck, not something playful, just a delicate brush against her cheek, so gentle it was almost tender. After that, it escalated. The smells became more frequent, stronger. The lights began to pulse even when no one was near a switch. And Mara started waking up at night with the strangest sense of being watched. No, not watched. Waited for. Then came the night she woke to the feeling of a kiss. Right on the mouth. Warm, unhurried, almost affectionate. She sat bolt upright so fast she nearly knocked the breath out of herself. Elliot was asleep beside her, mouth slightly open, dead to the world. The room was still. No footsteps, no movement. Just the lingering sensation, like somebody had been there and only just left. The next morning she tried to laugh it off. "Stress dream," she said. "Old house nerves." But her eyes didn't match her voice. So they did what people always do when something doesn't make sense. They looked backward. They dug into history. They found old records at the library, deeds, yellowed newspaper clippings. A family that had once lived there, the Holloways, reclusive and wealthy, and by all accounts, deeply unhappy. One by one, things happened to them. A fall down the grand staircase, a drowning in the estate's pond despite being an excellent swimmer, an illness that arrived too quickly and left too cleanly. Every death filed neatly under tragedy, yet the whispers in town always used a different word: curse. And then, in the oldest local paper they could find, there was this half-forgotten story, more folklore than fact. A legend about something hungry that lingered in Renmore House. Not a single ghost, not one angry spirit, but a cluster of presences, like shadows wearing different faces. People didn't call them demons exactly, not at first. They called them the lingering ones, the unseen guests. But the descriptions were always the same: the flickering lights, the sudden scents, the intimate touches. As if the house wanted to confuse you with comfort, as if it wanted you to mistake invasion for affection. Mara told me she hated that part most, the tenderness of it, because it made her second-guess her own fear. Then came the storm. You know those nights where the sky doesn't just rain, it punishes? Wind clawing at the roof, thunder shaking the windows, the whole world sounding angry. That was the night everything broke open. The lights went mad, not flickering, strobing. Hallway bulbs flashing like a warning. Lamps in the parlor brightening until the shades glowed, then plunging into darkness. The smells poured in all at once. Roses and smoke and damp earth and burnt bread, layered so thick Mara said she tasted them on her tongue. She tried to call Elliot's name, but the house swallowed her voice. And then she did something she swore she'd never do. She spoke to it. Not to the house exactly, to whatever was inside it. She stood in the middle of the parlor, shaking, with rain battering the windows, and she said, out loud, "Please, please stop. We didn't come here to disturb you. We just want to live. We just want peace." There was a long, awful pause, and then everything went still. The lights steadied, the air settled. Even the storm outside seemed to hold its breath for half a second. Mara said she started crying, not loudly, just tears slipping down her face, because for the first time, it felt like she'd been heard. And that's when she felt it. A kiss, soft, lingering, placed right on her forehead. Not mocking, not hungry. The next morning, the house was quiet. Not the uneasy kind of quiet where you're waiting for the next sound, just normal, peaceful even. The lights behaved. The air smelled like old wood and dust and lemon cleaner. No roses, no smoke, no damp earth drifting through closed rooms. They stayed after that. They kept restoring the place, sanding floors, repainting trim, opening curtains that hadn't seen daylight in years. But Mara told me something changed in them. Because once you've lived in a house that touches you back, once you've felt something unseen lean close enough to kiss you, you don't ever fully forget it. Renmore House became their home. But it was never just their home. And sometimes when Mara talks about it, her voice gets softer at the edges, like she's careful not to offend something listening from the dark corners of memory. like whatever lived there didn't leave completely. It just stepped back, out of sight, not far. So, there are 2 times in my life where I've wanted an explanation so badly, it almost felt like an itch under my skin, because I'm the kind of person who needs things to make sense. I've always leaned on science, logic, evidence, and honestly, that's part of why these memories won't leave me alone, because the most unscientific thing I could do would be to pretend it didn't happen. Like my own senses don't count as data just because the why never showed up. And yeah, on the surface, someone could shrug and say, ghosts, easy label. But what makes it harder to dismiss is that the person I lived with at the time, my roommate, Marcus, saw them too. The exact same figures, the same details, the same awful, sinking feeling. And we didn't even talk about it for months, because we were both terrified the other one would laugh. The first place, the man at the door. Back in 2002, when I was in college, I lived in the dorms, but on weekends I'd crash at my friend Eli's apartment. Sometimes I'd stop by during weekday afternoons too, just to hang out or grab something I'd left there. The building was this 3-story block with an outdoor staircase and an outdoor balcony that ran along the front. Doors lined up along it like little rectangles in a row. Eli's unit was on the top floor, about halfway down the balcony. Most of the time, going there was completely normal. Walk up, climb the stairs, let myself in. Half the time Eli wasn't even home, and that was fine. I'd just wait inside. But every once in a while, maybe once or twice a month, I'd get to the footpath outside the building and stop. Not like a casual pause, like my body just locked. And I'd know, before I even looked, exactly what I was going to see. Up there, outside Eli's door, maybe 40 meters away along that balcony, there would be a figure, a man. But not a normal man, more like a shadow shaped like a man, darker than the afternoon around him. He'd be standing right at the door with one hand lifted, frozen mid-motion, like he was about to slide a key into the lock. And then, this part still makes my stomach tighten, he'd turn his head, just slightly, like he'd sensed me. And even though I couldn't see facial features, I knew he was looking straight down at me, like his attention snapped onto mine and held there. We'd stare at each other for 2 or 3 seconds, and it felt intimate in the worst way, like being seen when you don't want to be. Then he'd turn back toward the door, and instead of opening it, he'd just pass through it, like the door wasn't even there. The first few times, I did what I always do. I tried to solve it. Okay, shadows, tree branches, weird lighting, optical illusion. I told myself my freezing was just the shock of seeing something unexpected. But there was another pattern I couldn't ignore. I only ever saw him when Eli wasn't home. And over time, it stopped feeling like some random visual glitch and started feeling intentional. Like the figure was trying to get inside before I came up the stairs. You know that feeling when you're in an elevator and there's someone walking toward you down the hallway and you're silently begging the doors to close faster? That's what it felt like coming off him. This urgent, get away from you energy. Like he didn't want me getting any closer. After months of this, it was driving me insane. I'd be standing there on the footpath, heart hammering, telling myself to move, telling myself it was nothing, and my legs still wouldn't work properly until it was over. And then one day I finally broke. Eli came home and I said, "Okay, you're going to think I've lost it, but you have to promise me you won't laugh." I remember my whole body going cold. I said, "Wait, what man are you talking about?" And he told me. When he'd pull into the car park and come around the corner, he'd sometimes see a man standing outside his apartment door. Shadowy, no clear features, but unmistakably looking right at him. Then the man would turn and walk straight through the door. And this is the detail that really hit me. Eli said that whenever he saw the man, he'd instantly know I wasn't inside the apartment yet. So for half a year, we'd both been seeing the same figure, describing him the same way, feeling the same unease, getting that same impression of him wanting to get inside before we got too close. We tried to come up with explanations. Light angles, reflections, exhaustion, coincidence, suggestion, anything. Nothing held up. And we kept seeing him until the day Eli moved out. The second place, the boy on the stairs. The next year, 2004, Eli and I moved into a different place together. This 3-story house with a layout that felt wrong even when nothing strange was happening. When you walked in from the street, you immediately had to go up a flight of stairs to reach the main level. Then, right at the top, the first door on the right led into the kitchen. And inside the kitchen there was another staircase that went up again, to my bedroom. So the kitchen basically sat right beside this second stairwell, and you'd always have to turn your body toward it, almost brushing past it, to go further into the house. I first saw him just a few weeks after we moved in. I'd gotten home in the evening, came in the front door, walked up the first flight of stairs, and turned right into the kitchen. And out of the corner of my eye, right there on the next flight of stairs, I saw a boy sitting on the steps. And it wasn't like the shadow man. This wasn't vague. This wasn't maybe. I could see him. He looked around 9 years old. Blonde hair, a red and white striped shirt, khaki shorts, bare feet. He was perched on the step like he'd been waiting, leaning forward slightly, smiling like he was amused to see me. And the worst part was how real he seemed. Not foggy, not translucent, not eerie in a movie way. Just a boy, looking at me through the banister rails. I startled so hard I almost stumbled, and when I turned my head to look directly at him, there was nobody there. This didn't happen every day, more like once a month, always evenings, always when I was turning into that kitchen. But every single time it happened, it scared the hell out of me. Not because he did anything. He never moved toward me, never spoke, never changed expression, but because my brain could not reconcile how vivid he was with how empty the stairs became the second I looked straight at him. And again, I kept it to myself. Because what do you even say? Hey, just so you know, there's a smiling child that appears on the stairs sometimes. No thanks. Until the day Eli and I got home at the same time. I walked in ahead of him, went up the first flight, and turned right into the kitchen. I saw the boy. I jumped, same as always. And Eli, right behind me, went, "Why did you just jump?" I tried to play it off. I sat at the kitchen table and said something vague like, "It's nothing. It's just, sometimes." And he cut in immediately, like he'd been waiting for me to finally say it. "You see the boy on the stairs." I just stared at him, and I asked him to describe the boy. 9-ish, blonde hair, red and white striped shirt, big smile. Exactly what I saw. We lived there for 2 years, and I kept seeing him. And I want to be really clear. I didn't want to. I tried to science it away. I removed anything reflective from the kitchen. I changed the lighting. I even put a brighter light directly over the spot to kill any shadows or weird angles. None of it mattered. And honestly, if Eli hadn't been right behind me that night, if he hadn't heard the fear in my reaction, I think I would have carried that one alone too. Because I still don't have an explanation. Just 2 places, 2 figures, and the uncomfortable fact that the evidence includes more than just me. Okay, let me set the scene for you. My husband Evan and I just moved into this little starter house. Nothing fancy, but it felt right. It's tucked in this neighborhood I grew up around, like 5 minutes from my old high school. The building isn't a school anymore, shut down years ago after a bunch of messy staff drama. And I won't lie, there was something comforting about being near a place that used to be such a big part of my life. Plus, there's this gorgeous walking trail practically at the end of the block, and a creek runs behind the tree line like it's just always been there, minding its business. The kind of spot where you can picture yourself settling in. First real home vibes, you know? Anyway, a few nights after we move in, Evan falls asleep early, and I'm out on the couch doing what I do best, turning on comfort TV like I pay the bills with it. And yes, it was Scooby-Doo. Don't judge me. I'm not defending myself. I'm simply living. We have one of those remotes with the big shortcut buttons. Netflix, Disney Plus, Apple TV, and Max. Easy. I put Scooby on, and at some point I pass out with it still playing. Morning comes. We wake up and the TV is on YouTube. At first I'm like, okay, whatever. Evan basically breathes YouTube, so it didn't seem weird. Until he looks at me and goes, "When did you switch it to YouTube last night?" And I'm like, I didn't? Because here's the thing. YouTube isn't one of the shortcut buttons, and on our TV you can't even get into it without picking a profile first. It's annoying, like extra steps annoying, not something you accidentally do half asleep. But we shrug it off. Technology glitch. Remote got sat on. Gremlins. Whatever. 2 days later, Evan's at work. I have the day off, but I'm still working, sitting on the couch with papers everywhere, doing that thing where you turn messy notes into something clean and official. It's boring, but it's my routine. It's normal. The house is quiet. Too quiet. And then I hear a cough. Just a cough. Like someone clearing their throat somewhere down the hall. I freeze for a second, but then I tell myself it's probably the neighbors. Sound carries weird in certain houses, right? So I go back to my notes. And then, no, seriously, then I hear Evan's voice, plain as day, from the bedroom. He says my name. Not like a random noise. Not like the TV. Like Evan, calling for me the way he always does. My whole body went cold. That instant, prickly, full body, something is wrong feeling. I walk straight to the front window and look out at the driveway, because he took my car that morning. And sure enough, no car. So it's not him. There's no way it's him. And I'm standing there, staring like I'm trying to logic my way out of panic. And then it happens again. My name. From the bedroom. And again. And again. 4 times total. I don't even remember grabbing my shoes, but I just left. I went outside and walked the trail like I could outrun my own thoughts. I kept telling myself, you are stressed. You're tired. You're in a new house. Your brain is being weird. I tried to breathe it into the back of my mind. Eventually I come back, sit down, and force myself to keep working like I didn't just hear my husband's voice in an empty bedroom. And I'm thinking, oh, okay, that's probably our friend, Miles, because he's crashing with us for a few weeks for work. No big deal. So I glance back without even fully standing up, and I see shoes. But they aren't Evan's shoes. They aren't Miles's shoes. They're these wrong shoes, like the kind you notice because they don't belong in your space. The shape was off. The vibe was off. I don't know how else to describe it. I spin around, fast, and there is nobody there. Nothing. Empty kitchen. Quiet house. My water bottle still cold in my hand like I'm in some kind of prank I didn't agree to. And that was the moment where the fear stopped being a quick spike and turned into something heavier, something that sat on my chest. Because after that, being in the house started to feel suffocating. Not like, oh, I'm creeped out. Like, I can't think straight in here. Like the air is thicker. Like everything that normally makes me feel competent, organized, sharp, calm, just drains out of me the second I step inside. I would lose things. I'd forget what I was doing mid-task. I'd start a sentence and completely blank. And I'm not someone who usually feels scattered. It was like my brain was getting fogged on purpose. Evan felt it too. Not exactly the same way, but enough that when I finally said, "Something is wrong here," he didn't laugh. He just got quiet and nodded. We tried to be rational. We talked about stress, lack of sleep, moving chaos, all of it. I even asked myself if this could be some kind of mental response to something I wasn't acknowledging. But nothing fit. And honestly, even if it was stress, stress doesn't usually imitate your husband's voice from an empty room. So, we decided to bring someone in. A priest. I know how that sounds. I do. But at a certain point, you stop caring how it sounds when you're living it. He came by and did a blessing, and he explained there's a whole process for anything more serious, and that made sense to me. I actually appreciated that he didn't act dramatic about it, just calm, methodical, like he'd done this before. But even after that, things didn't completely stop. And then, this part still gets me. Our neighbors ended up coming over one afternoon. Their toddler has this little hobby of sprinting up to our porch and ringing the doorbell and taking off like a tiny chaos athlete, so they came to apologize. They seemed sweet, and we ended up chatting for a long time, like hours, because it turns out we have mutual friends and the conversation just flowed. And eventually, I worked up the courage and said something like, "Okay, this is going to sound weird, but have you ever noticed anything off around here?" And she just stared at me for a second and went, "Yes." Like it wasn't even a question. She told me things shift around in their house. Small stuff, but constant. Like objects that don't stay where they're put. And sometimes they hear voices when nobody's speaking. She said it casually, but her eyes didn't look casual. Then she mentioned she'd asked around, other neighbors, older folks who've lived here forever, and she found out the area was once part of an old burial site. Not officially marked anymore, and over time the land changed because of flooding and storms, and parts of the neighborhood were razed and reshaped. Basically, the ground we're on has been moved and rebuilt and layered over and over. And what used to be there didn't exactly get a say in the matter. And here's the thing. I'm not automatically terrified of the idea of spirits. If something is just there, existing, fine. I can live with unseen. I can live with unexplained. But what I can't live with is feeling threatened in my own home. That's the line. So we're still figuring it out, still taking steps, still trying to get our footing in a place that was supposed to feel like comfort and familiarity, but keeps pressing in like it doesn't want us to settle. And honestly, even just telling you this out loud makes me feel a little less alone in it. Because it's one thing to be brave. Hello, lovely listeners of the Paranormal M channel. Still having trouble sleeping? Don't worry, we've got you. I'm so glad the mysterious stories I share can help you sleep better. Thanks so much for your support. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. Now, put on your headphones, and let's dive into today's mysterious experiences. So, I've gone back and forth on whether I even want to tell this story out loud, because it still makes me feel a little foolish. Not because it didn't happen, because it did, but because there's no neat way to explain it. Back in summer of 2022, my partner, Evan, and I agreed to stay at our friend Marisol's place while she and her husband were out of town. It was one of those easy favor situations. Water the plants, keep an eye on the house, enjoy having a little space. And from the moment we pulled into the driveway, something felt off. I didn't see a ghost or hear voices or anything dramatic like that. It was more like my body knew something my brain hadn't caught up with. Within the first hour, I started telling Evan, "I feel weird." That was the only word I had. Weird. Foggy. Like I was walking through a thin layer of static. At first, we blamed the house itself. It was an older home. This was in Central Texas, and it was brutally hot outside. And little things kept going wrong. The Wi-Fi would drop out constantly. The air conditioning struggled and then fully quit one afternoon. There were bugs in places you don't want bugs. Annoying, but plausible. But then the stranger things started stacking up, and that's when it got hard to keep shrugging it all off. The first incident was me getting locked out. I went out the back sliding door, and somehow the lock flipped when I slid it shut. I remember laughing at myself like, okay, I'm just clumsy. Fine. But the second time, I still don't know what to do with it. I ran out the front door to grab something from my car. I was gone maybe 15 seconds. When I came back, the deadbolt was turned, locked, like someone had calmly reached over and locked it behind me. Evan was in the shower. Nobody else was there. I just stood on the porch, sweaty, holding my keys, staring at the door like, how? And here's another weird detail. My period, which is usually extremely regular, just didn't show up. It was late enough that I actually bought a pregnancy test, which for me is not normal. I kept thinking, okay, stress, travel, heat, whatever. But it felt different than a normal off month. My body felt like it wasn't syncing up with itself. The freakiest part was how clearly I could track the feeling to the house. If we left to get coffee or run errands, I'd feel basically normal again. We'd pull back into the neighborhood, and I'd start getting that cloudy sensation. By the time we were inside, it was like someone had draped a heavy blanket over my thoughts. Not sadness exactly, more like my nervous system was bracing for something I couldn't see. One evening, we had Evan's friend Tasha stop by to pick something up. We were all standing near the hallway, chatting, and she suddenly paused mid-sentence and went, "Did you feel that?" We all did. It was this cold gust, like someone opened a freezer door inside the house. Except the air conditioning was out at the time, and outside it was well over 100 degrees. That cold wasn't nice cold. It felt wrong, sharp, sudden, and specific, like it had intention. We laughed it off, because what else do you do? But the laugh was thin. Then came the thing that still makes my stomach drop. One morning, Evan woke up and said his shoulder hurt. When he rolled over, there was a red handprint on the back of his shoulder, like someone had grabbed him. And it wasn't a vague mark. It was so clear it looked staged. The scariest detail was that there were little blister-like spots at the ends of 3 middle fingers, like pressure points. That was the point where the rational explanation started running out, and the denial started feeling like a choice. We finally decided, okay, we're leaving. Hotel. Now. As we were packing up, the lights in the hallway, right around the spot where the cold gust happened, started flickering. Not the whole house, just that area, like someone was tapping a dimmer switch. And even trying to book the hotel felt bizarrely difficult. The website wouldn't load. The confirmation wouldn't go through. Our phones kept glitching. It was one of those sequences where you keep saying, "Why is this so hard?" And then you realize you've been saying it for 20 minutes, and you're both irritated and tense, and you can't even explain why. When we finally got to the hotel, I took a shower immediately. Like the second the door shut behind us, I just wanted the day off my skin. And I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, within an hour of being there, after the shower, I felt like my head cleared, and my period started. Just started, like my body exhaled. For a long time, Evan and I didn't even call it anything. We weren't haunted house people. We didn't grow up with that belief, and we weren't looking for a spooky story to tell at parties. It was only later, when we replayed the whole week, lockouts, the foggy feeling, the cold gust, the handprint, the flickering lights, that we finally said the quiet sentence, "Do you think something was wrong with that house?" Here's the twist, too. Marisol and her husband never mentioned anything strange. Not once. They stayed in that home for over another year after that and loved it. They have such warm memories from that time, and we never told them. We didn't want to plant something in their heads. We didn't want to sound dramatic, so we swallowed it and moved on. Except, I didn't move on. A few weeks later, I started getting this nagging pain in my lower abdomen. At first, I thought it was a bladder infection. I did all the home remedy things, water, supplements, the whole "maybe it'll pass" routine. I even went to an acupuncturist and tried to treat it gently, naturally, like I always try to do. But it didn't go away. Eventually, after actual medical appointments and tests, I found out I had a uterine infection connected to my IUD. Not an STD, just an infection that had taken hold. I had the IUD removed, did the treatment my doctor prescribed, and I thought, okay, that's it. We fixed it. Then, months later, it came back. Another round. Then a second round. Stronger antibiotics, back to back. And after that, my body just didn't feel like my body for a long time. The abdominal pain lingered, and I started suspecting my gut was suffering from everything my system had been through. Digestion off, energy off, everything just fragile. And my mental health took a hit too. I've had mild anxiety and depression in the past, nothing I couldn't usually manage. But during that year, it felt disruptive in a way I hadn't experienced before. Like my baseline shifted. Like I couldn't get back to myself. I'd be doing the same healthy routines, eating well, exercising, spending money on supplements and doctors and all the things, and still feeling like I was treading water. It got to the point where I had to take time off work, and I can't even explain how defeating that felt. Like I'd done everything right and still ended up flattened. This past year, I started a gut healing protocol and eventually antidepressants, and I am doing better, physically and mentally. I can feel myself coming back online, but I still have this thread in my mind that I can't quite cut. And I know how that sounds. I do. I can hear myself saying it and wanting to immediately follow with, but I'm not saying I believe in ghosts. I'm not even trying to convince anyone of anything. I'm just telling you what it felt like. It felt like walking into a place where my body didn't want to be. It felt like leaving and suddenly breathing again. And it felt like something in me never fully settled after. And I guess that's why I'm sharing it now, because I don't need a scary label for it. I just want to understand whether an experience that intense, whatever it was, can leave marks that last longer than the week it happened. And if it can, I want to know how people actually heal from that. So, I'm going to keep names and places vague, just because it still feels a little too close to home. A few years ago, I started having this recurring nightmare. It wasn't complicated either. It was always the same image. A dark tower hanging over everything in my life. Not like a normal building, more like a presence. Like it hovered there, and no matter what I did, where I went, what I tried to focus on, I was doing it under that shadow. And the feeling that came with it was wrong, heavy, mean, like the tower was watching. Not long after those dreams started, I finished college, information systems technically, and I started hunting for a job. I lived just outside a town where gambling was legal, close enough that it wasn't weird to drive through it on the way to grab groceries or head home from somewhere. One afternoon, I was driving back and I noticed the first casino on the edge of town had this big banner out front, "Now hiring." It was so close to my apartment that the commute would have been laughable. I checked their site that night, and sure enough, they needed entry-level IT techs. I applied without thinking too hard, and 2 weeks later, I was badge in, radio on my belt, learning where all the network closets were. And here's where it gets unsettling. Almost immediately after I started, the nightmares shifted. They didn't go away, they got specific. I started dreaming about tragedy happening there, like the casino collapsing, or the ground opening up underneath it, like this giant sinkhole swallowing the whole building. I'd wake up with my heart racing, and the images would stick with me even after I'd brushed my teeth and tried to act normal. One day, trying to talk myself down, I asked my manager. His name was Dale, real down to earth, one of those guys who always had a story and always knew where every wire ran, what the land used to be before the casino. I was expecting something simple. Old utility lines, maybe an abandoned foundation, something explainable. He didn't even hesitate. He just kind of nodded toward the hillside outside and said, "Used to be a cemetery." I laughed, like a reflex laugh, because what else do you do? And Dale pointed up the hill again, like he was indicating a landmark, and he goes, "They moved the graves up there when they built all this." The way he said it wasn't spooky or dramatic. It was just a fact. Like he was telling me where the employee parking was, and that almost made it worse. The thing is, I loved the job. I really did. I loved the problem solving. I loved the sense of being part of something big, especially because they were building a new hotel tower attached to the casino, and there was always some new system going in. Access control, cameras, network upgrades, all this infrastructure most people never think about. I didn't touch the slot machines or gaming systems. That was a different department with their own rules and their own locked doors. But I handled all the other IT odds and ends that make a place like that run. But the building itself, it had a vibe. The worst spot was in the basement, at one far corner, like the building's blind spot. I can't explain it any better than this. When I walked down there, sometimes the back of my neck would prickle like I'd stepped into a cold draft, even if the air was still. Nothing ever jumped out at me. Nothing ever physically happened. But it felt like a place you weren't meant to linger. People swapped stories about seeing translucent figures down there, old-time workers, like miners with lamps. I never saw them, but I heard it often enough that it became part of the background noise of the place. There was one evening, late summer, still light out, when my supervisor radioed me to fix a printer in the count room area, where the cashiers and accounting stations were. I headed that way, weaving through the casino floor, and when I got to the entrance, they stopped me because it was slammed busy. So I turned around, walking back past this long line of gamblers waiting for a cashier. And halfway down the line, I felt it. That sharp little sensation like someone is staring into the side of your face. I looked over. There was an older woman, Asian, maybe in her 70s, standing there, not moving, not blinking. Just watching me like she'd been waiting for me to turn my head. And what hit me first wasn't her expression. It was her eyes. They were black. Not dark brown, not shadowed. Black, corner to corner. No visible white, no visible iris. Nothing that looked human in the usual way. Like two smooth pools of ink in her face. And the strangest part? Nobody else reacted. People around her were chatting, checking phones, complaining about the wait. It was like I was the only one who could see that something was off. I didn't say anything. I didn't freeze. I just kept walking. Like if I acted normal, it couldn't follow me. Later, when the hotel tower was almost ready to open, one of the valet guys, Rico, caught me near the employee entrance. He was pale, jittery, like he'd been holding something in all day. He told me he'd gone up into the tower when it was supposed to be empty. No crews, no events, no guests. He had a video on his phone. In one of the banquet rooms, there was a chandelier hanging from the ceiling. And in the video, the chandelier was shaking gently, like someone had bumped it. You could hear the beads clicking, that tiny glass-on-glass sound. But nobody was near it. Nobody touched it. No airflow strong enough to do that. Just movement. Then the tower opened. A while after that, my team got told we needed to clear out a storage space in the tower. Old equipment, boxes, random IT leftovers that had been shoved into a room to deal with later. So we loaded up carts and hauled them to the elevator lobby on one of the hotel floors. I ended up standing there alone for a minute with 3 carts piled with gear, waiting for someone to radio back that they'd found us a room. The hallway was quiet in that specific way hotels are quiet, like the building is holding its breath. And then one of the carts, just one, started to roll. Slowly, smoothly, right toward me. I stared at it, and I swear my brain tried to make it normal. Maybe the floor tilted. Maybe my hands hadn't locked the wheels. Maybe... But it kept rolling. So I did the dumbest thing, because sometimes humor is the only shield you have. I half laughed and said, loud and sharp, "Okay, knock it off." And the cart stopped. Not gradually, not like friction took over. It stopped like someone put a hand on it. I quit a couple years later, but not because of any of this. Honestly, it was plain human workplace stuff. Management changes, personalities, the kind of thing that wears you down anywhere. But even after I left, the place didn't really leave me. Because the dreams came back. Not the little stress dreams. The original one. The tower. I dreamed I was standing outside, looking up at this towering hotel, and people were inside screaming and pounding on the windows like something catastrophic was happening, like the building was turning into a trap. And in the dream, I had this horrible, sinking recognition as I looked up and realized, that's it. That's the casino tower. That night, my husband, Evan, jerked awake so suddenly he woke me up, like he'd heard something. He didn't even say anything at first, just sat there, breathing hard. And I was groggy, so I rolled over and went right back to sleep. And I dreamed I heard an agonized scream, far off, carried on the air, from the direction of the casino. It's still standing. I drive past it all the time. Nothing's collapsed. The tower's still there, lit up like it's proud of itself. But I don't know how to explain this without sounding dramatic. Something about it feels wrong. Like it's still watching. Like it always was. Hey, so I've always had this quiet fascination with paranormal stuff. Not in a I'm trying to summon anything way. More like I've spent most of my life listening for the strange little cracks in reality, you know? And honestly, it's kind of a family trait. My Nana, Ingrid, used to tell this story from when she was little, barely old enough to reach a window latch. She swore she saw her own grandma standing outside the farmhouse one evening, clear as day, even though that woman had been gone for a couple of years. Ingrid said it wasn't just that once either. There were other odd moments that happened around that time, like the house was still holding on to someone. Then there's my dad, Theo. He grew up in this creaky old place where the attic always felt wrong. He told me that one afternoon he was alone downstairs and heard a child singing up there. Not footsteps, not the TV, not pipes. Singing. Soft, almost cheerful. He went up to check and, of course, there was no one. My mom, Saskia, won't even entertain the topic. The funny thing is, I know she once tried a Ouija board with friends when she was younger. She insists nothing happened. But my dad, years later, told me a version where it absolutely did. Enough that it scared them into stopping. When I asked Mom about it directly, she snapped at me and told me, really firmly, never to mess with that kind of thing. Like she wasn't just annoyed. She was afraid. But yeah, me. The earliest thing I did, I don't even remember, because I was basically a toddler. I must have been about 2, maybe even younger. My great-grandmother, Alina, told my family that I toddled into her room, climbed up as best I could, and gave her this long, gentle hug. She said it was unusual, like I suddenly got very serious. And then, about 15 or 20 minutes later, she had her first stroke. She always claimed that hug felt like a warning, or maybe a goodbye she didn't know she needed yet. Years later, around 8 or 9, I started noticing what people call shadow figures. It happened on the walk home from school, especially in winter when the afternoons got dark early. I'd see something tall and human-shaped move past me at the edge of my vision, and the second I turned my head, gone. At the time, I wrote it off. Kids see weird stuff. You keep walking. You go home. But looking back, it happened too often to feel random. Then, when I was 15, something happened that still makes my stomach tighten when I replay it. I was in the bathroom late one night, brushing my teeth. I had this hoodie on, hood up, like always. The mirrored cabinet doors were open, so I couldn't see behind me, just the sink and my own face and that little strip of reflection on either side. And out of nowhere, yank. My hood got pulled backward, hard. Then again, yank. Then a third time, yank. Like someone was messing with me, but not playfully. More like they wanted me to react. My first thought was, ugh, it's Marcus, my stepdad trying to scare me. So I spun around, ready to snap at him. And I was completely alone. Door shut, no footsteps, no one in the hall. Just me, my toothbrush, and this weird, prickly silence that suddenly filled the room. The next year, 16, I had 2 more experiences, and one of them was, honestly, terrifying. My family went away for a holiday, and I stayed behind to house sit. It was nearly a month of being alone in a house that already had its own sounds and moods. I tried to act tough about it, but you know how it is. You hear a creak at 2 a.m., and suddenly you're listening to your own heartbeat. And then I heard breathing. Not like someone catching their breath, not like an animal sniffing. This was heavy and steady and rhythmic, almost mechanical, like some kind of slow engine. It was coming from behind one of the sheds, where you couldn't see unless you walked around it. I froze, with a berry halfway to my mouth. The breathing got louder, closer, like it was approaching without footsteps, just that sound sliding toward me. And then it passed over my head. I know how that sounds, but I felt it, like something moved right above me, close enough to change the air. And in that exact moment, my whole body turned heavy. Not tired heavy, like gravity suddenly doubled. My upper body got forced downward, like I was being pressed toward my knees. I couldn't move. I couldn't even fully straighten up. And then, as suddenly as it came, the pressure eased and the breathing drifted away into the night. I didn't look around. I didn't call out. I just stood up the second I could and walked straight inside, locked the door, and stayed there. The strangest one, though, the one that feels the most like a scene from someone else's life, happened during Christmas a few years back. We were in southern Sweden visiting my stepdad's extended family. They were staying at this old estate house, almost castle-like, way out in the countryside. Private land, the kind of place you cannot just wander into. It was Christmas Eve, late, and everything was dead quiet. Around midnight, I stepped outside to call my girlfriend at the time, Mira. I remember my breath fogging in the cold, and the snow making everything feel muffled. We were talking about something normal, plans, gifts, nothing spooky at all. And as I'm pacing slowly, I notice someone standing under one of the lampposts. Just standing there. A person-shaped darkness, darker than the surrounding night, like the light was refusing to touch it properly. No movement, no face, no details, just that unmistakable outline. And I knew, absolutely knew, there shouldn't be anyone else outside. Everyone was in. There were no neighbors nearby, no cars, no reason for a stranger to be on that property, especially on Christmas Eve. I didn't say anything to Mira. I kept my voice steady, like if I acted normal, it would stay normal. But the whole time, I could feel my skin buzzing, like my body had decided something was wrong before my brain could finish the thought. Eventually, I went back inside, and I didn't mention it to anyone. Because what do you even say? Hey, I saw a person made of shadow under the lamp. You just swallow it and try to move on. And then there was one more thing. Late 2014 or early 2015, I can't remember exactly. This one was kind of my own fault. I'd been reading about sleep paralysis, people describing shadow figures, pressure on the chest, that whole nightmare between worlds feeling. And I got curious, like an idiot. I read how some people managed to trigger it by letting themselves drift off in a certain way. One night I was so exhausted, I accidentally slipped into that state without meaning to, like my body fell asleep before my mind did. And the second it started, I panicked. I tried to move, couldn't. Tried to force my fingers, my arms, nothing. It felt like my body was a locked door and I was trapped on the wrong side. Then came the pressure, like someone sat down on my chest. It wasn't just heaviness, it was weight, deliberate and firm, pinning me there. I could breathe, but every breath felt shallow, like my ribs were working against something. And I refused to open my eyes. I was terrified of what I might see if I did. I don't know what any of it means. I don't know if it's something paranormal, or if it's just the human brain doing weird human brain things. But I do know this. Those moments felt real in my bones. And once you felt something like that, once you've been alone in a room and felt a hand tug your hood, or heard breathing that shouldn't exist, or watched a shadow stand under a lamppost like it's waiting, part of you never fully goes back to normal. So, I've been working at the same preschool for about 7 years now, and I know this sounds dramatic, but the building has always had this presence. It's an old 2-story place, creaky in that way older buildings are, and even though I've dug around online and asked locals, I still don't really know what it used to be. I do know it's been a preschool for at least a couple decades. Before that, apparently, it was some kind of family-run business that got sold off, and the current owners renovated, added onto it, made it safer, brighter, all of that. Downstairs, we've got 3 nursery rooms for the under 3s, plus the office and staff areas. Upstairs, there are 2 preschool rooms for the 3 to 5s, and then there's the attic. The attic has basically been off-limits forever. Not officially haunted house off-limits, just ignored. There's a hatch up in one of the children's bathrooms, and in all the years I've been there, I'd never once seen it open. I honestly thought it was sealed shut. We've always joked the place is haunted because, well, we work with little kids. They say bizarre things sometimes. They point at corners. They wave at someone. They'll casually drop a sentence that makes your skin go cold, and then ask for a snack like nothing happened. So, yeah, running joke. But the past few weeks, it stopped feeling like a joke. It started after this big storm, really wild winds, the kind that rattle the windows and make the whole building groan. The next day, I noticed the attic hatch cover isn't sitting right. The board that normally covers the opening had slipped halfway down, like it had been nudged from above and then just dropped. And I'm thinking, okay, hazard. It's in the kids' bathroom. Someone could pull it down on themselves, or a child could try to climb. So I tell our manager, his name's Gareth, and he comes to take a look. We're both a little unsettled, but we blame the storm. Wind pressure, old building, maybe it shook loose. Gareth climbs up, pushes it back into place, and that's that. Except it wasn't. The next morning, I'm the first one in. The building is quiet, lights still warming up. That early morning stillness where you can hear your own footsteps. I walk into the bathroom and my stomach just drops. The hatch is open again. Not halfway slid, not crooked. Open. Like someone had pushed it up and left it that way. At first, I'm annoyed, honestly. I'm thinking Gareth just didn't close it properly. But when my coworker arrives, Mara, I mention it and she immediately goes, "No, he definitely closed it." That's the moment it shifts from weird to nope. Because if it wasn't the storm and it wasn't Gareth, then what? An animal? Someone got into the building overnight? The idea of that in a preschool made my throat go tight. Gareth comes back up and he's trying to play it calm, but you can tell it's got under his skin too. He drags a ladder in and starts fiddling with the board. And that's when we realize something that makes it so much worse. The board doesn't just sit flush to the opening. There's this little ledge, like 6 or 7 inches below the actual attic cutout, where the board rests. And the opening itself is this awkward rectangle, not a neat square. So to close it, Gareth has to pull the board down through the opening, then twist it, like turning a big flat tray, before it will sit correctly on that ledge. Meaning, if it was open, it hadn't just fallen. And we can only even reach it from the top of a ladder. So Gareth calls one of the owners, Nadine, to come over. Nadine shows up with a flashlight, climbs up, and tries to push the board open again to check inside. And Nadine struggles. Like, really struggles. Like the board is heavy, stiff, awkward, and not something that just casually slides out of place. She shines the flashlight up into the attic. Dust everywhere. Insulation. Nothing obviously disturbed. No footprints. No signs of an animal nest. It looks untouched. Old. Dead air. That should have made me feel better. But somehow it didn't. Because if no one had been up there, then why did it open twice? After that, we kept it closed, and we kept checking it almost obsessively. Every time someone went into that bathroom, they'd glance up, like the hatch might blink at them. Around the same time, 2 other things happened, separately, but close enough together that it all started to feel connected. First, we had a few new children start, and you know how it is. Pickup time. You chat with parents, you get little pieces of their world. One mom, Rosa, stops me during the second week and goes, "Is there a girl in the class called Molly?" And I'm like, "Molly?" Because I'm running through the list in my head. We don't have a Molly. So I say gently, "No, I don't think so. Who's asking?" Rosa tells me her child won't stop talking about their new friend, Molly. I try to be careful, not to lead them, not to plant an idea. I ask simple questions. What does Molly like to do? Where do you play with her? And the child, so matter of fact, like they're telling me what they had for breakfast, goes, "She plays in the toilet. She wears a black dress." Then they add, "She likes dinosaurs." And here's the thing. We don't have dinosaur toys in that room. None. We've got blocks, dolls, cars, art supplies, sensory bins, no dinosaurs. So I'm standing there smiling politely, while every single hair on my arms is trying to stand up. Imaginary friend? Sure, kids do that. But then someone, Mara, I think, mentions the old name of the preschool. Like years ago before the current owners. It used to be called Molly Meadow. Not the exact same spelling, but close enough that I felt my stomach do that weird, slow turn again. And then there was the photo. In the classroom next to mine, a teacher, Jules, realizes the cover photo from a child's art folder is missing. Just gone. It's one of those laminated photos they keep on the front so the kids can easily find their own work. They search everywhere. They check the bins, the shelves, the craft area. They even go through the trash, like fully emptying it out, because it's so random and so specific. Jules swears it was there earlier. Then it wasn't. That evening, the closing teacher, Sean, checks again before locking up. Still missing. The next morning, the photo is sitting neatly on the shelf, right in front of the child's folder, like someone placed it there on purpose. And I wouldn't even have believed it was strange if I hadn't heard Sean, later that morning, ask the opening teacher, "Where did you find it?" And the opening teacher just goes, "I didn't. It was just there." Half an hour after they arrived. Like it appeared overnight. Like the hatch. And I know how all of this sounds. I do. I'm a practical person. I work in childcare. I'm used to chaos and coincidences and weird timing and children saying unnerving things. The strange part is, I've never felt threatened there. Not once. The building can feel alive, even empty, like it's listening. But not malicious. More like crowded. Like something is simply present, not angry. So that's where I'm at. A hatch that opens itself twice, despite being awkward and heavy. A child describing a friend with a name tied to the building's past, playing specifically in the bathroom. A missing photo that vanishes and returns neatly placed, with no one taking credit. And a preschool that suddenly doesn't feel like it's just full of children, but full of something else too. I'm not saying it's paranormal, but I am saying I don't have a neat explanation, and I would really love one. Okay, so I'm gonna tell you something that still gives me chills, and I swear I'm not the type to jump at every little sound. I'm Maya. I'm 24 now, and I've worked at this place for a little over a year and a half, almost 2 years. It's one of those jobs where the building is basically its own world at night. Quiet, fluorescent lights, long hallways, and you're working the graveyard shift, like 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. kind of hours. When I first started, I felt totally fine there. Honestly, it felt safe. Normal. Nothing creepy. No weird vibes. Just work. And then one night, it was just me and my coworker Jules in the whole building. Like, just us. No officers walking around inside, nobody in the offices. We're sitting there doing our thing, and out of nowhere we hear this violent slam, like a door getting thrown shut. And not a little door. I'm talking one of those huge metal doors that you have to really yank and slam for it to latch. Jules and I just froze. We looked at each other like, "Did you hear that?" Because there's no way we both imagined the same exact sound. We tried to be logical. We're like, okay, maybe an officer went back there. But the cameras in that section had been acting up, of course. So we rushed to the window we used to see down the hallway and we just watch. Nothing. No footsteps. No person walking out. No door opening again. No one. And we did that thing people always do, where you pretend you're fine and laugh it off. But we were not fine. We stayed in the same room together the rest of the night until closer to shift change, when other people finally started coming back around. After that, I was like, okay, weird, but whatever. Months go by, and one night I have to go grab something from the evidence room. Now, that room is already a little unsettling because it's dim. Like, there are lights, but it's not bright. It's that kind of lighting where you can see where you're going, but shadows still feel alive. I'm in there, doing my job, and I notice this glass display on the wall with all these old case photos and paperwork and stuff. And I'm nosy. I'll admit it. Curiosity absolutely got me. So I pulled out my phone and used the flashlight to look closer at the photos behind the glass. And it was one of those moments where you're fascinated, but also you feel like you're doing something you're not supposed to do. Like you're crossing an invisible line. I grabbed what I needed and left. Then later, I went back to return the items. And I don't know how to explain it except the second I got near that door, my body was like, no. My stomach dropped, my chest felt tight, and this anxiety hit me out of nowhere, like the room was warning me, like something inside it was aware I was coming back. Nothing happened. No sound, no movement, just that feeling. After that, things started happening in little pieces like breadcrumbs. Sometimes I'd hear voices in offices I knew were empty, muffled talking, like someone was having a conversation behind a closed door. I'd look, walk closer, and it would stop. And then there were the hallway moments. I'd catch a glimpse of what looked like a coworker, like a dark shape moving across the hall, someone turning a corner. And the second I looked directly, there would be nobody. It happened more than once, too. Enough times that it stopped feeling like my eyes playing tricks on me. But the worst night, the night that basically sealed it for me, started normal. My shift had just begun. I'm settling in, getting my stuff set up, and suddenly my coworker Ramon goes, "Who the hell is that?" And another coworker, Tess, goes, close the door right now." And I'm like, what are you talking about? And I'm thinking, okay, if there's a random person in here, that's not haunted, that's dangerous. So I'm like, then go check. Ramon's an officer. He's armed, he's trained, and he just doesn't move. He goes, super calm. If she needs help, she can call over the radio. Like, what? And apparently there was another person already in that room they saw her go into. So Ramon's logic was basically, if it's real and it's an emergency, we'll hear about it. Everyone kind of drifted away, the previous shift left, and eventually it's late night quiet again. Just me and a couple other people who come and go for calls. Then it hits around 3 a.m. and my head is pounding. The lights feel too bright, so I switch some of them off to settle the headache, sit back down, and try to focus. That's when I hear the main entrance. Not like a faint sound, like the distinct noise that door makes. Heavy, unmistakable. My eyes snap to the monitor, the camera feed that shows the lobby. No one. No one in the lobby. No one walking in. No one heading to the restroom. Nothing. I wait because, logically, if someone came in, they'd show up somewhere. I'd see them. I'd hear the bathroom, a door, footsteps, anything. Nothing. And then I hear it again. Another slam, deeper in the building, behind my area. Again, big metal door. The kind you can't accidentally close. The kind that doesn't just drift shut because the AC kicked on. And the part that really got me? The coworker who usually works back there had left earlier. All the officers were out on a call. I was basically alone in that section of the building. I tried to act normal. I stared at my phone, looked at the computer, told myself I was fine. But I could not shake the feeling that someone was behind me. Not just, I'm scared, behind me. Like, that instinctual animal feeling of being watched. Like you're prey and you don't know why you suddenly know it. So I finally stand up, turn more lights on, and I walk toward the kitchen area. And I see two cabinets, wide open, like someone had just gone in there. Both doors pulled open. My stomach dropped so hard I felt sick. I rushed back to my desk because my brain was like, if I sit down and pretend it's normal, it'll stop. Like it was a storm and I could wait it out. I'm sitting there, staring at the monitors again, trying to breathe. And then I felt it. Right behind my ear, like someone gently tugged my hair. Not a yank, just a light pull, like fingers catching a strand. I froze so hard I swear I forgot how to blink. And I heard something too. This sound that chair behind me makes when someone sits down and slowly turns. It's not loud, it's just specific. Like the wall gives this little crunching creak when weight shifts and the chair rotates. And it sounded exactly like someone sitting back there, turning slowly, facing me. I didn't turn around. I didn't move. I just sat there, staring at the screens, trying not to cry, trying not to convince myself I was losing it. When I finally built up the nerve to go back to the kitchen, because my shift was almost over and I couldn't leave those cabinets open, I walked over there with my heart in my throat. And the cabinets were closed. Both of them. Like I'd imagined the whole thing. Except I know what I saw. I had maybe 20 minutes left in my shift, and I did not tough it out. I asked an officer to stand with me, literally in the doorway, until it was time for me to leave. I took the next week off after that. And I'll tell you something weird. When I came back, it was quieter. Like whatever it was had said what it wanted to say. Or maybe I just desperately needed the break, and my brain was running on fumes. But even now, every once in a while, in certain parts of the building, I still get that feeling. Like I'm being watched. That place is haunted. And I swear, the night shift knows my name. Hey, okay, so I need to tell you what's been going on, because it sounds unreal even as I say it out loud. A couple weekends ago, I went to this little thrift pop-up, one of those crowded, cozy ones with folding tables and racks stuffed with vintage stuff. I wasn't even planning to buy much, but I found this bundle of clothes that felt like a score. A couple tops, a jacket, this heavy knit sweater that was honestly perfect. I brought everything home in a tote bag, tossed it on a chair in my room, and didn't think twice. But ever since those clothes came into the house, things have felt off. Not in a ha-ha spooky story way, in a real stomach-tightening, something is wrong way. So, first incident. My mom, her name is Nadine, she's always been spiritual. Like, not performative about it. She's just tuned in. She notices things. She dreams things. She's the kind of person who will pause in the middle of a sentence and go, "Nope, something's not right." And she's usually correct. When I told her where the clothes came from, she was like, "All right, before you wear anything, we're cleansing them." She wanted to wash them with salt, just to strip off any bad energy that might have been clinging to them. We load up the washer, start the cycle, and when it's time to dry them, she plugs the dryer back in. And I swear to you, the second she did, there was this sharp pop. Then this flash, like a tiny lightning strike right at the outlet. The plug actually sparked. The plastic looked like it started to melt, and then the whole house went dark. Like every light, everything. We ran around flipping switches, checking the breaker, trying to get anything back on. We even had my uncle come over the next day because he's handy and he fixes everything. Nothing. The outlet was dead. The dryer was dead. And it wasn't like, oh, this is an old appliance. It had been working fine literally the day before. That's when my mom got quiet. Like, too quiet. And she just said, "We're not washing those yet." Second incident. There's this hallway in our house that leads to the bedrooms. It's not even creepy looking. It's just a hallway. Family photos, a little runner rug, normal. But after that dryer thing, the hallway started acting weird. The first time I saw it happen, my mom was talking to me from the kitchen. I was walking toward the dining table, and from the corner of my eye, I watched the hallway light click off. Not flicker, not dim, just off. I stopped and I called out, "Mom, the hallway light just shut off." And she goes, "No, it didn't." So she comes around the corner to look, and the light is on again. Like nothing happened. I'm standing there feeling crazy, and she's looking at me like I'm being dramatic. Except, later that same week, she saw it too. She was walking down the hall, and it just snapped off while she was right under it. And now it happens a lot. Sometimes it'll go off and then come back on by itself. Sometimes it stays off until one of us turns it back on. And it's always that hallway. Third incident. One night I ate late, just something small, and I rinsed out my bowl, put my fork in it, and left it in the sink. Normal. I went straight to my room to sleep. My door was shut, I'm under the blanket, half asleep. My mom is still up in the living room. She's turning off the TV, straightening up, doing her last little routine before bed. And then she hears it. This clink, metal on ceramic, like a fork dropping into a bowl. She didn't yell. She didn't panic. She stood in that kitchen and said out loud, firm and calm, "Whoever is in this house is not welcome here." And you know how sometimes the air changes after someone says something with real authority? Like it gets heavy, almost pressurized? That's what it felt like. And then, the worst one happened. Before that night, I'd already been feeling watched, especially when the lights were off. Like, you know when you're in a dark room and your brain starts playing tricks? This wasn't that. This was like, my body knew. Like I'd catch myself holding my breath for no reason. Like my shoulders stayed tense even when I was alone. Then one night, I fell asleep and woke up around 3:30 something. I checked my phone later and it was 3:38 to use the bathroom. I went, came back, locked my door like I always do, and got into bed. And I'm just starting to drift off when I hear it. My doorknob. Not turning gently, not a little jiggle like someone grabbed the wrong door. Someone was trying to get in, hard. Like they were pushing and pulling, testing the lock with force. My towel, hanging on a hook by the door, fell to the floor from the vibration. I sat up so fast my heart felt like it slammed into my throat. I stared at the door, frozen, waiting for the next sound. And then it stopped. Complete silence. The kind that makes your ears ring. I grabbed my phone and called my mom right away. I'm whispering like I'm afraid someone will hear me, and I'm like, "Mom, did you just try to come in my room?" And she goes, groggy and confused, "No, I'm in bed. Why?" And I tell her, someone was trying to get in, like really trying. She didn't argue. She didn't tell me I was imagining it. She just said, "Open the door and come to my room. Now." So I did. I didn't even turn my back to my door. I just unlocked it and slipped out like I was escaping something. We stood together in the hallway, and I swear, even there, the air felt wrong, like the house was holding its breath. We walked toward my room, and my curtains that shouldn't move because the window was shut, were shifting. Like something had brushed past them, like there was a draft where there shouldn't have been one. At that point, I slept in her room. Lights on, door closed. I didn't care if I looked like a little kid. And here's where it gets complicated. Because I'm Haitian. And spiritual protection isn't some random trend in my family. It's real, it's cultural, it's ancestral. My mom practices voodoo, and she's taught me how to pray properly, how to be respectful, how to ask for protection without being reckless. The night before everything got really intense, I had prayed to Azili Danto. She's been a protector in our family for a long time. I lit incense, I spoke from my heart, I asked for strength and shielding. I used Florida water on my chest and my wrists the way my mom taught me. So now my brain is spinning because I'm thinking, did I do something wrong? Did I open something I didn't mean to? Or did those clothes already have something attached and all I did was make myself more aware of it? I have cleansing things, Florida water, blessing water, a remover I got from a botanica. And my mom is already talking about bringing in a priest to bless the house because she does not play around when it comes to the safety of the home. But mostly, I just want my house to feel like my house again. I want to know the right way to get rid of those clothes without making it worse, without letting anything cling on or find a new corner to hide in. I want to feel safe walking down my own hallway. I want to lock my door and actually believe it means something. And I know how this sounds. I do. But I also know what I've seen. And I know what my mom has heard. And I know the difference between being scared in the dark and feeling like the dark is paying attention back. So, I'm going to tell you this the way it actually felt, because I still don't know what to do with it. I'm not someone who's out here looking for spooky stuff. I go to church most weeks. I keep my life pretty steady. And honestly, I've never had what you'd call a paranormal experience. If anything, I'm the person who talks myself out of being dramatic. A couple years back, I was convinced we had mice. I kept hearing tiny little sounds and I thought, okay, great, we've got a problem. So I hired an exterminator, this guy named Frank, and he did the full sweep, basement to attic. He found nothing. Still, just to be safe, I paid to have a few gaps sealed. They added that pest-resistant insulation in a couple spots, and they put some traps down. Nothing. Not a single sign of mice. Not then, not since. But even after that, the house still felt off. Like the air in it doesn't sit right sometimes. And I kept telling myself it was just the age of it, because it's an old place, about a century old, big, creaky, the kind of house that makes normal settling noises, and you have to constantly remind yourself, this is what old houses do. It used to be the rectory for the church next door. Not my church, a different one. That's just a fact about the property, you know? But it's one of those facts that started to feel heavier once all this started. Most weekends, I'm home alone. My kids go to their dad's, and it's just me and my cats. And my cats, listen, these are not clingy, anxious cats. They're the type that do their own thing, sleep upstairs in their tower, and only grace me with affection when they feel like it. Then, one night, my bedroom door started popping open. Not like, oh, it didn't latch all the way. I mean, it would be closed, and then I'd hear that little shift, and it would ease open like someone had pushed it. It happened enough times that I got annoyed and put hooks on a couple of the bedroom doors to keep heat in when rooms weren't being used. Practical solution. No drama. I even set up indoor cameras because I thought, maybe I'm just missing something. Maybe the cats are pushing it. The cameras caught nothing. Ever. And then the doorbell started. 2-ish weeks ago, late at night, my doorbell rang. Not once. Over and over. Like someone was standing there leaning on it. letting off just enough to press again. It was one of those old-school wired doorbells, the kind that goes ding-dong with the little chime box mounted right near the bedrooms, so it's loud and obnoxious and impossible to ignore. I shot out of bed, heart pounding, and went to look. No one. I looked outside, expecting to see footprints because it had snowed earlier. Nothing. I checked my camera feed, porch cam, driveway angle. Nothing. Not even a weird shadow. The next morning, still kind of shaky but trying to be logical, I went to the hardware store and bought a simple battery doorbell. Nothing fancy, just a little modern button and a wireless chime. I replaced the old one. I fully removed the old button from the door frame. Like, it wasn't even there anymore. That night, same time, the new doorbell went off. Rapid fire. Insistent. Like someone was mad that I wasn't answering. I stood there in my hallway thinking, okay, wind? Faulty button? Maybe something is shorting? I yanked the batteries out of the new one and went back to bed, telling myself I was being ridiculous. The next night, I woke up again at almost the exact same time, and I heard the doorbell. Except, it wasn't the new one. It was the old doorbell, the one I'd removed. I got up fast and went to open my bedroom door, and it wouldn't open because the hook was latched from the outside. I just stood there for a second staring at it, genuinely waiting for my brain to come up with a normal explanation, and it couldn't. No one else was home. My kids were with their dad. I always lock the front door. Always. My bedroom has a second way out, a side porch door. So I went out that way and looped around to the front, keys shaking in my hand like I couldn't get them into the lock. Front door was still locked. When I stepped into the foyer, the closet door across from my bedroom was wide open. And that closet door is never open. I keep it shut on purpose because there's this massive safe inside it, left behind years ago by the church next door because it's too big to haul out. It's basically the only thing in there, and I have this weird fear one of my cats will somehow climb in or get stuck around it, so I keep the closet closed. Like, I'm strict about it. The closet was open. And no, it can't swing into my bedroom door or pop the latch or anything like that. The handles are on opposite sides. There's no, oh, maybe the knob caught explanation. I checked cameras again. Nothing. No one on either porch. No motion, no footsteps, no cars. Nothing. I stayed up most of that night, just sitting there with my house feeling too big and too quiet. Even my cats wouldn't come downstairs. They stayed upstairs like they were refusing to cross some invisible line. The next night, I tried to be brave and normal. I left my bedroom door cracked and put a small heater in there for warmth, trying to convince myself the hook thing was a fluke and I'd just gotten myself worked up. Then it happened again. 2:41 a.m. And this time, this is the part that makes me feel insane. Both doorbells went off. The new one and the old one, at the same time. Like the house was making a point. I got up, ripped the batteries out of the new one, and I grabbed a screwdriver and went to the chime box on the wall, the old one. I popped it open and disconnected what I could, pulling a wire loose so there was no way it should be able to chime again. I didn't even know the correct term for what I was yanking off. I was just thinking, stop, stop, stop. While I'm doing that, I hear the hook on my bedroom door start to rattle. Not a gentle wiggle, a deliberate rattle, like someone testing it. I turned my head in time to see the hook jump up, pop free, and the door ease open. I finished what I was doing, walked over, hooked it again, and, this is embarrassing, but I said out loud, half joking, half daring the air, okay, do it again. I turned away to put the screwdriver down. I took maybe 3 steps. and I heard the hook pop. I turned back and watched the door swing open, and then it slammed shut. Not a draft, not a gentle click, a slam that shook the frame. Upstairs, my cats went absolutely feral. Hissing, growling, that low, angry sound cats make when they feel cornered. They are normally the calmest little creatures, and I've never heard them sound like that in my life. The next night, my kids came home, and I didn't tell them. I didn't tell their dad either. I didn't want to scare them, and honestly, I didn't want anyone thinking I was losing it. But then my daughter, Mila, came downstairs in the middle of the night and said she heard something. I tried to stay casual, like, "What kind of something?" And she hesitated and said, "It sounded like the doorbell, but quieter, like it was far away." There was no doorbell going off. Nothing on the cameras, nothing on the porch. Just my kid hearing the same thing my body has been bracing for every night. And the worst part is, I don't even know what I'm afraid of. I just know I'm scared to go to sleep in my own home, because it feels like I'm not alone in it. Even when every camera, every lock, every logical check says I am. So, today I want to tell you about my aunt. Let's call her Aunt Marisol, and this house she lived in for years out in Colorado before she eventually moved down to Texas with her husband. Marisol bought that place back when she was with her partner at the time, a guy named Graham. It was actually a really nice house, the kind that should feel cozy and normal. And the basement? It wasn't even one of those creepy, unfinished basements you see in movies. It was finished. Soft carpet, clean white walls, bright lighting. Marisol used it as this combo home gym and office, and she'd worked down there as an attorney, the kind who spent her days fighting for people who needed someone in their corner. Off to the side of the basement was the laundry area, small, plain, and practical. Cement floor, washer and dryer tucked under a shelf with detergent and dryer sheets, its own overhead light. Just normal. Completely normal. And yet, every once in a while, being down there would hit me with this sudden, awful feeling, like someone had just turned their attention toward me. You know that sharp sensation where the hairs on your arms lift and your whole body prickles with goosebumps? Like your instincts are yelling, "Hey, something's right behind you." It was easy to talk myself out of it though, because everything looked so boring and everyday. I used to house sit for Marisol when she traveled, sometimes just a couple days, sometimes a whole week, because she had chickens and they needed care no matter what. During one of those stays, I carried a basket of clothes down to do laundry. And the moment I stepped into that laundry area, my body just reacted. My scalp went tight, my back tingled, and it felt like someone was creeping up behind me, close enough that if I turned too fast, I'd bump into them. I kept loading the washer, trying to act casual, but I kept glancing over my shoulder. Once, twice, 3 times. Nothing. No footsteps, no shadow, nothing visible at all. So I did that thing we all do. I rushed through it, laughed quietly at myself, and practically sprinted back up the stairs like I was late for an appointment with safety. But then the wash cycle finished, and I had to go back down. I remember being so determined to look unbothered, like, "Nope, not scared, totally fine, I belong here." Like confidence could somehow keep the air from turning heavy. It was worse the second time. The washer was a top loader, and I'm short, barely 5 feet. So pulling clothes out means I have to lean way over the rim, reaching down until my feet almost lift off the ground. I was basically folded in half, vulnerable, stuck in that position. And that's when the feeling got intense. like dread crawling up from my stomach and settling in my throat. The sensation at my back was so strong, it was almost physical, like someone hovering inches away, watching, waiting. I kept telling myself it was just nerves, that I felt exposed because of how I was bent over, that my imagination was grabbing the wheel. But the longer I stayed down there, the more it felt like the room didn't want me there. I yanked the last piece of clothing out, shoved everything into the dryer, and got up the stairs so fast I'm surprised I didn't trip. When I reached the top, I shut that basement door like it could seal the feeling away. Later, grabbing the clean clothes wasn't nearly as bad. Still weird, but not like that. When Marisol got home a day or two later, I finally mentioned it, half laughing, like I was embarrassed to even say it out loud. And she didn't even blink. She just goes, "Oh, yeah, that's Eddie." I swear I thought she was joking. Then she said something that made my stomach dip. She told me Graham used to say, kind of darkly, that if he ever died before she did, he'd handle Eddie, so she'd never have to live in that house alone, with whatever that was. Graham was quite a bit older than her, so the way they talked about mortality sometimes wasn't totally out of left field. But still, hearing that, after what I'd felt, it landed differently. And then, a few years later, Graham actually did pass away. They'd been riding his motorcycle together, and an accident happened. One wrong slip on loose sand or gravel, and that was it. Marisol wasn't badly hurt, just bruises and a twisted ankle, but Graham was taken to the hospital and didn't make it. He held on for days, but eventually, he was gone. A little while after she came home, Marisol told me something I still get chills thinking about. She said she was in the living room when she heard these heavy noises upstairs, in her bedroom directly above her. Not just a creak or a bump. It sounded like a full-on fight. Loud thuds, rattling, the kind of chaos that makes you picture furniture shifting and bodies slamming into things. And here's the part that made it eerie. Graham had trained in martial arts for years. He moved with that grounded, powerful kind of energy, even when he was just walking through a room. Marisol waited until the noises stopped, then went upstairs. Her bedroom looked like something had happened. A couple framed photos and papers that had been neatly stacked were on the floor. The bed, made earlier that day, was rumpled like someone had thrown their weight across it. And after that ugly, watching feeling in the basement was just gone. No more Eddie, no more dread, no more sense of something wanting to feed off fear. Like someone had walked into that house after death and finished some unfinished business. But that isn't even the last strange thing, because about a year later, I saw Graham. By then, Marisol had started dating someone new, Devin, and he'd moved in with his 2 little boys. I used to babysit them a lot while Marisol worked downstairs, and sometimes I'd be the only adult in the house while she was off in court. One afternoon, the boys were upstairs napping, and I was on the couch reading. The front door was in my line of sight. Hanging on a hook near the door was one of Graham's old flannels, one he'd loved and worn constantly. Marisol kept it there, and sometimes she'd wear it herself, like a small comfort she didn't have to explain. I glanced up from my book, and there he was. Graham, full color, solid, completely real-looking, standing by the door. He was wearing the flannel that had been hanging there, and he was leaning forward, pulling on a shoe like he was getting ready to head out. I blinked hard, because I expected him to disappear the second my eyes reset. But he didn't. He stayed. For a moment, we just looked at each other. And it wasn't scary. It wasn't threatening. It was quiet. Familiar. Like he was checking the place, checking her. We gave each other the smallest nod, like, yeah, I see you. You see me. And then he was gone. Not fading, not turning away, just there 1 second and not there the next. That night, I told Metasol over dinner, and her eyes did that thing where sadness and love mixed together. She said she'd never seen him that clearly, but she'd felt him sometimes, like the bed dipping, warmth against her back, like someone lying down behind her the way he used to. She said she felt him less now that Devin and the boys were part of the home, but not in a bad way. More like he was relieved. Like he'd wanted her to keep living, keep loving, keep building something after him. Not like a haunting. More like a hand on your shoulder. A gentle reminder that love doesn't always leave just because someone does. So, a little context first, because this story kind of needs it. Before I was even born, my family owned this modest little place in a gated countryside community, about an hour and a half from the city. Nothing luxurious, just a weathered old house my grandparents built ages ago, a lean-to shed, and this surprisingly roomy backyard where you could actually hear yourself think. It was our summer escape, the place we'd go when the city started feeling too loud and too close. Every single summer break, from the time I was a baby until I was about 15, I stayed there with my grandma, Marta. And when I say I was there from the start, I mean from the start. My parents brought me out there before I could even walk properly. That house is wrapped around some of my earliest memories like a scent you can't quite name. And the most important detail is this. Our land sat right on the edge of a forest. Not near a forest, not a short walk from one. I mean, you stepped out into the yard and there it was. Dark, crowded trees pressed up like a wall at the edge of the world. Between our fence and the forest was a narrow dirt lane, then another tall fence that surrounded the whole community. So it was like our house, our fence, a strip of road, and then this forest that just waited there. We sold that place about 6 years ago, moved somewhere brighter and more convenient. A better location, better everything. And yet, I still carry that forest with me. Because from the very first memories I have of that place, I was terrified of that particular stretch of woods. And I don't mean kids are scared of spooky trees at night, terrified. I mean a fear that didn't make sense even to me, a fear that felt older than my own thoughts. It only happened at night. During the day, I was fearless. I ran all over those fields, climbed around, got dirty, got lost, found my way back. But as soon as the sun dropped and the windows started turning into black mirrors, something changed inside me. When I was really little, the fear was so strong I wouldn't go near uncovered windows. If the curtains were open, I'd keep my distance like the glass itself could hurt me. And the worst part was that I couldn't explain it to anyone without sounding ridiculous. Because what do you even say? I don't like the forest. No, it wasn't dislike. It was this heavy, instinctive certainty that if I looked too long, something would look back. As I got older, that feeling didn't fade like most childhood fears do. It didn't get laughed out of me. It didn't get replaced by new anxieties. It stayed, steady and sharp. And whenever I had to step outside at night, like to grab something from the shed or take out the trash, I'd get hit with this horrible drop in my stomach. That sinking feeling. Like my body was warning me before my brain could catch up. I'd be halfway down the porch steps and suddenly it would feel like I shouldn't be here. Like the forest wasn't just there in the dark, like it was aware. I can't describe it better than this. It felt like being watched. Not imagined, not spooky vibes. More like your skin knows you're being stared at, even when your eyes can't confirm it. And the weirdest part? It was only me. My grandma never felt it. No one else did. My family could sit outside at night, chatting like it was nothing, while I was trying to act normal through a pounding heart. I didn't want to be the dramatic kid. I didn't want to be the one who made things up. But I wasn't making anything up. And yes, during the day, I explored that forest too. The exact patch that haunted me at night. And there was nothing special there. Nothing that should have marked it as wrong. There was an abandoned little pond that was mostly dried up, and this low mound that turned out to be an old dumping spot. Trash buried under soil from years ago. Not magical, not dramatic, just messy forest. I even got curious enough later on to check old maps from before the neighborhood existed. Same story, just more forest back then. No old buildings, no marked sites, no something happened here dot on the page. I went searching for history, local stories, accidents, anything. Nothing. But Marta, my grandma, used to talk about something in that forest. She called it the Wanderer's Clearing. In our language, it was closer to the clearing where people lose their sense, like a place where you walk in and your brain forgets which way is out. She said she'd heard it when she was young, and that older people avoided it. And then she'd say this part that always made my neck tighten. When big storms came through, they didn't pass straight over that clearing. They circled it. And the thing is, I watched that happen more than once. Every summer, thunderstorms rolled in like they always do. You'd hear the first grumble, feel the air thicken, smell that sharp metal scent. And the rain would start, hard, loud, drumming on the roof for an hour or two. Then it would stop, like someone had shut a tap. The clouds would drift off, the world would brighten again, and you'd think, okay, it's over. And then, later, it would come back. The same storm, the same heavy rain, like it had looped around and returned on purpose. And I'm not talking about once. I saw it happen over and over, the storm making full circles, sometimes 5 loops, sometimes more, like something in that area kept tugging it back around. I always assumed there had to be some clean scientific explanation. Wind patterns, temperature differences, geography, whatever. But even now, I haven't found an explanation that matches the way it looked from that yard. Not neatly, anyway. Then there's what Marta used to swear happened with ball lightning. She told me stories that I thought were just that, stories, until other relatives confirmed them like it was no big deal. They said that during a couple of those storms, a glowing sphere, actual ball lightning, came out of the forest. Not in the sky, not far away, from the trees. It would drift toward our property like it was curious, and sometimes it would circle the house, slowly, calmly, like it had all the time in the world. And then it would slam into the fence. Metal posts would light up at the tops, glowing and spitting little discharges, like the whole fence was briefly alive. Multiple people said it happened, independently, with the same details. And listen, I know how this sounds. I'm not saying there's definitely something supernatural in the woods. I'm not even trying to convince anyone of anything. I'm just telling you what I lived with. And I need you to understand this too. I'm not afraid of the dark. I'm not afraid of forests at night in general. I've done long hikes, slept alone in a tent miles from anyone, listened to animals moving outside the fabric and felt perfectly fine. I know what normal nighttime fear feels like. This wasn't that. This was something else. This was this deep, physical sense of dread, like being watched, but more than watched, like being measured, like being noticed in a way you didn't want to be. like prey realizing it's been singled out. And that's the part I can't solve. Because we left. We sold the place. The forest is someone else's background now. But whatever that feeling was, it never stayed behind. So, this happened back in 2017, during one of those Southern California summers where the heat feels like it's sitting on your shoulders. I'm going to tell it the way I remember it. No big dramatic add-ons, because honestly, it was already strange enough. At the time, I was running this small little shop out in Palmdale. Nothing fancy, just trying to keep the doors open, putting in long hours, doing that daily grind thing. I lived in Thousand Oaks, pretty low-key life. Family nearby, my brother Marco over in Van Nuys, nothing wild going on, except something had started changing in me. Quietly, privately. For a few weeks, I'd been meditating every night, and when I say privately, I mean nobody knew. Not Marco, not my parents, nobody. I didn't really have some big spiritual plan. I'd just gotten curious, and then curious turned into consistent. And I got fixated on one thing, the third eye. I'd sit on the floor in my living room with the lights low, legs crossed, eyes closed, breathing like I was trying to sink into that spot between my eyebrows. I'd picture this deep blue light. Sometimes I imagined it like a small flame instead of a lotus, like something flickering awake. And the more I did it, the more I felt it. Pressure, warmth, little waves of tingling that would build and spread. It wasn't scary. It actually felt kind of incredible, like I'd found a hidden switch inside myself. I didn't have a teacher, no mentor, just instincts, a couple guided videos, and me showing up night after night. Then one afternoon, I'm closing up at the shop, wiping down the counter, ready to head out, and Marco pulls up out of nowhere. And that alone was unusual. He didn't just casually drop by. It was a solid drive for him, and he wasn't the type to make that trek just because. But there he was, leaning against his car like it was no big deal. We talk for a bit outside the storefront, just catching up, and then he goes, real casual, like he's asking if I want tacos. Hey, there's this woman staying at my place right now. She's from Louisiana, really spiritual. You should come through tonight and meet her. And I remember laughing a little, like, of course you have a random spiritual house guest right now. And I told him no. Not rude, just firm. Nah, I'm good. And he didn't push. He just nodded like, all right. So I lock up, get in my truck, and start heading home. The drive is the usual. Freeway, fading sun, that orange dusk that makes everything feel a little hazy and slow. But somewhere along the way, I start feeling guilty. Because my brother doesn't just show up like that. And it hit me like, he made effort. The least I could do was make effort back. So I call him, and I'm like, hey man, sorry about earlier. I'll come by tonight. And I swear to you, the exact moment I committed to it, the moment I said yes, boom, this sound, this violent, blunt, impossible explosion just detonates inside my head. Not like a ringing, not like a headache, an actual bang, like a firework went off behind my eyes. I slammed the brakes so hard I'm shocked nobody rear-ended me. My heart is pounding, and I'm gripping the steering wheel thinking, I hit something. I blew a tire. Something's wrong with the truck. I'm still on the call, and I shout, did you hear that? And Marco goes, completely calm, hear what? What are you talking about? Which made it worse, because if it was real enough for me to nearly pull off the road, how did he hear nothing? We hang up fast. He says someone from work is calling him. I pull onto the shoulder, jump out, and start checking everything like a maniac. Tires, front bumper, under the truck, inside the cab. Nothing's fallen, nothing's leaking, nothing is wrong. There's just Nothing. A few minutes later, my phone rings again. Marco. He goes, "That call I got? One of my employees just got into a small accident on the 101 near Thousand Oaks." And my stomach drops because that was basically the exact stretch I'd been driving toward. The same corridor, the same direction, the same energy. Like the bang in my head echoed out into the real world somewhere nearby. I end up swinging over with him to check on it. Nothing major, just a bumped bumper. Everyone rattled, but okay. Still, the timing had me feeling like reality was playing some kind of joke. After that, we go straight to his place. It's late, around 10ish, and his house guest is asleep, but she wakes up when we come in. She's older than I expected, softer voice, calm in a way that made me feel like she already knew something I didn't. We're in the living room, and she looks at me for a long second. Not in a dramatic way, more like she's listening to something I can't hear. Then she steps close and lifts her hands above my head, not touching me, just hovering, like she's feeling for heat. She says, "I'm going to clear you a little." And I'm sitting there thinking, okay, what does that even mean? But I let her do it because, honestly, after that freeway moment, I didn't feel like arguing with mystery. Her hands move slowly from above my scalp down toward my forehead, like she's guiding something downward. And I feel this strange sensation, like gentle tugging, like invisible threads loosening. Not painful, just unsettling. Like something's being pulled out of me that I didn't know was there. And then she drops her hands. And the instant she does, the entire house goes black. Total power outage. No lights, no hum, no background noise. Just sudden dead silence, like the world held its breath. And I'm sitting there in the dark, frozen. Nobody's talking. You can feel how thick the air gets when something unexplainable happens and your brain can't file it away. Then, slowly, the power returns. Lights flicker. Appliances reboot. That refrigerator click. The whole house waking back up one piece at a time. But when the lights come back, the room feels colder. Like the temperature dropped 10 degrees. And here's the thing I still can't fully explain. After that, it was like something in me had been shut off. All that pressure I'd been feeling in meditation, gone. The tingles, the rush, the sense of something opening, gone. Like someone hit a reset button and wiped the whole charge clean. I drove home later that night with my mind looping the whole chain of it. The secret meditations, my brother randomly showing up, me finally saying yes, that inner explosion, the oddly timed real-world accident, the woman clearing me, and then the blackout like some kind of seal on the whole thing. And I remember thinking, it felt like synchronicity, but turned up so loud it couldn't be ignored. Like the universe wasn't whispering anymore, it was straight up making eye contact. It's been years now, and that whole third eye fireworks feeling never came back. No more buzzing, no more pressure, no more electric highs. But maybe that was the point. Maybe it wasn't meant to be a permanent thrill ride. Maybe it was meant to wake me up, clear something out, and leave me with something quieter, something steadier underneath. And I'll be honest, sometimes I miss the intensity. But the longer I live with it, the more I wonder if what I got afterward, this calmer kind of awareness, was the real thing I was supposed to keep. Okay, so I need to tell you about something that happened to me that still feels unreal when I say it out loud. A couple nights before this, I went to a concert with my friend Maya. After the show, she was like, "Do you want to come hang out with someone I know?" And I was in that post-concert floaty mood, so I said yes. We ended up at this guy's place. His name was Eli, and it was my first time meeting him. And listen, I've always been open to spiritual stuff. Like, I grew up around people who talked about energy and intuition and all that. But I'd never actually had anything happen to me. Not like an encounter. That night with Eli felt different right away. The vibe in his apartment was intense, kind of unfamiliar, like the air was charged. We stayed up until literally almost sunrise, like 5:30 or 6 in the morning, just talking. Beliefs, energy, consciousness, spirituality. And Eli spoke like he'd been living inside that world for years. It wasn't creepy exactly, just a lot. Like I was hearing things my body recognized, but my brain hadn't caught up to yet. I ended up staying an extra day, and when I finally went home, it was late. I was in the Uber, headphones in, staring out the window like you do, half asleep. And at one point I closed my eyes and it was like, this sounds dramatic, but it was like I almost started getting these little flashes. Not a dream, not imagination, more like images arriving. The clearest one was a train, like the front of it, and railway tracks stretching out. It wasn't scary, just weirdly vivid. I remember opening my eyes and being like, huh, and then brushing it off. But then I got home. And this was my first night back in my own bed after all of that. So I'm lying there, drifting towards sleep. You know that moment where your thoughts are starting to dissolve and everything gets soft and heavy? And then, suddenly, I see this blue light. Like, not a glow from outside, not a reflection, not a car headlight. It was right there, super close to me. It was rising in the air above my pillow, maybe like a foot above it. And it had this clean, electric kind of blue. Not harsh, more like living. I sat up fast because I was like, no, absolutely not. I'm imagining this. But it didn't go away. And then, for some reason, I reached out. Like my body decided before I could talk myself out of it. I reached out and touched it, and it responded. That's the part that still gets me. It moved in the air where my hand was, like it was aware of my touch. And it started changing shape. It would stretch into one form, then fold into another, like it was playing or communicating. It slowly rose higher while I kept following it with my hand, kind of tracing it in the air. And I remember feeling this mixture of fascination and, I should be panicking right now. Eventually it faded, like it thinned out. And I exhaled like, okay, it's done. But then I stood up and saw it again. This time it wasn't floating. It looked like the remaining glow had kind of stuck itself to the wall above my bed, like it had anchored there, just sitting, quiet, present. That's when I fully freaked out. I basically speed-walked downstairs like, nope, I need to change the air around me. I need a snack. I need a different reality. I stayed down there a while, trying to calm my nervous system down, telling myself maybe it was a visual thing. Maybe I was overtired. Maybe it was my eyes. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had opened. So I went into my mom's room. My mom's name is Renee. And I sat on the edge of her bed to tell her what happened. I didn't even know what I wanted her to do. I just needed another human presence. And this is where it escalates. Not like a single shadow, like multiple, a lot. It looked like they were lined up. Honestly, it reminded me of that feeling in Spirited Away, where these spirits are just there, waiting, existing, like they have their own rules and routines. It was like a whole ocheride, like a queue, like they were waiting their turn. And I could feel them. That's what made it so intense. The way you feel energy in a crowded room, even if your eyes are closed, the density of other presences. That's what it felt like, except the room was quiet. I was frozen on the edge of the bed, and one would step forward, directly in front of me. Close, like within a foot, and it would just stand there, shifting subtly, like its outline couldn't decide what shape to be. And I got this impression of frustration, like it was trying to tell me something without words, and I was just not getting it. Then it would step away. Sometimes it even looked like it bowed, like a tiny, respectful dip, before fading back. And then the next one would come forward, one by one. I remember thinking, why is this so organized? Why does this feel like I accidentally walked into some spiritual DMV? And then one came forward that felt completely different. This one, I don't even know how to describe it without sounding ridiculous. It looked like it had a flower for a head, like petals, but not solid, more like shifting layers of shape and texture. It kept morphing, almost like it was made of soft smoke and light at the same time. But the feeling it brought was so gentle. As it stood there, this wave came over me. Wonder, love, curiosity, peace. Like my chest unclenched. And I got this sense, this really mutual sense, that it was looking at me the way I was looking at it. Like we were both kind of amazed by each other. We just stayed there for a moment, almost taking in each other's energy. It also felt like it was trying to communicate something, but I couldn't translate it. Like it was speaking in a language made of feeling, and I didn't have the subtitles. Eventually it stepped back, like the others. But then, this part is so clear in my memory. It started signaling to me, like with an arm, or what I interpreted as an arm. It motioned like, come with me, like it wanted me to follow it back to wherever it came from. And here's what's weird. It didn't feel threatening. It felt welcoming, almost inviting, like, we can show you something. But it also felt slightly annoyed that I wasn't moving, like, why aren't you understanding? Come on. Then I saw these other shapes, almost like arms too, reaching toward the bed, the side table, and toward me. Not grabbing exactly, more like touching or testing the space, like they were feeling around the room. And then something happened that made my stomach drop. My phone was on the side table next to me, screen facing up, and it looked like some of those shadowy forms were getting pulled toward it, like they were being sucked into the phone screen, almost like the screen was acting like a portal. I remember staring at it like, no, 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 absolutely not. Not the iPhone portal, not tonight. At some point, I don't even remember how, the intensity eased, like a storm passing, like the room thinned out again. And the next morning, I noticed something I have never seen in my life. There were rainbows, like little rainbow light reflections, by every single window in my house. Not just one window with a prism effect. Every window, multiple points of color, like the house itself was sparkling with it. And I stood there in the daylight, staring at those rainbows, and I just had this deep, quiet feeling like something had been active, like something had visited. But I do know this. After that night, it stopped being an abstract idea to me. It felt like something looked straight at me and said, without words, "Hi, you can see us." So, have you ever walked down a street that looks ordinary, but somehow feels like it's listening back? There's a road in North Point. People call it Tsatsimui Road now, but older folks still slip and call it the old name, like they're afraid to let it go. And whether you believe in ghosts or not, I swear there's a kind of hush that hangs around that stretch, especially when the evening air turns damp and the neon starts to blur at the edges. Let me tell you why. A long, long time ago, before all the reclamation, before the towers, before North Point became North Point, that area was basically a small fishing village. Poor, close-knit, the kind of place where everyone knew whose boat came home late and whose lantern stayed lit too long. And in that village, there were 7 girls. Not sisters by blood, just sisters by choice. They were the kind of kids life had already bruised early. One had lost her parents to fever. Another had been left behind by a family who simply moved on without her. One of them was taken in by an aunt who treated kindness like it cost money. Different stories, same loneliness. So they made each other their home. They used to meet near the shore after chores, hair still damp from washing clothes, bare feet sandy, hands linked like it was a promise you could physically hold. And one night, they made a vow. No husbands, no leaving, no being given away like property. They'd stay together, always. Here's the part that still hurts to say out loud. The fourth girl, her name was Melan in the version I first heard, though people argue about names, was suddenly promised to a fisherman's son. Not asked, promised, like it was a trade. She begged, fought, refused, cried herself sick, but the village elders called it fate, and her guardian called it gratitude. And her friends, they couldn't stand the thought of losing her. So the 7 of them went down to the water at night. Not screaming, not dramatic, just quiet. The way people get when their hearts have already made the decision and the rest of them is still catching up. They walked into the sea together, hands tangled, shoulders touching, and let the tide take them. The next morning, the village searched. Days passed, weeks, storms came. Still no bodies. But then, this is the detail everyone remembers. After one especially low tide, people saw 7 shapes out near the shore. Not boats, not driftwood, rocks. 7 of them, lined up in a slight curve, biggest to smallest, like someone had arranged them with care. And when the water pulled back far enough, the rocks looked, truly, like 7 girls standing in a row, hands almost touching. The villagers started calling them the 7 lantern rocks, because at dusk, the wet stones sometimes caught the last light and gave off a faint shimmer, like old paper lanterns refusing to go out. And the bay around them became the kind of place you didn't visit alone. Over the years, the stories grew the way stories do, breathing bigger with every retelling. People said if you went too close, you'd hear whispering under the waves, like voices trying to remember songs they used to sing. Some said they saw figures in the fog, 7 slim silhouettes, hair hanging heavy, dresses clinging like they'd just stepped out of the sea. My favorite, in the scariest possible way, is the one about the dock worker. He was cutting across the beach late, tired, annoyed, thinking only about getting home, when he noticed a soft glow out by the rocks. Not bright, not dramatic, more like moonlight caught in breath. And that's when he heard it, crying. Gentle at first, almost polite. Then clearer, women's voices calling, not yelling, just beckoning, like they already knew his name. He turned, and he saw them. 7 girls, hand in hand, feet barely touching the sand, drifting toward him as if the tide itself had learned how to walk. He ran so hard he tore the skin off his heel, and he never went near that bay again. People said he wouldn't even drink water at night after that, kept his cup face down like it might invite something in. Then the city started changing everything. In the early 1900s, the area got cleaned up, mapped out, made useful. A swimming pavilion was built out over that same water, bright and cheerful, meant for families and laughter and weekend splashing. People wanted to believe the place had been reclaimed from old fear. But after it opened, drownings started. And not 1 or 2 accidents, the kind of steady, sickening pattern that makes you stop calling it coincidence. Strangely, it was mostly men. Strong swimmers, too. Men who went under fast, as if something had grabbed their ankles and yanked. That's when the older women in the neighborhood began whispering again. Not loudly, never loudly, about cold hands in the water, about the sisters rising from below, about vengeance that didn't need fire or knives. Just a quiet pull, a sudden weight, a gulp of seawater, and a body that didn't come back the same. They said the 7 girls weren't hunting everyone. They were hunting men who were cruel, men who laughed at women's fear, men who treated promises like chains and girls like bargains. And then, of course, came the reclamation. The coastline shifted. The rocks disappeared beneath new land and deeper water, swallowed by concrete and progress and the city's endless hunger for space. But the name stayed. And the feeling stayed too, like the story soaked into the pavement. Someone I met years ago, an older neighbor named Uncle Y Kit, told me about one evening when he was young. He and a few friends were walking home, cutting through a narrow alley off the main road. Nothing strange, just dim light, trash bins, the smell of rain coming. Then they heard it, a woman sobbing. At first they laughed nervously and said it was probably a TV or a radio. But the crying got louder, closer, as if it was moving through the alley without footsteps. They stopped, held their breath, looked around. No one. Not a silhouette, not a doorway opening, not even the shuffle of someone turning away. Just the sound, raw, aching, filling the empty space. And then it stopped. Not fading, not trailing off. Stopped like a hand had pinched out a candle. Uncle Y Kit told me he still avoids that alley. Not because he's scared of ghosts, he said, but because some grief shouldn't be disturbed. There's one more story. This one gets told in the lowest voices. A group of teenage boys were messing around on the beach late at night, daring each other to go closer to where the rocks used to be, even though there was nothing to see anymore. They saw a woman in a pale dress standing where the surf met the sand. She didn't sway. She didn't blink. When she spoke, it wasn't a shout. It was almost tender. "Come with me." And the boys said they felt instantly like the air had turned thick, like their lungs were full of water even though they were standing on dry ground. They ran without thinking, tripping over each other, and none of them ever went back to that shoreline again. So, yeah, that's the legend. So if you ever walk along Tatsi Moi Road when the night is quiet, if the wind slips between buildings and suddenly sounds like whispering, don't panic. Just keep walking. And maybe, just maybe, don't follow any voice that calls you sweetly from the direction of the sea. So, this happened about a decade ago, and I still don't really have a neat explanation for it. Back then, my girlfriend, let's call her Marissa, was living in a pretty new apartment complex down in Southern California. Modern place, clean halls, fresh paint, the kind of building that shouldn't come with ghost stories. She had a roommate, Drew, who worked nights, so I barely ever crossed paths with him. For the first few months, everything was totally normal. Quiet, uneventful. Then one night, really early, like around 3:30 in the morning, Marissa hears this scream from his room. Not like a startled yelp. She described it as the kind of scream that makes your stomach drop, because your brain instantly goes, "That's terror." And then Drew comes flying into her room like he's being chased. At first she's furious, like, "What are you doing barging in here?" But that anger lasts maybe 2 seconds because she sees his face. He's pale, shaking, breathing like he ran a mile, just completely wrecked. Once he can talk, he tells her he got home around 1:30 or 2, same as always. He said he sat in his room, smoked a little, had a couple beers, left the lights on, and passed out. And then he wakes up, because his lights are strobing, flicking on and off like crazy. And while he's trying to figure out what's happening, things start moving. Like, moving. Stuff sliding off the dresser, something clattering from the desk, his chair shifting like it got kicked. He swore it felt like the whole room had turned hostile in the span of seconds. He didn't say he saw a figure. No shadow person, no face in the corner. Just chaos. Like whatever it was didn't need to show itself. It could just make the room explode. And that's when he ran. After a while, Marissa talks him down enough that he'll go back to his room, but only if she comes with him. So they walk in together and, yeah, his room is a mess. Drawer half open, stuff on the floor, like someone stormed through it. Later, Marissa told me she couldn't decide if Drew exaggerated or panicked or made up part of it. But she was sure about one thing. He was genuinely terrified. You can tell when fear is real. It sits in someone's eyes. It changes their voice. He moved out within a few days. And honestly, that should have been the end of it, right? Except it wasn't. Marissa got a new roommate about a month later, Talia this time. Things smoothed out again. A few quiet months, almost like the apartment had reset. But then Marissa started telling me she felt watched. Like the feeling didn't go away even when she was alone in the middle of the day. At first she tried to laugh it off, like, I'm just spooked because of Drew. But then she got more serious. She told me, very calmly at first, that she thought something was in the apartment. Something wrong. She was religious. I'm not. But I went along with whatever she wanted to do. Prayer, blessings, all of it. Because I cared about her, and because you don't dismiss someone you love when they're scared. The weird part is, I never felt anything. And I was there a lot. 4 or 5 nights a week sometimes. I never saw objects move, never heard voices, nothing like that. Until one afternoon I showed up and she was sitting on the couch, like someone had turned the volume down on her soul. She was usually bright, talkative, goofy, always doing something. But that day she was just still. Eyes open, staring past the TV like she wasn't really in the room. I said her name a couple times. Nothing. It took a while before she blinked like she'd come back. And then she just started crying. Like ugly, shaking, helpless crying. Not brushed her shoulder. Not startled her from behind. Through. She kept saying, "It walked through me." Like repeating it was the only way to make it real enough that I'd understand. I tried to be logical. I tried to soothe her. But you could tell she wasn't working from imagination. She was working from memory. From something she felt in her bones. It took hours before she was herself again. And after that, little things started happening. Nothing dramatic at first. Objects not where they should be. Keys turning up in weird places. The remote vanishing and reappearing in the pantry. Stuff that sounds like absent-mindedness. Except it happened so often she stopped even being surprised. She'd just sigh and say, "It's doing it again." Then came the day that finally broke her. It was a Saturday afternoon, and she'd just gotten home from a long ride. She drops her gear, turns the shower on, undresses, steps under the water. And she hears a knock. Not loud, just a polite little knock on the bathroom door. She assumes it's Talia needing to use the bathroom, so she calls out, "I'm in the shower." No response. A minute later, the knocking happens again. Same thing. "I'm in the shower." Still nothing. Then it comes a third time, harder, more impatient. Now she's annoyed, so she shuts off the water, wraps a towel around herself, and yanks the door open ready to snap at her roommate. And there's no one there. The apartment is quiet. She even calls out like, "Seriously, knock it off," still thinking someone is messing with her. Then she realizes something. The front door still has the chain on, and she's on the second floor. No balcony access, no quick exit. If someone was inside, they'd still be inside. So she tries to calm herself down, tells herself the knocking must have come from a neighbor's unit. Thin walls, weird echo, whatever. She turns the shower back on, gets back under the water, and then the knocking starts again. Only now she's not irritated. She's scared. Because it's closer, more precise. And then, like something got fed up with being ignored, the bathroom door gets pounded on. Not a casual knock, not a neighbor, not pipes, not building noises. A heavy, deliberate pounding, right there, inches away, like whatever it was wanted her attention and didn't care how it got it. Marissa froze. She told me she couldn't even breathe right for a second. Just stood there under the water, staring at the door, towelless and vulnerable, and realizing, it's here. It knows I'm here. She didn't scream. She couldn't. She just waited until she could move again, shut off the shower, dried off as fast as she could, and got out of there. She came to my place and stayed for a few nights. And not long after that, she moved out completely. No dramatic final confrontation. No closure. Just leaving. And the part that still sticks with me is how ordinary the building was. Not some creaky Victorian house with a tragic history, just a newer apartment complex with shared walls and neighbors on every side. So why that unit? Why her? Why there? I don't know. I honestly don't. But I know this. Once she moved, it stopped. Whatever it was, whether it was something paranormal or something we can't name, it didn't follow her. And even now, years later, I can still hear the way she described that pounding. Like the sound wasn't just on the door, it was in her life, demanding to be noticed. So, for a long stretch of my life, my job was basically the road. I traveled full-time, like 100% travel, for close to 20 years. Always during the day, always logging long hours. And a lot of it was on those empty interstate runs, where you can go 15 or 20 minutes without seeing another soul. And I should tell you up front, I'm not a casual driver. I'm one of those people who's always been defensive. Maybe overly so. I'm in my late 50s now, and I've been driving this way for as long as I can remember. My mirrors are set correctly, the way safety instructors recommend, so they show what's actually beside me, not the side of my own car. I'm constantly scanning. Rear view, side mirror, repeat. Every few seconds. It's almost automatic, like breathing. I always know where everyone is. That's part of why this still messes with my head. Because if this happened once, okay. Twice? Sure. 5 times? Maybe I'm tired. Maybe my brain filled in a gap. Maybe I got spooked by the emptiness of the road. But I'm telling you, it happened dozens and dozens of times. Over 100, easily. Enough that I stopped trying to talk myself out of it. Here's what would happen. I'd be driving one of those long, lonely stretches, sometimes 10 or 20 miles with no exits, no on-ramps, nothing. I'd be totally alone out there, just me and the road, and I'd know it. Because I'm checking my mirrors constantly, and I'm not seeing headlights, I'm not seeing movement, I'm not seeing anyone gaining on me from behind. Nothing. And then, suddenly there's a vehicle right there. Not fully beside me, but almost in my blind spot. Close enough that my stomach would drop, because my brain would go, "Where did you come from?" And I don't mean a car that zoomed up at 110 miles an hour and hit the brakes to pace me. I'm usually on cruise, steady speed, always a little over the limit, like 8 or 9 over. Enough to keep moving, not enough to get pulled over. If someone is coming up behind me, I'll see them long before they reach me. That's not arrogance. It's just physics plus obsessive mirror checking. But these cars, they didn't arrive like normal cars arrive. They were just there. The first few times, I remember thinking, okay, maybe I missed it. Maybe I blinked at the wrong moment. But it kept happening in the same way. No approach in the rear view, no gradual appearance, no sense of motion from behind. Just one moment there's empty lane, the next moment there's a car pacing me like it's been there the whole time. And the weirdest part is how they'd behave once they showed up. They'd just hold steady. Same lane, same pace. If I sped up a little, they didn't surge to match me like a normal driver might. They didn't fall behind. They'd just remain, like they were locked into a track. Sometimes I'd nudge ahead a few car lengths just so I could watch them better, and they'd still stay in that same relative position, like they were glued to a specific spot on the road rather than actually driving. And then, eventually, after 2 miles, or 10, or sometimes even longer, it would happen. I'd glance forward, like you do, because you can't stare sideways forever. Then I'd look back, and the car would be gone. Not pulling away, not changing lanes, not taking an exit, because there weren't exits. No on-ramps, no off-ramps, no other traffic swooping in to block my view. It would vanish the way people describe a ghost vanishing, like the world just corrected itself in the moment you weren't looking. 1 second, car. Next second, empty air. Sometimes I'd catch a hint of someone inside, usually just one person, more like a shape than a face. But the glass was always wrong. That's the best way I can say it. Not tinted exactly, not opaque, but like there was this dull gray haze inside the cabin, like the interior light didn't behave normally. With a regular driver, even at highway speed, you can pick up details: hat, beard, a bright shirt, sunglasses, whatever. With these cars, it was almost always just a silhouette. After enough of these experiences, I started trying to explain it to myself in a way I could live with. I landed on the idea of residuals, like a replay, something that happened once and left an imprint, like the road itself remembered a moment and kept playing it back. But even that explanation didn't quite fit, because if it were a replay, wouldn't it act like normal driving? Wouldn't it drift, or signal, or speed up, or slow down? These cars didn't do any of that. They felt fixed, like a prop on rails. And there's another layer to this, and I know how it sounds, but it's part of why I can't just shrug it off. Over the years, I've had a handful of people, total separate situations, not connected, tell me I'm sensitive, not in a vague horoscope way. Like 2 different mediums I saw at different times, both told me I had the same kind of ability they did. And then, on a few random occasions in public, strangers approached me out of nowhere and said things like, "Someone wanted me to tell you something," and then they'd say the message, usually something weirdly specific and heartfelt. And then one of them looked me dead in the eyes and asked if I knew I was a medium. It's happened enough times that I can't pretend it's nothing. So, naturally, I started wondering, are those highway cars connected to that? Like, are they trying to get my attention? Are they deceased drivers? Or something that's not fully here, drifting into my awareness because I'm, I don't know, tuned differently? But then I'd circle right back to the same problem. If they're trying to get my attention, why do they behave like mannequins? Why don't they react? Why don't they do anything that feels like communication? And here's the part that makes me laugh at myself a little, because it took me forever to even think of it. I never tried to test them. Like, I never deliberately got in front of one and slowed way down to see if it would pass, or brake, or do literally anything. And I never got behind one and followed it while refusing to take my eyes off it. Not once. Not the way you do if you were determined to prove to yourself you weren't imagining it. Maybe because some part of me didn't want to know, or maybe because, even though I'm a careful driver, I wasn't about to do something unpredictable on an empty interstate just to satisfy a haunting curiosity. Eventually, I stopped traveling full-time, about 12 years ago now, and it's funny, because now we have all this cheap tech, dash cams, side cameras, systems that record everything around your car like it's no big deal. But back in those years, I didn't have any of that. I had mirrors and instinct, and a brain that would not stop tracking every vehicle in my orbit. Even now, though, I still catch them sometimes. It's harder in traffic, because the road is busy, and you can lose track of a car more easily when there are 5 lanes of movement. But every once in a while, I'll get that same feeling. I know where everyone is. I'm scanning like always. And then, some random sedan, like an old compact or a faded SUV, is suddenly pacing me in that near blind spot position like it teleported in. And then, moments later, it's gone again. And I know how this sounds. I do. If it had happened a couple times, I would have buried it under brains are weird. But when it happens over and over, across years, across different highways, in broad daylight, at some point you stop calling it imagination. You start calling it what it feels like. A car that wasn't there. A presence you can't quite see. A silent thing pacing you for miles until the moment you look away, and the road becomes normal again. Hey, so let me set the scene for you. I live out in what used to be nothing but quiet countryside, and now it's turning into a town right in front of my eyes. You know the kind of change I mean. Bulldozers, fresh roads that smell like tar, big signs for future grocery stores, rows of new houses popping up where deer used to cross. It's all still half finished, though. My little neighborhood sits right on the edge of it, woods on one side, and on the other, just long stretches of open land where you can see for what feels like forever. And from the very first night I spent here, I had this feeling, like I was being watched whenever I stepped outside. Not always in a dramatic way either. Sometimes it felt distant, like whatever it was noticed me the way you notice a passing car, not really interested. But other times it felt focused. Like I was the only thing in the whole yard that mattered. Especially after dark, when the sky was clear and the moonlight made the grass look almost silver. I'll be honest, I did the stupid thing we all swear we wouldn't do. I challenged it. Not because I wanted trouble, more like I needed to know I could walk into my own backyard without feeling like a guest who might be asked to leave. So I started doing this weird little routine. I'd step farther out into the yard, closer to where the trees get thicker, where the shadows swallow the light. I'd stay a little longer each time, and the whole time I'd talk, out loud. I'd say things like, "I'm just grabbing something real quick," or "I'm only walking out here because this is my yard, okay?" And always, I'd add something like, "No disrespect, I mean that." It probably sounds ridiculous, but it felt important. Like setting a boundary, but gently. Like, I see you, and I'm not here to fight you. Eventually, I started saying something else, too. Something softer. "I respect that you were here first," I'd tell the dark. "I really do. And I don't mind sharing this space. But I don't appreciate being scared at my own home." And I meant it. I wasn't trying to claim the land like I owned the whole history of it. I didn't choose this place because I wanted to move into someone else's territory. Life just put me here. This went on for a long time, and at first the presence felt protective, almost threatening, like a warning. But over time, it shifted. The fear eased. The vibe changed from stay back to something more curious. Like it was watching me because it was trying to figure me out. And then the feathers started. I know, feathers aren't exactly rare. There are birds everywhere out here. But here's the thing. For months, I didn't find a single one. Not one. Then suddenly, after those daytime moments started, where I'd feel that same awareness even in full sun, I began spotting feathers on the ground like little gifts. At first it was one feather here and there. I would get genuinely excited, like a kid finding seashells. I started keeping them. I found this old glass jar in the kitchen and tossed them in, and it became this oddly comforting collection. Then it ramped up. 1 or 2 turned into 5. 5 turned into a dozen. Some days I'd walk the yard and find so many I'd start laughing, like, okay, I get it, hello? Most of them were bright blue at first. Blue jay feathers. Those sharp little flashes of color that don't even look real against the dirt. Then other kinds started showing up. Softer ones. Speckled ones. A dark one that looked almost black until the sun hit it. And one morning, this is my favorite. Something happened that I still can't explain without my skin prickling. That one beat everything for me. Even the glossy dark feather I found later, and the smaller, sturdier one that looked like it belonged to a young hawk. The day after the owl feather, I found a handful of little soft tufts nearby, like someone had shaken out a pocket of moonlight. That whole feather thing carried on for months, until the weather cooled and the birds thinned out. The jar is pretty full now, and honestly, the feathers started feeling like proof that whatever this was, it wasn't just my imagination running away with me. Like there was a conversation happening, in a language I didn't fully understand. Then, a couple of weeks ago, something happened that knocked all the calm right out of me. It was late afternoon, not even fully dark yet. I was outside with my dogs, Rue and Miso, just letting them sniff around while I babbled to them the way people do when they love their animals and don't care who thinks it's weird. The air had that cold edge to it, and the sky looked washed out, like winter was practicing. And I felt the presence again. Only this time, it was close. I actually smiled without thinking. That's how familiar it had gotten, like noticing a neighbor you don't talk to, but you've seen enough times that it doesn't feel threatening anymore. And then, out of the corner of my eye, something moved. Not a squirrel, not a bird, not wind. A shape stepped out from behind a tree on the far side of the yard. I swear to you, my whole body reacted before my mind even caught up. Goosebumps climbed my arms like someone dragged ice across my skin. Every hair on my neck lifted. The back of my head went tight, like my instincts were trying to pull me backward. And for a second, I couldn't make sense of what I was seeing. It looked like a person, but not exactly. This figure was draped in fur and rough hide, the kind of clothing that doesn't belong in any modern day. There were bits of bone and sticks tied on, like ornaments, like tools, like warnings. And on its head was a skull. Not just any skull. It had antlers, huge branching antlers, bigger than anything I've ever seen in real life. The skull sat like a mask, and behind the empty sockets, I could feel eyes, like something was looking through it. It met my gaze, locked on. And then it did the strangest thing. It nodded. Not aggressive, not rushed, just a slow, deliberate nod, like, I see you, I acknowledge you. It took one step, and it was gone. Not ran, not ducked, just disappeared in a way that made my brain scramble for an explanation it couldn't find. Rue and Miso started barking like crazy at something across the street, like they heard or saw a separate disturbance. But my third dog, Juno, the one who usually acts like affection is a personal insult, stood perfectly still, staring at the exact spot where the figure had been. And then Juno stepped closer to me, right up beside my leg. That's the part that keeps looping in my head, because I can explain away a lot of things. Shadows, nerves, stress, the mind playing tricks. But my dog acknowledged it. Not with a bark, not with fear, more like caution and recognition. So now I'm left holding this memory like a stone in my pocket. I don't know what it was. I'm not going to pretend I do. I don't know if it was something ancient, or something passing through, or something that's been here longer than the town plans and construction crews and coming soon signs. All I know is, I used to feel watched like prey, and now it feels more like I'm being observed by something that's deciding what I am. And I can't tell if that makes me feel safer, or if it's the scariest part of all. Okay, so I need to give you a little context first, because otherwise this is going to sound completely unhinged. I've lived in this rental for about 5 years now, still here, and I swear, everything weird in my life started the moment we moved into this place. Not in my childhood home, not in any creaky old house stereotype, not even when we visited relatives in older buildings. Just here, only here. And the house has history. Like the kind of history you can feel if you stand still long enough. It used to be trashed and occupied by squatters, and there was a police raid at one point. There's literally a repaired section of ceiling where they came down through it. It's patched up now, but you can still see it if you know where to look. It's like the house has a scar. Anyway, the first time I ever saw something, I was a kid. Little enough that I still played on the floor with plushies and didn't think twice about it. I remember sitting in my room, just messing around, when I heard footsteps. Not the soft kind. Heavy. Like boots. I looked into the hallway, expecting to see my dad or maybe my brother, but instead, there was this tall figure. I mean, tall. Like 6.5 feet at least. He was pitch black, like someone cut him out of the darkness. And he had this long coat, something like a trench coat, and a wide brim hat. I know how ridiculous that sounds, but that's what it looked like. He didn't rush me or do anything dramatic. He just stood there, like he was checking on me. Then he nodded, slow and deliberate, and he said something. I couldn't make out the words. It was like hearing someone talk through water. And here's the part that makes me feel stupid even telling you. I got up and followed him. Like a kid following an adult down a hallway because it feels normal in the moment. I stepped into the hall, and he was gone. No footsteps fading away, no door closing, nothing. Just empty hallway and that same weird stillness. After that, things were quieter for a while. Not normal exactly, but quieter. The bigger stuff didn't really ramp up until I hit high school. That's when it started feeling like the house was getting more comfortable being strange. 2 things stand out the most. The first one happened around 4:45 in the morning. The whole house was dead asleep. No TV, no music, nothing. And then, crash. It came from the kitchen, loud enough that my stomach dropped like I missed a step on stairs. I ran out, fully expecting to see broken glass or someone breaking in. But what I found didn't make sense. The dish drying rack, like the whole rack, was by the front door. Not tipped over in the kitchen, not slid off the counter. By the front door. And in the living room, a heavy pan, one of those thick, weighty ones, was on the floor like it had been thrown. Both things were several feet from where they belonged. Like, not a cat knocked it down situation. The pan would have had to travel. I stood there, heart racing, trying to think of any explanation that didn't involve me losing my mind. Then I did the bravest thing a jumpy person can do. I retreated. I went back to bed. I pulled the blanket up like that could protect me from physics breaking, and I forced myself to sleep. The second big incident didn't even happen to me. It happened to my friend Mason. He was over one afternoon. I was in my room folding laundry, and he was in the kitchen, because for some reason he insists on refilling the ice trays when he visits, like he lives here or something. I heard a sharp clatter, then him swearing loud enough that it echoed. I asked him what happened, and he told me, dead serious, that the tray had been firmly in both his hands when it suddenly jerked upward and smacked him right in the face. like someone yanked it. And that fits the pattern. I'll get to that. Because after those, it wasn't always big dramatic stuff. Sometimes it was little things. Objects not where you left them. A shadow in the corner of your vision. A quick movement you can't quite track when you turn your head. But the most consistent thing, the thing that every single person who comes into this house says without me prompting them, is this. The air feels tense. Like you're being watched. Not, oh, this place is creepy, watched. More like observed. Like you're a guest and the house doesn't quite trust you yet. And I used to be one of those people who rolled their eyes at paranormal stories. Like, no offense, but I was in the there's always an explanation camp. Except after enough unexplainable things happen, especially when other people experience them too, you start running out of explanations. What's weird is that while my friends are the ones who see and hear things more often, for me the biggest experiences are touch. I'll be doing something totally normal, homework, cleaning, just laying on my bed scrolling, when I suddenly feel this cold pressure, usually on my shoulders or along the side of my face. And it's not like a breeze. It feels specific, like hands. Here's the part that makes my skin prickle even as I say it. Most of the time, it isn't scary. It's almost, don't laugh, comforting. Like someone patting your shoulder or brushing your cheek in a familiar way. But sometimes it gets weird. Sometimes when I'm sitting or lying down, it feels like something presses into me, like a tight hug, except it can shift into something heavier, like being pinned, like something is laying on top of me. And before you say sleep paralysis, no, I've looked into that. When this happens, I'm awake. I can move. I can lift my arms and legs. I can turn my head. But when I try to sit up, it's like I'm pushing against weight that isn't there. I've actually forced myself upward before, like a few inches off the mattress, only to get shoved back down, like my body hits an invisible hand and bounces. It's infuriating more than anything. Like, excuse me, I'm trying to exist? And thankfully, so far, it hasn't gone past that. I really want it to stay that way. Because here's the pattern I was talking about. Whatever this is in my house, it treats me differently than it treats everyone else. With me, it's almost respectful. It barely messes with my stuff. If anything, it gets clingy. Like it wants attention, or it wants to remind me it's there. But with other people, it's like it's annoyed they're here, or protective, or territorial. I don't even know. It'll bang on my sister's door in the middle of the night and wake the whole house up. It'll move my dad's tools around when nobody's home, like taking things and putting them in different places just to prove it can. And then there's what happened to Mason with the ice tray, and other little accidents my friends have had here that never happen anywhere else. At this point, my whole friend group jokes about my haunted house. But it's that kind of joking where everyone laughs a little too fast, you know? Like we're trying to keep it light so we don't have to sit in how real it feels. And I don't know why it's chosen me as the favorite. That part honestly freaks me out more than the shadows or the moving objects. Because if something is capable of being aggressive to other people but gentle with me, that means it's making choices. The strangest part, this is all still happening. Like right now, while I'm telling you this, it's late, past 2 a.m, and I can feel that same cold pressure on my shoulders and along my cheek. Not painful, just there, like it's listening too. Hey. Okay. Before I say any of this, just hear me out for a second. I know how this is going to sound. I know. Even people who are into weird stuff are going to read this and go, yeah, Sure, but I'm not trying to be funny, and I'm not trying to impress anybody. I don't even post in places like this. I'm only talking because I'm worn down, and I genuinely don't know what else to do. So, I live up on a mountain in Southern California. Not a cabin in the woods fantasy situation, more like rough land, trailers, pine trees, long roads, dark skies. I've been up here for a few years now, and for most of that time, I've been dealing with things that don't fit into any normal category. It started small. The kind of thing you can talk yourself out of. That feeling like you're being watched when you're alone. The hair-raising silence right before dusk. And then, this part sounds like those old mountain stories, hearing your name being called when nobody's there. But that's honestly the gentle version. That's the tip of it. The truth is, my property feels like a hot spot, like it's marked on some invisible map for something. I can't even tell you what. Spirits? Something non-human? Some dimensional overlap? I don't know. And I'm not even saying it's just one thing. Sometimes it feels like multiple types of weird all stacked on top of each other. And I'm at the point where I don't want theories anymore. I want someone, an actual team, to come out here and test the area. Measure things. Record things. Tell me I'm wrong, or tell me what it is. I just need something solid. Let me explain what's been happening. First, the whispers. They happen in both trailers, the one I live in and the other one out back. Not just at night, not just when I'm half asleep. I've heard them in the morning, broad daylight, like 7 a.m. when I'm making coffee. And I'm not talking about the wind or the pipes. I mean whispers. The kind that make you freeze because your brain goes, that was close to me. If I tried to list everything I've heard, we'd be here all day. Then there's this frequency thing. High-pitched tones, shifts in pitch, like something is tuning itself. I started messing with a little radio scanner a while back because I kept noticing strange interference up here. At first it was just curiosity, like, maybe it's the mountain, maybe it's the towers. But then it started to feel like, this is going to sound insane. It started to feel like something was trying to respond. And the part that made me stop, the part that made me throw the whole thing out, was when I swear to you, I could hear my own thought pattern in the static sometimes. Like the noise would line up with what I was thinking in a way that made my stomach drop. Like something was scanning me, reading me. I got so freaked out I dumped the radio in the trash and never touched another one on this property again. That was maybe 2 or 3 years ago now. I'm still not over it. And then there's what I've seen. UFOs, yeah, I'm saying it. I see them constantly, like every week or two. And I'm not talking about a light in the sky that might be a plane. These move wrong. They'll sit there like a star, then slide sideways, then blink out like someone flipped a switch. My neighbors, Seth and Maribel, have seen them too. It's not just me being dramatic. They've stood out there with me and watched it happen, and we just look at each other like, what are we supposed to do with this? But the thing that really messed me up, like really, was the towels. I know how that sounds. And I see, up ahead, floating shapes moving toward me. At first, my brain goes, plastic bags, wind, debris. That's what you tell yourself. But then they get closer, and I realize they're the size of big bath towels, like full-on towels, folding, drifting, kind of rippling. And the worst part was, they had these small face shapes in them. Not like a human face, more like a little mask or a little knot of features right where you'd expect to see birds if you were looking up. It was clear. No blur, no fog, No trick lighting. I stood there staring like my body forgot how to move, and these things just floated toward me like they were curious, or like they knew I was looking. I got home and sat there with all the lights on, just trying to make my brain accept what I saw. But even that wasn't the most disturbing thing. The most disturbing thing was the giant. I don't even like saying this out loud. I was coming down the higher road one day, the one that overlooks my property. You can see the pine line and the slope down to where my trailers sit, and I saw something big near my land. It looked green, like it was made of forest, but also mechanical, like a robotic shape wearing the idea of trees. Tall, too tall, and it looked like it was holding something, like a tool or a device, like it was doing work. And here's the part that still makes me feel sick. The moment I noticed it, it reacted like it realized I could see it. It turned, not like an animal turns, like a machine swivels. And then it did this fast, impossible movement where it kind of phased back toward my property, like it folded into the space near this huge pine tree I have, like it stepped out of the angle of reality. I stood there frozen, honestly thinking, if I run, will it chase me? If I stay, will it come back? I've heard people talk about DMT experiences, mechanical beings, elf-like things, mantis-looking entities. I'm not saying I was on anything. I don't do that. But what I saw reminded me of those descriptions so much it makes my skin crawl. And yeah, there have been other moments too. I've seen bushes and trees shift shape in ways that don't make sense. Not like wind moved it. More like the pattern changed, like the structure got rewritten for a second and then snapped back. Like the land itself is unstable. I've also had this repeated thought that flight paths might be part of it. This is real. My place sits right between two major airline routes. On one side, planes move in a steady line, one direction, like clockwork. On the other side, another steady stream in the opposite direction. It's constant, civilian, cargo, sometimes stuff that looks government or military. And I keep wondering if elevation plus whatever's going on up here makes it worse. Like I'm sitting in the middle of some corridor. I'm telling you all this because I'm done. I'm tired. I'm drained. I'm putting the property up for rent because I can't handle it anymore. I'm moving back toward the city because at least when you're surrounded by people, it's harder for the dark to feel so personal. But before I go, I need help. I need someone who actually investigates this kind of thing to come out here. Someone with equipment. Someone who's not just going to make fun of it. I'm not asking anyone to automatically believe me. I'm asking for someone to take it seriously enough to check. Because whatever this is, it's been living alongside me for too long. And I don't want to live with it anymore. So, this buddy of mine, let's call him Kieran, had to drop his car off for panel beating in this tiny middle-of-nowhere town, hours from where we live. Something to do with insurance, some admin mess. You know the vibe. Instead of doing the sensible thing, we decided, last minute, to turn it into a holiday. Kieran somehow finds this place to stay, an old-school camping ground way out in the sticks. We're paying 120 Rand a night, like basically the price of a takeaway meal, and we book it for a full week. We pitch up and immediately realize, okay, this place is not a normal campsite. It's abandoned. Like properly abandoned. Rusted jungle gyms, broken swings squeaking in the wind, sun-bleached plastic toys half buried in sand. There are old cars scattered around from decades ago, just sitting there like the town forgot them. Even the furniture looks like it was built out of wagon wheels and regret. Turns out the property has new owners, and they're planning to renovate one day. They tell us we're the first people to stay there since they took it over, which explains why the price is basically charity. But honestly, the main dorm building is actually decent. Someone's already started fixing it up. There's a proper bathroom inside, a little kitchenette, 2 bedrooms, a back garden, and then this huge outdoor dining room that used to be the camp hall. For that price, we're feeling like kings. We're wrecked, though. We had to walk back from the panel beaters with all our bags, sweating, starving, dusty, and grumpy. But once we dump our stuff, we start getting excited. You know that feeling? No people, no noise, just you and your mate in the middle of nowhere. The sun's going down, so we fire up the barbecue. And this matters. We haven't started drinking yet. Not even a sip. Not even a sniff. We're being responsible. We cook first, then we drink. That's the plan. Food's done. We carry everything inside, sit down, and start eating like we haven't seen food in a week. Now here's where it flips. Kieran stands up and goes, "I'll grab the plates, you sit." He takes maybe 2 steps toward the sink, and suddenly he just folds. Like something hit him in the ribs. He slams into the wall, eyes wide, and yells, "Get off me!" I start laughing because I'm thinking he's messing around. Like, maybe he's trying to scare me. Maybe he's doing a bit. But he's not laughing. He whips around, grabs a knife, and starts charging into the bedrooms like there's an intruder hiding under a bed. He's proper panicked, searching corners, breathing hard, eyes flicking everywhere. And I'm still sitting there like, "Mate, the doors are locked. Relax. Stop being dramatic." Then, I swear to you, something nudges my leg. Not like a brush, not like a breeze, like a push. And at the exact same moment, the lights cut out. The solar unit shuts down. Dead. Pitch black. No warning, no flicker, just off. Instantly, my laugh dies in my throat. Because now it's not just him being weird. Now it's the dark. In this abandoned school dorm, in the middle of nowhere, and something just touched me. So we scramble for torches, stumbling around, bumping into furniture, whisper yelling at each other, trying to find the keys. We're moving like idiots, shoulders hunched, hearts in our throats, acting brave while fully not being brave at all. We find the key, yank the front door open, and the entire door frame is basically a spider's penthouse. A huge spider has built this thick, messy web across the frame like it owns the property. It's sitting there like a landlord. We slam that idea shut and go around to the back door instead, because between the fence slats, I'm not exaggerating, there are dozens and dozens of red button spiders, nesting everywhere. Little red dots like warning lights. It looks like the fence itself is alive. We just stand there, frozen, like our brains can't process what we're seeing. So now we're trapped between spider front door, spider back fence, no car, darkness, and whatever the hell just happened inside. We go back to the front. Kieran grabs a broom with shaking hands like he's about to duel a demon, sweeps the web aside, and we sprint out into the night. Pitch black, no streetlights, just that thick rural darkness where you can't even see your own hand unless the torch hits it. We run to the big old dining hall, the old school camp hall, thinking maybe we'll find, I don't know, sanity? A switch? A less haunted vibe? We push the door open, step inside, and then we stop. Because spiders start descending. Not 1 or 2. Not a, "Oh look, there's a spider." No, hundreds. They're gliding down on thin strands of silk like it's some kind of coordinated drop operation. Like the ceiling has opened and it's raining legs. And here's the thing that still messes with my head. They were not there earlier. Not during daylight. Not when we first arrived. That hall was empty. I'm sure of it. Now it's like the building has been waiting. We back out without speaking and end up sitting in the middle of the field on the grass. because it's the only place that feels remotely safe. Open space, nothing overhead, nowhere for anything to crawl down from. And by some miracle, we'd left our phones and a little speaker outside near the barbecue table. Also, the brandy. So I do this slow, shaky, terrified little mission back to the table to retrieve the essentials, like I'm in a low-budget horror film and I've volunteered as tribute. I grab everything and run back to the field. And just picture this, okay? Two guys in their early 20s, sitting on cold grass in the middle of a dark, abandoned campsite. My mate sobbing on the phone to his girlfriend, let's call her Tamsin, trying to explain that we're surrounded by spiders and possibly being attacked by invisible ghosts. Meanwhile, jazz is drifting across the empty field from the speaker, something soft and classy, like Ella Fitzgerald, which makes it feel even more surreal. Like we're losing our minds, but politely. And somehow, at some point, the brandy ends up in a glass bottle that definitely wasn't the one we brought. Don't ask me how. I still can't explain it. Maybe we grabbed the wrong bottle in panic. Maybe we were delirious. Maybe the campsite wanted to contribute. We eventually pass out right there in the field. No tent, no blankets, just grass and fear. We wake up with stiff backs and dusty faces, still in the same spot, morning light finally making everything look normal again, like the night was a prank played by the universe. But we are not going back inside. We don't even go collect half our things. We don't pack properly. We don't cook. We don't even fetch our kitchenware out of the rooms. We had meat in the fridge, left it. We had plans for 7 nights, canceled by daylight. We arrange a ride home and bail like fugitives. And because we didn't want an argument or questions or some tough guy lecture from the owners, we message them something ridiculous like, "Sorry, we saw a cobra in the bedroom." And we leave it at that. I swear to you, I have never been that frightened in my life. And somewhere, buried in old messages, I'm pretty sure there are photos, maybe even a video of us sitting in that field, looking absolutely unwell, trying to laugh while we were genuinely falling apart. If I ever find them again, I'll know for sure it wasn't a fever dream. But honestly, even if it was, I never want to dream that again. So, before I start, this isn't a horror story. Not really. It's more like one of those moments that still sits in the back of your head years later because it never fully explained itself. I practice witchcraft, not Wicca, just my own path, and I've been at it for about 4 years now. Which, yeah, isn't forever, but I take it seriously. I study a lot. I've got someone more experienced who guides me when I need it, and I try to learn across different traditions without swallowing any of them whole. I'm building a worldview, not collecting aesthetics. Anyway, a couple friends in my circle work with demons, and I don't mean that in the cheesy movie way. I mean entities they treat as real, present, and, frankly, complicated. I'd always kept a polite distance from that whole lane. Curiosity, sure, but also a big internal no thanks. At the time this happened, I was not okay. My mom's health was sliding downhill fast, and the money part was terrifying. Every phone call felt like it might be the phone call. Every bill felt like a countdown. I was raw, exhausted, and honestly kind of floating through my days with my ribs exposed. That matters because, if you believe in leverage, grief and panic make you easy to grab. One night I was with a few of those friends, just a cozy, low-key hang. Candles, tea, the usual witchy friend group vibe where half the conversation is jokes and the other half is earnest spiritual theory. We decided to do a simple tarot pull. Nothing dramatic, nothing demon-related, just cards. And then, out of nowhere, I got this headache. Not a normal headache either. It was sharp and immediate, like someone had pressed their thumb into the center of my forehead from the inside. I remember blinking a few times like maybe I'd stood up too fast, but I hadn't. I hadn't drank anything weird. No incense smoke in my eyes. Just pain. And then the presence hit. You know when someone walks into a room behind you and you can feel it without seeing them? Multiply that by 100. It wasn't a sound or a smell. It was like pressure, like the air had weight. And the worst part was the sensation that something was leaning toward my thoughts, not reading them like a book, but testing the lock on the door. I snapped up and I was like, "Okay, what are you doing?" And my friend, let's call him Eli, looked at me with this calm, slightly distracted expression he always got when he was in it. Eli was the kind of guy who could be sweet and spacey at the same time, like his mind lived 3 inches to the left of his body. And he goes, very casually, "They're here." I stared at him. "Who is they?" And he says, "The beings I work with. One of them is in the room." He didn't say it like a threat. He didn't say it like a party trick. He said it like, "Yeah, the cat came in." And that almost made it worse, because the presence didn't feel cartoonishly evil. It wasn't claws and smoke and screaming. It felt composed, watchful, interested, like something intelligent was standing just behind the curtain, smiling without moving its mouth. Eli assured me it wasn't malicious, at least not in the obvious way. And I remember thinking, very clearly, that's what makes it dangerous. Anything truly predatory doesn't always show teeth first. Time passed, minutes, maybe longer. My sense of it gets fuzzy. The tarot spread was just sitting there like a paused sentence. And then Eli told me one of them wanted to speak with me. I didn't agree, exactly. I didn't sign anything. But I was there, and I was already feeling that pressure behind my eyes, and part of me wanted answers because part of me wanted relief. So Eli started mediating, like a translator or a bridge. The message came through in that way these things often do. Half words, half impressions. And it offered me something. Not like money falling from the sky. Not like, poof, she's healed. It was more like the feeling of a solution being placed on the table. Like a velvet box being opened. Like someone saying, "You can stop being afraid. You can stop scrambling. This can be handled." It was the spiritual equivalent of a monkey's paw, and I knew it. I knew it in my bones. But the offer came with this eerie sweetness. It didn't demand anything. It didn't bargain. It didn't say, "in exchange." It just kind of presented the possibility. And then it did something that made my stomach drop. It made me feel seen. Not in the comforting way. In the way where you realize something is looking at you from the inside out. Like it's memorizing your soft spots. The message was basically, your worries about your mom can be solved. And you're different. You're special. Which, first of all, no, I don't buy that. Special is one of those words that sounds flattering and functions like a hook. Second of all, it made my skin crawl because it felt like it was saying the exact thing that would be hardest to ignore at my lowest point. I sat there, gripping the edge of my chair, and I remember thinking, if I take this, I will regret it for the rest of my life. Even if it worked, even if it helped, because whatever it touched to do, it would stay touched. So I refused, out loud, firmly, no loopholes. And immediately, it was like the pressure backed off, not fully gone, but like a hand easing away from a door it had been pushing on. The headache started to dull. The air felt lighter. I could breathe again. Later that night, when I was home and the adrenaline wore off, I did what I always do when I'm rattled. I checked in spiritually with the deity I consider my guardian. And let me tell you, I got scolded. Not cruelly, but like a parent who's trying not to yell because they're scared. Like, Don't you ever let desperation make decisions for you. And I laughed, because even in the middle of being shaken, the idea of getting a divine lecture for almost being tempted was so painfully on brand for my life. But under the humor, I felt it, relief, and a little shame, and a deep gratitude that I'd said no. Still, it lingers, because the question that haunts me isn't, what would have happened if I accepted? It's this: why offer it without asking for anything? Why say no return when everything in my experience says there's always a return? What did it think it was doing? What did it think it saw in me? And maybe the most unsettling part is that some piece of me suspects the price wasn't going to be a direct request. It was going to be something subtler, something that would unfold later. A slow claim, a convenient coincidence, a shift in who I was, a bend in my path. So, yeah, moral of the story? I don't know. It was weird. It was intelligent. It was tempting in the way a trap is tempting, because it's designed around your exact hunger. And my honest advice is this: don't go looking into that kind of work unless you're absolutely sure you have nothing they can use to steer you. And I don't mean you're brave. I mean you're genuinely not dangling anything precious over the edge. Because some beings don't need to threaten you. They just need to offer you exactly what you're already losing sleep over. Hey everyone, welcome back to the Paranormal M channel. It's me again, someone who genuinely loves what I do and is always excited to be here sharing my paranormal experiences from all around the world. Drop a comment and let me know where you're watching from. How's everyone doing? Are you ready to dive into today's stories together? And don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. I'm going to tell you something that still feels a little unreal to say out loud. So just hang with me, okay? Not that long ago, my dad, Ray, passed away. He was in an assisted living place toward the end because we couldn't give him the kind of care he needed at home anymore. And I don't want to dress it up. It wrecked me. I was sad in this deep, heavy way that didn't turn off when the day ended. Even when I lay down at night, it felt like my mind was still holding its breath. And then the dreams started. The first one, I wasn't anywhere I'd ever been in real life. I was in Maui, of all places, some warm, bright shoreline like something out of a postcard. In the dream, I'm walking out of the ocean, water sliding off my arms, sand under my feet, and there's this little beach bungalow ahead of me with the windows open like it's been waiting all day. And when I step inside, there he is. Dad, Ray, wearing this soft teal button-up and light pants like he's on vacation, like he belongs there. He looks up at me like this is the most normal thing in the world and just goes, "Hey kiddo." That's it. 2 words. But my whole chest felt like it cracked open in the best and worst way at the same time. Then I woke up. And even though the dream was strange, waking up felt stranger, because for a second I had that warm, simple certainty. I just saw him, and then reality came rushing back in like cold water. A while later, another dream. This time I'm in Michigan, in the middle of a brutal snowstorm. Wind screaming, snow so thick it looks like the world is being erased. I'm standing by this big, dark green SUV, not even a car he owned, which made it feel even more off. It's parked near this lonely little gas station, the kind with harsh fluorescent lights and a sign flickering like it's tired. I walk in, pushing through the cold, and there he is again, Dad at the counter like he's running an errand. And this is the weird part. He's buying 2 old VHS camcorders, the chunky kind that look like they belong in the late 80s. But the boxes are crisp and new, like they've just been manufactured. Like the past is being sold fresh off the shelf. I want to speak. I really do. I want to say, "Dad, what are you doing? Are you okay? Are you—" a million things. But before the words come out, I wake up again. After that, I tried to shrug it off. Grief does things to you, right? It shuffles memories around, makes time feel loose. So one afternoon, I took a nap, thinking maybe I'd just get a break from myself for a while. Nope. I'm in this unfamiliar house, totally different from mine. Mine is normal, late 80s suburban. This place feels older, like a 1970s split level with dim corners and that slightly musty, old carpet feeling you can't quite name. Twice I've dreamed about this house, and I still couldn't tell you the layout, like the dream only lets me access certain rooms. The first time, Dad and I are sitting on this huge couch, watching TV in the dark. The TV glow is the only light. He's calm, quiet, like we've been doing this forever. And when I glance to the side, I see what I think is a kitchen, just a partial view, like it's hiding from me. The second time in that same house is, honestly, it's almost funny how wrong it feels. Dad is throwing this big party, music, voices, people everywhere, like he's hosting some kind of celebration. But my dad was never that guy. He wasn't the big party type. It felt like someone had swapped the settings on him. Upstairs, on the second floor, I bump into this woman, young-looking, glasses, sitting in a wheelchair. She introduces herself like she's an old friend of my dad's, like she's always been part of the story. But I don't think my dad had a friend like that. Not that I knew of. And the whole house, the party, the arcade basement, this stranger who's somehow familiar, felt like I'd stepped into a version of my life that took a left turn somewhere a long time ago. Then come the last two dreams. The finale dreams, I guess. I'm back in Hawaii again, but not the beach this time. It's Honolulu, and my whole family is there. My mom, Diane, and my two sisters, Kara and Lynn, all of us squeezed into this hotel room. Everything looks clean and modern, like a brand new resort. And I'm doing the dumbest, most normal thing, trying to figure out the TV remote. Pressing buttons, getting annoyed, laughing at myself a little. I'm about to turn and talk to Dad, because I can feel he's there, like I always can in these dreams. And then Mom walks in talking about the pool, all sun-kissed and chatty. She's going on about how warm it is and how much she misses being blonde. Which, what? My mom doesn't swim. She's never dyed her hair. And my sisters, in real life, are adults with their own lives. But in this dream, everything is slightly rewritten. Like the facts are close, but not quite snapped into the right place. And the very last dream? We're walking together, me and my sisters, while my parents are a little ahead, and my Uncle Frank is with them, like this little group of adults planning something important. We're heading toward this circus-themed casino hotel in Las Vegas, and I swear to you, it looks like something out of a fever dream. The entrance is this giant clown head, mouth open, teeth like an archway. There are outdoor rides and flashing lights, and the whole place feels like it's trying too hard to be fun and failing into something creepy. And the wild part is, in the dream, they're talking like it's a business trip. Like we're all headed there for some kind of venture. Like it's normal to invest in a nightmare circus casino. But even with all that, despite how wrong the details felt, I wasn't scared. Because every time the dream shifted into something bizarre, the one thing that stayed steady was this. My dad was there. And I can't explain how comforting that was. It's like the world around him was off. Like the set dressing didn't match the script. Old-fashioned things that looked new. Places I've never been. Versions of our lives that didn't line up. Even the way he showed up sometimes. Driving vehicles he never drove. Acting in ways he never really acted. Like the dream wasn't pulling from my memory so much as building something adjacent to it. And I keep thinking about that. How grief can do that. How your mind, aching for someone, might create a door, any door, just to let you see them again. So yeah, part of me wonders if it's just grief doing what grief does. Sorting, replaying, reimagining. My brain trying to stitch my dad back into the world because I'm not ready for him to be gone. But another part of me, quiet, embarrassed, but honest, wonders something else. What if those dreams weren't just dreams? What if, in some strange way, I was seeing a parallel version of us? A place where he's alive, where my family's history is slightly different, where the details don't match because they were never our details to begin with. I don't know. All I know is, I never woke up from those dreams feeling scared. I woke up feeling full and hollow, like someone handed me a warm letter and then took it back. Was my grief just giving me comfort? Or was I visiting someplace real, someplace strange, where my dad could still look at me and say, "Hey, kiddo." So, I should probably start by telling you where I'm coming from. I'm a neurodivergent young adult, early 20s, and I'm usually the kind of person who tries to explain things logically before I let them get mystical. But one night, somewhere around late autumn, like October drifting into November, I had this dream that didn't feel like a dream. It felt administered, like my brain had been gently put into a mode I didn't recognize. I woke up in this room that was almost aggressively white. Not cozy white, more like sterile, endless, nothing to hold on to white. No posters, no windows, no clutter, just blankness. And I'm sitting at a white table in my pajamas, like I'd been taken from bed and placed there without my permission, but weirdly, without fear. My body felt heavy, like I was half asleep, half sedated. You know that sensation when you're trying to move through water? Like your limbs belong to someone else? Across from me, there's someone seated. And the first thing I remember thinking is, that is not a normal-looking person. They were extremely pale, like the kind of pale that makes you think of albinism, skin, hair, everything. Their hair was almost silver white. Their eyes were this light, washed-out shade, pinkish or pale amber, I couldn't tell. Their face was narrow and sharp in a delicate way, with this thin nose and small mouth. And the strangest part was that I couldn't confidently place their gender. Not because they looked androgynous in a trendy way, more like my brain couldn't grab the concept properly. They were dressed in white too, of course, like the room wanted nothing to break the theme. And they started speaking to me, or trying to. It came out as this jumble, bits of Spanish, bits of English, and then a third language that my mind couldn't label. Not made-up fantasy language, not something I recognized from TV. It felt real, like my brain just didn't have the decoder installed. I could catch fragments, like someone flipping a radio dial. You need to listen. You can. Maybe we try again. But then it would slip away into that other tongue, and I'd lose the thread. I remember looking at them and feeling this odd calm, like I trusted them without knowing why. That's what messes with me the most, honestly. Because if I saw someone like that in real life, in a white room, while I felt drugged, I should have been terrified. But I wasn't. I felt safe. And I kept staring at them with this intense sense of recognition, like I'd met them before, but not in any normal context. Like my brain was rifling through a filing cabinet going, where do I know you from? Where did I see you? They seemed to notice my confusion. And I tried to speak, switching between Spanish and English, basically apologizing, telling them I wasn't understanding, that they needed to pick one language and stick to it. I even tried to gesture with my hands, but my body barely cooperated. It was like something was keeping me seated, or like gravity was heavier just for me. The person, let's call them Evo, because my mind refuses to keep calling them the figure, Evo looked frustrated, not angry, more like someone trying to explain an important idea to a child who doesn't have the words yet. At one point, I glanced around the room, trying to find a door behind me. And the moment I turned my head, I felt this gentle pressure, like Evo lightly guided my face back toward them. Not rough, not controlling, more like, please stay with me, focus. And then I got this creepiest, strangest sensation, like there might have been someone else behind me. Not that I saw them, just that instinct, like the air had an extra presence in it. Eventually, Evo slowed down. Their shoulders sank a little, like they were running out of energy, or patience, or permission. They looked past me again, toward the place I assumed a door would be. Then they looked back at me, and their expression softened in this way that felt almost sad. And then, this is the moment that's burned into my memory. They touched my cheek, like a careful, affectionate gesture, and they spoke in perfect Spanish, clear as day, no mixing, no distortion. Maybe it's better we stop, go back to where you were, and wake up like nothing happened. Something like that. Not necessarily word for word, but the meaning was sharp and unmistakable. And I remember trying to respond, like, wait, what? Stop? Go back? What is this? Who are you? Where am I? But I didn't get the chance, because the next sensation was exactly like being put under anesthesia. That fast, sinking drift where your thoughts just loosen and the room falls away. My head dipped forward like I'd nodded off sitting up, and then everything went dark. And then I woke up in my bed, cold, slightly sweaty, and disoriented, like my brain had been shaken. The same kind of dizzy feeling I get when a car moves too fast or changes direction suddenly. I sat up and looked around like I expected that white room to still be somewhere in the corner. And then I noticed something that made my stomach tighten. My dog, Nala, usually sleeps in her bed right next to mine. She's a creature of habit. But that night, she wasn't there. She was out in the hallway, in her watching spot, like she was guarding the house. I turned on my bedside light, and when I looked toward the hallway, she lifted her head slowly. Too slowly. Like she'd been in a deeper sleep than normal, like it took effort to surface. And I know, there are normal explanations. Dogs move. Dogs sleep deeply. A light turning on can make them blink and look groggy. But stacked on top of that dream, that vivid, lucid, sedated feeling experience, it rattled me. For months after, it kept popping into my mind, sometimes consciously, sometimes like my brain would replay it in the background while I was doing something normal, like washing a cup or scrolling my phone. And here's the part where family makes everything more complicated. On my mom's side, there's more belief in spiritual stuff. Ancestors, signs, angels, that kind of thing. My dad is more like me, skeptical about the details, but completely convinced we are not alone in the universe. Like, statistically, something else has to be out there. So I told them. I told my parents and also my cousin Marina, who stays with us some days for work. My dad and Marina both reacted the same way. Quiet, uneasy curiosity. Like, that's strange. But with no label they felt confident putting on it. My mom immediately leaned toward the spiritual interpretation. She said it could have been an angel or a relative who passed away, trying to give me a message. But honestly, that didn't fit. I've had dreams about my late grandmother. Those feel completely different. In those dreams, we both kind of know she's gone. There's a softness to it, a familiar warmth, a kind of shared understanding that it's a dream. This wasn't like that. This felt foreign, clinical, surreal, but precise. Like someone tried to reach me through a channel that wasn't designed for my brain. And I'm left with this weird combination of feelings. Not fear exactly, but this lingering question that won't settle. Because if it was just a dream, why did it feel like I was being spoken to? And why do I still get the sense, every time I replay it, that Eva wasn't improvising, that they were trying to do something they'd done before, and for some reason, it just didn't work on me this time. So, this is something I wrote down for myself because I started feeling like I was losing my grip on what was real and what wasn't. It was a place my wife and I rented a few years back, about 4, maybe 5 years ago now. And at the time, I kept a running note of everything that happened, mostly in order because it was just too much to hold in my head. Right from the start, the house had these smells that made no sense. Like we'd have all the windows open, the place would be fully ventilated, and still, out of nowhere, you'd get this heavy, rotting food smell in the bedrooms. Not faint, not maybe the trash. It was there. And then other days it was the opposite, this scorched floral smell, like someone burned dried flowers or incense, but it would hang around for days. And sometimes it was chemical, sharp, almost like cleaning solvent, but not anything I could name. We cleaned, we checked drains, we checked everything. Nothing explained it. Then things started going missing in a way that didn't feel normal. Not, oh, I misplaced my keys. I mean objects that should have been easy to find. I lost a brand new bottle of hairspray that I hadn't even opened yet. My old phone, an S9 Plus, just vanished. I also had this webcam I used for online coaching, and one day it was simply not there. When we eventually moved out, I tore through the house again, thinking, okay, maybe it's wedged behind something. Maybe it fell into a box. Nothing. Like the house swallowed them. We moved in around early winter, late November, I think, or maybe the first week of December. And before we even had time to settle, I got sick. This was during the pandemic. I caught COVID right at the end of December, and it dragged on into January. It wasn't just a bad week. It lingered, and it messed with my energy for a long time. And then my wife, let's call her Maya, started having these brutal episodes of nausea and dizziness, vomiting, weakness, the whole thing. We went to multiple doctors, different meds, different opinions. Nothing really worked. It was so severe and constant that eventually she went to stay at her mom's place for a while. And this is the part that still sticks with me. She improved. Not instantly, but noticeably. With minimal medication, just better. She came back later when I had a freak accident. I was pulling in near the building and my hand got crushed between a car and a bike. It was fast and stupid and painful and sudden, and I remember thinking, what is going on with this year? With this place? She returned to help me manage everything while I recovered. Around the same time, my work life started collapsing in the strangest way. I had long-standing business partnerships, people I'd trusted, deals that were stable, and one after another, they failed. Not gradually, not for the same reason, just all at once, and in completely unrelated ways. One person had a sudden family crisis, another had financial trouble, another abruptly changed direction. It was like somebody snapped their fingers and my entire support system quietly fell apart. And the illnesses didn't stop. Me and Maya, both of us, had health issues constantly after moving in. Sometimes major, sometimes smaller, but it was always something. Month after month, it felt like the universe kept tossing little problems at us. Accidents, bad news, minor disasters, just enough to keep you tense all the time, like you could never exhale. And alongside all of that, my mental health started dropping. At first, I told myself it was just stress, which was true. There were life events happening, but the severity felt out of proportion. Like the sadness and the panic and the heaviness had an extra layer to them. Something sticky. Something that didn't lift even when things were calm. The house itself started showing weird signs too. There were marks on the floor, especially in the living room and the second bedroom, that wouldn't come out. We scrubbed. We tried different cleaners. It stayed. Maybe it was groundwater seepage. Maybe it was some issue under the tiles. I can't say, but it added to the feeling that something was off. There were animal things too, which might sound small, but they stuck with me. 2 different times, 2 different cats came and sat on the living room window ledge. I'm an animal person, so I fed them. One time I offered milk. Another time I offered bits of chicken I was cooking after the gym. Both cats wanted the food, but neither would come inside. Not even a paw over the ledge. They just stared past the window like the inside of the room was a line they refused to cross. At night, I started hearing things. And I need to be honest here. I questioned myself constantly. I told myself, "You're stressed, you're anxious, your mind is playing tricks." But the sounds were so specific. Sometimes it sounded like dogs crying. Could have been from the nearby grounds. Sometimes it was weirder, like a voice in the passage outside, moving from the direction of the living room toward the second bedroom. The voice didn't sound clearly male or female, and I couldn't understand the words. It was like hearing language through water. One night I got up and checked. The watchman was asleep. The corridor was empty. The air was still. And that made it worse, not better. That second bedroom was always colder than the rest of the house. You could explain it. There were trees and open ground behind it, so maybe it just didn't get sunlight. But there was also this constant sensation in that room, especially later on, maybe by the 3rd year, that someone was watching. Like if you stood near the window or that corner of the room, you'd feel eyes on you. I kept dismissing it as paranoia, just a feeling, just nerves. But it never really went away. Our marriage started breaking down too. Maya and I didn't split up because of the house. We had our own issues, life pressures, old cracks. But the way things unfolded felt like an unknown catalyst kept pouring fuel on everything. The fights escalated faster than they should have. The misunderstandings turned into disasters. It felt eerie, like we were being pushed downhill when we were trying to stand still. Looking back, Maya also had a lot of unexplained health problems during those years, especially headaches. Some mild, some severe. Doctors couldn't find a clear cause. It was always maybe stress, maybe diet, maybe sleep. But nothing really clicked as an explanation. And then, here's the part that still gives me chills, because it's so simple. When I finally started preparing to leave, packing, closing things out, I felt this strange shift, like a weight was lifting, like a pressure I didn't even realize I was carrying just eased up. And the moment it eased, I realized something. I'd been living with a constant sinking feeling in that house. Not every minute, but like a background tone. A low, quiet dread. As I was on my way out, it felt like whatever that presence was, whether it was something real or just the accumulation of stress and association, was suddenly gone. Absent. And for the first time in a long time, my body felt like it could breathe. Alright, so I'm gonna try to tell this the way it actually felt, not the way I wish it had felt. Because honestly, even saying it out loud still makes my stomach tighten a little. So my girlfriend, Marisol, got a job offer in Nashville, and we were moving from Texas. We decided to do a quick trip, like less than a week, just to house hunt and get a feel for neighborhoods. We booked this Airbnb in East Nashville because it had this ridiculous number of glowing reviews. Like, best stay ever, so cozy, we'll be back, all that. And when we pulled up, The street wasn't exactly comforting. Not totally awful, but rougher than we expected. Still, the place itself? Super clean, nicely decorated. It should have felt like a win. But the second I walked through the door, I got this weird, immediate feeling, like the air had weight to it. Not creepy old house vibes, more like, don't trust this place. And I tried to rationalize it, New city, unfamiliar area, we're tired from the drive. My brain was doing its little anxiety math. There were 3 of us staying there, me, Marisol, and our friend Tessa. And we had my dog, Ranger, with us too. Ranger's usually chill. He's done long drives, hotels, all of it. Doesn't spook easy. Anyway, we all ended up going to bed early that first night. I remember checking the time because it felt ridiculous. Like, we were in bed before 9 p.m. Everyone was exhausted. Night 1. We're in the master bedroom. Door fully closed. We're just starting to drift off when, out of nowhere, there's this violent slam on the bedroom door. Not a normal knock. Not like someone bumped it. It sounded like 2 hands hitting it as hard as possible. The mirror hanging on the back of the door rattled so hard it actually swung. I shot up instantly. Marisol did too. We both heard this soft sound right after, like a woman whimpering, like a frightened little kind of sound. So I jump up and I'm calling out, "Tessa, are you okay?" Because my first thought is she fell or something. And then my brain does the next thought, which is, that slam wasn't an accident. I grab what I can to protect us. My heart is pounding, and I yank open the door. Nothing. Hallway's empty. Bathroom's empty. The other bedroom, empty. Closets, shower, behind doors. I checked everything. The place wasn't huge. There was nowhere someone could hide without me finding them. And the whole time, Ranger is just staring, stiff as a statue, like he's listening to something I can't hear. We were so shaken we just left. We got in the car and drove toward downtown just to be around lights and people and noise, like we needed to reset our nervous systems. And here's the thing, Ranger, the entire drive from Texas, didn't bark once. 10 hours, nothing. But as we pulled away from that house, he lost it. He started barking like an absolute maniac at the back window, deep, angry, non-stop, like he was trying to warn something off. I kept checking the mirror thinking maybe someone was following us. There wasn't. No cars close, no obvious threat. But Ranger was acting like there was something right there with us. That was the first night. Night 2. We were done playing brave after that. Nobody wanted to sleep alone. So we dragged ourselves into this other bedroom that had 2 beds, kind of like a sleepover for survival situation. We left some lights on in the kitchen and propped the bedroom doors so they couldn't swing shut. We finally fall asleep, maybe 2 hours of real sleep, tops. And at around 1 a.m., the bedroom light clicks on by itself. I get back in bed. Not long after that, maybe minutes, we hear footsteps in the hallway. Slow, heavy, like someone walking with purpose. Not a soft shuffle, not the house settling. It sounded like boots on a hard floor. Thunk, 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 coming closer. Ranger bolts upright, leaps off the bed, and runs toward the door like he's ready to launch himself at whatever's out there. And that's when my blood went cold again. Because if it was nothing, why was my dog reacting like that? So I follow him out, heart racing, and, again, I check the whole house. Empty. No one. Nothing. No doors open. No windows disturbed. We end up in the living room with the TV on, like the world's saddest campout, and we stay there for hours. At some point, the kitchen light got turned off, and it stayed off, so whatever happened wasn't just, all the lights are glitching. Around 4 a.m., I tried to go back and sleep in that bedroom again. I lasted maybe 10 minutes before the bedroom light turns on again. Just clicks on like someone flipped it. That time, I didn't even argue with reality. I turned it off, left the room, and I stayed out. And weirdly, after that night, the light never turned itself on again. Like it got what it wanted and stopped performing. Before the next day, I tried this thing where I set little tells. Like, I left a cabinet slightly open. I placed a chair at an angle against a door. I left a laundry basket in a spot where you'd notice if it moved. Just to see if anything shifted when we weren't paying attention. Final day. This part is what pushed it from weird to absolutely not. We're all in the kitchen cooking, together, close enough that you can see everyone's hands. Tessa steps away to use the bathroom in the master suite. She's in there maybe a minute, and then she comes back out looking pale and tight around the mouth, like she's trying not to freak us out. And she goes, "Which one of you just said hello?" We're like, "What?" She swears she heard a woman's voice from the bedroom area say, "Hello," like it was casual, like someone was standing right there in the room. She even answered out loud, thinking maybe Marisol was messing with her or called out from the hall. But we were all in the kitchen the entire time. Not one of us moved. Not one of us spoke. So I go back to the room, and right away I notice something. That chair I'd wedged near the door, one of my little tells, wasn't where I left it. It had been moved back closer to the dining area, like someone picked it up and set it down somewhere else. And nobody touched it. Everyone swore they didn't. No joking, no pranks, no gotcha. And at that point, honestly, I didn't care if it was paranormal or a person or just some nightmare chain of coincidences. The feeling in that house had gotten so heavy, like this oppressive, unfriendly pressure, that it stopped being a spooky story and started feeling like a real safety problem. So we packed up. We left. We spent the rest of the trip in a hotel. And I know how it sounds. I'm aware. But I keep coming back to the same thing. Too much happened in too short a time. The slamming, the footsteps, the light turning on repeatedly, the voice, things moving. Plus that constant sense of being watched and not welcome. It wasn't just creepy. It felt mean. And that's the part that still sticks with me. Not what we heard or saw. It's what it felt like that place wanted. Okay, so let me tell you what happened, because I still don't know what to do with it in my head. So I went to the Myrtles Plantation on December 29th, 2025, and it was just a self-guided tour, nothing fancy. I was there with my dad, and I was honestly just excited because I love photography. Like, I'm young, sure, but I'm serious about it. I brought 2 cameras, my Canon and my older Olympus, because I like having options. Early on, I stepped into the only bedroom you can access on the first floor. It's got this famous mirror that everyone calls haunted, and of course I'm like, okay, perfect photo opportunity. I take a bunch of pictures of the mirror on my Canon, and at the time I didn't notice anything weird. It felt normal. Quiet, kind of heavy like old houses always feel, but normal. Later, this is important. When I'm scrolling through the Canon photos, I see these dark shapes in a couple shots. Not like, oops, I smudged the lens dark. More like figures. Blurry, shadowy forms that I swear were not there when I took the photos. I didn't see anyone reflected. I didn't see anything standing behind me. But in the pictures? Yeah, there they were. Then there's my Olympus. That camera's battery is usually stubborn, in a good way. It doesn't die easily. I charged it the night before, fully, and I know it was full when we got there. But while I'm walking around the first floor, I check it and the battery is already dragging like it ran a marathon, almost dead. And I'm like, how? I barely used it. So at this point, I'm kind of on edge, but trying to be chill because I don't want to psych myself out. The second floor is only for people staying overnight, so everyone on the tour is mostly on the first floor, moving room to room. Eventually, I end up back in the main hall, near the front door, and I hear this tiny sound, like a faint click. I look down toward my side, right where the sound came from, and I see one of my earrings on the floor. Just dropped, like it popped out by itself. And here's where it gets weird in a way that feels too specific to ignore. There's this ghost story there about a spirit named Eliza. She's known for messing with earrings, especially dangling ones. And of course, the one that fell was a dangle. People say she does it because she's jealous. The story goes that she was enslaved there and would listen in near the men's parlor, trying to learn how to be better, how to survive, whatever she could pick up. And then she got caught, and as punishment, one of her ears was cut. So she'd cover it with a green head wrap. So now she's known for taking earrings, usually from the left ear, because of the whole ear thing. But the earring that fell for me, it came off my right ear. And I'm standing there thinking, okay, that's not the usual story. But then I realized my left ear had been kind of blocked because I was wearing my headphones. Like, they cover my ears pretty snug. So if something, or someone, wanted to mess with an earring, my right ear would have been easier. And speaking of the headphones, they're honestly the creepiest part of the whole day. Because earlier, on the self-guided tour, they give you one of those little devices you can scan with. You scan a spot in a room, and it plays audio about whatever you're looking at. History, stories, all that. But I'd already done a ton of research before going. I'd watched a bunch of stuff, read about the place, the legends, all of it. So I barely used the device. I only really put it on at the gift shop so it wasn't in my hands. I'm walking around listening to my own music, just vibing, and then my dad looks at me and goes, "Hey, are you gonna listen to that?" I'm like, "Listen to what?" And it's telling the story about a dress that's laid out on the bed in that downstairs bedroom. The thing is, I didn't scan anything in that room. I didn't even go near the bed. I only walked in, took photos of the mirror, and walked out. So why was the device suddenly playing that exact room? Like it had been triggered. I didn't even know what to say. I just stood there, kind of frozen, like my brain couldn't decide if it was a glitch or something that wanted my attention. After that, we go into the men's parlor, and there's this guide there answering questions. Super kind, very calm, not pushy or cheesy at all. While we're talking, someone brings up the earring thing, and I'm like, half joking, half not. Yeah, I'm about to put my headphones back on so she doesn't take the other one. But here's the part that made my stomach drop. I had turned my headphones off, like fully off, because I was being polite and listening to the guide. I put them back on, and my music starts playing, by itself. No tapping the button, no, maybe it auto-connected. I had shut them down. I tried to laugh it off, but it didn't feel funny. Then I end up chatting with this girl around my age, sweet, chatty, totally normal, and this new group walks in, like 10 or 15 people. The girl tells them to watch their earrings, and the whole group looks at me like, wait, what? So I explain, like, all of it. The mirror photos, the battery, the earring, the ghost story, the device playing audio in the wrong room, my headphones turning themselves back on. And there's this guy, maybe a little older than me, who just goes completely silent, like stunned. He doesn't even react the normal way people react when they think you're exaggerating. He just stares at me like I'm the creepy thing in the room. Someone in the group asks, "That actually happened? Like, historically?" And the girl jumps in like, "Yes, that's the story here. That's what they say happened." And suddenly the whole mood shifts. People stop smiling. You can feel them getting cautious, like they didn't expect the place to get personal that fast. So that's the plantation day. But the part that really messed with me happened when I got home. Because I start going through the Olympus photos, and a bunch of them are just gone. Deleted. Not blurry, not corrupted, deleted. And I know what I shot. I remember taking them. So I call my friend, his name's Miles, and I'm like, okay, tell me I'm not losing it. I show him the Olympus battery icon on video call. It's green. Full. He literally sees it. He goes, wait, it's fine. It's full. And I'm like, thank you. And then, no joke, I look back down at the screen and it drops again. Back to nearly dead. Red. Like it never recovered at all. Miles sees it change, like he watches it happen. And now we're both freaking out, because that's not, oh, you probably misread it. That's not, maybe it recalibrated. It flipped right in front of us like something was playing with it. I turn the camera off and on again. Still red. I check again. Still red. And I just sat there thinking, okay, people always say ghosts drain batteries, right? Like they pull energy from electronics, especially cameras. And if that's true, if that's even a little true, then it almost feels like something drained my camera just to have enough energy to mess with me, and then take my earring. Like it needed power to do something physical. And the fact that the battery went full for a moment, just long enough for my friend to see it, and then dropped again, that's what makes me feel like it wasn't random. So yeah, that's my Myrtle story. And I'm not saying I know what it was. So, I've had a lot of strange encounters over the years, but there are 3 that still sit in my chest when I think about them, like my body remembers before my brain does. The first one happened when my family was house-sitting for a friend. We'd stayed there for a bit during a move, and honestly, the place was already kind of loud at night. Not loud like people talking, more like footsteps that didn't quite have a source. Little thumps and creaks that made you pause and listen. But for a while, it was just background weirdness. Then one day, it had been raining hard for what felt like forever, and my dad, Jerry, was outside checking the foundation and gutters. He called in and asked if I could run down to the basement and make sure the laundry area wasn't leaking. Now, here's the part that makes it worse. It was a small 3-unit building with neighbors on both sides, and the whole place carried this heavy history. A fatal accident in the backyard years ago. A tragedy in one of the units. A baby lost in another not long before we were there. I didn't know all the details at the time, but you could feel that something had happened there, like the walls had soaked it up. So I go inside and immediately, I get that sharp feeling like I'm not supposed to be there. Like I've walked into someone's room without knocking. I try to shrug it off, but the second I reach the top of the basement stairs, the hair on the back of my neck stands straight up. I turn on the lights anyway. I tell myself I'm being dramatic, and I start down. And I swear to you, the air down there felt thick, like walking through a damp, heavy fog. Every step closer to the laundry area made it worse. My stomach tightened. My ears felt pressurized, like before a storm breaks. Then I reached the doorway and looked in, and the far corner of the laundry room wasn't just dark. It was wrong dark. Like the darkness had weight. Like it was pooled there, swallowing up the corner of the room. And then, clear as anything, I heard one word. Run. It wasn't gentle. It wasn't a suggestion. It was loud and sharp, like someone barking it right into my head. I didn't argue. I didn't think. I just moved. I tore up those stairs as fast as my legs could carry me, and I could feel something tracking me along the wall behind me. Like that blackness was crawling after me, chasing me upward. But the second I hit the top step, it stopped, like it couldn't cross that line. I didn't stand there to test it. I flicked off the lights, bolted out, and didn't go back down there again unless I absolutely had to. That moment stayed with me for a long, long time, because it didn't feel like a spooky story. It felt like a warning. The second one was months later, still in that same general area. It was Halloween night, and I was with my boyfriend at the time, Mason. We drove out to his grandma's place on the reserve because she had a bag of candy and a few things she wanted to send home with him. He said it would take 2 minutes, so I stayed in the car. It wasn't pitch black. There were streetlights around, that weird orange glow they give off. I was sitting in the passenger seat, kind of zoning out, looking through the window, when I noticed a shadow near the edge of the property. At first, it just looked like a tall man standing by a streetlight. Still. Too still. I watched it, thinking, okay, maybe it's someone smoking. Maybe it's just how the light's hitting the grass. And then it dropped. Not like crouched, not like bent down. It dropped onto all fours, fast, unnatural, and then it bolted into the tall grass like an animal. My stomach went cold. I lost sight of it immediately, and then the car started reacting. The back door handle on one side lifted, like someone was about to open it, and then snapped back down. Then the other back door handle did the same thing, then mine. One after another, like something making its way around the car, testing every entry point. I was frozen, like I couldn't even breathe right. I remember staring at my own door handle, waiting for it to lift again. And right then, the house door opened. Mason came stepping out, candy in hand, and the shadow, wherever it was, moved back into that long grass at the corner like it was retreating. That one stuck with me because it felt deliberate, like it knew I was alone and wanted me to know it knew. The third experience happened in a different town in the summer when I was helping my mom, Elena, at an antique shop. We were sorting through boxes from a new haul, dust everywhere, that old paper smell, the usual. And I found this small glass jar. Nothing huge or expensive looking, just a little jar with an ornate silver lid. Inside was this gray, dusty stuff, and these tiny blue-purple flower buds mixed in. When I cracked it open, there was the faintest, sweet smell, like dried wildflowers. And the second I touched it, something in me went, oh, like it was calling my name. I tried to ignore it. I left it at the store for a few days, but I couldn't stop thinking about it. I kept getting this persistent thought, bring it home. Not, it would be nice to have, more like a tug, a pull. So I did. I set it on my desk and went about my night. Late evening, everyone in the house asleep. I was in my bedroom in a recliner, playing a game, just relaxing. And then my curtain snapped to one side, hard. My door was closed. The window was closed. No fan, no draft, nothing. I stared at it, trying to rationalize. And that's when I started noticing movement in the room, just at the edges. The curtain kept shifting. Small sounds started up. Floorboards creaking like someone was pacing behind my chair. Then it got worse. The back of my chair started jerking, like it was being hit from behind. Not bumped, punched. Over and over, like a fist slamming into the chair and knocking into my back. I started praying, out loud, whispering, whatever I could manage. And it laughed. I swear to you, it laughed. I kept praying anyway, and then I said, firmly, "You're not welcome here." Nothing changed. If anything, it felt angrier, like my words meant nothing. So I did the only thing I could think of. I ran to my parents' room to wake my mom, because she's had experiences her whole life, and I thought maybe she'd know what to do, anything. But I could not wake her. I shook her shoulder. I said her name. I tried again and again. She was breathing, lightly snoring, completely unreachable. I stood there in the dark, feeling so alone it made me want to cry. And then I went back to my room, slow, like walking toward a barking dog you can't see. I sat down, kept praying, kept hoping it would stop. After what felt like forever, probably around half an hour, it gradually settled. The noises faded. The pressure in the air eased. And then, nothing. Like someone turned it off. The next morning, I didn't negotiate with myself. I took that jar straight back to the shop and left it there. No more tug, no more obsession, just relief. And that was it. Most of the odd experiences I've had haven't been bad. Some were even comforting in a strange way. But those three? Those were the ones that felt hostile. Like whatever it was, it didn't want me there. Anyway, I'm curious, what's the most what the actual hell experience you've ever had? So, this happened when I was about 26, and I was crashing for a long weekend at my best friend Maya's place. She was renting this older little house with her boyfriend, Evan, the kind of house with slightly creaky floors and that faint, always there smell of wood and dust. Here's the setup. Evan's aunt and uncle technically owned the place, so the rent was cheap, but in exchange, Maya and Evan were basically the unofficial maintenance crew. At the time, they were in the middle of some renovation thing, running new wiring for recessed lights, replacing a junction box, something along those lines. And because they were going up into the attic constantly, they'd moved the attic access panel and just left it open for the week or two the project would take. And of course, the attic opening was in the ceiling of the guest room, which was where I was sleeping. So every time I'd lie down, I'd be staring at this dark rectangle above me like, great, love this, wonderful choice. And I'm not even saying I'm a super paranoid person, but sleeping under an open attic feels like the universe is daring you to imagine something up there. The first night, I literally slept facing away from it with the blanket pulled up like a child. Very cool, very brave. But the weird part didn't happen at night. It happened the next day, in broad daylight. Maya and I were in the guest room while Evan was explaining what he was doing up there, pointing at the ceiling, talking about wires and insulation, and, yeah, we're just waiting on the new fixture. I remember being half listening, kind of looking around, when I got this sudden, almost magnetic urge to look up into the opening. And when I did, it looked normal. Sunlight was coming in from the window, and I could see the beams, some rolled insulation, maybe a toolbox or a stack of drywall off to one side. Just a regular attic. Except, at the same time, there was something else. This is the part that's hard to explain without sounding completely unhinged, but it felt like I was seeing two layers at once. Like my actual eyes were seeing wood and dust, but my brain was picking up a second image in the exact same space. In that second layer, there was this black shape. Not a spider, not a shadow from a beam, not anything that made sense. It was like an inky blob, sort of fluid and thick, sitting right at the edge of the opening. And I felt it watching us. Not like, ooh, spooky attic vibes. Like the sensation you get when someone is staring at the back of your head and you turn around because you just know. Except there wasn't a someone. It didn't even feel human. It just felt aware. I stood there staring, trying to force my brain to categorize it. Dust? A trick of light? A weird angle? But the longer I stared, the more solid the other image became. And then it moved. It sort of flowed, like it poured itself from the right side of the opening to the left, hugging the edge in a slow, deliberate way. And then it changed shape. This is the part that made my skin go cold. It formed into something like a head and shoulders leaning over the opening, peering down. There were no features, no eyes, no mouth, nothing. Just matte blackness, but I could tell where its face was, and I could tell it was looking down at us. And then, this is the detail I hate the most. I had this immediate sense that it noticed me noticing it. Like there was a moment of mutual recognition. Like it turned its attention in my direction and went, "Oh, you can see this." I nodded along to whatever he was saying, pretending I was fine, while my brain was screaming, "Do not look up again. Do not look up again." And I told myself all the usual things. It's an attic. People tell scary attic stories. I'm tired. My imagination is running wild. I'm a guest in someone's home. I'm not about to start acting like I just saw a ceiling demon at lunchtime. So I shoved it down. Hard. Until the next day. The next day, Maya and I were in her car, just us, and she got quiet in this really specific way, like she was choosing her words carefully. She kept her eyes on the road and said, "Okay, I've been wanting to ask you something, but I didn't want to say it in the house." My stomach immediately did this slow roll. She said, "How are you feeling about the attic being open in the guest room?" And I tried to play it off. I was like, "It's kind of creepy. I don't love sleeping under it, but it's fine." There was this pause, and then she said, very softly, "Yesterday, I saw you looking up there for a while. Did you see anything? Or feel anything?" And my whole body went hot and cold at the same time, because, listen, I hadn't told her. I hadn't told Evan. I hadn't even told myself I fully believed it. But she was asking so directly that I couldn't really dodge it. So I said, "This is going to sound weird." And then I told her. I told her about the double-layer vision, about the black fluid shape, about it forming into something like a person leaning over the edge. And as I'm saying it, I'm watching her face. All the color drained out of her, like drained. Her mouth went slightly open, and she just stared straight ahead at the windshield. When I finished, she whispered, "No, no, no, no." And I was like, "What?" And she said, "I saw the same thing." My heart started pounding. She said, "The exact same thing. Black, kind of moving like it was liquid, like an amoeba, and it leaned out and looked down at me." Then she glanced at me and added, "And I saw it the same way you just described, like it wasn't normal sight, like it was in my mind's eye." I just sat there, completely nauseous, because at that point, imagination stopped being a comforting explanation. If two people describe the same impossible thing in the same impossible way, what are you supposed to do with that? I tried anyway. I said, "Maybe we both freaked ourselves out. It's an attic. We've watched too many scary movies. Our brains filled in the blanks." And she nodded, but it was the kind of nod you do when you want that to be true and it's not landing. Then she got really firm and said, "Okay, we're not talking about this in the house. Not even joking. Not even hinting. I don't want to acknowledge it in there. I don't want to feed it, or whatever." And she kind of shivered like she regretted saying even that much out loud. So we dropped it. But that night, when I went back to that guest room, I didn't have the luxury of telling myself it was nothing anymore. Because now it wasn't just my brain being dramatic. Now it was a thing we both saw. And I'll tell you, I don't think I slept more than 20 minutes at a time. I kept my back to that opening. I kept the blanket over my head like it could somehow protect me from an unseen watcher in the ceiling. And the worst part wasn't even fear, exactly. It was the certainty, the sick, quiet certainty, that if I looked up at the wrong moment, something might already be leaning over the edge, waiting for me to notice it again. Okay, So this is something I heard years ago on a Thai ghost story radio show. One of those late night ones where callers swear they're telling the truth. And I still get chills thinking about it. The storyteller was a woman named Molly. Not her real name, obviously, but that's what they called her on air. She said this happened when she was younger, when she was broke in that very familiar student way. Counting coins, stretching instant noodles, doing whatever it took just to make rent. Back then, Molly shared a tiny dorm room with another student. Let's call her Pim. 2 single beds, 1 small closet, a fan that barely worked, and a bathroom that always felt slightly damp no matter how much you cleaned. Their plan was simple: share the room, save money, survive university. Pim was the type of roommate you'd pray for. Quiet, polite, always studying. She kept her side of the room neat, spoke softly, and had this routine. Class in the morning, straight back to the dorm after. No partying, no drama. She didn't really bring people over either. Molly, on the other hand, worked nights, so her schedule was flipped. She slept during the day and left for work in the evening. Most of the time, they were like ships passing in the same room. Then one week, Molly got assigned work out of town, about 6 days. Before she left, Pim asked her something that Molly didn't think was strange at the time. She said, kind of carefully, "Are you sure you'll be okay if you come back and I'm not here?" Molly laughed. She assumed Pim just wanted to spend time with a boyfriend or crash somewhere else for a bit. So Molly told her, "Don't worry, I'm not a kid. I'll be fine." And then Molly left. During the trip, everything looked normal online. Molly said she still saw Pim's social media activity, little shared posts, random quotes, the occasional meme. Nothing dramatic. Nothing that screamed, "Something is wrong." Near the end of the trip, Molly tried calling Pim to say she might come back late because her coworkers were dragging her out for dinner. But Pim didn't pick up. Molly shrugged it off. Dorm life is like that. People forget their phones, fall asleep early, get busy. The next day, Molly finally returned. She unlocked the door and walked in. And Pim was there, sitting on her bed, flipping through a book like she always did. Calm, normal, even gave Molly a small smile. Molly remembered thinking, oh, she didn't go anywhere after all. They chatted a little, nothing deep. The kind of tired conversation you have when you just want to shower and collapse. Pim even stood in front of the mirror, brushing her hair slowly, like she always did before bed. Molly took a shower, dried off, crawled into bed, and fell asleep. Later, Pim said she needed to step out for a bit. Something about buying toiletries, and slipped out of the room. The following morning, Molly woke up to the room being empty, which made sense. Pim would be in class. Molly went downstairs to grab breakfast at the little food place under the dorm, one of those spots with metal tables and plastic chairs where everyone talks loud and the fried garlic smell clings to your clothes. And while she was waiting, she heard people complaining. "Something stinks. It's disgusting. I swear it's like something died." They were talking about a rotten smell coming from one of the rooms upstairs. Molly paused and listened, because her room was upstairs too, but she honestly couldn't smell anything. She even sniffed her shirt like an idiot just to check. When she went back up, a neighbor in the hallway asked her, "Do you smell that? It's horrible." Molly said no. She meant it. She didn't smell a thing. The next day, things escalated. The dorm owner came up with her nephew and knocked hard on Mally's door. When Mally opened it, the nephew looked tense, like he'd already decided something was wrong. He said, "The smell is coming from here. I need to come in and check." Mally was confused but stepped aside. Of course she did. What else can you do when someone's insisting your room reeks? The nephew walked in, took maybe 3 steps, and then his entire face changed. He froze, like his body forgot how to move. and then he ran out of the room so fast he almost tripped, screaming, this raw, terrified scream that turned Mally's legs cold. The dorm owner grabbed his arm, demanding to know what he saw. The nephew was shaking, eyes wide, breathing like he'd been underwater. After a moment, he forced himself to go back in. And then, almost immediately, he collapsed near the doorway, crying and shouting like he was having a panic attack. At that point, Mally and the dorm owner rushed inside. And that's when Mally saw it. In the bathroom was Pim. Not Pim sitting on the bed, not Pim brushing her hair. Pim's body. She had hanged herself. Her face was swollen, her tongue protruding, and the smell, hit Mally all at once like a wall. The kind of smell that makes your stomach flip even before your brain fully understands what you're looking at. Mally said she remembers seeing dark stains, fluids, the awful signs of time passing in a room that's too small for death to hide in. The police arrived. Medical examiners came. And then the part that made the whole dorm go quiet. They estimated Pim had been dead for about 9 to 10 days, meaning she died on the very first night Mally left town. So when Mally came back and saw Pim sitting there, reading, smiling, brushing her hair, that couldn't have been real. They searched Pim's things and found a notebook. Inside was a short note, nothing dramatic, just the kind of exhausted sadness that hurts more because it's plain. Something like, I tried, I really tried, but I can't do it anymore. There were pages about money stress, school pressure, and a relationship that had fallen apart. Pim believed she was pregnant, and she'd recently found out her boyfriend was seeing someone else. The last entries were shaky, like her hands couldn't stay steady. But here's the part Mally couldn't explain, even years later. This is what made it a ghost story instead of just a tragedy. Mally had lived in that room for days, with Pim's body in the bathroom. She had talked to Pim, heard her voice, watched her move around, watched her leave the room, and she had used that bathroom more than once without noticing anything. Most people who heard the story had the same theory. They said Mally's mind must have seen the truth the moment she walked in, must have taken it in for a split second. The body, the horror, the impossible reality. And then her brain, trying to keep her from breaking completely, slammed a door shut. Like a survival switch. So instead of reality, her mind gave her something else. A version of Pim that looked normal. A roommate still alive. A routine that made sense. A blind spot so big it could hide death in a bathroom just a few steps away. And Mally, she didn't know she was living inside that blind spot until the door finally got forced open. Hey, so let me walk you through this, because it's not just one creepy moment. It's years of little things that slowly added up, and I still don't quite know what to make of it. I grew up in the southern part of Tasmania, way out rural, like properly rural. The kind of place where you don't get random visitors, and the road leading in isn't even properly sealed the whole way. My parents have lived in the same house for about 2 decades now. They moved in when I was a teenager, and during those early years, my dad was often away. He was in the Navy, deployed for long stretches at a time. It was mostly just Mum, me, and the quiet of the bush. And the first time it happened, I was still pretty young. We were driving away from the house, Mum at the wheel, and I remember glancing back through the rear window toward the front yard. And there he was, a man, just standing near the front door, like he belonged there, like he'd been waiting. It made absolutely no sense. There wasn't a neighbor who'd casually wander over, and we didn't have visitors who'd show up without calling, especially not out there. I stared hard at him, trying to make my brain name him, place him, explain him. And then I blinked, and he was gone. I told Mom as soon as I could, and she just sort of brushed it off in that gentle, practical way she has. She said something like, "Maybe it was your dad checking in on us." I think she genuinely thought I'd imagined it, or maybe she didn't want to entertain anything stranger than that. But the thing is, I didn't stop seeing him. Not constantly, not every visit, but often enough that, as the years rolled on and I got into my 20s, I started to accept he was part of the house, the same way the wind rattling the gutters was part of the house. At first it was small stuff, things not being where I left them, the odd sound that didn't quite match the settling of timber. Moments where you pause and go, "Wait, did that just happen?" And then you talk yourself out of it. Until one day, I couldn't. I was in my mid-20s, staying there on my own for a bit. It was just me and the dogs, 2 of them at the time. One was a big male mastiff mix named Hugo, and the other was a little stocky staffy called Mabel. And they were loud, right? Like, aggressively loud. If a leaf fell wrong outside, they'd announce it like it was a crime. So I'm in the shower, and everything's normal. When I get out, I'm towel drying and half-dressed, and the bathroom has this frosted window that faces the path leading up to the front door. And I see someone pass the window. Not a shadow, not a vague blur that could be anything. An actual adult man walking by at normal speed, close enough that I could tell he was pale-skinned, had short dark hair, and was wearing a plain, long-sleeved shirt and dark pants. My stomach dropped because the dogs hadn't barked, not even once. That alone freaked me out more than the figure. I rushed to get dressed, moving fast, fumbling a bit, and it took me, a few seconds? I flew out toward the front door, listening, waiting for the dogs to lose their minds like they always did. Nothing. When I reached the big glass slider at the front, both dogs were there. They were staring outside, completely alert, but silent. Not growling, not barking, just watching like they were tracking something they didn't understand. And there was no one. No movement, no footsteps, no door closing. No place someone could have hidden in that time, not without me seeing them, especially out in the open yard. And there was no answer. After that, I stopped trying to talk myself out of it. Years later, more recently, I ended up living at my parents' place again for a while when I was doing my doctorate. Those months were long and quiet, lots of studying, lots of late nights where the house feels extra empty even when it isn't. One afternoon, I'm in my room staring at the line of novels on my desk. I'd been switching between books, undecided, running my fingers over spines, doing that thing where you want to read but can't choose. Eventually, I straighten them so they're neat, flush, and lined up. Then I go to the kitchen to make coffee. I come back, mug in hand, and one book has been pulled forward. Not tipped, not fallen. Pulled forward deliberately, like 3/4 of the way out, as if someone had hooked a finger over the top and tugged it. I just stood there holding my coffee, staring at it, feeling this odd pressure. Not threatening exactly, more like a strong suggestion. So I did something that probably sounds ridiculous, but in the moment it felt like the only polite option. I read that book. Like, okay, message received. And then, a few weeks after that, there was another moment. This one wasn't about objects or noises. This one was him. I was sitting in the kitchen dining area, focused on something, notes maybe, and I saw a man walk past me in my peripheral vision. Just the sense of someone moving through the space, right where people normally pass through. My brain instantly assumed it was one of my family members. But then I looked up, and everyone was still in the room the figure had supposedly come from. And there's no way someone could have walked past me from that direction without me seeing them earlier, without them having to pass my line of sight first. I felt this flash of shock, like my whole body went cold for a second. And then, it faded. Because here's the weird part. I've never felt afraid of him. Startled, yes. Confused, absolutely. But not scared. I've never had the sense that he's angry or malicious or trying to hurt anyone. He feels more like a presence with a routine. Like he's passing through because he always has. And still, it makes no sense. This house is remote. It isn't ancient. We know there were only a couple of owners before my parents, and as far as we know, everyone connected to the place is still alive. There's no family tragedy we can point to. No obvious story where you go, ah, of course, that explains it. For years, Mom and I barely talked about it. It was one of those topics you kind of keep folded away because saying it out loud makes it too real. But recently, we did talk, properly. And Mom admitted she'd noticed something too. That the walking past moments, especially near the front of the house, seemed to be happening more often. And that's what's been sitting heavy with me. Because we always treated it like, well, he's not hurting anyone. Let him be. Don't stir things up. Don't mess with anything you don't understand. I've stuck to that. I don't play with spirit boards. I don't invite things in. I don't experiment. That's always been my line. But now I keep wondering, what if this isn't just harmless background noise? What if it's someone stuck in a loop, or someone trying to get attention because something's wrong? What if the increase means distress? And I don't like the thought of that. I just know I don't want to ignore it anymore, if ignoring it means leaving someone, or something, to suffer. Hey, so I've been thinking about this a lot lately, and it's one of those stories that sounds completely normal until you actually live it. I'm 19, and I still live at home with my parents and my brothers and sisters. We've been in the same house for, honestly, most of my life. My parents bought the land years ago and built the place themselves. From the outside, you'd never guess anything was off. Big home, big yard, a couple of animals running around. The kind of place people would call peaceful. But inside, there's always been this feeling, like you're being watched. And I know how that sounds, because there isn't a single obvious thing you can point to. The walls look normal. The rooms look normal. But some corners feel heavy. Hallways feel wrong in a way that makes your skin tighten, like the air is thicker where it shouldn't be. There's one spot, though, one place that's always been the worst. Behind the house, there's this narrow, alley-like walkway, kind of tucked away, like the house has a shadow it never shakes off. Even in the middle of the day, none of us ever liked going near it. It's not that it's dangerous or anything. It just feels hostile, like you're stepping into someone else's space and they don't want you there. When I was younger and friends came over, it always happened the same way. Some kid would wander toward that back alley out of curiosity, and then, like clockwork, they'd come bolting back, crying or pale as a sheet, swearing, "There's a man back there." And the thing is, we live surrounded by walls. It's just us. No neighbors close enough, no easy way anyone could be back there without being seen. So every time it happened, we'd all kind of laugh it off. But the laugh was always thin, like we didn't totally believe our own jokes. When I was in middle school, maybe around 7th grade, my parents started acting different. Not just uneasy, but genuinely scared. One evening they sat all of us down, me and my siblings, and my mom, Marisol, had this serious, almost shaky look on her face. Didn't even meet our eyes. And they gave us rules. Not clean your room rules. Not be home before dark rules. Like old rules. The kind you can feel in your bones. They told us, don't whistle inside the house. Ever. Any mirrors in bedrooms had to be turned to face the wall. And absolutely don't look in mirrors at night. If you hear knocking after dark, no, you didn't. Don't run loud machines at night. No vacuuming, no noisy cleaning. And the biggest one, at night, you close everything. Windows, curtains, doors, and under no circumstances do you peek outside once it's dark. At the time, we didn't argue. It was weird, sure, but my parents grew up around a lot of countryside traditions and warnings and don't do that superstitions. So it kind of slid into our lives like it belonged there. And then, over the years, little things happened. Not constant, not dramatic, just enough that you'd notice, and then try not to. Like this one time, I bought this really nice lavender mechanical pencil, the kind that's stupidly expensive for no reason except it feels fancy. I bought one. I kept it in my desk. Then one day I opened the drawer and there were two identical caps sitting there, like the pencil had multiplied and left evidence behind. I stared at them forever, trying to make my brain accept a normal explanation. Not like a prank, not like misplacing something. More like something was playing with the idea of ownership. That creepy back alley leads toward this back room that's kind of neglected. Part storage, part unfinished space. The floor creaks in a way it doesn't anywhere else. Parts of it are worn down like the house just gave up there. I never questioned it much, because when you grow up somewhere, even the strange parts start to feel ordinary. Here's something else that matters. I've dealt with night terrors and sleep paralysis since I was little. It runs my nights sometimes, so I usually sleep near my sisters because it helps me feel grounded when I wake up panicking. But recently, I wanted to feel more grown up, more independent. So I told myself I was being ridiculous and decided I'd start sleeping alone in that back room. And that's when things got worse. My night terrors ramped up fast, like suddenly happening once or twice a week, which is not normal for me. I kept trying to push through, telling myself it was stress or the new sleep arrangement or whatever excuse I could find. But then this one night happened, and I can't explain it away. I know what my episodes feel like. I know the fog and the confusion and how details get slippery. This wasn't like that. I woke up at around 4:10 a.m. I remember the time because afterward I just stared at my phone like it could save me. And I opened my eyes, and there was a man standing in my room. Just standing there. He was facing me like he'd been waiting for me to wake up. He looked older, maybe late 40s or 50s. Rough beard, deep lines in his forehead. Clothes that looked worn down, like he'd been living outside for a long time. And the way he stared at me wasn't frantic or aggressive. It was calm, almost patient, like I was the strange thing in the room, not him. I tried to scream and nothing came out. Not even my body wouldn't cooperate, and all I could do was cry silently, like my fear had nowhere to go except out of my eyes. And then he turned, and he walked out of the room like he belonged there. The second he left, the whole room changed. That's the part I can't forget. It felt like pressure releasing, like something heavy had been sitting on my chest and then just stepped off. Like the air got lighter, like something physical left. I sat up and I couldn't stop shaking. I cried so hard I felt sick, and I didn't sleep again. When I told my parents in the morning, my mom went pale in this way that made my stomach drop, because it wasn't surprise, it was recognition. My dad didn't even ask a lot of questions. He just said, firmly, that I was never sleeping in that room again. They tried to comfort me with logic, saying maybe it was a hallucination, maybe it was a sleep thing, because we have cameras outside and there's no realistic way a person could have gotten in without someone noticing. They weren't trying to dismiss me. I think they just didn't want to say the other possibility out loud. But I know what I saw. And then something happened that made it harder to pretend it was all in my head. A couple months ago, we got a dog. His name is Miso, and he's the sweetest thing. The kind of dog who follows you around like you're his whole world. He sleeps outside in the yard in his little doghouse, and at first, everything was fine. But lately, almost every single night, he loses it. Sometimes it goes on for hours. He's exhausted. I'm exhausted. And I just keep thinking about all those kids over the years, swearing they saw a man back there. Then what I saw in that room. And now my dog reacting to that exact same spot, night after night. So, yeah. I don't really know what to do with all of that. I just know there's something about that hallway behind our house. Something that's been there longer than I've been alive. And whatever it is, it doesn't want to be ignored anymore. Okay, so I need you to hear me out, because I know how this sounds. But I swear on everything, I've had 2 different presences, spirits, whatever you want to call them, that seem to think my house is their personal lost and found. And before you picture some creaky old horror movie house, this is the house I grew up in. I know the sounds. I know the corners. I know what normal feels like here. That's why it messes with me so much when something clearly not normal happens. So the first weird chapter started a few years back, right after my husband, Evan, and I moved in together. I was out antique shopping, because I'm a sucker for old furniture, and I found this gorgeous vintage vanity. Like heavy wood, pretty details, the kind of thing that feels like it has a story baked into it. I brought it home and put it in what was, at the time, our little pet room. And then, my stuff started vanishing in a way that didn't make sense. It was mostly my nose jewelry. I'd go to sleep with one of those clicker rings in, one of the kind you have to actually work at to open. And I'd wake up and it would be gone. Not in the bed, not on the floor, not caught in my hair, just gone. And the part that made my stomach twist? A couple days later, it would show up sitting neatly on top of that vanity, in a totally different room. Sometimes they never came back at all. Sometimes they'd return like nothing happened, almost like someone was messing with me, just to see if I'd notice. At one point, I had this little glass dish, super cute, held all my extra rings, and it disappeared. I tore that room apart. I checked drawers, baskets, under furniture, the whole thing. A few days later, it was back on the vanity, but in a different spot than where I always kept it, like it had been placed there on purpose. I tried to be logical, truly. I told myself maybe I was knocking things loose in my sleep. Except, no. These rings weren't the kind you casually lose. You don't accidentally sleep remove something you basically have to pry open. Eventually, I got so irritated that I started running my mouth, mostly to Evan, but sometimes out loud, like, "Okay, funny, give me my stuff back." I was snarky about it. I'm not proud. And then one morning, the spirit, if that's what it was, decided to humble me. My keys disappeared right before work. I dumped my bag out on the floor. I shook it. I checked every pocket, every zipper, every little hidden compartment. Nothing. I was already running late, so my coworker, Jade, picked me up since I'm only a few minutes from my job. I even checked my bag again at work, like, maybe I'm being dramatic. Still nothing. Later that night, Evan, sweet, calm, diplomatic Evan, just stood in the kitchen and said, very politely, "If you have her keys, could you please give them back?" And I'm not kidding. When we went out to grab groceries and make replacement copies, I reached into my bag for the spare keys, and my fingers touched my entire keychain. everything. House keys, work fob, little keyring charm, all of it. Just sitting in there like it had been there all along. I swear my blood ran cold, because I know what an empty purse feels like. I checked it like 5 times. Not long after that, I ended up seeing a woman who claimed she could clear the energy. I don't know what she did, and I'm not saying everyone should run out and do that, but after that, things settled down, like the house exhaled. That phase ended, which should have been the end of the story, right? Except it wasn't. About a month ago, Evan grabbed our headlamp to mess with the furnace. Next day, it's missing. We both looked everywhere. 2 days later, it's suddenly sitting out in the open, like impossible to miss. I remember saying, "Oh, you found it." And he just stared at me and went, "I thought you found it." Then the house started doing that thing where it sounds like someone is nearby. Floor creaks, like footsteps shifting weight just outside the room. You look up expecting to see someone, and there's nobody. Not even the dog. Nothing. The moment that really got me, though, was my grandma. She was babysitting our newborn, tiny little thing, only a few months old, and she felt someone tap her on the shoulder. She turned around, ready to scold one of us for sneaking up on her. And no one was there. And my grandma is not someone who chases spooky explanations. She's very practical, very faith-based, the type who'd normally brush this off. So for her to even bring it up, and to look genuinely unsettled, that hit me hard. And then we started seeing the little stuff. Movement in the corner of your eye. Both of us. The kind that makes you glance toward the hallway thinking, "Was that you?" And the other person goes, "No, I thought that was you." Twice, one of my kids' balls rolled across the floor with nobody near it. Not kicked, not bumped, just rolled. Slow and steady, like it had a destination. But the thing that pushed me over the edge happened right around the holidays. I was hosting Christmas Eve, so you know that deep clean frenzy where your house is spotless in a way it never is any other time. I stripped all the cushion covers and pillow covers from the sunroom, washed everything, and I was doing my final putback before bed. 2 matching throw pillows usually sit on 2 chairs out there. I remember them clearly because I'm the one who bought them, and I'm weird about symmetry. I go to put the covers back on, and I only have 1 pillowcase. At first I thought, fine, I left the other one in the dryer, no big deal. But then I went to grab the second pillow and no pillow, just gone, like the chair had never had it. So now I'm standing there in this perfectly clean house, holding 1 pillowcase like an idiot, and I can feel myself getting mad in that helpless way. I made Evan get out of bed and help me search. We checked the dryer. We checked closets, laundry baskets, behind chairs, under beds, the guest room, the baby's room, everything. There were no piles, no clutter, nowhere for it to hide. And here's the part that makes me feel like I'm losing it. The pillowcase disappeared from the dryer, and the pillow disappeared from the chair the same day. Like someone took the set. Days later, it still hasn't turned up. I even went through my phone and found a picture from earlier where you can clearly see both pillows. So no, I'm not misremembering. No Mandela effect. There were 2. Now there's 1. And there's this weird tension in the house like it's waiting for me to react. And honestly, I don't even know what I'm asking for anymore. Validation? A rational explanation? Someone to tell me I'm not nuts? Because what are the odds that I had one thing attached to an antique before, and now there's another one here doing the same hide and return routine? I do collect antiques. I've got some old oddities, nothing extreme, but enough that you could argue I'm basically inviting history into my house. And lately it feels like something in that history is getting a little too comfortable. So yeah, that's where I'm at. So, I've carried this around for a long time, and I don't tell it often, because even now, it sounds like something I must have imagined. When I was 9, we lived in this mid-sized city where everybody kind of knew everybody, at least through parents, neighbors, that sort of thing. There was a boy a few streets over named Eli, and he was around 13. We weren't close. We'd nodded at each other, maybe traded a couple words outside our buildings, but he was older, doing older kid things. I wouldn't have called him my friend. One afternoon, he was riding his bike home and a drunk driver hit him. It happened fast. So fast, people said he didn't even have time to react. He died right there on the road. I remember feeling weird. Not cold exactly, just distant. Like it was sad in a way I understood with my head more than my heart. I went to school. I played. Life stayed normal. And then, almost exactly a month after the funeral, I opened my closet and found something that made my stomach drop. A stuffed toy. A little teddy cat thing, soft, worn, the kind of toy you can tell a kid loved with their whole life. I recognized it immediately because I'd seen it at the funeral. I remembered it being placed on his grave. I remembered the dirt, the flowers, everything. And there it was, on my closet floor, like it had always belonged there. I ran to my parents with it, shaking, trying to explain. They exchanged that look adults do when they think a kid is confused, but don't want to say it outright. Still, they took it seriously enough to bring it to Eli's mom. They told her we must have accidentally taken it home somehow, maybe in the chaos after the service. She cried. I remember that part. She held the toy like it was a piece of him. A week later, I opened my closet again. The teddy cat was back. Same scuffed ear, same little stitched smile, same exact toy. That time, I didn't tell my parents. I don't even know why. Part of me just didn't want anyone else involved. Like if I said it out loud, it would become real. After that, the house started sounding different. At first it was little things, soft tapping in the hallway, a faint shuffle like someone walking in socks. I told myself it was our cat, because that's what makes sense when you're 9. Cats knock things over. Cats run at night. Cats do weird stuff. But the toy started moving. I'd put it in the closet before bed, very deliberately. I'd close the door and even wedge a shoe against it, like that mattered. In the morning, I'd wake up and it would be on my pillow, or tucked into the bend of my arm, like I'd been sleeping with it for hours. And I know what you're thinking. Maybe I was sleepwalking. Maybe my parents were trying to comfort me without admitting it. I thought of those things too. But it didn't feel comforting. It felt insistent. Then the dreams started. At first, they were almost ordinary nightmares. Dark streets, headlights, the screech of tires. But soon Eli was in them. Always Eli. Pale and wet-eyed, like he was stuck halfway between crying and trying not to. In the dreams, he would point at the teddy cat and tell me over and over, "Don't be mean to him." Like the toy had feelings, like it could be hurt. He called it Pickles, which sounds ridiculous now, but in the dream, it felt deadly serious. He would make me promise to keep Pickles close, not to give it away, not to leave it anywhere, not to let anyone take it from me. And then he'd say something that made my chest ache even in sleep. He'd whisper, almost like he was ashamed to ask. I started dreading bedtime. I'd lie there staring at the ceiling, bargaining with myself. If I don't fall asleep, I can't dream. My insomnia started there, I'm pretty sure. My parents just thought I was going through a phase, or anxious about school, or staying up too late. I didn't know how to explain that I was scared of closing my eyes because someone was waiting for me on the other side. Eventually, time did what time does. When I turned 10, things faded a little. The toy still showed up sometimes, but I stopped checking the closet every hour. The hallway noises became background. The dreams thinned out. I started to think, maybe it was over. Maybe I'd finally grown out of it. And then it came back. Hard. But the dreams changed. Eli stopped asking me to pass messages. He didn't talk about his mom anymore. Instead, he showed up crying. Really crying like he was breaking apart. And he'd say I'd failed him. "You didn't do it," he'd sob. "You didn't do what I asked." And then the crying would snap into rage. He'd start yelling at me, calling me selfish, calling me a liar. I'd wake up to sharp noises at the window, like someone scraping a fingernail along the glass, or a pebble hitting it from outside. And after that, I couldn't sleep again. Not really. I'd sit up in bed listening, waiting for the next sound, my heart thudding like it was trying to escape. About a week into this, the teddy cat disappeared. Gone. Not in the closet, not under the bed, not in the laundry, not anywhere. I actually felt relief at first, this shaky, guilty relief, like a weight had lifted. That same day, in the afternoon, I got hit with this sudden, heavy sleepiness. It wasn't normal tired. It was like someone pressed a button in my body and I just collapsed into bed. And I dreamed. In the dream, I was running down our street, and behind me I could hear a bike chain rattling, tires skidding, someone breathing too hard. I looked back and it was Eli, chasing me, his face twisted, furious and hurt at the same time. He was shouting, "You're a bad friend. You should have died instead of me." Not could've, not maybe. He said it like it was a fact, like it was a correction the universe was supposed to make. I jolted awake, crying, and my parents tried to calm me down the way parents do, stroking my hair, saying it was just a dream, saying it would pass. But it didn't. Even now, years later, I still catch things out of the corner of my eye. A shadow shaped like a kid on a bike. A figure standing too close to the curb. Sometimes I'll turn my head and there's nothing there, but my body reacts like it saw something real. And here's the part that makes me feel stupid saying it out loud. Since all of that started, I've almost been hit by a car more times than I can count. Not once or twice, more like a dozen. Enough that it stopped feeling like coincidence and started feeling like, I don't know, like being followed by bad luck. Like the street is always just a little too hungry for me. I don't know what happened. I don't know why that toy kept coming back, or why the dreams felt so specific, so personal, like someone was trying to use my sleep as a phone line. I just know that sometimes I still think about Eli's mom holding that teddy cat and crying. And I wonder, if I'd told her what he asked me to tell her, if I'd said the words out loud, would any of this have let me go? So, my brother Evan died a little over 3 years ago. It was sudden and brutal. He was driving home, and a drunk driver crossed the line and hit him head-on. For a long time, it felt like my whole life got split into before and after. The first year was honestly just survival. Then, slowly, painfully, I started to function again. I wouldn't say it ever stops hurting, but it stops swallowing you whole every second. Anyway, about 5 months ago, I went out with a couple friends to this arcade place, one of those loud, bright, chaotic spots where you can eat greasy food and play games until your hands cramp. We were trying to keep it light, normal, like real life. My friend Miles got locked in on this Pac-Man machine like it was a personal mission. He kept talking about getting to some ridiculous level, and I was cheering him on, half laughing, half zoned out the way you do when you're in a crowd, but your brain is elsewhere. At some point, I told him I needed a quick bathroom break. And while I was stepping away, this older guy who'd been kind of chatting with us, friendly, harmless, offered to hold Miles' spot so nobody jumped in and messed up his run. Miles was thrilled. I remember thinking, okay, cool, people can be decent. So I'm walking toward the bathrooms, weaving through noise and flashing screens, and I pass this enclosed game, like one of those sit-ins where you're inside the little booth. I think it was some kind of monster shooter game. 2 people were sitting in there, a woman and a guy. I should have just kept walking. That's the thing, I always just keep walking. But I heard a voice, just a laugh, like a single sound, and something in my body reacted before my mind could catch up. My stomach dropped so hard it felt physical. I slowed down and looked back. And I told myself not to be stupid. Don't do this to yourself. But I edged closer anyway and tried to peek inside without being obvious, just enough to confirm I was wrong. And that's when I saw him. The close-cropped haircut, the little silver hoops in his ears, the watch. Not the exact same one, but the same style, that weighty metal look. And then, the thing I couldn't explain away, the scar near the elbow, the one Evan got when we were kids and he tried to jump a fence like an idiot and sliced himself open. That scar had always been this weird little detail that made him him. My throat just moved on its own. I said his name, quiet at first, then louder without meaning to. Evan? The woman didn't even pause. She kept playing, totally focused. But the man, he tilted his head, slowly, like he heard something familiar, and he turned to look right at me. And I mean, he looked exactly like my brother. Exactly. Not kind of resembles him, not same vibe, not maybe if you squint. I mean the same face, the same shape to his mouth, even that slightly tired set to his eyes. But there was no warmth in him, no recognition, no expression at all. He just stared at me like I was a stranger who'd said something weird. And I don't know why. I still don't know why. But my body hit panic, and I just left. Like I turned around and walked fast, almost running, back to where my friends were. Miles looked up like, "What happened?" And I told him, "We need to go. Like, now." We ordered a ride, but it wasn't going to be there for a few minutes, so we were going to wait inside near the entrance. And my friend Tessa, trying to be helpful, said maybe I should go splash water on my face, use the bathroom again, breathe for a second. She said she'd stand outside the door so I didn't feel alone. So I did. I went into the bathroom, and I remember gripping the sink and turning on the water too hard. My hands were shaking, and I kept telling myself, "You're fine. You're fine. You just got triggered. It's grief. It's your brain doing its thing." I'm washing my hands, staring at my own face in the mirror like I'm trying to force myself back into reality. And then someone else walked in. I heard the door. Footsteps. The sound of another faucet turning on right beside me. I looked up. And there he was again. Evan's face. Evan's profile. Evan's exact everything. For a second, I actually stopped moving, like my whole body forgot what it was doing. My hands were still under the water, but I wasn't washing them anymore. I was just frozen. He kept washing his hands like nothing was happening. And then he glanced at me. Just a quick look at first, then another, longer one. Not friendly, not confused, just this calm, flat attention. Like he was aware of me, but not with me. Everything about him lined up. The scar, the watch, the way he stood, a little forward in the shoulders. Even the way his hairline met his forehead. It was like someone had taken my brother and copied him. Time got weird. It felt like forever. I swear it felt like I was stuck in that bathroom for an hour. But it was probably 2 minutes. He turned the water off. He dried his hands, and he walked out without saying a word. I stood there so long after he left that the automatic sink shut off on its own. When I finally walked out, Tessa and Miles were both like, "You okay?" And they did mention that a guy had come out a moment before me. They weren't really paying attention to his face, but Miles said, "I did notice his watch though, like a shiny silver one." Which made me feel worse, honestly, because it meant I didn't completely invent it. At least not the watch. Ever since that night, I've run the same questions through my head so many times it's exhausting. I know people hallucinate when they're grieving. I know our brains can fill in blanks. I know doppelgangers exist. I know coincidences happen. But why did he turn when I said my brother's name? Why did he look right at me like he heard it? And why, of all places, did he walk into that bathroom at that time? I tried to tell my mom, but she wouldn't even let me finish. She got this tight look on her face, like she was protecting herself from hearing it. She told me she thinks I need therapy because clearly I haven't healed properly. My friends, they don't know what to do with it. Sometimes they joke like, maybe you saw a ghost, and they laugh like it's a scary movie. But even they admit the watch detail sticks with them. And me? I don't know what I believe. All I know is this. I'm sure my brother is gone. I'm sure it wasn't actually Evan. But I'm also sure that for a few minutes in a crowded arcade bathroom, I was looking at someone who was wearing my brother's face like it belonged to him. So, I can't tell you my exact age, but I was somewhere around 15, maybe 16. Back then, I was living just outside Boulder, in a small Colorado town where the air always felt a little too crisp at night. I spent a ton of time at my best friend Jules's place. She lived with her mom, Dana, in this long, older mobile home that always smelled faintly like laundry detergent and craft glue. When I first started coming over, they had someone renting their extra room. But once he moved out, that room turned into this chaotic craft storage universe. I'm talking towers of fabric, yarn that had escaped its skeins like it was making a break for freedom, loose buttons everywhere, like the room itself was mid-explosion. Then one weekend, Dana decided she'd had enough. A few days later, she proudly showed me what she'd done. And honestly, it was impressive. The room looked completely different, like magazine different. She'd put in a twin bed with a squeaky metal frame, set up this old chunky TV that looked like it belonged in the 80s, and even organized all her supplies into neatly labeled bins and drawers. It had its own little bathroom too, which felt wildly luxurious compared to the couch or the floor of Jules's bedroom. Dana was practically glowing, because she knew, without even saying it, that I'd be the one sleeping in there most often. Now, Jules and I had this tradition during sleepovers. We'd stay up late and scare ourselves on purpose. That was our favorite thing. This was back when creepy internet stuff felt oddly believable. We'd watch spooky videos, read stories, and dare each other to keep going even when we were both clearly freaked out. That night, we'd even played one of those early horror games on her laptop until we were jumpy and laugh-screaming at everything. Eventually, though, we ran out of material, and the tired kind of dread set in. The kind where your brain starts inventing extra fear just to stay entertained. I didn't want to, but I finally said goodnight and went across the hall to the new guest room. I climbed into bed, the frame giving that little metallic squeal, and I just laid there trying to calm myself down. I did that thing where you take a slow breath and tell yourself, "You're fine. It's just a room. You're being dramatic." My eyes were closed. My body started to soften. And then I heard it. Footsteps. Not outside, not in the hallway, inside my room. You know that instant full-body alertness? Like someone poured cold water into your bloodstream? That happened. My arms prickled. The back of my neck lit up with adrenaline. I yanked my eyes open and immediately grabbed my glasses because I suddenly felt way too exposed being half blind. I stared into the dim room. There was a street light outside, and it threw a pale rectangle of light across part of the floor. And I saw nothing. But the footsteps kept going. Slow, steady creaks in the floor like someone was actually walking around. They started near the door, then crossed diagonally toward the little TV stand, then moved toward the open closet. Then, oh my God, then they came toward the bed. I could track them perfectly. 3 or 4 small steps at a time, like whoever it was had short legs. And when they got close enough, it felt like someone was standing right beside me, just looking at me. Not menacing, not angry, curious. Then the steps moved away again, toward this oversized teddy bear Dana had propped in the corner on a chair like it was a person. Then back to the TV. And then the whole route repeated, over and over, like a little loop. I tried to ignore it. I even took my glasses off again and lay back thinking, if I pretend I'm asleep, maybe it'll get bored and go away. Nope. It kept going with the relentless energy only a kid could have. The same path, the same pauses, and I got to the point where I could predict it like a rhythm. Steps. 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 I wasn't scared anymore, but I also couldn't relax, and I felt ridiculous, truly. But finally, I just spoke out loud. I said something like, I know this room is different now, and you're probably just looking around, but it's really late, and I can't sleep with the walking. Could you please stop for tonight so I can rest? And I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, the room changed instantly. It was like the air untensed. The prickly feeling on my skin vanished. The footsteps stopped mid-world. Silence dropped in so clean it almost felt heavy, and I could finally breathe normally again. I fell asleep. The next morning, I was in the living room, eating breakfast with Jules and Dana, telling them everything. I was trying to make it sound casual, like it was no big deal, even though my eyes were probably huge the whole time. And while I was finishing the story, I stood up to go grab my overnight bag, because my mom was going to pick me up soon. I turned toward the hallway, and I froze, like my body simply refused to move, because standing right in front of me was a little girl. Solid, real, not transparent, not misty, but completely in grayscale. She looked about 6 or 7. She was wearing this old-fashioned dress with a little square apron, something you'd see in an antique photo. Her hair was straight and cut to her jaw, and even though she had no actual color, my brain insisted I knew what her colors were supposed to be. Like her ribbon bow should have been light blue, like her hair should have been dark blonde. She looked up at me and smiled, sweet and knowing, like, "Oh, so you were talking about me." And then, without any rush, she turned slightly and leaned forward like she was trying to scoop up a cat that I couldn't see. She took a couple small steps, reaching down, and followed that invisible cat directly through the wall. Just gone. I turned back to Jules and Dana so slowly, I swear I felt my joints creak. Dana's eyes were bright, like she'd been waiting for this exact moment. "What just happened?" she demanded, practically vibrating. I could barely get air out. "You won't believe me if I tell you." "Yes, we will," Jules said immediately, like she was already bracing herself. "We know this place is weird. What was it?" So I described her, the little girl, the grayscale, the apron, the ribbon. Dana erupted. "I knew it!" she yelled, pointing like she'd just won something. "Jules, didn't I say for years it felt like there was a little girl here?" Jules just laughed and nodded like, Fine, you've been saying it forever. A minute later, my mom pulled up, and I went back to the guest room to grab my stuff. While I was stuffing my toothbrush into my bag, I paused and looked around the room. At the neatly folded things, the labeled bins, the squeaky bed. And I said, quietly, to the empty air, "You can come visit again if you want, just not in the middle of the night next time." And that's the strange part. I stayed over there plenty of times after that, but I never heard the footsteps again, and I never saw that little girl again either. Hey everyone, welcome back to the Paranormal M channel. Drop a comment below and let me know where you're watching from. And by the way, thank you so much for sending in your paranormal experiences. We truly appreciate all the love and support. That's why I'm always so happy to be here sharing these stories with you. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss an upload. Thanks again. Now, let's get into tonight's paranormal stories. Good night. So, I'm 19, and I still live at home in a pretty strict Christian household. My parents, Evelyn and Jonah, are also the kind of people who take spiritual stuff seriously. Like, seriously. They grew up with a mix of cultural traditions and superstitions, and my mom's faith is intense in a way that's hard to explain unless you've seen it up close. We moved into this place a little over 3 years ago. It's an older, rural property. Quiet roads, long stretches of trees, that kind of vibe. The house has been standing since the late 70s, but it's had renovations over the years. From the outside, it looks normal. Inside too, honestly. It doesn't scream creepy the way movies make haunted houses look. Here's the thing though. My mom has had experiences that made her very, very alert to the spiritual side of life. She's prayed over people before in ways that looked a lot like deliverance. She even did it for my dad once, years ago, when he was going through this dark, strange period. And she's told us stories, quietly, not dramatically, about people targeting her with things that felt like witchcraft. There was even a time she got sick in a way doctors couldn't properly explain. She still isn't fully well, and I think that's part of why our whole family has always been on edge about this sort of thing. And me? I've always felt like I pick up on things more than everyone else. Growing up, I'd get these heavy feelings in certain places, like walking into a room and instantly knowing something was off. Sometimes I'd dream things that felt like warnings. Not cute little symbolic dreams either. More like messages you wake up from with your heart racing, like your body understood it before your brain did. I don't walk around telling people I see spirits or anything, because I know how that sounds. But I will say this. I've had enough weird moments to not brush it off completely. That's why this house has messed with me so much. Because when we first moved in, I felt nothing. Nothing unusual. No pressure in the air, no weird chill, no sense of being watched. I remember thinking, okay, maybe we finally found a place that's peaceful. And then, after a few months, the nightmares started. I almost never get nightmares, so it stood out immediately. It was always the same theme. Something chasing me, something observing me, something I couldn't fully see but could feel. I'd wake up exhausted, like I'd been running all night. And around that same time, little things started happening in the house. Small sounds that didn't have a source. Footsteps in the hallway when everyone was asleep. Soft knocks that seemed to come from inside the walls. The kind of noises that are easy to explain away once, but not when they keep repeating. At first, my younger brother and I told Mum. She didn't laugh. She didn't call us dramatic. She just got this serious look, like she'd been expecting it, and she prayed through the whole house. Doors, windows, corners, everything. After that, it stopped. For a while. Then it would come back. That's been the cycle ever since. The dreams return, the noises start up. We tell Mum, she prays, it calms down. And then weeks later, sometimes months later, it starts all over again. Like something is testing the boundaries. Like it backs off, then creeps right back in. And the weirdest part, every time it's happening, it feels like the house drains us. Recently, it's gotten worse. My sister, Mara, has always been the least spiritual out of all of us. She's the practical one, the one who rolls her eyes a little, the one who would normally say, "It's probably the wind." So when she started telling me she'd been having dreams too, I didn't even know what to say. Because her dreams weren't random. They lined up with what was happening in the house. And the sounds, they're not subtle anymore. The small knocking turned into loud, sharp knocks that seemed to travel, like they start at one window, then shift to another door, then pop up on a wall down the hallway. Sometimes it sounds like someone is walking through the house at night, slow and deliberate, and it'll stop right outside my bedroom door like whoever, or whatever, is standing there is deciding whether to come in. And lately, it's been mostly my room. I'll hear banging that starts low on the wall, then moves upward into the ceiling, like it's circling the perimeter above me, over and over. Then it'll fade, and a few minutes later it'll happen again, like it's making loops. I've tried everything to rationalize it, pipes, animals, the house settling, but it doesn't behave like normal house noises. It feels intentional. I still haven't seen a full apparition, nothing like a figure in the doorway or a face in the mirror, but I've seen shadows. You know when you catch something out of the corner of your eye and you turn fast, expecting to see a person? That, except there's no person, just this quick movement slipping out of view. It happens enough that I'm not comfortable calling it my imagination anymore. And then tonight happened. Tonight is what finally pushed me from "I'm unsettled" to "I'm done." I heard the banging start up again, same pattern. So I got up and went into Mara's room because I just needed a break. Her room is right beside mine, and I figured if anything happened, at least I wouldn't be alone. I stayed there for a while, trying to calm down, scrolling on my phone, pretending I wasn't listening. Eventually, I felt a little braver, like, okay, it's fine. Go back to your room. You're overreacting. So I walked back to my door. And outside my room, on the walls near the frame, along the ceiling line in the hallway right by my door, even clustered around the top corner, there were flies. A lot of them. Not like one or two that got in. I mean scattered in a way that looked wrong, like they'd gathered there. And the thing is, it's been cold lately. We haven't had flies in the house at all. Not in the kitchen, not by windows, not anywhere. But suddenly there's a whole group of them hovering around my room like it's the only warm, alive place in the entire house. I just stood there staring, feeling my stomach drop. And yeah, I know it sounds ridiculous, but I've watched enough spooky stuff online to know flies get mentioned a lot around dark energy, decay, that kind of thing. Normally, I'd laugh at myself for even thinking that. But when you've been dealing with nightmares, footsteps, banging, and shadow movement for years, a swarm of flies outside your bedroom doesn't feel like a random coincidence. It feels like a sign. And I'm not proud of how long it took me to get genuinely scared. I think I've been trying so hard not to be that person who blames everything on the paranormal that I kept swallowing my instincts. But I'm exhausted. I haven't been sleeping properly for days. It's messing with my work, my mood, my focus, everything. I feel like I'm living in this constant state of tension, waiting for the next sound. And the worst thought I can't shake is this. What if it escalates? What if it stops being knocks and shadows and turns into something physical? And right now, I don't. So, this happened when I was 18, and I still get that weird, tight feeling in my chest when I think about it. There's this stretch of road where I grew up. Two-lane, quiet, nothing but thick woods pressed in on both sides. People have whispered about it for years. The story changes depending on who's telling it, but the version I always heard was that a school bus wrecked out there back in the late 70s or early 80s. A bunch of kids. Tragic. Awful. And then, like people do, folks turned it into a dare. They'd say, drive it heading west. Stop in the middle of the trees. Flick your headlights off and on a few times. Then keep going like nothing happened. And if the road liked you, or didn't, you'd see a single light fall in behind you and follow you until you hit the end of the woods, where it would whip off into the trees like it got yanked away. Now, I'd already had a couple of strange experiences in my life, so I wasn't exactly a full-blown skeptic. But I didn't buy that story. It sounded too clean, too much like something teenagers repeat because they want it to be true. Anyway, it was late, past 1 in the morning. I was riding up front with my cousin Marin and my older brother Eli. The kids were with us too, knocked out in the back, all curled up and breathing soft, the way they do when they're completely gone. We'd been out of town and stopped at the last gas station before the highway split. Bright fluorescent lights, stale coffee smell, the whole thing. And here's the part that still bugs me. As we pulled out of that gas station, I suddenly felt this urge, like a nudge, to tell them about that road. It wasn't even a conversation we were already having. I just brought it up. Like my mouth decided before my brain did. Marin laughed. Eli rolled his eyes. And then, because the kids were asleep and we were all wide awake, we decided to take the detour. Just to see, you know? That was the excuse. We turned onto the road and almost immediately realized we were facing the wrong direction for the rules. So we drove down to the intersection, flipped around, and headed the other way. I remember Eli slowing to a crawl, the headlights washing over the trees like searchlights. We stopped in the middle, where the woods felt the thickest, where the road felt like it narrowed even though it didn't, and Eli flicked the headlights 3 times. Off, on, off, on, off, on. Nothing. No light in the mirror, no weird glow, just the hum of the engine and the soft snoring from the back seat. We kind of laughed it off, but we weren't ready to admit we'd driven out there for nothing. So we crossed back over to the side road, turned around in the parking lot of this little white church, and waited at the stop sign like we were suddenly big on traffic laws. That's when all 3 of us saw it. Halfway down the road, straight ahead, near the tree line, there were 2 eyes. Not reflective deer eyes. Not a your headlights hit an animal and it glints kind of thing. These were red, like ember red, glowing. And they were at about the height a deer's eyes would be, which somehow made it worse because deer don't do that. Not like that. We just froze. Nobody spoke at first. I remember Marin whispering, "Do you see that?" Like she needed confirmation that she wasn't losing it. Eli swallowed hard and said, "Let's just drive. Slow." So we did. We rolled forward toward the exact spot where those eyes had been. And the second we reached it, the car radio turned on by itself. No one touched it. No one even moved. We were all on that front seat, shoulder to shoulder, hands visible, like we were in some interrogation room. The radio started flipping stations, fast. Snatches of country, a preacher's voice, a blast of static, a pop song, more static, like someone was twisting the dial with a nervous hand. It wasn't even landing long enough to make sense, just skipping and sputtering like it couldn't find a place to belong. That radio never did that before. It never did it after. We drove to the end of the road, turned left, and headed toward the highway home. By then, nobody was laughing anymore. The air in the car felt heavy, like the inside of a storm cloud. Once we hit the highway, Everything should have felt normal again. It was summer, so the view was wide, no tall crops, no thick fog. You could see headlights coming from a long way off. And that's why what happened next still doesn't sit right with me. We'd barely gotten settled into the right lane when this black semi came roaring up behind us out of nowhere, like it had appeared in the space between one heartbeat and the next. It had lights everywhere, not just the usual headlights. There were rows of bright amber lights along the side. Except it didn't have a trailer. Just the cab. A huge, dark shape with too many glowing points, closing the distance fast. Eli sped up. 65, still gaining. 75, still gaining. I remember looking into the rearview mirror and feeling my stomach drop, because it didn't feel like a normal truck coming up behind you. It felt intentional, like it was chasing. Eli hit 80, knuckles white on the wheel, and finally we got to our turnoff, this back road that cut toward town. He took it hard, swung us onto it, and immediately slammed the brakes. We all sat there for half a second, listening to the kids breathing in the back, waiting to hear the semi rumble past. Nothing. Eli and I jumped out and looked back toward the highway, and there was no truck, no taillights, no amber side lights, nothing fading into the distance. And the thing is, that highway stretches straight for miles. There aren't side roads. There isn't a hidden turnoff for a long way. If a truck that lit up like a carnival ride had passed, we would have seen it. Even if it had somehow turned off, we would have seen the lights shift and vanish. But the highway was empty, like it had never existed. I remember Eli just staring, breathing hard, then looking at me like he was waiting for me to explain physics. Marin stayed in the car, eyes wide, whispering, "Where did it go?" We got back in and drove home quiet, like talking would make it real. And even now, years later, I can't give you a clean explanation. We weren't tired. We weren't imagining things. All three of us saw the same stuff: the red eyes, the radio, the truck. The only thing I can say, honestly, is that it felt like something out there noticed us, and it did not appreciate being tested. To this day, I won't drive that road at night. Not because I'm trying to be dramatic, because I don't want to find out what happens if it decides to follow us all the way home. So, when I was a kid, my sleep was, honestly, a mess. I don't remember a ton from those early years, but I do remember that nights were loud in my house because of me. I'd stay awake forever, wander the hallway, mutter whole conversations in my sleep, wake up crying from nightmares, the whole package. And apparently, I scared my mom half to death more than once, because I had this habit of just appearing. Like, she'd be in the kitchen late, finishing dishes, and suddenly, there I was. A tiny 7-year-old in an oversized nightshirt, hair hanging in my face, standing perfectly still like I'd been summoned. At like 2 in the morning. Which, yeah, looking back, I get why that was unsettling. But the main thing I remember is the dream. From the time I was around 5 until I was maybe 8-ish, so a solid few years, I had the same dream almost every single night. I'm not exaggerating. Not often. Not a lot. I mean, it felt like it was on a schedule. My bed sat under this big front-facing window. 1-story house, my room right at the front. I used to keep the blinds cracked because I liked seeing the moonlight spill in. It made the room feel less closed in. And in the dream, I'd wake up in my bed and immediately know something was wrong. Like my stomach would drop before I even saw anything. Because outside my window, there it was. Not an animal, Not a shadow, not a person. It was shaped kind of like a person, but way too tall. Tall enough that most of its body filled the window frame. Its skin was this weird, sickly color, like gray with a faint greenish tint. And it didn't have clothes on, just this smooth, bare body pressed up close to the glass. Its shoulders were nearly at the top of the window, and I could see the tops of its legs near the bottom, like it was towering right over my bed. Its hands were flattened against the window, fingers spread wide like it was bracing itself there. And then, the part that still makes my skin crawl even thinking about it, its neck wasn't normal. It stretched upward past the window frame, and then curved down, like it was looping back so its head could sit off to the side of its own body. Tilted there, almost casually, like it was posing. No hair. Huge, pale eyes that looked almost silvery in the moonlight. A tiny nose that was basically just two slits. And this smile. This unreal, too big grin that pulled tight at the cheeks like it was stretching skin that didn't really want to stretch. The teeth were long and uneven and kind of needle-thin, yellowed like old bone. The thing didn't move. It didn't blink. It didn't tap the glass or rattle the window or do anything dramatic. It just stared at me. Every night, I would lie there in the dream, frozen, staring back, and I'd get that awful feeling. Like if I moved or if I looked away, something would happen. And then I'd snap awake in absolute panic, heart hammering, sweaty, sometimes crying before I even knew I was awake. Here's the part that made it worse. I never told my parents. I don't even know why. I think I was afraid they'd laugh, or I'd get in trouble for being dramatic, or, honestly, I think some part of me didn't want to make it more real by saying it out loud. I tried to fix it myself. I started closing the blinds all the way before bed. But the dream didn't care. In the dream, the blinds were always open again. And then I'd wake up, actually wake up, and the blinds would be cracked the same way, like I'd never closed them at all. That detail messed with me even as a kid, because it made me feel like the dream was spilling into real life in tiny, impossible ways. Then one weekend, I stayed at my grandma's place, my Nana. Her name was Marisol. And for the first night in what felt like forever, I didn't have the dream. Later that day, I finally told her about it. Not with big dramatic details, more like I was embarrassed and trying to downplay it. But she listened in that way grandparents sometimes do, like she was taking me seriously, even if she didn't show it on her face. And then she went to this little dish on a shelf and picked up a tiny figurine, something small enough to fit in a child's palm. It was made of clay, painted in faded colors, like something handmade at a market. It wasn't fancy, just a little figure with rounded features, worn smooth at the edges like it had been handled a lot. She put it in my hand and told me, very simply, "Keep this by your bed tonight. You won't see that window visitor again." I remember the way she said it, not spooky, not theatrical, more like she was reminding me to bring a sweater. So that night, I set the figurine on the bedside table, and I never dreamed of that thing again. Not once. I still had messed up sleep after that. I still had night terrors. I still had the kind of nightmares that make you feel weird for a whole day afterward. But that specific creature, the too tall thing with the sideways head and the stretched grin, vanished like someone flipped a switch. I'm 24 now, and I still keep that little clay figurine on my nightstand. My sleep is still complicated. I'm an insomniac. I've dealt with sleep paralysis more times than I want to admit, and I've seen plenty of awful stuff in those moments. Your brain can produce some truly horrifying images when you can't move and you're stuck half dreaming. I've been prescribed different sleep meds over the years, but I never stay on them long because the side effects always end up being their own kind of nightmare. At this point, I'm weirdly good at functioning on very little sleep. Not proud of it, just used to it. But even with all of that, with all the other sleep-related weirdness I've had as an adult, I have never seen that creature again. And the wild thing is, those dreams are the clearest memories I have from my childhood. I can picture it perfectly. I can remember exactly what it felt like to lie there, stiff as a board, staring through the sliver of moonlight between my curtains. Mine were blue, with little stars on them, and feeling the silence like pressure on my ears. Just me, the window, and that thing not moving at all. I don't open my blinds at night anymore. I just don't. And I'm not even someone who goes around believing in the supernatural. I'm the type who hears a paranormal story and immediately starts thinking, okay, but was there black mold? Was there sleep deprivation? Is there a gas leak? I'm always looking for the normal explanation first. But this is the one thing I can't fully file away as just a dream. Because it happened too consistently, for too long, with too many little details that felt fixed. Like it wasn't my imagination remixing itself night to night. It was the same scene, the same presence, the same staring, like it was waiting for me. I don't know what it was. I'm not claiming it was some monster outside my childhood window. I just know it didn't feel like something ordinary. And honestly, even now, if I ever catch myself thinking, it was probably nothing, my hand still reaches over, almost automatically, to make sure that little clay figurine is right where it belongs. Okay. So this happened about a year and a half ago, and I still get that weird, tight feeling in my chest when I think about it. My family and I rented this really pretty Airbnb out in rural Pennsylvania. One of those houses that feels cozy the second you walk in. Warm lighting, nice furniture, not creepy at all. Like, it genuinely felt like a great place to spend a week. There are 7 of us total. My mom and dad, me, my brother, and 4 sisters. 2 of my sisters are younger, and the rest of us are in our 20s. The sleeping setup was kind of spread out. My parents took a bedroom on the main floor. The 2 younger girls were upstairs, and then the basement, finished, carpeted, totally normal, was for the older kids. My brother had his own room down there, and I shared another basement bedroom with my older sister Tessa. So, first night. I cannot sleep. I'm tossing around, staring at the ceiling, the whole thing. And when I finally do fall asleep, I start having this dream. Except it doesn't feel like a dream, you know? It feels like I'm trapped in it. In the dream, I keep waking up, and every time I look at the clock, it says 2:12 a.m. Every single time. And then this woman, like this shadowy, frantic-looking woman, comes rushing at me. She's wearing this pale dress. Her hair is long and black and all messed up, and she's holding a lamp like she's going to swing it at my head. And the worst part is, it loops. I wake up. It's 2:12. She charges at me. I panic. Then I wake up again, and it's 2:12 again. Over and over and over. Each time I'm crying harder, screaming harder, and I can't break out of it. When I finally actually wake up for real, I'm full-on sobbing. Like that kind of crying where you can't catch your breath. I ended up waking Tessa up, and she's half asleep, trying to calm me down, and I'm just sitting there shaking like I ran a mile. The next morning, we're all at breakfast, and my brother, Mason, is in a foul mood. Just silent, pushing food around. My mom notices immediately and she goes, "What's going on with you? Why are you so cranky?" And Mason looks up and goes, completely serious, "I had a really bad dream." And I'm already frozen because I can feel where this is going. He goes, "There was this creepy woman and she kept attacking me. Like, she wouldn't stop." I swear the air in the room changed. Tessa and I just stared at him. Tessa actually thought Mason and I were messing with her, like we planned some dumb prank. She starts accusing us, and my mom gets irritated, because my two younger sisters are at the table, listening with big eyes. My mom's like, "Stop it. Don't scare your sisters. There's no such thing as ghosts." And literally, right then, the basement door slams shut. Not a gentle close, not a drafty little click. A slam so hard everyone jumped. And here's what got me. That door was in the middle of the house. No windows open, no breeze, nothing. My mom does that thing where she immediately tries to rationalize it. She's like, "Okay, coincidence. It's an old house. Doors move." But nobody was laughing anymore. Not even a little. We left for the day, went out, did normal stuff, tried to shake it off, and when we came back, the front door was standing open. Not unlocked, open. And then we notice other things. Interior doors open too, like all around the house. Even drawers and cabinets in the kitchen were pulled out like someone had been rummaging. My dad called the police. They actually came and searched the house, every room, upstairs, basement, closets, everything. No one was there. That night, I'm trying to pretend everything is normal, but the energy is just heavy, like the house is holding its breath. Then at some point, Tessa shakes me awake and she is sobbing, like ugly crying. She's gripping my arm so tight it hurt, and she keeps saying, "Please make it stop. Please, just tell me you're real. Tell me you're real." And I'm like, "Tessa, what are you talking about?" Because she's freaking me out so bad. And she tells me she had the same dream. The woman, the attacking, the looping, the waking up and it being the same time. At that point, we were beyond spooked. We're adults, but we were genuinely scared. So the next night, the three of us, me, Tessa, and Mason, sleep in Mason's room together. 3 grown people, in our 20s, huddled up like kids at a sleepover. That's how freaked out we were. My parents were annoyed. They thought we were feeding off each other and being dramatic. And honestly, I tried to lighten the mood because I didn't know what else to do. I was joking with my siblings like, "Fine, I'll talk to the ghost." And I'm whispering into the air like an idiot going, "Hey, ghost, if you're confused and you need something, you gotta take it up with my mom, okay? She's the manager." We laughed, nervous laughter, but it broke the tension a little. Until that night. Around 3 a.m., we hear screaming upstairs. Real screaming. We run out into the hallway, and my mom is losing it. Like, shaking, yelling, frantic. She's shouting at my dad, accusing him of messing with her, saying, "This isn't funny. Stop, stop." My dad is half awake, totally confused, like, "What are you talking about? I didn't do anything." And my mom, who had been rolling her eyes at all of us, looked genuinely terrified. Not annoyed, not skeptical, terrified. She wouldn't even fully explain what happened. She just kept saying something like, "I know what I saw," and "I'm not doing this," and "We're leaving." And she meant it. The next morning, she made us pack. Immediately. We had days left on the reservation, no refund, nothing. My dad was trying to reason with her, like, "We can't just..." And she didn't care. She was done. We left that house and never went back. My parents even bought last-minute tickets home because my mom refused to stay one more night anywhere near that place. And to this day, I still don't know exactly what my mom saw. She's never described it in detail, just that it scared her enough that she didn't care about money, plans, anything. And my siblings still blame me. They're like, "You 100% invited something in when you started joking around." Which, listen, I know how ridiculous that sounds. I do. If someone told me this story, I'd probably be like, "Sure, okay." But I swear to you, it happened. And I still catch myself thinking about that dream. The clock, 2:12. and that woman rushing at me like she's been waiting. And I don't really know what I believe. I just know what we experienced. So, we just got the keys to our new place, this one-room rental flat in Chai Chi. If you've lived in Singapore long enough, you know the vibe of those older HDB layouts, right? The narrow walkways, units facing each other, the kitchen kind of separated from the main hall. It's not scary exactly, but it feels like the walls have seen things. Quiet, aged energy. And honestly, the block is mostly elderly residents. You hardly see younger people around, so my husband and I, mid-30s, newly married, really stand out a bit. We'd already been living there about 5-6 weeks. Totally normal. No weird smells, no strange sounds, nothing. I even spent a couple nights home alone while my husband, Hazik, worked graveyard shifts. Slept like a baby. No shadows, no nonsense. Until that night. That day, we were dealing with this wardrobe delivery. Brand new, but of course it came with missing parts, and the instructions were basically useless. So we were doing the whole trial and error, take it apart, put it back, argue a little, laugh a little thing. Around 8+, I headed to my parents' place for a while, and Hazik stayed back to continue assembling it. When I finally came home after midnight, he'd basically been at it the whole night, with breaks in between, but still, the place looked like a furniture explosion happened. We chatted for a bit, then we prayed Isha together. I waited on purpose because I wanted to pray in congregation with him. After that, I was exhausted, so I knocked out in the hall. No bedroom, right? Just the main space. So I slept there with the lights on. He stayed up to clean the mess, pack the cardboard, wipe down the floor, all that. And then, I suddenly woke up screaming. Okay, here's the thing. I do talk in my sleep sometimes. I've even screamed before. So normally, it wouldn't be such a big deal. But this scream was different. It was so loud that even I shocked myself, like it came from somewhere deep in my chest. And the reason was simple. At that exact moment, I felt something touch my right thigh. Not a dreamy, floaty, maybe it happened kind of touch. A real touch, like a hand making contact. Hazik immediately ran out from the kitchen and was like, "What happened? Are you okay?" And I, because I was embarrassed, because I didn't want to sound dramatic, brushed it off. I said it was just a weird dream, blamed it on being half asleep, acted like everything was fine. And then, I just went back to sleep. Yes, I know. Terrible decision. But in the moment, I just wanted it to be nothing. He had planned to stay awake until Fajr, but I guess the tiredness hit him and he dozed off around 5-ish. We only woke up around 7 a.m., and here's what really messed with me. We missed Fajr. That almost never happens, especially for me. I'm the kind that wakes up the second my alarm goes off, like my eyes just snap open. But that morning, it was like we were both just knocked out. Later that day, Hazik told me something he hadn't mentioned earlier, and the way he said it, I could tell he'd been holding it in. He told me the landing near our lift lobby, right beside our unit, was filthy, like properly dirty. There were stains on the floor that looked like old blood. And at night, that area is dark, like the kind of dark that makes you walk a bit faster without even realizing. Then he said, "I didn't want to tell you last night, but something happened after you fell asleep." Apparently, around 3 a.m., he went downstairs to throw away the cardboard boxes from the wardrobe. We live on the 10th floor. Doors open. Doors close. Open. Close. And it was completely quiet. No footsteps, no voices, nothing. Like, the lift was stopping, but nobody was entering or exiting. Level 9, doors open, still nobody. Then it reached level 10. He got in, but he said he felt uneasy. Not panicky, just that feeling like something isn't right. But he told himself not to be paranoid, threw the boxes, came back up. When he got home, he lit a cigarette and stood by the kitchen window. Our unit faces another older block, not rental, and their corridor faces outward, so you can kind of see into some of their units if the windows are open. While he was smoking, he noticed someone standing inside a unit opposite. The unit was completely dark, but there was a harsh light shining straight onto the person's face, like a phone screen at max brightness. He couldn't see details, just the outline of a head and that weird glow. He assumed it was just someone doom-scrolling at 3 a.m. Then he heard me scream. He ran back to check on me, and when he saw I was okay and trying to downplay it, he said he saw something else. Just for a split second. A figure. Big. Red. And I mean red like the thing itself was red, not someone wearing red clothes. It had long hair, but thin and patchy, like those wispy strands you'd imagine on someone very old. And it ran, like it darted, and disappeared. After that, Hazik switched on all the lights and started deliberately making noise. Walking around, coughing, opening and closing drawers, like he wanted the whole flat to feel occupied, so whatever it was would know he was awake and present. Later, when we talked properly, I told him about what I felt, that touch on my thigh, and how I didn't even realize he left the house, even though I'm usually a light sleeper. At first, he asked me carefully, like indirectly, whether maybe something followed me home. Like maybe I didn't wash properly, maybe I came back unclean, you know? I shut that down immediately. I told him, no, I felt normal. We prayed together. I did my ablution properly, everything, including my feet. And the more we talked, the more something clicked for me. So here's my conclusion. That thing didn't follow me. It followed him. From the lift lobby. Like, whatever was lingering around that dark landing, whatever was attached to that weird stop-start silence in the lift, maybe it came up with him. Maybe it noticed him. Maybe it just tried its luck. And maybe it tried to disturb me, but my scream caught it off guard. Because honestly, it didn't get far. Nothing else happened after that. No lingering smell, no continued disturbances, no nightmare streak. Just that one sharp, bizarre, what the heck was that moment? To me, it felt like something testing the waters, seeing if it could get a reaction, see how far it could go. Lucky for us, it failed. And yeah, that's the story. Not the kind where something terrible happens. Just one of those supernatural moments where you sit there afterward like, okay, that was real. That definitely happened. Oh, and the funniest part? This was only a few days ago. Like, I'm still processing it honestly. Okay, so I'm going to tell this the same way I tell it to friends, in 3 pieces. The backstory, the stuff I grew up hearing, and then what actually happened to me when I finally lived there. So, the house. My mom, Diane, owns this old place that my great-grandpa Ray built. I don't know, maybe 60-something years ago, give or take. It's barely been updated, which sounds charming until you're standing in a kitchen that still feels like it's stuck in a different decade, and the cabinets are literally starting to sag like they're tired. I lived there for a little while when I was a toddler, but I remember basically none of it. What I do remember is how people reacted to it. Even as a kid, if I brought friends over, they'd get that look, like they were trying to be polite, but their whole body was going, nope, absolutely not. And I grew up with this casual family understanding that the house had company. Not in a dramatic horror movie way, more like, oh yeah, there are spirits there. Like it was a weird extra feature of the property. But honestly, I didn't spend much time there until a couple years back, when I moved into the basement with my boyfriend at the time, Caleb, for about a year. He's my fiancé now, which is funny because he still insists I'm suggestible and too friendly with the supernatural. Anyway, what I was told growing up. So when I was little, my parents had a handful of stories they'd tell, sometimes like warnings, sometimes like family folklore. First one, the man outside. My dad, Mark, used to say the house sat on land that had belonged to indigenous people. We never actually verified any of that. It's possible based on the area, but no one ever dug into it properly. Still, my dad would swear he occasionally saw a man outside the house dressed in traditional regalia. Not scary, not threatening, more like watchful. My dad described the feeling as steady, even comforting. Like the presence wasn't there to bother anyone, just be there. Second one, the cat. Before I was born, my mom had this orange cat named Mango. She rescued him, and back then he was mostly an outdoor cat because that was just what people did. He died in a really upsetting way involving a neighbor, and I won't go into details, but it was the kind of death that sticks to you, especially if you love the animal. After Mango was gone, my mom would say she still heard him sometimes. Little sounds. A brush against a leg when no one was there. And my dad once said he felt a cat walk across the bed at night. Slow, deliberate steps. Except there was no cat. But the strangest Mango thing was this. Years later, my mom was repainting a room that was eventually going to become my playroom. She paints one whole wall, fresh and clean, then steps out for a bit. When she comes back, she swears on her life. The entire newly painted wall is covered in orange cat hair. Like someone took a brush and just threw it across the wet paint. And that room, by the way, was always the one that felt the weirdest. Third one, the playroom. That room had its own energy. It was always cold, like the temperature dropped the second you stepped through the door. Maybe it was bad insulation. Maybe it was the fact that every repair in that house was a figure it out as you go kind of situation. But still, it felt wrong in a way I can't totally explain. My mom claimed she'd seen shadowy figures pass by the doorway, like movement that didn't belong to anyone in the house. And toys with batteries, especially talking toys, would activate on their own. Now sure, toys glitch. But my mom was obsessive about switching them off before bed. She always was. So the fact that they were both on, both reacting, in the middle of the night, in that room, it freaked her out. What happened to me? Here's the part people expect to be the big reveal, and I always have to disappoint them a little. I never saw a man in ceremonial clothing. I never saw an orange cat. I never saw a shadow figure move across a doorway. What I did have, though, was this persistent feeling that I wasn't alone, even when I definitely was. And there are 3 moments that still stick with me because they were just odd in a way that didn't match the normal house noises. 1. The swoosh. This is the smallest one, but it's hard to describe without sounding like I'm reaching. I was sitting on the bed in the basement bedroom, and Caleb was in the bathroom 1 room over. Shared wall, close enough that you can hear little movements. And I felt him come into the room. Like, not emotionally, physically. I heard the soft footstep sounds, and I felt that subtle shift in the air, that someone just entered swoosh. I looked up fully expecting to see him. Nothing. And then I heard him still moving around in the bathroom. He hadn't left. He hadn't opened the door. It was like the house performed the idea of him walking in. 2. The front door. The house was kind of falling apart in that charming but annoying way. The front door in particular was a nightmare. It stuck constantly because of this janky DIY weather stripping, and the knob was loose enough that it sometimes wouldn't catch properly. The key would turn and do nothing. And because of a few circumstances I won't get into, we basically had to use that door. So I started doing this thing, half joking, half sincere, where I'd greet whatever might be there. Like, "Hi, okay, it's me." And then I'd say, out loud, "Can you let me in?" Or, "Please don't make this hard today." Tell me why it worked. Not every time, but often enough that I noticed a pattern. I'd ask, I'd fiddle with the key, and suddenly it would give in like it had just decided to cooperate. Caleb hated it because he didn't want to encourage me, but I also know he secretly got freaked out when it worked too smoothly. And honestly, part of me did it because if something was there, the thought of it being ignored for decades felt sad. Like, imagine being stuck in a place and nobody even acknowledges you. So I'd say hello, just in case. 3. The giggle. This one is the cleanest, most straightforward moment, and it still gives me chills. One night, Caleb and I were watching a movie. Nothing creepy, just normal background noise, and we both heard a little kid giggle. Not a laugh track, not muffled dialogue, a clear, quick, playful giggle, like a child standing a few feet away trying not to be noticed. I immediately went, "Did you hear that?" And Caleb, without even looking away at first, goes, "Yeah, it was in the movie." So I paused it, rewound, played the exact moment again. No giggle. And the look on his face after that, when he realized it wasn't the movie, was the closest he's ever come to admitting the house might have been interacting with us. That's it. That's my year in that basement. Nothing huge, nothing cinematic. Just enough little moments, quiet and strange and perfectly timed, to make you feel like the house was listening back. So, 2 days ago, my husband, Eli, and I went to Hollywood Forever Cemetery. It's a place we end up a lot, honestly. There's a particular celebrity grave we visit pretty regularly, sometimes even weekly when it's hot out and we're looking for a quiet walk. We're heading there like we always do, and as we pass this completely ordinary-looking grave, nothing dramatic, no huge monument, just a normal marker, I have this weird little moment, like a snap of a memory that isn't mine. I remember seeing a young guy standing near it, and in that memory, he looks straight at me and says, clear as anything, "Hey, we were born the same year." I stop walking. My stomach does that drop thing. I turn to Eli and I start to say, "This is going to sound awful, but..." And then I cut myself off, because part of me is hoping I'm wrong. Part of me is hoping my brain is just doing some spooky pattern nonsense. So I walk back to the grave to check, like I'm proving something to myself. There are little succulents planted around the base of the marker, and I gently move them aside, almost like I'm stalling, like if I take long enough, maybe the numbers won't be what I think they are. And there it is. 1978. Not my year exactly, but close enough to hit the same nerve. Close enough that my whole body goes cold anyway. Eli comes over, and I can't even speak. I just point. He looks at it, then looks at me, and I can tell he's trying to translate what he thinks just happened. He says something like, "Maybe you heard same generation, or you thought of your own year and your brain filled in the rest." But that's the thing. I didn't think it. It arrived fully formed, like a line delivered. I try to act normal after that, like, okay, weird coincidence, moving on. Because what else do you do? How do you not make a big deal out of something that makes your spine feel like it's vibrating? But on the way out, I can't help it. I stop by the grave again. I tell myself it's just curiosity, just checking. But the truth is, the air around it feels worse, thicker, like the space is irritated with me. This time I ask Eli to hang back, because I have this sudden, very specific feeling that his presence isn't welcome. Not because he's done anything, but because he can't sense what I'm sensing. Like I'm the only one being addressed, and bringing a witness is rude. I step closer, and it's hard to explain this without sounding unhinged, but it feels like the young man, who I only saw in that delayed memory way, was asking me something. Like, are you going to turn me into a story? Are you going to make a thing out of this? And I felt myself answering, quietly, no, I'm not trying to do that. But I didn't feel believed. It felt like the connection, whatever it was thinning, cutting out, like a phone call about to drop. And right before it went dead, I got this sharp impression. Don't tell people. Which is ridiculous, right? Because I'm standing in a cemetery basically negotiating with a vibe. But that's what it felt like. And I should probably explain. As a kid, stuff like this wasn't rare for me. Not in the Hollywood ghost movie way. I didn't see full-bodied apparitions walking around. It was more like I'd have an experience, and then seconds later it would show up inside my head as a memory. Like my brain was recording something my eyes didn't fully catch. Then, when I was about 9, at summer camp, I had this counselor, older kid, probably high school, who made me a target. Not because I was disruptive, but because I wasn't interested in sports. I'd sit off to the side and do silly little tarot readings for other campers instead of caring about drills. One afternoon, before softball practice, that counselor told a couple of boys to teach me a lesson before he even walked over. And they did. Not like movie fighting, like real, humiliating, chaotic kid violence. It got stopped quickly, thank God. Someone saw. I got hauled to the nurse, then to the camp office. My parents came storming in furious, threatening legal action, the whole thing. The camp folded fast. The counselor was fired. They offered my camp fees covered for future summers. Hush money vibes, honestly. But the part that stuck with me wasn't the paperwork. It was the ride home. Because my parents, after all that, still somehow turned it into my fault. Like if I hadn't been weird, none of it would have happened. And that night, I took my tarot cards, my stupid little comfort object, and I threw them away. Not in a trash can. I shoved them down this old incinerator chute, like I was trying to erase the entire part of myself that wanted to believe in anything unseen. And it worked, sort of. I grew up and became a hard skeptic. The kind of adult who rolls their eyes first, explains later. I buried everything. I forgot what it felt like to have that kind of sensitivity, or at least I convinced myself I did. But now, 2 days after the cemetery, I can't shake it. I told one friend, my friend Jonah, because I needed to say it out loud to someone who wouldn't freak out. His reaction was basically, huh, that's creepy, and then we moved on. Nothing dramatic. Then later today, I'm sitting with Eli watching a movie. I'm fully engaged, relaxed, not even thinking about the cemetery anymore, and I see something. It's hard to describe. It's not like a glare or a reflection. It's this symmetrical shape of light, almost crystalline, like a solid object made entirely of brightness. Clean edges, too precise to be random. It hangs there in my vision for a moment like it belongs. I immediately ask Eli, "Do you see that?" He says no. And the second he says no, it disappears, like it hurt him. And then my glasses fog up. Not like normal fogging where you breathe wrong and they haze over. They filled from the bottom up, like a tide. I take them off, rubbing the lenses, and I ask him to turn on the light in the room. He fumbles for it for a second, and my vision is still blurry because without my glasses, everything's soft around the edges. Then he finally flips the light on, and suddenly everything is perfectly clear. Not better, not adjusted, clear, like my eyes snapped into focus without the lenses. I just sat there holding my glasses in my hands, feeling that same heavy, sour energy I felt standing by the grave. And that's the part that scares me the most. Because the cemetery thing could be coincidence, a stray thought, a creepy alignment of dates and imagination and grief in the air. But that light, whatever that was, it felt connected, like the same thread tugging again. And I don't like what it feels like when it tugs. So, these are some of my very first memories. They're not in perfect order because this was over 30 years ago, and childhood memories are kind of like that, little snapshots in a shoebox. But they all happened in the same place, this older house in Austell, the one I grew up in for a while. And what's funny is, after all of this, I never had anything like it happen again. Not once. Part of me honestly wishes I had, just for the proof of it. Like, come on, universe, give me a sequel. Anyway, when I was little, I had this toy record player, bright plastic, the kind with those thick, chunky records you could practically use as coasters. I was sitting there messing with it one afternoon, and out of nowhere, sound started coming out of the speaker. Not the normal, scratchy toy sound either. It was like something real was trying to come through. I can't remember what it was saying or playing, only that it wasn't supposed to happen. It lasted maybe a few seconds, and then it stopped like nothing happened. I tried so hard to make it do it again. I pushed buttons, swapped records, smacked the side like that would help. Nothing. Just dead silence. At night, sometimes after everyone was asleep, I'd hear dishes clink together in the kitchen. Real subtle, like someone was carefully stacking plates, but nobody ever got up. I'd lie there listening, feeling that weird mix of curiosity and, I should not be hearing this. My bed was positioned so I could see straight down the hallway if I turned my head just right. And one night, I'm lying there, staring into the dark like kids do, when something peeks around the corner of the doorway. A skeleton. Not like a Halloween decoration, not like a silly cartoon, just a pale, bony face and a hand, leaning out, looking straight at me. And then it lifted its hand and gave me this little wave, like we were neighbors. And I just watched it. I didn't even scream. I was too young to fully understand what should scare me. Another night, I was asleep on my stomach, and I felt a hand drag down my back, like a slow clawing motion. Not hard enough to hurt, but firm enough to snap me awake. I remember freezing, holding my breath, and then doing that thing kids do where you convince yourself if you don't move, you'll be fine. The next morning, I asked my parents, my mom, Renee, and my dad, Mark, if either of them had come into my room. They both looked genuinely confused and said no. And honestly, the early stuff didn't terrify me. It was just strange. Like the house had its own little secrets. But the next things, those scared me. And I'm telling you, these are as clear in my head as if they happened last week. One night, I woke up and my bed was moving. Not shaking like a passing truck, not wobbling like a kid climbing in. Moving, shifting, lifting, like it couldn't decide if it wanted to stay on the floor or float. And then I heard two men talking, calm, like they were having a conversation in another room, except they weren't in another room. They were right there, in the dark, near me. I remember whispering, really small, "Hey?" And one of the voices immediately snapped back, "Be quiet, kid." Not yelling, just sharp, final. So I did what any sensible child would do. I shut my mouth, pulled the covers over my head, and stayed there like a statue until morning. And that became the pattern. If something impossible happened, I hid and waited for daylight to save me. Not long after that came the one that still makes my stomach tighten when I think about it. And she started praying with me. The bedtime prayer. Now I lay me down to sleep. I pray the Lord my soul to keep. I was half asleep, listening, letting the rhythm calm me down. And right in the middle of it, she started to fade. Not like she stood up and left, not like she walked away. She just thinned out, like fog, like someone turning down a dimmer switch on a person. I panicked. I sat up and screamed, full volume, "Mama!" Just screaming for her like my whole life depended on it. And here's the part that messes with me the most. It felt like my voice didn't go anywhere, like the sound stayed trapped in my room, like I was screaming inside a bubble. Because a second later, my real mom, Renee, came rushing out of my sister Tessa's room into my doorway, hair a mess, eyes wide, like I'd startled her. But not like she'd heard me, more like she'd sensed something was wrong. And right behind her, this is the part I can still see if I close my eyes. Soldiers came running past her in full uniform. Not one, several. Boots pounding, moving fast, like they were charging through the house. My mom didn't react to them, not even a flinch. And I just vanished under the covers again, like that blanket could make me invisible. Then there's the last one, the final story. The one that has such a bizarre detail that I almost hate saying it out loud, because it sounds like something you'd make up. I got out of bed and went to my parents' room. I climbed in between them the way little kids do when they need safety. They were both deeply asleep, like not even stirring. I lay there for a minute, finally calming down. And then I heard a voice, low and close. "Hey, kid." I looked toward the foot of the bed, and sitting there, clear as day, was a ventriloquist doll. Not a cute toy, a real-looking one, with that stiff posture and that grin that doesn't feel friendly. I didn't know who it was back then. I learned later it looked exactly like that old character, the classic dummy people call Charlie. But at the time, it was just a talking doll at the end of my parents' bed. It asked me my name. Then it asked my mom's name, my dad's name. Just questions, casual, like it was taking notes. And the more it asked, the colder I felt inside, because it wasn't playful, it wasn't joking. It was curious in a way that felt wrong, like it didn't belong there but wanted to. So I did my usual move. I hid, pulled the covers up, squeezed my eyes shut, and waited until my fear ran out of oxygen. Years later, I actually wrote the people who live in that house now. I just asked if anything strange had ever happened to them. I didn't accuse, didn't get dramatic, just asked. They never responded. And that's it. Those are the Austell memories, little flashes of impossible things. Sometimes I wonder if the house was haunted, or if childhood has some doorway we grow out of. Like when you're young, you're tuned to a station nobody else can hear, and eventually, you lose the signal. But I swear, those nights felt real. And even now, telling you this, I can still feel exactly what it felt like to pull that blanket over my head and pray morning would come faster. So, ever since I moved, I haven't felt like myself. Not even close. The place we're in now used to belong to this very devout family. Like, the kind where every wall has something watching you. Crosses, saint pictures, little framed prayers, the whole thing. And there were these paintings everywhere too. Not valuable, not charming, just unsettling. Like they were made with love, but also with a heavy kind of intensity that lingers in a room. We cleared out most of it when we moved in, but I swear the house still kept the vibe. Like you can remove the objects, but not whatever they left behind. There's this one room in particular. Technically, it's a bedroom, but it's basically a storage closet with a bunk bed shoved into it. No real window, just this cramped, dead air box. The previous owners had their 2 daughters sleeping in there, And I'm not even exaggerating when I say it feels like a sealed compartment. We call it the drawer room because bedroom feels like a lie. The furniture we inherited is old and stiff and uncomfortable, and it has that creepy old house smell you can never fully scrub out. But we can't afford to replace it yet, so we live with it. We try to make it ours. We really do. And then the noises started. At first it was small stuff, soft sounds at night, like murmuring through a wall. But it didn't match anything outside. You know how you can usually tell when it's neighbors, or the building settling, or a car passing? This was different. It was too close, too specific, like a voice that almost resolves into words, and then doesn't. Like your brain keeps trying to grab onto it. And I moved here at the worst possible time. I'm in Italy, near Rome, and it was a special Holy Year kind of situation. Everything was crowded, rents were shooting up, and there were basically no options unless you wanted to pay something insane. So we took this house because it was what we could get. Simple as that. But from day one, I felt squeezed. Not physically trapped, but like the house itself was narrow. Like the hallway air was too thick. Like every corner leaned inward by an inch. Even when the place is genuinely clean, like objectively tidy, it looks wrong. Like it never quite resets. Like the mess is invisible, but permanent. And then my body started falling apart. At first I thought it was stress. Moving stress makes sense, right? But it wasn't just one sickness. It was constant. For almost 2 months, I was sick on and off. Colds, flu symptoms, fevers, sore throat, fatigue. The kind of thing where you keep thinking, okay, this is the last one, and then it comes back again like it's scheduled. Time passes, and instead of improving, it gets worse. A year and a few months in, I realized I couldn't even remember what normal felt like. The first half year, I was sick for most of it, like I'd get a short break and then crash again. And then one of the episodes got so bad I ended up in the hospital with brutal stomach pain, like deep, twisting pain that wouldn't stop. They ran test after test after test. Nothing. No explanation, no clear cause, just me, curled up and miserable, being told, everything looks fine. And it's not mold. We checked. Everyone always asks that first. Mold, damp, bad ventilation. But no, the house is dry. There's no obvious culprit. Which somehow makes it worse, because at least mold would be a villain with a name. Like freak accidents. I stabbed my hand while cooking. Full-on puncture wound, blood everywhere. Then, not long after that, I almost sliced the tip of my finger off. Another ER visit. After that, there was a third accident where I honestly just sat there holding pressure like, I can't do this again. And I dealt with it myself. It healed, luckily, but the fact that I even reached that point, that's not me. I don't usually live like that. The cruelest part is, we moved here because it's close to the sea. The sea is my favorite thing. It's the one place my brain goes quiet. And we're so close, like 20 minutes away. We both work from home, so in theory we could go all the time, even just for an hour at sunset. But I barely went. All summer, months of perfect beach weather, I was either sick, recovering, or literally stitched up. We went maybe a dozen times total. And every time I stayed home, hearing the waves in my imagination instead of actually being there, I felt this heavy sadness like I was being punished for wanting something simple. Then I had a stretch where I thought, maybe it's over. A couple of good months. I started to hope again. And now it's back, only different. It started as these unbearable headaches, like pressure behind my eyes. Then my jaw started hurting, then my teeth, then my ear, like the pain couldn't decide where to live, so it just kept moving around. I'd have a few okay days and then get slammed again. Nausea, vomiting, diarrhea. Like my body is doing this exhausting cycle where it barely lets me breathe before dragging me under again. and every test says I'm fine. I'm in my 20s. Before this house, I'd been to the ER maybe once in my entire life. Now it's multiple times in a short span, and there were at least 2 more times I probably should have gone but didn't, because I'm tired of being looked at like I'm a mystery that isn't worth solving. Even my dog changed here. He's more reactive, more alert, more jumpy, like he's constantly listening for something I can't hear. I tell myself it's just a new environment, new smells, different routines, but in my gut, it doesn't feel that simple. And I know how this sounds. I do. But I genuinely feel like this house doesn't like me. Like it's rejecting me. Like it's pushing back. Like it's pressing its thumb into my life until I'm too exhausted to fight it. My partner, Lena, eats the same food I do, lives in the same rooms, breathes the same air. She's fine. She gets tired sometimes, normal stuff, but she's not constantly sick. So it's not food poisoning, it's not something we're both exposed to, not in any obvious way. It feels aimed. And I hate myself for even thinking that. And then there are the little things. Electronics turning on and off with no input. Lights flickering when nothing else is happening. A charger that works one day and not the next. Stuff that could totally be old wiring, totally explainable, except it always seems to happen when I'm already overwhelmed. Like the house is adding one more tiny insult just to remind me it can. I'm constantly in pain or discomfort, and nothing shows up on paper. No proof, no neat diagnosis, just this grinding, never-ending sense of wrong. So I'm asking, quietly, honestly, has anyone ever felt like this? Like a place can get under your skin? Like you're losing your mind, but you're also not, because your body is the one screaming first. Alright, so let me tell you about tonight, because I'm still trying to make it make sense. My mom, Mary Ann, has been recovering from a stroke. She's doing better, slowly, day by day, but she still has those nights where she's tired in a way you can't really fix. So I went over there after work, like I usually do, and I hooked my phone up to the upstairs TV with an HDMI cable so she could watch a show without squinting at a little screen. Nothing fancy, just one of those small I love you things you do without saying it out loud. Then I did the other son stuff. I started mowing her yard because, if I'm being honest, I've kind of taken over her place as my home base. Her garage is basically my tool shed now. Half my projects, my ladder, my bags, random equipment. It's not pretty, but it works. And here's another detail. Trash pickup is Monday where she lives, and my place right now is a mess because I don't have running water, which also means I don't have trash service. So on Sundays, I bag everything up, toss it in the back of my SUV, and bring it to Mom's so I can roll it out with hers. Not glamorous, but that's where I'm at. So I'm mowing, and this storm front starts rolling in, one of those sudden, heavy ones, like the sky just decides to dump a bucket. I stop early because the rain gets ridiculous. I'm soaked, the yard's a lake, so I head into the garage to grab the municipal trash can and drag it out to the curb. And that's when the first weird thing happened. The garage door was open during the storm, but the trash cans and recycling bin were way inside, like a good 12 or 15 feet in. And one of the cans, the lid was wet. Not damp like humidity, not misted, wet like it had been rained on. But the sides were dry, the wheels were dry, just the top looked like it had caught rainfall. I remember standing there with my hand on the handle thinking, that's odd. Then I brushed it off because, honestly, when you're carrying your life around in tool bags and garbage bags, you don't have the luxury of stopping to be creeped out. Except I had to move a ton of stuff to even reach the cans. Earlier in the week, I'd done a side job and dumped everything near the garage entrance. Tool bags, a folding work platform, a big extension ladder. It was jammed between my old project truck and two motorcycles. No clear path. So I'm shoving things aside, muttering under my breath, trying not to scrape a bike or slam into the truck. I get the first can out, roll it to the curb, come back inside, and I tell Mom, I'll be back later tonight. I've got a little downtime, but I still need to drag the recycling out. A couple hours pass. I come back up, and now I'm going for the recycling bin and the second trash can. We'd bought a second can because, more space, but the city refuses to empty it because it isn't the official one. So it mostly just sits in there being useless. And when I get to it, same thing. The lid looks like it's been rained on. I look at Mom and I go, "Hey, did you take this outside earlier?" And she's like, "No." But I press it. I'm tired. I'm already on edge from the storm, and in my head I'm trying to solve it logically. "Are you sure? Because it's wet on top like it was outside." She gets defensive, rightfully, honestly, and she says, "Eli, I watched you take the other trash can out. I didn't touch anything." So now I'm standing there feeling like a jerk and also feeling unsettled. To calm myself down, I check the camera that points from the garage toward the street, thinking maybe it caught something. Maybe the garage door blew rain in. Maybe something shifted. That bothered me enough that I walked through the house, room to room, checking doors, checking corners, listening. Just me and Mom. Nothing. No signs of anyone. So I tell her goodnight, I lock everything up, and I leave. I drive maybe half a mile, not far, and my phone rings. It's Mom, and she goes, "The TV just shut off by itself, and the hall light keeps turning on and off." I spun right around. I mean, instantly. That adrenaline, something's wrong with my mom, panic hits, and I'm back at her driveway in minutes. She meets me, wide-eyed, pointing toward the hallway like she's afraid to look at it too long. She says, "It turned on and off twice right after you pulled away." I go straight to the living room and start looking for the TV remote because sometimes it's just the remote. And sure enough, I dig it out from between the couch cushions like it's been hiding there all along. I hold it up like, "Okay, that part, solved." But Mom looks at me and goes, "So what about the hall light?" And I don't have anything for her. I just don't. I'm standing there thinking about the wet trash can lids, the camera cutting out, the light flipping, the TV going dark, and I can feel myself getting angry, not at her, but at the situation, at my own fear, at the fact that my brain wants to blame something. And I had yelled earlier, not proud of it. I'd basically interrogated my mom like she was sneaking trash cans outside in the rain for fun. So I apologize. I tell her I'm sorry, that I'm just stressed, and I love her, and I'm not mad at her. I hug her, like a real hug, the kind where you hold on an extra second because you're grateful she's standing there. Then I walk out again. I step onto the porch, hit the lock button on my key fob, and I hear music. Coming from the garage, like a radio is on. I freeze. I'm not even joking. I just stood there with my thumb still on the fob, trying to process what I was hearing. And at the exact same time, my phone rings again. It's Mom, and she picks up immediately and says, before I can even speak, "There's music coming from the basement." I just said, "I hear it too." I hit the garage door opener, the door rolls up, and sure enough, one of my old radios is blasting like somebody just decided to throw on a song at full volume. I run in and shut it off, staring at the dial like it's going to explain itself. It hadn't been on. I know it hadn't. I'd been in that garage multiple times tonight, moving things, dragging cans, looking for answers. It wasn't playing a minute earlier. And listen, I'm not here to convince you of anything. I'm just telling you what happened. But tonight felt wrong in this quiet, personal way, like the house was nudging us, poking at the edges of normal. And the creepiest part? It wasn't even the music. It was Mom's voice on the phone, small, tired, scared, asking me to explain something I couldn't explain. I've had strange experiences before. I've seen things I can't neatly label. I just never expected it to happen in her house. Not like this. Not on a night I was just trying to do the kind sun stuff. Mow the lawn, take out the trash, help my mom watch a show. And I swear to you, I'm going to be thinking about that wet trash can lid for a long, long time. Okay, so let me tell you something that's been sitting with me ever since I heard it, because it genuinely rattled me in a way I didn't expect. A friend of mine, Nabil, was the one who told me this first story. It happened in Morocco, in the small town where his dad grew up. His dad was about 7 years old when it happened, and now he's, I don't know, in his early 50s or so. But the way Nabil described it, you could tell this wasn't just some random tale people repeat for fun. This was one of those town stories that becomes part of the place. So when Nabil's dad was a kid, he used to play outside with this little girl named Salma. She was a couple years younger than him, and their families knew each other well. Neighbors, basically. Normal childhood stuff. Then one day, Salma had an accident. She fell into a deep hole in the ground. Like, not a little ditch, a real hole. And she got badly hurt. Depending on who tells it, it was her leg, or her arm. But either way, she couldn't just go home right away. So for a few days, she stayed with Nabil's dad's family while she recovered, and while the adults figured out what to do next. And that's when the strange part starts. The very first night she's there, they hear this sharp clattering on the roof, like something small but hard hitting the tiles. At first they think it's an animal or kids messing around, so the adults go up to check. Nothing. No one. No footprints, no kids hiding, no birds perched up there. Just a few small stones on the roof, like they'd been dropped from above. Except there wasn't any above. It's a roof. And then it happens again. And again. For 3 days straight. Not non-stop, but enough that everyone in the house starts watching for it. They try to catch it in the act. They check the street. They check neighboring roofs. They accuse kids. They blame birds. They even suspect someone's playing a sick joke on an injured girl. But nobody ever sees a hand throwing anything. Nobody catches anyone running away. The stones are only ever seen mid-fall or after they land. And here's the detail that makes my skin go cold even saying it. The moment Salma finally leaves to go back home, it stops. Just stops. Like a switch flips. Of course the town talks. At first it's just whispers. Did you hear what happened at the Bouzid house? But pretty soon everybody knows. And the rumor becomes this. When Salma is around, stones fall. People start testing it too, because that's what people do. They watch her pass by, they wait, they listen. Some are curious, some are cruel about it. But no one can explain it. No one finds a culprit. Eventually, someone connects it back to the hole she fell into. Like, what if it wasn't just an accident? So men from the town go to the place. They climb down or lean in with lanterns, something like that. And what they find makes the story take a darker turn. Candle wax, pooled and hardened in places, and strange red writing on the walls. Not like a kid scribbling, like someone actually meant it. After that, they fill the hole in, completely, like they're trying to bury whatever it was. And Salma, this part is told kind of carefully. like people still don't like saying it out loud. They call in an imam, not just to pray, but to perform a kind of spiritual cleansing, an exorcism basically, even if the word sounds different in an Islamic context. Nabil told me the village went quiet for a full week. Schools closed, shops didn't open, parents kept kids inside. Like everyone collectively decided, we are not going to tempt this. And then, it stops. No more stones, no more roof clattering, no more little rocks appearing out of nowhere around her.
So that alone is creepy, right?
But here's where it gets worse, because it didn't just stay as a story. A few days after he told me, I borrowed a book from Nabil's room. It was one of those old, slightly yellowed books that look like they've been passed through hands for decades. He said the whole bookshelf originally belonged to his great-uncle, so it had this dusty, family relic vibe. The book was in French, published in 1972, and it was about paranormal cases and theories. The title was Les Mystères du Surnaturel, and it was written by someone named Robert Tocqué. I wasn't even reading it because I fully believed anything. I was just curious, like, okay, if weird stuff happens, what kind of weird stuff has been recorded? And then I hit this one story. It's set in France, in a town near the coast, Arcachon, and there's a sanatorium there, the kind they used to have for tuberculosis patients. Long corridors, quiet rooms, that whole image. In this place, there's an older woman staying in one of the rooms, and the staff and patients start noticing something. Wherever she goes, little stones start falling nearby. Not crushing boulders, small rocks you could hold in your palm, but enough that it freaks people out. Then she leaves. A new patient moves into her room, a girl, around 17, and the same thing starts happening again. Same pattern. Stones appearing out of nowhere, falling around people, never quite hitting anyone. At first, everyone tries to explain it away. Drafts, loose gravel, someone playing tricks, but they can't find anything. They can't catch anyone. There's no source. And the most unsettling part is that the rocks aren't found stacked somewhere. They're only noticed as they fall. One day, when patients and workers are outside enjoying the sun, the stones start raining down again, right as that teenage girl comes out to join them. Like the air around her is the trigger. And then the exact same thing happens as in the Morocco story. When she eventually leaves the sanatorium, the phenomenon stops. So now I'm sitting there with this book open, and I'm realizing I've heard two stories. Different countries, different decades, totally unrelated people, and yet the details line up way too neatly. And these are the specific details that got under my skin. The stones only fell when the girl was nearby. The stones were never seen being thrown, only falling. They didn't really hurt anyone, almost like they were aimed to miss. And both stories were tied to a location, the hole in Morocco, the room in France. It sounds small when I list it like that. It almost sounds simple, but that's exactly what made it terrifying to me, because it wasn't chaotic, it wasn't random, it had rules. And when something like that has rules, something that shouldn't exist, behaving like it has a pattern, you start feeling like you're not just hearing a scary story anymore. You start feeling like you're brushing up against something that might actually be real. So, this happened when I was a kid, around 2012, I think. I was maybe 10 or 11. My mom, Tanya, had been dating this guy named Rick for a couple years, and eventually she decided we were all going to move into his place. And it's weird because I don't remember a lot of houses from when I was growing up. Like, most places are just blank. But that house, I remember it way too clearly. The layout, the lighting, the feeling of it. Like it left a thumbprint on my brain. I was one of those kids who loved spooky stuff. I'd stay up watching ghost shows and anything paranormal I could find. But I wasn't the kind of kid who expected something to actually happen to me, you know? I wasn't walking around scared all the time, but about 2 weeks after we moved in, I started feeling off, constantly, like this low-level anxiety I couldn't explain. Not, I think I saw something fear, more like my body was reacting before my brain could make up a reason. Just this steady uneasiness, like the air in that house was heavier than it should have been. After a month or so, we got into this routine, weekend movie nights. We'd all pile into the living room, watch something late, and I'd always fall asleep on the couch. I didn't have my own room yet, so the couch was basically my spot. And every single time I woke up in the middle of the night, the TV would be off, the room would be pitch black, and I'd realize my mom and Rick had gone to bed without waking me. It sounds normal, but the second I opened my eyes, I'd get hit with this intense fear, like my stomach dropped and my skin tightened, like something in the dark was present, not visible, just there. I'd end up sneaking into my mom's room and whispering, asking if I could sleep next to her because I couldn't calm down. And she'd let me, but I could tell she didn't fully get why I was so freaked out. Then one night, this was the last time I ever slept out there. I woke up and it was darker than usual. No TV glow, no hallway light, nothing. And Rick's cat, this gray cat named Miso, was perched on the back edge of the couch right beside me. The second I saw her, this wave of something is wrong hit me so hard it was like I'd been slapped awake. And then Miso's whole body changed. She shot upright, her fur literally lifted, like it stood on end, and she started doing this deep, low growl I had never heard from her before. Not a hiss, not playful. This was serious, like warning level. And she was staring, locked in, toward the kitchen. Toward this one area I'd been avoiding without even realizing I was avoiding it. I didn't think. I just ran, like full sprint, bare feet, heart banging, straight into my mom's room. I remember almost tripping because I was going so fast, and I begged her, actually begged her, not to make me sleep in the living room again. I was shaking so badly she could tell it wasn't me being dramatic. She believed me after that. About a week later, my cousin Jade came to visit. She was older, maybe 15 or 16. Since she was there, Rick said we could sleep in his son's old bedroom, the one that hadn't been used in years. So we're in this room that feels kind of stale, like it's been shut up for a long time. Jade sleeps on the side closest to the door, and I'm on the inside, facing the wall. And in the middle of the night, I wake up and I really have to pee. Like, bad. But I'm still messed up from that couch night, so I decide I'm not going alone. I roll over and start tapping Jade's back, whispering her name. Nothing. I tap harder, say her name again. Still nothing. She doesn't move an inch, just sleeping, facing away from me. I froze. And I remember thinking, nope, I'll hold it. I don't care. I'm not going anywhere. So I start turning back toward the wall, trying to make myself smaller, trying to just go back to sleep. And as I turn, my eyes land on the foot of the bed. There's someone sitting there. Not on the bed, like sitting the way someone sits on a chair. But there was no chair. They were upright, perfectly still, posture straight like a mannequin. At first, my brain can't process it. It's dark, and my eyes are trying to adjust, and I'm thinking maybe it's a jacket on something. Maybe it's my imagination. But then the shape becomes a person, and I realize it looks exactly like Jade. Same hair, same face, same outline, except wrong, because the Jade beside me is still asleep, breathing evenly, not moving, and the one at the foot of the bed is turned toward me, smiling. This wide, calm smile like she's posing for a photo. Her face was clear, and her body looked almost lit from the inside. like she was softly glowing in the darkness. And at the same time, she looked thin, not like skinny, like transparent. Like if you stared long enough, you could almost see through her. I have never felt fear like that. Not "I'm scared" fear. Not "I saw something creepy" fear. This was primal. Like my body decided, you are not safe right now. I couldn't scream. I couldn't move. I just stared for a second that felt like a year, and then I yanked the blanket over my face and curled up as tight as I could. I stayed like that for what felt like hours, just listening, waiting, praying I'd fall asleep. Eventually, I must have drifted off, because the next thing I remember is morning light. I was desperate to tell them. I told my mom, I told Jade, and Jade, being Jade, just laughed and messed with me, like, "Oh yeah? Well, I saw you crawling on the ceiling last night," and she cracked up like it was hilarious. And after that, I stopped talking about it for a long time. Years. Because part of me was like, maybe I imagined it. Maybe I was a kid. Maybe I was overtired. Maybe my brain made it up. But deep down, I never believed that. Not really. Because I can still see it in my head. I can still feel what it felt like. And then, more recently, I brought it up to my mom again, and she didn't brush it off. She got this look on her face like she'd been waiting for me to say it. She told me that house freaked her out too, that she always felt uncomfortable there. That honestly messed with me even more, because it made it feel real, like it wasn't just in my head. And now, every time I learn something new, like people talking about astral projection, or stories about mimics, things that copy someone you know, I think back to that night. Because I still don't know what I saw. Was it Jade, like some weird out-of-body thing? Or was it something pretending to be her? All I know is, it's been more than a decade, and I still get chills when I picture that smile at the foot of the bed. Hey, so I've been sitting on this for a while, and I still don't really know what to make of it. I'm sharing it the way it was told to me, because if someone out there has dealt with anything like this, or knows how to make it stop, I'd honestly love to hear from you. This isn't even my story, technically. It's my friend's. She's 16, and I'll call her Riley. I've known her forever, and she's not the type to invent things for attention. If anything, she tries to downplay stuff so nobody worries. Riley lives maybe 15 minutes from me, in a pretty normal, busy neighborhood. Schools nearby, families, traffic, the whole thing. Nothing about the area screams creepy. Her grandpa actually built their house himself, which always felt kind of sweet to me. It's been in the family a long time. A couple family members have passed away in the house over the years, but nothing suspicious. Just normal, sad life kind of stuff. The first weird thing was her dog. And I know how that sounds, but listen, this dog is ridiculously gentle. Like not an aggressive bone in her body. Riley swears she'd never heard her growl at anyone or anything before. But one night, this was around late December 2024, during winter break, her dog started growling at the end of Riley's bed. Just staring at the foot of the bed like something was standing there. Low, steady growl. Not playful, not protective. More like warning. Riley kind of brushed it off. She was like, okay, maybe she heard a noise, and tried to move on. Then months later, around spring break, it started again, only more often. I was actually on the phone with her one of those times. Her parents were out, and it was just her and her older brother in the house. Mid-conversation, the dog starts growling again. Riley's trying to laugh it off, but I could hear it in her voice. She was unsettled. After that, the dog got stuck on the bathroom. For a few days straight, The dog would walk up to the bathroom doorway and just freeze. She wouldn't step inside. She would just stare into it and growl, like the room had something in it she didn't want to cross. Riley even tried calling her in with treats. Nothing. The dog wouldn't do it. And then Riley had this dream. She described it like it wasn't a normal dream at all, like it had weight, like her body remembered it afterward. In the dream, her mom was standing near the bathroom, talking to someone Riley couldn't see at first, like she was having a calm conversation with a person who didn't belong there. Then her mom called Riley over, like it was totally normal. When Riley got closer, she saw a woman standing just outside the bathroom. Average height, simple white dress, nothing fancy, just plain. Her hair was shoulder length but hacked up, uneven, like someone had cut it in a hurry or in anger. The woman was facing the bathroom, not inside it, but right beside the door. Riley tried to speak to her. No answer. She kept trying, louder, more desperate, and the woman didn't react. Riley couldn't see her face either. It was like the dream refused to show her. Even when the woman shifted, it stayed hidden, like a blur or a shadow where her features should have been. Then the woman reached out and put a hand on Riley's shoulder. When she woke up, there was nothing there. No injury. Just that gross, lingering feeling like, why do I still feel this? For a while after that, things calmed down. Not totally, but enough that Riley was trying to convince herself it was all stress or coincidence. And then came the thing she still can't explain. This happened one afternoon when she was sitting on the couch. The dog starts growling again, same as always, but this time she's staring down the hallway, like laser-focused, hackles up, the kind of stare that makes your stomach drop because you realize the animal is reacting to something you can't see. Riley stood up and leaned into the hallway to look. Nothing. Just the normal dim light indoors. But then she noticed something behind her bedroom door, like the door was slightly open and something was peeking from the gap. She described the face in a way that still makes my skin crawl. Not like a normal face at all. More like stretched and rounded, kind of squashed, like the shape of a gourd. No expression, just staring. And Riley said the worst part wasn't even the face. It was that she couldn't move. Like her body forgot how. Like she was stuck standing there, staring back, heart pounding, trying to force her legs to work, and they just wouldn't. And then she blinked, and it was gone. No sound, no footsteps, no door moving, just gone, like it had never been there. She didn't tell her parents right away. She didn't want to sound dramatic. And honestly, I don't think she wanted it to become real by saying it out loud. But after that, little things started stacking up again, especially once summer hit. Her dad started mentioning that he'd hear someone calling from another room, like Riley's voice, faintly. Like she'd be upstairs and he'd hear, "Dad?" from the hallway. But Riley wouldn't be there. Sometimes she'd be sitting right next to him when he heard it. And then there was the whisper. Riley told me she was about to walk past the bathroom, and someone whispered right into her ear, clear as day, "Hey." She thought it was her dad messing with her, like he was behind her trying to scare her. But when she turned, the lights were off, and both her parents were asleep in their room. Her brother basically lives in the basement and never comes up unless he has to, so it wasn't him either. After that, the dog refused to go down the hallway at all, like full stop. She'd plant her feet and pull back, like the hallway was a boundary line. And she stopped sleeping in Riley's room too, even though she used to love curling up there. So yeah, that's where things are at. And here's the one extra detail that makes it even harder to shrug off. Apparently, the neighbors who lived next door years ago were into ritual stuff. Like, not candles and vibes, but actual rituals. That's what Riley's family heard, at least. I don't know what was true and what was rumor, but it's the only reason we can even grasp at right now. We're trying not to spiral. We keep telling ourselves we might be overthinking it, that it could be stress, dreams, old house noises, the dog reacting to something normal. But it doesn't feel normal. So if anyone's been through something like this, or knows what it means when a dog refuses a hallway and a bathroom feels like a dead zone, I'm listening. Because right now we're stuck between this is nothing and this is something. And that space is honestly the creepiest part. Okay, I'm still kind of sitting with this because I don't fully know what to do with it yet. A few nights ago, well, technically early morning, I woke up starving. Like, wide awake, stomach growling, starving. I checked the clock and it was somewhere around 2:40 a.m., give or take. So I shuffled downstairs, poured myself a bowl of cereal, and parked it in the recliner in the living room with the TV on low. For a little context, my partner, Evan, and I live with my mom. She's got pretty severe short-term memory issues. Day to day, she can function okay, but she can't live alone because she can't keep up with bills and appointments and all that stuff that piles up quietly. We moved in years ago when my stepdad was still alive. He was dealing with Lewy body dementia, and after he passed in 2021, we stayed because by then, my mom needed us even more. The house is 2 stories, and the layout matters here. When you're sitting in the living room facing toward the kitchen, like the furniture is set up, the stairs are off to the right. There's a landing upstairs that you can't see unless you're standing closer to the staircase. So there I am, half asleep, eating cereal, minding my business. When I hear my mom's voice, clear as anything, call my name. Not muffled, not distant, not like from behind a closed door. It sounded like she was standing right at that upstairs landing, just out of sight, and she called, "Marissa." I froze with the spoon halfway to my mouth. My first reaction wasn't even fear, it was just, oh, she's up. Because honestly, it wouldn't be totally weird. Evan got her this little puppy a couple years ago, and the dog is basically her shadow. Sleeps with her, follows her everywhere, and she'll sometimes get up in the middle of the night to take him outside. Her sleep schedule is flexible. So I just called back, kind of loud because her hearing isn't great. "Yeah?" No answer. So I called again, louder. "Mom?" Still nothing. At that point, I'm thinking she just didn't hear me, so I get up and walk over to the foot of the stairs, still not really alarmed, just mildly annoyed and confused. And there's no one there. I look up. Nothing. Quiet. And here's the thing that immediately felt off. Her bedroom door was shut. She almost never shuts it all the way. We've got cats, 3 of them, and 2 like to sleep in her room, so she usually leaves the door cracked so they can come and go to the litter box. But this time it's closed like she's tucked in for the night. Now I'm starting to get that little prickly feeling in my chest, but I go up anyway. I open her door, and her room is pitch black. She's in bed. I whisper her name, and she stirs, sits up part way, and it's obvious I woke her out of a deep sleep. Her words were thick and slurred in that groggy way, and she looked genuinely confused, like her brain was still trying to figure out what planet she was on. I asked her, "What did you need?" And she just blinked at me like, "What are you talking about?" She hadn't been up, not even close. And the biggest giveaway? The puppy. Because every single time she gets up, every time, he gets up too. He's obsessed with her. If she had been out on that landing, even for a minute, that dog would have been right there with her like a tiny security guard. but he was passed out cold on her bed, not even lifting his head. So now I'm standing in her dark room with my stomach dropping, realizing she did not call me. It wasn't Evan either. His voice is deeper, and there's no way on earth I'd confuse him for my mom. But I'm telling you, it was her voice. Not kind of like, not maybe. It said my name, clearly, at a normal volume from upstairs. I went back downstairs feeling shaken, like the air had shifted. Animals don't do that for no reason. So I'm sitting there trying to act normal, like I can just unfeel what I'm feeling. I turn the TV up a little, trying to distract myself, and then I start hearing something faint. It sounded like music, or maybe a TV playing in another room. Not loud, just this thin, faraway sound, like it was coming from upstairs somewhere. But my mom's TV was off, and the TV in our room wasn't on either. The house was supposed to be asleep. Even the cats seemed tense, like they were listening too. Ears twitching, bodies still, that alert quiet they get when something's not right. And I don't even know how to explain this part except I've always been sensitive. Not in a dramatic way, just in that I notice moods in a room kind of way. I pick up on energy. If something feels heavy or angry or wrong, I usually sense it. But this house? I grew up here. I've lived here forever. And I've never really had things happen here. Most of my weird experiences have been elsewhere. This place has always felt neutral, safe. The only history that makes me pause is what happened when my stepdad was still alive. When his dementia got more advanced, he used to talk about seeing people in the house. Not scary people, just people. And one in particular he called Captain Rook. He described him as this massive man, like 10 feet tall, wearing a tall hat, like something old-fashioned. And he never seemed terrified, more like matter-of-fact about it. We always chalked it up to hallucinations, because Lewy body dementia is notorious for that. But then, years ago, Evan once said he saw a shadow of a very tall figure. Just a shape, but unmistakably tall. I didn't believe him at first. I figured he was half asleep, or his eyes were playing tricks on him. Until one night, also around 3 a.m., I saw it too. Not a full figure in the room, more like a shadow cast against the wall. Tall, still, and the outline of a hat. It lasted only a moment, like a blink, and then it was gone. I remember shaking Evan awake, whispering, "I just saw something." And he barely opened his eyes and mumbled, like it was the most normal thing in the world. "Oh, that's just Captain Rook. He doesn't bother anyone. Go back to sleep." Which is not what you want to hear at 3 a.m., by the way. And that's basically it. That and one time my stepdad's old adding machine started going off even though it was unplugged, which is a whole separate little mystery. But nothing like this. Nothing like hearing my mom's voice call my name from upstairs when she was dead asleep in a dark room with the dog sprawled across her legs. So yeah, I don't know what it was. I don't know what to call it. I just know it happened, and it felt real. And the worst part is that it sounded so normal. Like it was supposed to be normal. Like someone wanted me to come look. And that thought has been sticking with me ever since. Hey, so I've been quietly reading posts like this for a while, and I finally decided to say something. I've had those hair on the back of your neck moments before, like you're being watched, like the air gets heavy. But there are 2 nights from my childhood that I still can't talk myself out of. They just didn't have a neat, logical explanation. I was around 10, maybe 11, so, like, a long time ago now. And I need you to understand something about me back then. I was terrified of the dark, and honestly, pure silence scared me even more. Silence felt alive, like it was waiting. So I always had something on. A little radio. Mine was this bright blue, goofy one shaped like a cartoon character. And sometimes I'd sneak the TV on low just for the glow. Not because I was watching, just because I needed the sound and the light to make the room feel normal. But one night, I got punished. I hadn't cleaned my room. Clothes everywhere, toys, junk, the whole disaster. So my mom said, no radio, no TV, lights out. And she meant it. So there I am in bed, in a room that's pitch black and too quiet. The kind of quiet where you can hear your own thoughts breathing. I'm lying on my back, staring up at the ceiling I can't even see, trying to force myself to fall asleep. And then I hear it. This soft, slow scratching, coming from my closet door. At first, I told myself it had to be our cat, Milo, because he'd get shut in rooms all the time, and he'd scratch when he wanted out. That was the easy answer, the comforting answer. But then my brain caught up with me, and I remembered. Milo hadn't even been in my room that day. And the way my bedroom door worked, it would swing shut on its own every time. You couldn't leave it cracked. So there was no way he'd wandered in. And the second I realized that, my stomach just dropped. I didn't scream. I didn't even move. I did that quiet kid panic. You know the kind, where you're scared you'll make it worse if you acknowledge it. I pulled the blanket up over my head like it could protect me, squeezed my eyes shut, and just tried to disappear into my own bed. And then, something pushed up from underneath. I'm not exaggerating. It felt like hands under the mattress, like someone was trying to lift it, like they were trying to tip me off the bed. The mattress rose just enough for me to feel it shift, and I remember clutching the covers so hard my knuckles hurt. And then the bed started shaking. Not like a little tremor, not like, maybe it's in my head. It shook like someone had climbed up and was jumping on it, full weight, up and down, while I was trapped right there in the middle of it. My whole body went cold. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe right. I swear I felt pinned. And before anyone does that thing where they're like, maybe it was a sibling messing with you. No. My older sister Tessa wasn't living with us then, and my little brother Evan was still a toddler. There was no one sneaking into my room to pull some prank. And even if there was, how do you prank someone from under the bed? I don't know how long it lasted. It felt forever, but it could have been a minute, maybe less. Time does that weird, stretchy thing when you're scared. Eventually, I worked up the courage to yank the blanket down. And everything was normal. The room didn't feel heavy anymore. The silence wasn't crushing. It wasn't even fully dark. There was this faint, ordinary glow coming through the window, like the night had shifted while I was hiding. And that's what messed with me the most. How fast it went from wrong to fine, like someone flipped a switch. My mom came up a little while later, half annoyed, half confused, and asked why I was out of bed. And I didn't tell her any of it. I couldn't. It felt too ridiculous and too real at the same time. I just looked at her and said, really calmly, I cleaned my room. Can I have the TV back? She didn't give me the TV, but she did let me turn the radio on. And I slept with that thing right by my ear like it was a life raft. Nothing ever happened again in that exact way. Not that intense, not that physical. But the second night I'm going to tell you about, honestly, that one still turns my stomach. Same age, same house, different night. Back then, my bedroom door used to have a deadbolt, and it was one of those dumb ones that would click shut automatically. My dad eventually removed it because it kept locking people out, but it left behind this perfectly round little hole in the door, like a peephole at kid height. I used to look through it sometimes when I couldn't sleep, just watching the hallway, feeling safer knowing what was out there. So one night I'm lying in bed, and I put my eye to that little hole, and I see a figure in the hallway. It wasn't my mom. It wasn't my dad. It wasn't anyone shaped like anyone I knew. It was just black, like a person-shaped absence, tall and thin, no detail, no face, just a smooth, shadowy outline. And it was moving toward my door, slowly. It stopped right in front of it, and I swear to you, it felt like it noticed me looking, like it turned its head the tiniest bit and just stared through that hole, straight at my eye. Then it walked away down the hall. And I remember thinking, okay, maybe I imagined it. Maybe it's just the light playing tricks. Maybe... But then it came back, walked right up to my door again, stopped, stared again, and then it turned, like it had decided something, and it walked toward the attic access at the end of the hallway. Here's the thing, that attic door was always locked. Not like we don't go up there locked, like padlocked, a real lock. Nobody was opening it casually. It wasn't accessible, not to me, not to anyone without a key. And the figure just went into it anyway. Not by opening it, not by fiddling with the lock. It just disappeared into that spot like the attic swallowed it. I pulled back from the hole so fast I got dizzy. I shoved myself under the blankets again, but this time it wasn't even about silence or darkness. It was about the fact that something had been out there, in my hallway, behaving like it had a routine, like it was checking if I was watching. Those 2 nights didn't just scare me, they rewired me. After that, I started paying attention to every creak, every cold spot, every weird shadow. I started reading about paranormal stuff like I was trying to find a category to put my own fear into. And I know that sounds dramatic, but it's true. Because once you've felt a bed lift under you, once you've watched something faceless stare back through a hole in your door, it's hard to go back to believing the world is only what you can explain. Anyway, I know how this sounds, but I'm telling you exactly how it happened, exactly how it felt. And those nights still feel close, even now. Like if I think about them too hard, the house wakes up again. Okay, so let me take you back to when I was a kid. One of my closest friends growing up, let's call her Brianna, lived in this part of town that everyone whispered about. The kind of place where the older neighbors would lower their voices and say things like, "That land has a history." People claimed it used to be sacred ground, and whether that was true or just local legend, the reputation stuck. Now, Brianna loved talking about how her house was haunted. She'd casually mention hearing footsteps when no one was upstairs, or doors clicking, or that weird feeling like someone was standing just behind you. Stuff like that. But honestly, from my perspective, her house was amazing. It sat in one of the prettiest, most established neighborhoods, big old trees, wide streets, the kind of homes that felt fancy without trying too hard. And her mom, let's call her Mrs. Delaney, was basically the gold standard of cozy. She decorated for every holiday like it was her personal mission, and she baked like a professional. I'm talking warm cinnamon smells, pies cooling on the counter, little seasonal decorations everywhere. And she threw those fun, wholesome parties where you'd eat too much and laugh until your cheeks hurt. So yeah, I loved going over there. Brianna always had people over, study sessions, birthdays, random sleepovers. I probably spent as much time in that house as I did in my own for a while. But the night I'm about to tell you about, it changed my whole vibe. It was one of those packed sleepovers. No idea what we were celebrating, but I remember her dad was out of town, and that mattered later. We'd done the usual, movies, snacks, giggling about dumb stuff, whispering long after we promised we'd go to sleep. Her bedroom was wall-to-wall air mattresses. Seriously, there wasn't a visible inch of carpet. I ended up on one right by the door. And the door was open, because in that house, it basically always was at night. At the top of the stairs, just out in the hallway, they kept this big industrial fan running, like a loud, constant hum. Brianna's family said it helped cover up the house noises, because apparently the house would creak and pop and make sounds at night that freaked them out. Personally, I hated the thing. It wasn't soothing, it was just loud, like sleeping next to a small airplane engine. So while everyone else is out cold, I'm lying there listening to that endless droning, trying to fall asleep without losing my mind. And this was before everyone had a phone glued to their hand, so I couldn't even check the time. I couldn't see her clock from where I was either. I just had this sense that it was late, or maybe early. Time gets weird when you're stuck awake. At some point, I heard Mrs. Delaney come out of her bedroom, and I know it was her because her room and Brianna's room faced each other across that little hallway. The fan was in between, so you could still hear footsteps moving around it. And again, Brianna's dad wasn't home. Everyone else was asleep in the room with me, and the sound was so clear it snapped my attention immediately. I heard her walk past the fan, and then start down the stairs. And those stairs had 2 steps that always squeaked. Not a little creak, like a sharp, unmistakable squeal. Didn't matter where you stepped, those 2 steps betrayed you every time. I heard them, exactly like always. So in my head, I'm like, okay, she's up. Maybe she's getting water. Maybe she's starting breakfast. And the second my brain went there, I got stuck on it. Because when I tell you this woman made the best pancakes, listen. She did chocolate chip pancakes that were crispy on the edges and soft in the middle. And she'd do this perfect little dusting of powdered sugar, like she was seasoning food with love. Sometimes bacon on the side, sometimes fruit. Always warm, always comforting. So now I'm wide awake, not scared, just hungry and excited. Like, yes, breakfast is coming. This is the prize for surviving the loud fan all night. Time passes. More time than feels normal. And I start thinking, shouldn't she have come back up by now? Usually she'd come upstairs, gently wake everyone, all cheerful and bright like she hadn't been awake half the night. So I shift around on my air mattress until I can see the top of the stairs clearly, just watching and waiting. And then the light changes. That soft, early morning glow starts creeping in, through the blinds in Brianna's room and the window downstairs, turning everything kind of warm and golden. You know that peaceful look a house gets when the day is just beginning? I'm staring at the stairs, still waiting. And then my stomach drops, because I see Mrs. Delaney step out of her bedroom again. Again. I watched her come out, like it was the first time. I watched her turn, and I watched her walk down the stairs. And my whole body went cold because I knew she had already gone down. She hadn't come back up. Not once. Not even a little. And I don't mean, I think. I mean I'd been half awake, hyper-aware, tracking sounds because I couldn't sleep. I heard her footsteps. I heard those 2 squeaky steps. I heard her go down. And I'd been waiting for her to come back up ever since. But she never did. So how was she doing it again? I'm sitting there frozen, like my brain is trying to explain it in real time. Like, maybe I imagined it. Maybe I drifted off. Maybe anything. And right then, right as she's going down those steps, I finally smell it. The pancakes. The sweet, warm, buttery smell of breakfast. Chocolate and bacon and that cozy kitchen scent that fills the whole house. And what messed with me the most was I hadn't smelled any of that earlier when I thought I heard her downstairs. It was only now, when I was watching her walk down for the second time, that the smell actually hit. I stayed completely still. Like if I moved, it would confirm something I didn't want to know. A little while later, Mrs. Delaney came back up the stairs, cheerful, normal, calling softly to wake us up for breakfast like nothing strange had happened at all. And that was it. No jump scare. No dramatic ending. Just breakfast. Just a normal morning. But I'll tell you this. After that night, I started noticing things in that house more and more. Little moments that felt off. Sounds. Timing. That same cold rush I'd felt watching her walk down those stairs twice. And I still don't have a clean explanation for it. All I know is, I was there. I was awake. I heard what I heard, and I saw what I saw. And if you ever want to hear the other stuff that happened after that, yeah, I've got more. Okay, I'm not totally sure how to start this, but I've carried it around for a while and I just need to say it out loud to someone who will actually listen. So, a bit of context. There's this old mountain spot people talk about, an old lodge that burned down ages ago. What's left is mostly brick walls, broken rooms, and these open edges where you can look straight out over the mountainside. People still hike up there and throw parties, raves, bonfires, whatever you want to call it. I'd heard vague stories after the fact, but before I went, I honestly had no clue what kind of reputation it had. If someone had told me it was the kind of place people had been whispering about for over a century, I might have thought twice. I got invited by this guy named Mason. Not a big name in the scene, more like someone trying to become one. He was talking about starting a collective, building a community, all that. I'd run into him a couple times before, so it didn't feel sketchy. Just a random invite to a random night. The hike up took maybe an hour. You know how it is. Music faint in the distance at first, then louder as you get closer, like the mountain is hiding it until the last second. And when we got there, it was eerie, beautiful in a strange way. A hollow shell of a building, like it was holding its breath. Brick skeleton, blackened corners, empty windows staring out at the fog and the drop below. At first, the night was genuinely fun. Lights, people dancing, that feeling like you're part of something secret and temporary. I did take some stuff, more than I usually would, but nothing I hadn't handled before. I was pretty confident I could ride it out. Then, I wandered into this side room. No lights, like pitch black. And in the far corner, there's this one guy, alone, playing a single hand drum. A bongo, I guess. Just him and the sound. It didn't feel scary in the moment, not at first. I remember thinking, damn, he's actually really good. I stood there listening, barely able to make out his outline, just letting the rhythm hit my chest. But looking back now, I don't know, I get chills thinking about it. The way it felt less like music at a party and more like a thing happening. Like the room was being tuned to something. Later on, I went back into the main area and sat down near a corner because I was coming up hard. My thoughts were sprinting. I figured I'd roll a cigarette and ground myself for a second. And that's when I saw the cat, just sitting there in the corner like it belonged. I leaned down, reached out to pet it, really clearly, like I could feel how real it was about to be. And then I looked up for a split second and it was gone. Not ran away, not hiding, just gone. That was the first time in my life I'd ever had a hallucination that clean. It freaked me out because it wasn't dreamy or vague. It was like something snapped into existence and then got yanked out again. I tried to laugh it off. I told myself, okay, you're high, you're tired, it's a weird place. Everyone around me was still partying like nothing was wrong, so I forced myself to keep moving. But then I looked up, and I saw something that absolutely broke me. I swear to you, I saw a man standing on a stage, like an actual stage that hadn't been there before, wearing a bright white shirt, holding a microphone like he was about to speak or sing. And the thing is, There was no microphone set up, no speakers, no stage. I'd been in that room all night. I knew what it looked like. This wasn't a maybe. This was my brain insisting something impossible was happening. From that moment on, nothing felt right. Not just I'm too high, but like the place itself wasn't neutral. Like it didn't want you there, or it wanted something from you. By the time morning rolled around, maybe 6:30, 7-ish, the fog came in thick. Not misty, not pretty sunrise fog, like someone poured milk into the air. We started hiking back down, and we lost the trail more than once. At least twice, maybe 3 times. It's hard to count because it felt like time was skipping. And both times we got properly lost, this stranger appeared. A guy named Elias, or at least that's what he told us, just stepping out of the fog like he'd been waiting. Calm, almost too calm. He didn't act confused about where we'd come from, didn't ask questions, just pointed us back, walked with us for a bit, and then disappeared again when we got to safer ground. The part that haunts me is how impossible it felt. How did he find us twice in that fog, on that mountain, at that time? It felt like the kind of coincidence that doesn't really feel like coincidence once you're living inside it. I wasn't religious back then, like, at all. I would have called myself practical, skeptical, whatever. But that morning lodged something in me. This feeling that I'd brushed up against something I didn't understand, and then something else had stepped in and made sure we left. And then, not long ago, maybe 6 weeks back, I'm in a shopping center and this older Dutch guy stops me. Polite, gentle, not aggressive, just looks right at me and goes, "Do you believe in God?" I said no, kind of awkwardly, and kept walking. But it stuck. It got under my skin for some reason. Then, about a week later, I'm getting ready to go out again, and I can't stop thinking about that mountain lodge. Like it's looping in my head all day. That night, the rave we were going to got canceled, so we changed plans and went to the beach instead. I ended up telling a couple friends the story, people I'd never told before. Just laid it all out, trying to make it sound normal, trying to make it make sense. A few hours into the night, this random guy comes up to us. Asian guy, maybe in his late 20s or 30s. Not much English, but friendly. We chat a little, and out of nowhere he says, dead serious, something like, "I go Hellfire Club, very bad, make my soul go boom." Not haunted, not creepy, not bad vibes. He said it like he was describing an injury, like something had actually happened to him. And I just froze, because I hadn't mentioned that name. I hadn't even been thinking of it as a name anyone else would know. And hearing it out loud like that, on a random beach night, from a stranger who barely spoke English, made my whole body go cold. So yeah, that's it. That's what happened. I'm not trying to convince anyone of anything. I'm just telling you I went to a place I didn't understand. I saw things I can't explain, and since then, it's like the world hasn't felt as simple as it used to. And honestly, sometimes I still don't know if I'm more scared of what I saw or of how real it felt. So, I don't tell this story to freak you out. I tell it because it was real to me, and it shaped the way I understand heavy energy, like the kind you can't see but you can absolutely feel. I grew up without a dad, lower middle class, in this cramped little townhouse that always felt like it was trying to hold too much. It was me, my older brother Malik, my grandma, everyone called her Nana Joe, and my mom, Cheryl, who was active duty in the Navy. My mom was deeply depressed, like not just sad. It was this low, looming cloud that sat in the house with us, and even as a teenager, I could feel it. She kept to herself, door closed most of the time, like the master bedroom was her whole world and we were just living around the edges of it. Then one day, she got hurt at work. Bad. She broke her ankle and part of her foot, ended up with screws and metal, and she was basically stuck in bed for weeks. And if her depression was already a weight, once she was bedridden, it was like the weight doubled. I didn't really ask her what was wrong. I was young and, honestly, our family didn't do the whole talk about feelings thing. It felt like you stayed in your lane. You didn't pry. So I just watched and tried not to make anything harder. But that's when the weird stuff started. After my mom couldn't get up anymore, Nana Joe and I began noticing things we couldn't explain. At night, we'd hear banging downstairs, like somebody was forcing their way in. Cabinets, footsteps, the kind of noise that makes your stomach drop. We'd grab whatever we could, rush down there, hearts going crazy, and there would be nothing. Nobody. No broken lock. No open window. Just silence, like the house was pretending it didn't do anything. And then there were these random cold spots. Not, oh, the AC is on, cold. Like walking into a patch of air that felt wrong. Like it had a purpose. But the worst part was my mom's room. To get to it, you had to walk down this long hallway. And after a while, I started to dread that hallway. I'm talking full body dread. Like something in me was saying, don't go down there. And it wasn't just me. Nana Joe avoided it too. She'd stand at the doorway and call in, but she wouldn't step all the way inside unless she absolutely had to. My mom was dating this guy then. His name was Keith, and he hated that room. He'd go in there, and within minutes he'd be rubbing his chest like he couldn't breathe right. He told us he'd get sleep paralysis whenever he stayed near her room. Like he'd wake up unable to move, convinced someone was on top of him, hands around his throat. My uncles would come by too, and every single one of them, without comparing notes, without being dramatic, said the same thing, that the room felt oppressive, thick, like walking into a storm. And here's the part that still messes with me. It was mostly the men who reacted that way. Women would still feel uneasy, sure, but the men described it like something was targeting them. Then one day, this is the part I can picture like it's a photo, my mom calls me and Nana Joe into her room. Her voice wasn't playful or curious. It was serious, tight. The moment we stepped inside, the room was freezing. Not chilly, freezing. My mom is lying there, completely stuck, can't even put weight on her foot, and she's staring at her bed like she's trying to understand how the world works. Because the bed had moved. Not shifted a little. I mean, it had been dragged, or lifted, and dropped in a different spot. And the carpet had this clear dent where the bed used to be, like the floor itself was pointing to the original position. Nana Joe starts moving around the room, and she opens the closet. And this smell comes out, like sulfur, like rotten eggs. It hit the back of my throat and made my eyes water. Nana Joe's face changed instantly. That woman had seen everything in her life, and I watched her go pale. We tell my mom about the closet and the smell, and she doesn't look surprised. She just says, really calmly, like she's naming the weather, "That was probably Evelyn." Evelyn, like she knew her. I remember my skin going prickly all over, because how do you say a name like that in a situation like that? Like you've met the thing doing it? A few days later, my mom calls us in again. This time she tells us, "Come here, look at the TV." The TV was off, just a black screen, glossy enough to reflect the room. She says, "Look in it, not at it, in it." So Nana Joe and I stand there, staring at the reflection. And at first it's just us, the bed, the chair beside it. Then I realized the chair in the reflection didn't look empty. There was someone sitting there. A woman. Not sharp and clear like a normal reflection, but unmistakable. Like a shape that didn't belong, holding its place anyway. She looked like she was wearing this old-fashioned gown, something vintage, something that didn't fit the time we were living in. Her arms were resting like the chair had armrests, all composed, like she'd been sitting there a long time and had no intention of moving. I couldn't make out her face. I tried. I remember leaning slightly, like maybe if I shifted my angle I could catch details. But it was like the face didn't want to be seen. And the way she was positioned, she wasn't staring off into space. She was facing us, like she was watching and waiting for us to notice her. I don't even remember anyone speaking. I just remember the air feeling thick and my heartbeat pounding so hard I swear it made my ears ring. Not long after that we moved, and about a year later, I heard the townhouse caught fire. Now here's where it gets even stranger. Later on, I looked into the house. Not because I wanted to be scared again, more like I needed to know if we were imagining things, or if something had been there before us. And from what we found, a woman had died there. Not natural, not peaceful. She'd been killed, pushed down the stairs during an argument, according to what people said. Her name? Evelyn. And I still don't know how my mom knew it. To this day, I never asked her. And I know that sounds ridiculous, but when you grow up in a house where everyone survives by not poking at certain topics, you carry that into moments where you probably should ask. So I just live with it. That there was a name in my mom's mouth before we ever did any. Hello, dear friends of the Paranormal M channel. Have you been having trouble sleeping lately? Don't worry. I'm here to help you drift off more easily with paranormal stories from all around the world. I really love this moment, sitting here with my microphone and keeping you company. Thank you for sending in your experiences, and please don't hesitate to share more new ones with me. And by the way, don't forget to subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications. Now, let's get started. Hey, okay. I want to tell this the way it actually feels in my memory, not the way it looks typed out on a screen. So first, my dad's side of the family has always had this quiet, unspoken thread running through it. Like certain people just know things. My grandma, for one, let's call her Grandma Ruth. She'd have these dreams that would come true later. Not every night, not like a party trick. Just enough that the adults would get this look and go, yeah, Ruth dreamed again. And then my cousin, Lena, she's the same way, maybe even stronger. She'll dream something specific, like a moment or a phone call or an accident, and then it happens. She also has that thing where she'll suddenly know something without being told, like the answer drops into her brain fully formed. And I'm not saying I'm on their level, but I've had my own little flashes. Hearing my name when no one said it. Knowing something's about to happen before it does. Small stuff, but enough that I never fully shrugged it off. Then recently, I found out about this relative nobody ever talked about, my great-great-aunt. I'm going to call her Aunt Marjorie, because honestly, it feels kinder than saying her real name. The only way she was described to me was basically, bad luck followed her everywhere. Like her whole life was one long run of things going wrong. I went and visited her grave not long ago, and what got me was her age. She didn't make it to old age. She was in her mid-50s, and it hit me like, wait, why didn't anyone ever mention her? And this is the part that still makes my stomach tighten. My grandma's older relatives, the women who were around when Aunt Marjorie passed, used to tell a story. They said that when she died, they saw something dark, like a shadow, like smoke, come out of her mouth. And then it sort of pulled back in, like it changed its mind. I don't have anyone left to ask about it. No one who saw it is alive now. So I'm just holding this strange little family story in my hands, trying to decide if it's folklore or trauma or something real. Okay, now here's where it gets personal. When I was a kid, early elementary age, my family moved into this little house and stayed there for a few years. It wasn't big. Everything was close together, like the house was holding its breath. And during that period of my life, things happened to me that I have never experienced in the same way since. I'd wake up at night in this half-awake, trance-like state and go straight to my parents' room, like I was pulled there. One night, I told them there was blood all over a poster in my room. I remember how sure I felt. Like, of course there's blood, can't you see it? They followed me back, turned on the light. Nothing. Clean poster. Normal room. No blood. And I remember standing there feeling confused, like reality had just swapped masks on me. Another time, I was in my bed just sobbing, repeating, "I want to go home. I want to go home." And the weirdest part is, I was home. But I felt stranded, like I was in the wrong version of my life. My mom came in, and I can still see her face in my mind. Not scared, not concerned, just tired and irritated, like, "What are you even talking about?" And I couldn't explain it. I didn't have words big enough. The layout of the house is burned into my memory. The bathroom was at the top of the stairs. From the bathroom doorway, you could see down a short hallway that led to the bedrooms. And one day, I was sitting in the bathroom, just a kid, doing kid stuff, and I looked down that hallway, and I saw something I still can't shake. And I know what people will say. It was a dream. It was imagination. It was a kid being dramatic. But I remember it with the same clarity I remember the bathroom light and the hallway shadow and where my own knees were when I sat there. It didn't feel like a dream. It felt like I was awake, and my house was doing something it shouldn't be able to do. There was also something about the bathroom tiles. The tiles had patterns, swirls and little shapes, not plain squares, and I would stare at them the way kids do, finding faces like you find animals in clouds. Except one face didn't stay still. It would shift, subtly but undeniably, like the expression was changing while I watched. And I know about optical illusions. I know about eyes playing tricks. But this was different. I checked it over and over because even as a little kid, I had this thought like, am I losing it? Imagine being 8 years old and doing reality checks because your bathroom floor won't behave. And then one day the faces in the tiles looked different, like the whole map of them changed, and that particular moving face never came back. I remember feeling almost relieved, and then weirdly empty, like I'd lost proof of something, even though I didn't want it. On top of all that, I used to smell nail polish at random times, sharp, chemical, unmistakable, when there was absolutely no reason for it. No one painting nails, no open bottles, nothing. I even remember being at Grandma Ruth's house once and saying, "I smell nail polish," and she just brushed it off like, "You've got nail polish on the brain." Like it was funny, like it meant nothing. But it didn't feel like nothing. And here's the part I don't love admitting. Thinking about all of this recently made me panic. For months I wondered if it meant something clinical, like schizophrenia, or some kind of psychotic disorder that had been simmering in me since childhood. I started talking to a psychiatrist for other stuff going on lately. Depression, hearing things sometimes. And these memories came back so sharply it was like someone opened a door in my head that had been sealed for years. So now I'm sitting with two possibilities that both scare me. One possibility is that my brain, even as a child, was misfiring in these specific ways. Visions, smells, sensations, and those were early signs of something. And the other possibility is that something about that house, or something tied to my family, was real. Real in the way that doesn't fit neatly into a medical chart. Real in the way Grandma Ruth and Lena would quietly understand without making a big show of it. And I don't know which is worse, honestly. I guess what I'm asking, if you're listening to me like a real person, is, what would you make of it? A frightened kid's brain trying to interpret shadows and patterns. A family sensitivity that shows up as dreams and knowing, and sometimes as terrifying imagery, or something else entirely. Because I can handle unexplained. What I can't handle is not knowing whether I should be afraid of the world or afraid of my own mind. Hey, so I want to tell you something that still feels hard to say out loud, but I think I need to say it the way it actually happened to me. A while back, I ended up in the hospital after a suicide attempt. It got serious enough that they had to intubate me, something like 10 hours, maybe a little more, before I finally came back around. When I woke up, everything felt muffled, like my brain was wrapped in cotton. And not long after that, I was involuntarily committed. I'm telling you that part first because I don't want you to think I'm glossing over the mental health side of this. I live with another condition too, the kind that can tip me into psychosis, especially depending on meds and stress. So yeah, that's part of the picture. But I also don't want it used as an excuse to dismiss what this felt like. When they moved me to the psych ward, the place was exactly what you'd imagine. Fluorescent lighting, slow footsteps in the hall, that weird mix of boredom and tension hanging in the air. And there was this person there. Her name was Celine. She called herself a witch, openly, casually, like it was the same as saying she liked hiking. She had this really obvious tattoo, like a pentagram or maybe a star in a circle, right where you couldn't miss it. What stood out was that she'd gotten furious at someone one day, not me, and I heard her talking about doing a spell. She never said who it was for, and the thing is, she was genuinely kind to me, like unexpectedly kind. So I assumed naturally that whatever she was talking about, it wasn't aimed at me. But then one night, I fell asleep and had this dream that felt different from the usual hospital dreams. In it, I kept seeing these calendar pages, like paper cutouts floating against this black background. And the dates on them weren't normal dates. They were years, way out there, like decades into the future. It was eerie because it felt like my mind was being shown something I wasn't meant to see. And then I went lucid. I remember that moment so clearly, like I woke up inside the dream and thought, wait, this isn't right. That's when I heard it. This laugh. That classic, exaggerated, movie witch kind of laugh. Hysterical, sharp, like it was echoing in a big, empty room. I couldn't see anyone, but it felt aimed, like something knew I was listening. That was the only truly weird thing that happened in the ward. Everything else, honestly, came after I got home. At home, I tried to brush it off. I kept telling myself, that was stress, that was medication, that was the ward. But I couldn't shake this creeping thought. What if Celine did something? What if I was wrong about not being her target? I'm agnostic. I used to be a pretty firm atheist. But after all this, it's like my certainty got cracked. Not replaced with faith exactly, just cracked open by fear and confusion. The first thing that ramped up was my sleep paralysis. I've had it since I was a kid, on and off, and it can get worse on antipsychotics. But this time, it spiked, like someone turned a dial. Nights started to feel like something I had to survive. And then there was this one night. I woke up, except I didn't fully wake up. You know that feeling where your eyes are open, but your body refuses to cooperate? I was stuck. And in front of me, standing near the bed, was this figure glowing this deep blue, somewhere between light blue and dark ocean blue. And it looked exactly like Celine. Same face, same posture, same everything. I know how this sounds. I do. But in that moment, with my body locked and my eyes wide open, it felt real in my bones. When I finally snapped out of it, I just lay there, staring at the ceiling, shaking. And that was the moment something shifted in me. Not into certainty, more like into, okay, maybe reality has more layers than I thought. Then, my dog got sick. His name was Milo. He was older, so seizures weren't completely out of the question. The logical part of me knows that. But the timing and the way things felt around it made me spiral. Right before we took him to the vet for the last time, Milo looked straight at me, and he winked. A full, deliberate wink. I froze, because he had never, not once, done that before. And my brain went wild with questions. Was it him trying to comfort me? Was it just some weird muscle thing? Or was it something else wearing his face for a second? The wink felt oddly gentle and deeply unsettling at the same time, like being comforted by someone standing in the dark. After he was gone, I kept hearing him bark for weeks, like a month, maybe longer. I'd be in the kitchen and swear I heard him from the hallway. I'd wake up at night and think, there, that's Milo. And then I'd remember. And then, one day, I opened TikTok, just mindlessly scrolling, and a tarot reading popped up. The person on the video suddenly said my dog's name, Milo. And then they said, in this sad, emotional voice, Milo is crossing the Rainbow Bridge today. And the location on the video, this is the part that made my stomach drop, was tied to a place I used to live. Coincidence? Algorithms? The internet being weird? Maybe. But it hit me like the universe had reached through my phone and grabbed me by the collar. After that, mirrors started feeling wrong. Sometimes I'd catch something out of the corner of my eye, my face, but not quite, or a shift in expression that didn't match what I was doing. Sometimes it was comforting, like someone was close by. Sometimes it was terrifying, like I was sharing my reflection with something I didn't invite. And here's where I'm at now. Part of me wants to explain everything with sleep paralysis, grief, stress, meds, trauma. And another part of me, the part that still remembers that laugh in the dream, that blue figure with the book, that impossible wink, keeps asking, but what if there's more? So what do I do with this? How do I live in a world where I don't fully trust my own nights, my own mirrors, my own brain? Honestly, I think the safest thing I can do is stay grounded. Talk to my doctor about the sleep paralysis getting worse. Tell someone I trust when things feel scary. And keep reminding myself that feeling something intensely doesn't always mean it's supernatural. Sometimes it means I'm healing from something enormous. And if you're still listening, thank you. I just needed someone to hear it without laughing me off. So, a little bit about us before I get into the weird stuff. I live in an apartment with my older sister Marissa and her husband Evan. Marissa's really rooted in her faith, not in a scary, pushy way. She just genuinely loves church, worship music, sunny mornings, that kind of thing. Me? I believe in God too, but I'm more free-spirited. I'm the one who collects spooky little trinkets, watches horror movies for comfort, and treats Halloween like a personality trait. We've always been opposites. Same mom, different dads, and we're 16 years apart, with me being the younger one. My mom used to laugh and say, "My girls are night and day." And yeah, I'm definitely the night. Okay, now the reason I'm even telling you this. For about the last year and a half, we've had these little moments that kept stacking up. At first it was easy to brush off, like knocking sounds coming from the wall by the bathroom or the kitchen. You know how apartments are. Pipes, settling, maybe something in the walls. Annoying, but not exactly paranormal, right? But then it started getting personal. The first time, I was in the shower. I clearly heard the front door open, footsteps, and then what sounded exactly like Marissa's voice, bright and casual, go, "Hey." like she'd just come home. So I hurry through thinking, oh, she's on break. I'll talk to her for a second. I get out a few minutes later and the apartment is empty. I told myself maybe she swung by quickly. She works like 5 minutes away, grabbed a drink, left again. Totally possible. Later, when she actually got home, I was like, I tried to catch you earlier when you came in. She just stared at me and went, what are you talking about? I didn't come home. And I was like, Marissa, I heard you. I heard you walk in and say hey. She swore up and down it wasn't her. And the way she said it, no joking, no teasing, made my stomach drop a little. Because she wasn't playing. She was freaked out too. Then about 3 weeks later, it happened again. But this time, I was the one being blamed. It's around 10:15 at night, and we're all in our rooms, lights out, winding down. I get a text from Marissa. Hey, what did you need? I'm like, what? So I text back, what do you mean? And she goes, Evan said you called my name. I literally sat up in bed like, nope. I hadn't said a word. I was scrolling on my phone in complete silence. I told her, I didn't call you. And again, same feeling. Not dramatic, not funny, just this quiet, unsettled little pause where you're both thinking the same thing, but neither one wants to say it. Then another night not long after that, same kind of setup. Everyone's in bed, it's late, and Marissa texts me again. She tells me she sat up and said out loud, what did she say? Because she heard me call her name and say something else, like a sentence or a phrase, but she couldn't catch the rest. Evan, half asleep, was like, huh? And she goes, Ang, called my name. What else did she say? And he's like, she didn't say anything. I didn't hear anything. So Marissa texts me, and I just reply, I swear to you, I didn't. At that point, it wasn't just, maybe pipes, anymore. Because pipes don't sound exactly like your sister. Pipes don't call your name when you're asleep. And then, a few nights ago, something happened that made my skin go cold. It was just me and Marissa home. Evan was out. The apartment felt normal, calm, cozy. We had the TV on low and we were just talking about something random. Our 2 cats were curled up and asleep nearby, and our dog was knocked out too, like fully relaxed, deep sleep. And out of nowhere, we heard this deep, guttural growl. Marissa is not someone who swears unless she's genuinely scared. She grabbed the remote, shut the TV off fast, and just looked at me with wide eyes and went, what the hell was that? And I didn't even answer right away, because I didn't want to influence what she thought she heard. I asked her, tell me what it sounded like to you. And she didn't hesitate. She said, it sounded evil, like an evil growl. When Evan called on his way home, she told him immediately. He tried to be logical, like, maybe it was a raccoon or something in the walls. But both of us knew. We both just knew. It wasn't scratching. It wasn't scurrying. It wasn't an animal sound you hear and go, oh, that's gross. This was the kind of sound that makes you stop breathing for a second. And Marissa told him, no, that's not what it was. It didn't sound like an animal. It sounded angry. We've had smaller things too, like little puzzle pieces that don't make sense on their own, but together they start to feel like a pattern. One time, a cat toy ball rolled across the floor toward Marissa, stopped like it hit an invisible wall, then rolled back the other direction like it changed its mind. No windows open, no air on, nothing vibrating, just movement. Sometimes the pets will all just stare into the kitchen like they're watching something pass through. And our dog will sit up and do this low bark, then a growl, like he's warning something away, not playing. A couple times we've opened a cabinet and found small dishes neither of us recognizes, like they just showed up. Marissa and Evan don't know where they came from, and I don't either. It sounds silly until you're holding a plate you know you didn't buy. And I have this little lamp in my room that will turn itself on or off at random times. I've tried to blame it on the bulb, the switch, the outlet, anything. But it's inconsistent in a way that makes it hard to shrug off. So yeah, that's basically where we're at. I don't know what it is. I'm not trying to claim I've got some haunted apartment situation for attention. If anything, I'd love for it to be boring. But when you start hearing your sister's voice when she isn't there, and then she starts hearing yours when you're dead quiet, and then something growls in your living room with that kind of rage, it messes with you. And the more I've read, the more one word keeps circling back in my head. Something that imitates, something that copies voices. A mimic. And honestly, I hate even saying that out loud. Because once you name something, it feels a little more real. Hey, so I noticed this topic pop up in the community a couple times a week. Sometimes it's people straight up asking, are psychics real? And other times it's folks sharing dreams and trying to connect the dots. And honestly, the word psychic gets tossed around pretty casually. I get it. There are plenty of people who don't believe in any of it, so of course there's always going to be a little background noise from the skeptics. A couple years back, I left my regular day job and started working from home as a professional tarot reader. Part of it was practical. My mom's health took a turn, and I needed to be around more. But part of it was also this feeling that I'd been circling the work for so long that I couldn't pretend it was just a hobby anymore. I'd been studying tarot for, over a decade at that point. Reading for friends, family, friends of friends. I used to accept donations, but if I'm being real, most of the time I did it for free. For years I felt weird about charging anyone. Like, who am I to put a price tag on guidance? But the more I grew into it, the more I realized something. People don't just misunderstand whether this stuff is real. They misunderstand what it is, even the people who believe. Skeptics think it's all performance. Believers sometimes expect, superhero powers. Like you're supposed to be omniscient, like you can snap your fingers and know everything about their future down to the date and the time. And I really need to stress this part. It doesn't work like that. Not even close. There are different types of psychic ability, if you want to call it that. Some people are clairvoyant, getting visuals. Some are clairaudient, hearing impressions. Some are mediums and specifically connect with people who've passed. And then there are sensitives or empaths who pick up on other people's emotions so strongly it can feel like their body becomes a tuning fork. Me? I can get impressions in a couple of ways, sure, but my strongest work has always been through tarot, divination. And divination isn't the same as, I feel your vibes. It's a symbolic language. It's a system. You're pulling random images and then assembling meaning the way you'd assemble a sentence from words. The cards don't scream the truth like a movie scene. They offer patterns, themes, tension, movement, and it's my job to interpret that responsibly. Now here's something people don't like hearing. A real reading isn't something you can demand like fast food. You can't just go, quick, tell me what's going to happen, and expect a clean, perfect answer. And if someone claims they can give you a flawless psychic download instantly, no context, no process, no effort, there's a decent chance they're playing you. Because what a lot of so-called psychics do is cold reading. They fish, they watch, they listen for your reactions. And it doesn't even have to be obvious. A pause, a laugh, a shift in tone. Even your breathing changes when they get warm. If they're skilled, They'll steer based on you and make it feel like it's coming from the universe. So let me give you some advice from someone who does this for real and tries to do it with integrity. If you're getting a reading, online or in person, organize your thoughts first. Seriously, take 2 minutes and write down what you actually want to know. Keep it tight. Keep it clear. Instead, ask it cleanly, like, is my relationship headed toward a breakup? Or, what's the likely direction of my relationship over the next few months? Then stop. Let the reader do the work. And if the person starts hitting you with lines like, I'm sensing you've been hurt before, or your life has been a roller coaster, or you've experienced loss, listen. Those are classic catchphrases. They're vague enough to fit almost anyone, but emotional enough to hook you. That's not insight. That's marketing. Also, this is a big one. Be careful with those free 5-minute reading offers on chat or phone services. That's a trap more often than not. You're timed. That clock is running. And a lot of them will spend the first chunk of your free time asking for your zodiac sign, telling you to hold on while they connect, and then suddenly, wow, here comes a generic horoscope-style reading you could have gotten for free anywhere. If what you're getting sounds like a recycled daily horoscope, that's probably exactly what it is. Another thing, don't overload the reader with chaos. Please don't call someone and go, okay, my name is Marissa, his name is Devin. We met at my cousin's friend's birthday in June. He said he liked me, but he hasn't texted. Does he have kids? Is he seeing someone? Are we soulmates? Also, I only have 4 minutes. Like, no, don't do that to yourself. It's too much information, and it's too little time. Even a genuinely gifted reader can't do anything meaningful with that setup. You'll walk away disappointed, and the whole experience will feel like a scam even if the person wasn't trying to scam you. Yes, there are good readers out there. They're just not always easy to find. Some people truly are intuitive and want to help. Some people are simply confident performers. So do a little research. Look for reviews that talk about specificity, ethics, and how the reader handled sensitive topics. Not just, oh my God, they were so accurate. Because people say that when they feel seen, even if nothing concrete was actually said. And one more thing that I wish more people understood. You're dealing with a human being. Time is money, sure, but also, emotional energy is real. Most readers, especially if they're empathetic, can't sit in heavy heartbreak and fear all day without it affecting them. That doesn't mean you can't be honest. It just means common courtesy matters. You don't need to unload every detail of your pain to get a clear answer. Sometimes less is actually better. And about pricing, yeah. Some readers charge absolutely wild amounts, and it doesn't guarantee quality. I've heard so many stories of people paying a ridiculous fee for a reading that was basically fluff, and that kind of thing can make you feel stupid and violated at the same time. I hate it. In my experience, someone who's reasonably priced and grounded may actually be more trustworthy than the $200 an hour mystic with a dramatic brand. Not always, but often. Because people with real empathy tend to price in a way that doesn't assume everyone seeking support is wealthy. Lastly, I see a lot of people asking, am I psychic? Or saying they think they might be. If that's you, my honest answer is, explore it. Read. Learn. Pay attention to your patterns. You don't have to turn it into a business, and you definitely don't have to make it your identity. But understanding your own sensitivity, whether you call it intuition, empathy, or something spiritual, can help you move through the world with more clarity. Hey, so there's a night from my childhood that I don't tell many people about, but I think about it more often than I'd like to admit. It was the summer right before 5th grade, one of those perfect, dusty golden summers where the days feel endless. We were living outside Grants Pass, Oregon, on this quiet little patch of land with fir trees, a shallow creek, and just enough space to disappear into your own adventures. My older brother, his name was Cole, and I basically lived outdoors. We'd spend all day with the kids who lived down the lane, a girl named Tessa who was a few years older, and her little brother Noah who was my age. We did everything. Creek swims that turned your lips blue, muddy feet on the porch, riding our battered go-kart until it sputtered out, building forts out of scrap wood and arguing over whose base was better, catching salamanders in old coffee cans and swearing we'd keep them as pets, for like 12 minutes. Our house wasn't anything fancy, but I can still picture it like I'm standing there right now. There was this long hallway that connected everything, bedrooms on one side, bathroom at the end, and my parents' room kind of angled across from ours. At night, the hall always had this dim, comforting glow from a little lamp in the living room. That light made the dark feel less big. That night was just normal, a weekday. My parents did the usual routine, tuck us in, quick good night, reminder to stay in our own beds. My mom had been trying to break me of the habit of sneaking into their room when I got scared, so I promised. I remember being proud of myself, actually. Like, okay, I can do this. I'm not a baby. I fell asleep with my door cracked open, listening to the quiet of the house and the kind of country silence that feels thick and heavy. And then, sometime in the middle of the night, I heard a voice. Not loud, not harsh. Soft, like someone trying not to startle you. "Mara," it said. "Wake up." I opened my eyes, and there was a woman sitting right on the edge of my bed. At first, my brain tried to make it make sense. I thought, Mom, because who else would be in my room? But the longer I stared, the more my stomach dropped. She wasn't my mom. She looked wrong, in a way that's hard to explain without sounding dramatic. Her skin was so pale it almost looked like porcelain. She was wearing this flowing white dress, like something from an old photograph. Her hair was dark, inky black, and pinned up loosely, like she'd gotten ready in a hurry. And her lipstick was this deep, vivid red that shouldn't have stood out as much as it did, but it did. She wasn't snarling or angry. That's the strange part. Her face was calm, almost gentle, like she'd been waiting for me. She leaned in slightly and said, "Mara Grace, I need you to come with me. There's something I need to show you." And that's when the fear hit. Real fear. Not a spooky story kind. This is not right kind. My heart started going so fast I could feel it in my throat. I remember my hands going cold under the blanket. I whispered, "I can't. I'm not allowed to leave my room. My mom will get mad." She smiled, just a little, and said, "It's okay. I'll bring you right back, I promise." But something in me, some instinct I didn't even know kids had, was screaming no. So I tried to buy time. I said, "Okay, but I have to use the bathroom first." She stood up and stepped back like she was giving me space, like she respected that. And the second she moved, I slid out of bed and walked as calmly as I could into the hall.
I even used the toilet.
Partly because I actually had to, but mostly because I needed something normal, something solid. Because in my head I kept thinking, maybe I'm dreaming. But everything felt too sharp, too real. After a minute, I made a plan. I'd unlock the door, run straight to my parents' room, and throw it open. I didn't care if I got in trouble. I just needed them awake. I needed other eyes on me. Proof. Safety. I remember taking one deep breath like I was about to jump into freezing water. Then I flung the bathroom door open and sprinted down the hallway. I was so focused on my parents' door that I didn't even look left or right. I could see the handle. I could see the thin crack of darkness under the door. And right as my hand reached for it, something grabbed me. And I know how that sounds, but I swear to you, I still remember the exact sensation. It wasn't like a normal hand. It was cold, yes, but also empty, like being clutched by air that had weight, like pressure without warmth. like the space around my arm tightened and burned all at once. I screamed. I mean, full, animal, from the bottom of your lungs screamed. In the same instant, my dad sat up in bed. I saw him through the crack as the door shifted, his silhouette, his head snapping toward the sound. And the moment his eyes hit mine, it let go. I fell forward onto the hallway floor, sobbing so hard I couldn't catch my breath. My dad yanked the bedroom door open, and my mom was right behind him, panicked and confused, trying to figure out what was happening. The woman was gone. Not fading, not walking away, just gone, like she'd never been there. Later, when I could talk, I described her. The white dress, the dark hair, the red lipstick. And I will never forget my dad's face changing, like all the color drained out of him. He said, very quietly, "Mara, that sounds like my mom." My grandmother. She died when I was a toddler. I didn't have memories of her, not real ones. But he insisted the description matched her perfectly, even down to the way she wore her hair in old pictures. And I'm telling you, I didn't know those details. I couldn't have. So yeah, that's the story. And I still don't know what to do with it. I don't know what she wanted to show me. I don't know where she wanted to take me. I don't know if it was her at all, or something that just wore her face to get me to follow. All I know is this. Even now, years later, the hallway in that house feels like a photograph burned into the back of my mind. And sometimes, when I'm lying awake at night, I catch myself wondering the same thing I wondered as a kid. What would have happened if I'd gone with her? Hey, so I've got to tell you about my house, because it's one of those places that feels like it has a heartbeat of its own, and not always in a good way. Ever since I was little, people have said it has this off energy. Like the second you step inside, it's not exactly scary, it's just heavy. My Aunt Maribel used to joke that the house sits on something, and over the years we've had all kinds of people come through to bless it. Priests, a spiritual counselor my mom found, even this older guy named Father Tomas, who walked around quietly like he was listening to the walls. And the weirdest part is, almost everyone who spends time here ends up saying something similar. They hear things, see things, not all the time, not even consistently, just enough to make you question yourself. But my room? My room is the epicenter. Friends who've slept over have told me they heard a baby crying, like way down the hall, even when nobody else was awake. My cousin Javi swore he heard a music box playing, soft, tinkly, like it was coming from inside the closet. And I've had that thing happen where you catch movement out of the corner of your eye, like a shadow slipping in or out of the doorway. Except when you look, there's nothing there. It always feels like different stuff, too. Like, whatever's passing through doesn't always feel like the same presence. That's why my family started wondering if the place is some kind of crossroads. My mom calls it a thin spot. My dad says it's like the house has a door that doesn't fully close. And then there's this one corner of my room. I can't even explain it properly without getting chills. It's just wrong. The air feels colder there, but not like temperature cold, more like emotion cold, like if dread had a scent. A few months back, I had sleep paralysis for the first time in my life. I woke up and couldn't move, couldn't speak, couldn't even turn my head all the way. And I remember my eyes locking onto that corner. There was something there. It was tall, too tall, and it looked like it was made of scribbles, like someone had sketched a person with frantic, jagged lines. But the face was clear, almost cartoon clear, A wide smile, way too deliberate, like it knew I could see it. And it just stood there like it was posing. 2 days later, I was sitting with my dad, Elias, in the kitchen. We were talking about the weird things in the house, like casual, which is insane, but that's just how it is here. And I still hadn't told him what I saw, because honestly, I didn't want to make it real by saying it out loud. And then he goes, really calmly, "I've seen something around the outside of the house, and I've seen it in your closet." My stomach dropped so hard it felt like my whole body went cold. I asked him what it looked like, and he described it. This tall, messy-looking figure, like it wasn't fully solid, but the face was smiling, like it was proud of itself. It was the same thing. And that's when it stopped being, maybe I imagined it, and turned into, okay, something is actually happening. Now here's another layer. About a year ago, we got my mom a cat. His name is Pesto, and he's this sweet little menace, curious, clingy, always trying to be where he isn't supposed to be. And for some reason, he is obsessed with my room. I've tried shutting him out. I've tried keeping the door closed. Somehow, every single time, he ends up in here like it's his job. And every time he comes in, he goes straight to that corner. I know people say cats do weird things, and I really tried to tell myself it's nothing. But when it's the same corner, every time, and the energy already feels awful there, it's hard to shrug it off. We've tried so much. We've burned herbs. We've had blessings done more than once. We've moved furniture around. We've opened windows and tried to air out the heaviness like it's just stale air. One priest, Father Tomas, the quiet one, walked into my room, stood there for a long time, and then told my parents something that made my mom cry. He said I should sleep somewhere else. Like, not maybe try switching rooms, but like, move me out of that room. And there's this whole history too, which doesn't help. Before my parents lived here, my uncle and one of my dad's old friends used to stay in the house. Their names were Renzo and Cal, and apparently they got into this phase where they were messing with rituals, trying to summon something, trying to get answers, trying to gain knowledge, the kind of thing people laugh about until it isn't funny anymore. They swear it didn't work, but the house has always had stories around it, and after they did that stuff, everything seemed to get louder, like they didn't open a door on purpose, but they loosened the latch. And then there are the poltergeist-type things my parents talk about. Doors swinging open by themselves, then slamming shut. Things getting knocked off shelves when nobody's near them. And this one month, my mom still swears she wasn't imagining it. These little statues we keep on a shelf would be in different positions. Not just moved, but rotated, switched around, like someone had come in and rearranged them while you weren't looking. And it wasn't a one-time thing. It happened again and again, just long enough to make you feel completely powerless. And then it stopped, like whatever was doing it got bored. The house is old, over 100 years, and the land has a long history. Most of what I've heard comes from older relatives, so I'm not pretending every story is 100% reliable. But I can tell you what I've felt. And what I've felt is this: the house carries sadness that doesn't belong to us. My family is close. We're not fighting all the time. There's love here. But when I walk in, it's like the walls exhale something heavy into the air. Like the place doesn't want to be bright. And I can handle the occasional weird moment, honestly. If things pass through and don't bother anyone, fine. But that corner, whatever is tied to that corner, feels different. It feels like it lingers, like it's not just passing by. And I don't want to live with that. I just want to know if there's a way to actually clear it out for good. Not just mask it for a week. Not just chase it into the next room. I want the house to feel like ours again. Like when you shut the door at night, you're actually alone. Hey, let me tell you about a place that still makes people lower their voice when they mention it. Out on the quieter outskirts of Hong Kong, past the busy streets, past the familiar glow of shop signs, there's an old school building sitting there like it's holding its breath. Locals don't really call it by its official name anymore. These days, most people just know it as Tak Yu School, the one wrapped in rumors, legends, and that uneasy feeling you get when a place has been empty for too long. And what's strange is, it didn't start out eerie at all. Tak Yu was built way back in the early 1930s, 1932 if I remember right, by a local clan and villagers who genuinely wanted something better for their kids. It was a proud place, you know. At one point, it had hundreds of students. People say close to 800. And the sound of morning assemblies and running feet would have filled those halls. But then, sometime in the late 1990s, things changed. Fewer families, fewer children enrolling. By 1999, the school shut down for good. No big dramatic ending, just locked doors, dusty classrooms, and time taking over. And that's when the stories really began. Because the location? The location is unfair. The school sits near old graves, more than a few. You can feel it even if no one points it out. The air has that stillness that doesn't feel peaceful, just watchful. People in the area will tell you the land has seen hard history, conflicts, fear, bodies buried quickly when nobody had time for proper goodbyes. Some talk about the old days when the new territories were under tension during the British expansion, and later, the brutal years of World War II, when the Japanese occupation left scars that families still carry in their bones. No official map is going to label it blood-soaked ground, of course. But you hear enough whispered stories, and you start to understand why the place feels heavy. Now, the most famous legend, the one that refuses to die, is about a ghost people call the Woman in Crimson. Some say she was the head mistress. Others call her the principal. The story goes like this. She wore red, bright red, and one day, overwhelmed by something no one ever fully explains, she took her own life inside the girls' restroom. Hanging. Silent. Final. And ever since then, people claim, she's still there. They say if you step into that restroom, especially when the light is fading, you might see a red figure reflected where it shouldn't be, or hear soft crying behind a stall door that's already hanging off its hinges. The kind of crying that doesn't sound like a person trying to be heard, but like someone who can't stop. Here's the thing though, when you dig into it, the story gets slippery. A few longtime residents insist the school never even had a female principal. No records, no confirmed reports, nothing official about any suicide. But honestly, that almost makes the legend stronger. Because when a story survives without proof, it starts living on fear instead of facts. And red. Red is important. In a lot of cultures, a woman in red isn't just a ghost. It's a symbol. Grief, anger, something unresolved. And the restroom, of all places, it's private, vulnerable. It's where you go when you don't want anyone to see you falling apart. So the legend sticks. Then there was the incident that pulled the whole place back into the spotlight. They wandered through the halls, graffiti on the walls, vines creeping into broken windows, that kind of decay that makes a building look like it's slowly being swallowed by the earth. And then, near what used to be the small sports court, they found a grave. Not part of the neat rows you'd expect, more like it was tucked away, half hidden, like someone wanted it forgotten. One of the girls froze, just stopped walking like her legs had turned to stone. And she said she saw someone. A figure in red, crouched low near the grave, shaking like she was sobbing. Not a theatrical horror movie kind of sobbing, something smaller, more real. like heartbreak. The group panicked and ran. And this part always gets me. The route back to the nearest station is short, a few minutes on foot. But they were so terrified, so disoriented, that it took them far longer than it should have. They kept turning back, swearing they heard footsteps behind them, swearing they saw movement in the dark where there couldn't have been anyone. By the time they reached the brighter area, one of them, the girl who saw the figure, was in a really bad state. People describe her gasping, making strange sounds, clawing at her own throat like she couldn't breathe, like something was tightening inside her chest. News spread fast. Videos, rumors, talk shows, everyone suddenly had an opinion. Some said it was possession. Others said it was panic, mass hysteria, stress, fear feeding fear. But even if you don't believe in ghosts, you can't deny what fear does to people in a place like that. And once that story hit the public, Takyu School stopped being an abandoned building and became a destination. Film crews showed up. Horror productions used it as a set. Ghost hunting shows brought in night vision cameras and dramatic music. People started confusing props left behind, fake talismans, staged evidence, bits of set dressing, with real artifacts. And that only made things messier. Some visitors even started claiming the school had been tied to secret wartime detention or military trials. No solid proof, just another layer added to the myth because the building looks like it could hide 1,000 terrible secrets. So, is it truly haunted? I don't know. I can tell you there's no clean evidence, no official records that match the most famous claims. A lot of the legend is stitched together from tragedy, history, and imagination, plus the way abandoned places mess with your senses. Wind sounds like whispering. A swinging door sounds like footsteps. Your mind fills in gaps when you're scared. But I can also tell you this. Some places hold stories the way wood holds smoke. Even after the fire is gone, the scent stays. And Takyu School, whatever you choose to believe, feels like one of those places. Like the building is quiet, but not empty. So if you ever hear someone bring it up, and their voice drops just a little, you'll know why. And hey, if you've heard other Hong Kong ghost stories, I'd love to hear them. Sometimes the legends people share say just as much about the living as they do about the dead.
Okay, so I'm 18 and I'm from Germany, and I've been practicing witchcraft for a while now. I'm not someone who works with a bunch of entities or anything like that. If anything, I keep things pretty simple. I mostly just exist alongside whatever's already around me. And in my room, I've always felt like there are spirits, ghosts, whatever you want to call them. It's never been a scary thing, more like familiar. Stuff goes missing and shows up in weird places. Sometimes a candle will go out like someone gently blew on it. And I'd honestly talk out loud sometimes like, "Hey, I see you," because it never felt hostile. It felt like roommates I couldn't fully see. But then things started getting off. So around 2 or 3 weeks ago, maybe closer to 2.5, I was practicing a dance with a friend of mine, Alina, for a class we do at school. We were in my room, just running the choreography again and again, and I had my phone recording so we could watch our form afterward. And in the middle of it, this loud crash happens behind us. Like, sharp and sudden. The kind of sound that makes your whole stomach drop. We both jumped and spun around at the same time. On my altar, there was this small glass dish, like a little tray, that had been sitting on top of a jar for ages. It never wobbled, never looked unstable, nothing. But that day it just fell. Not slid, not tipped. It felt like something knocked it off. It hit the floor and shattered, and it didn't just break itself. It wrecked my whole altar setup. Herbs scattered, little items knocked over, everything a mess. At first I was like, okay, gravity, sure, and I tried to shrug it off. But later we watched the recording, and I swear to you, it makes no sense. There's no bump, no vibration, nothing near it. It's just sitting there. And then suddenly, it drops, like it decided to. That was the first time I felt that weird little pinch of fear, because it wasn't playful. It wasn't the usual, oops, where did my ring go, kind of energy. Then about a week later, something happened that still makes my skin prickle when I think about it. I was getting ready to go out with my sister, Juna. We were going to meet friends, and I was in the bathroom doing my makeup. And my bathroom connects directly to my room, like you walk through my room to get to it. The room is long and kind of rectangular, and my closet is basically a tiny room all the way on the other end. So I'm blending my makeup, half focused, and out of the corner of my eye I see my sister, like I see her head and shoulder, peek into the bathroom and look at me. It was such a normal thing that I didn't even react right away. I just turned like, what? But when I looked straight at her, there was nothing there. She didn't walk away. She didn't step back. She just wasn't there. And literally at the same time, I hear my sister's voice call my name. From the closet. From far away. I remember just standing there, staring, trying to make it make sense. Like maybe my brain glitched. Maybe it was a reflection. Maybe I was tired. So I walked over to her and asked, "Did you just look into the bathroom?" And she goes, "No, I've been in here the whole time." Both of us got quiet for a second, and then we did that thing people do when they're scared but don't want to admit it. We laughed. Like, nervous laughing. Because we're both practicing witches, and we've had weird moments before, but this felt different. Like something pretending. And that's what bothered me the most. Because the spirits in my room, the ones I thought I knew, they'd never tried to scare me, never thrown something off my altar, never mimicked someone I love. My parents are divorced, so I go between houses. I was standing outside my mom's apartment door, keys in hand, and Juna was next to me. I was about to unlock the door when I felt a tap on my shoulder, like a hand. Not a brush, not fabric, not wind, an intentional tap-tap. I whipped around so fast, ready to yell at my sister for messing with me, but she was just standing there with both hands visible, looking confused. And my brain immediately went, spider. I don't even know why, it was just panic. I screamed and started swatting at my shoulder like something was crawling on me, but when I checked, there was nothing. No spider. Nothing. And then, because we're us, we laughed again. Like, "Oh my God, you're so dramatic," and we went inside. But later that night, I couldn't stop thinking, what if that was the moment it attached? Like it followed me in. Like it wanted to come with me. I've been staying at my mom's since then, and yesterday morning, I woke up and my legs were covered in bruises. Like, a lot of them. I just stared at them, trying to tell myself I probably bumped into something and didn't notice. Maybe I was restless in my sleep. I didn't want to panic, so I forced myself to act normal. But then in the evening, I went to shower, and while I was in there, my legs started bleeding. Not like a little dot, like actual blood. When I looked, there were scratches on my skin that weren't there before. They were thin, like tiny lines, but the amount of blood didn't match how small they were. It freaked me out so badly I felt cold all over. That was the first time I felt genuinely scared. Not curious scared. Not, that was weird scared. Like, unsafe scared. So I did what I know how to do. I performed a protection spell. I put a glass of salt and water in my room at my mom's, like a boundary, like an anchor, something to catch whatever this is. And I tried to tell myself, I'm protected, I'm okay, I'm in control. But I can't stop thinking about how people always say ghosts don't really follow you. Like, they're tied to places, not people.
unless it's something darker, and I hate even letting my mind go there because I don't want to feed it fear, but I'm terrified. And I keep asking myself, if the spirits I knew were friendly, what is this thing that throws glass, mimics my sister, taps me like it has a hand, and leaves marks on my body? I don't know what to do next. I just know I don't want this in my mom's house, and I don't want it near my sister. And I don't want to feel like I'm being watched in places that are supposed to be safe. So, yeah, that's where I'm at. And I really, really need some idea of what this could be and what I should do. So, I work nights at a small residential home where we support adults with autism and other intellectual and developmental disabilities. It's usually pretty quiet, honestly. When I first started, I only had 2 residents on my shift. Both of them were calm, easy to be around, predictable. The kind of nights where you make coffee, do your checks, and it's peaceful. Then we took in a 3rd person. I'll call them Marin. Marin was different. Not in a hard-to-manage way at first, more like you could tell they carried a lot. Physically, Marin needed a lot of support. Power chair, limited mobility, help with basic things. Mentally, though, they were actually pretty sharp, high-functioning in a lot of ways. But there were definitely mental health pieces going on. The first few days, Marin tried to be social. They'd ask to hang out, sit in the common area, try to join conversations with the other 2 residents. But over time, that faded. They started spending more and more time in their room, and eventually it became very clear. They wanted to be alone. Like, really alone. They didn't want anyone coming in unless they specifically asked. And then there was the talking. Marin would shout at people that nobody else could see, like full-on arguments, late at night, as if someone was standing right in front of them. They said it was family members. They said they could communicate with them telepathically. Sometimes it sounded almost normal, like bickering. But other times it would get dark fast. I remember standing in the hallway during one of my rounds and hearing Marin say something like, "If I could hurt them, I would." And then a pause, like they were listening, and then, "I can't control my body. If you took over, you could do it for me." That stopped me cold, because they weren't joking. It didn't feel like they were trying to scare anyone. It felt like they genuinely believed they were in some kind of negotiation with someone. It was unsettling in a way that's hard to explain, because I've worked around all kinds of behaviors, and I'm not easily shocked. But it made the house feel different, like the air got heavier. One night, Marin asked me if we had a Bible in the home. I did. It was one of those things we keep around because it's comforting for some residents. So I handed it over without thinking much about it. An hour later, I went to check on them. Pages, everywhere. They'd ripped out chunks, like handfuls of pages, just torn right out. I asked, "Hey, what happened?" Marin looked at me like it was obvious and said, "I was reading it. It made me mad." Then they asked me to take the cross necklace off them, the one they'd been wearing since they arrived. I asked why, and they shrugged and said, "I don't want it anymore." After that, Marin's vibe changed. They'd stare off into space like they were watching something just out of view. And sometimes I'd catch them staring at me. Not just looking, staring like they were trying to figure me out. And then I'd hear it, under their breath. Quiet, sharp, nasty little words. Stuff like, "You're so disgusting," or "I hate you," or just really cruel things. Every time I'd go, "What did you say?" Marin would snap back like they'd been woken up. Their eyes would refocus, and they'd say, "I didn't say anything," or "I'm just talking to myself." And I'm telling you, it didn't feel like a typical outburst. It felt like something slipping in and out. Like there were moments where Marin wasn't fully there with me. Eventually, Marin decided they wanted to transfer to another home. They said they were tired of one of the roommates messing with them. So the move happened. And you'd think that would have been the end of it, but it wasn't. There's this spot in the hallway, right outside a closet, where I swear it feels like something is standing there. Not like I see a person. It's more like, you know when you walk into a room and immediately feel like you're not alone? Like your body reacts before your brain can explain anything? That's what it's like. During the day, it's fine. Bright, normal, no big deal. But at night, I won't go down that part of the hallway without turning the light on first. Even with the light on, I still rush. I don't linger back there. I don't want my back to that closet. It makes my skin prickle. And here's the part that really messes with me, because it's not just me. One of the residents, Drew, used to never care about doors. He'd wander out to the living room half asleep, leave doors open, didn't matter. Now, he closes everything. He wakes up and the first thing he does is go around shutting doors like it's part of some routine he can't skip. Bathroom door, bedroom doors, closet doors, and especially the room Marin used to stay in. Drew keeps that door closed like it's a rule carved into stone. He'll literally walk behind me and check that I shut doors all the way. If I leave one cracked, he fixes it. And he'll go into his own room and his roommate's room without hesitation, but he won't go into Marin's old room. Not to hang out, not to look around, only to push the door closed again, like it needs to be sealed. So yeah, that's where I'm at. I've thought about cleansing the place, like sage, prayer, whatever people do when a house feels off. But I hesitate because Drew is sensitive, and I don't want to bring in something that could upset him, or make things worse, or even just scare him. And there's one more thing that still bothers me, even separate from all the present stuff. Marin's background made no sense. Between agencies, multiple people trying, nobody could trace where they actually came from. They had a birth certificate, but the mother listed on it, it was like she didn't exist. No records, no trail, nothing. The birth state didn't match anything anyone could verify. And Marin had clearly had surgeries in the past, scars, medical needs. Yet there were no hospital records anyone could find. No next of kin, no relatives, nothing. To the point where the company had to go through a whole process to get them issued an ID number and basic documentation, like they were a person who somehow slipped through the cracks of every system. And I know how that sounds. I do. If someone else told me this story, I'd probably raise an eyebrow. But I was there. And now I'm the one walking that hallway at 2 a.m., lights on, heart beating a little too hard, while Drew quietly moves behind me making sure every door is shut, especially the one Marin used to sleep behind. And every night, when I pass that closet, it feels like something is waiting in the corner, listening. Hey, so I've been sitting on this story for years, and every time I think about it, I get that same tight feeling in my chest. This happened a long time ago, late 2000s, give or take. I can't pin the exact year down, only that I remember what school I was in at the time. We've gone out to Block Island because my stepmom, Marianne, was speaking at some conference. It was one of those trips that adults call nice and kids call endless. Gray skies, wind that felt damp even through your clothes, and way too much time in a hotel room while I read and waited for the day to be over. My dad, David, wasn't the kind of person who got antsy or dramatic. He was calm, rational, academic to his bones. But at one point during that weekend, he said he was going to take a walk and clear his head. Totally normal. I barely looked up from my book. A while later, maybe 40 minutes, maybe longer, I heard the door slam open. He came in fast, like ran in. He shut the door behind him so hard it rattled, then just stood there for a second like he was listening for something in the hallway.
His face was pale, and his eyes looked not panicked exactly, but wrong, like he'd just watched something happen that his brain didn't know where to put. I asked him what was going on. He shook his head. "Nothing," he said, but it wasn't convincing. Then he went straight to the window and pulled the curtain back just enough to look out toward the beach. He kept scanning like he expected to see someone, or something, down there. He didn't explain, and he had this way of shutting down when he didn't want to talk. So I backed off. The weekend moved on. We left the island, drove back, got home, and for a minute I thought maybe I'd imagined how intense he'd looked. But then, days later, when we were safe at home, he sat Marianne and me down at the kitchen table. He said, "Okay, I need to tell you something, and I didn't want to say a word until we were off that island." And that's how I knew it was real. Because my dad didn't do spooky stories. He didn't play things up. If anything, he downplayed everything. So when he told us he'd been freaked out, I felt my stomach drop. He told us he'd walked down along the dunes, near this sandy edge where the ground kind of slopes toward the beach. He'd been looking at houses because he loved old buildings. Weathered shingles, crooked porches, that kind of thing. He said it was quiet, almost empty, and the air had that sharp, salty cold that makes everything feel a little desolate. Then he noticed one house set back in a weird way, more run down than the others. Not charming old, just forgotten. Boards warped, windows either broken or dark, the whole place looking like it had taken a beating for years. Curiosity got him. He climbed carefully down the dune, picking his way through sand and scrub, and went closer. Up close, he realized one wall had a massive hole in it, like something had punched through and never been repaired. He could see into the room from outside. Inside was wrecked. Debris on the floor, plaster dust, broken framing. The ceiling in part of the room had collapsed, so there was a clear view up into the second story, just open space and shadows. He leaned in, just a little, so his eyes could adjust. And then he saw movement on the far wall. He said at first it didn't make sense. His brain tried to label it as a trick of light, or a raccoon, or a curtain moving in the draft. But then it kept moving, purposeful and steady. What he described still messes with me, and it was climbing. Hand over hand, up the wall. Like it weighed nothing. Like it had done it 1,000 times. It moved with this strength that didn't look human. This smooth, practiced pull. Up, up, until it reached the broken edge of the second floor and slipped into the darker part of the house where he couldn't see anymore. My dad said he didn't even think. His body reacted before his mind caught up. He jerked backwards so hard he nearly stumbled into the sand, and this cold hit him instantly. Like that deep, sudden chill you feel when your instincts scream at you to leave. He turned and ran. He didn't walk fast. He didn't head back. He ran the whole way to the hotel like something might come after him if he slowed down. And then he said something that I'll never forget, because it sounded like he was trying to convince himself as much as us. "I'm not saying it was supernatural," he told us. "I'm saying I have no rational explanation for what I saw. And I never want to go back there." Over the years, we've tried to explain it away. We've thrown out possibilities the way people do when a story scares them. Someone injured, someone hiding, an animal playing tricks with perspective, shadows, adrenaline. At one point, Marianne suggested maybe it was a squatter using the place as shelter, and he only thought he saw what he saw. I even joked once, half laughing, half pleading. Maybe it was some huge bird or bat caught in the house, flapping around in a way that looked human for a split second. But my dad never budged. He'd always say the same thing. It was big. It was strong.
and it climbed like nothing I've ever seen. And I'll tell you the truth, whether it was something explainable or not, the part that sticks with me isn't even the creature itself. It's how my dad looked when he came back into that hotel room. That expression on someone who doesn't scare easily, who doesn't believe in ghost stories, who doesn't want mystery in his world, suddenly having to make space for something he cannot file away. And if I'm being honest, the whole island already felt off to me that weekend. Not in a dramatic way, just in that quiet, uneasy way, like the air itself had a mood. Maybe that's memory coloring itself after the fact. Maybe I'm attaching meaning to the weather and the boredom and the weird tension I didn't understand at the time. But when I think back to Block Island, I don't picture beaches or ferries or little shops. I picture gray sky, dunes, and an abandoned house with a hole in the wall. And my father, years later, still saying, softly but firmly, "I don't know what I saw, and I don't ever want to see it again." So, let me tell you a couple stories my mom used to swear were true. Ones that still make me pause, even though I'm not really built for believing in ghosts. Back when she was a teenager, late 70s, maybe brushing into the very early 80s, she spent a ton of time wandering around the old parts of Annapolis. You know the kind of place I mean. Brick streets, low doorways, buildings that feel like they've been holding their breath for a few hundred years. She worked shifts at this long-standing spot called the Harborside Tavern, and she and her best friend at the time, her name was Mallory, were always exploring in between school and work, ducking into places they probably had no business treating like playgrounds. One afternoon, they ended up at this historic inn they loved hanging around. There was this hallway they'd walked down 100 times, and along it was a door that was almost always shut. Plain, forgettable, the kind of door your eyes slide right past. But that day it was open. And I mean, open like it was waiting. They peeked inside and found a skinny little staircase tucked behind it. Narrow steps, tight walls, that old building smell like dust and wood varnish. My mom called up the stairs, half joking, like, "Hello? Anybody up there?" And a man answered, just like that. A man's voice, calm as anything, calling back, "Come on up." So they did. Because of course they did. Teenagers don't have the part of their brain that says, "This is how horror movies start." At the top was a small upstairs room, pretty bare. No cozy furniture, no signs it was meant for guests. It was daytime, early afternoon, and even though there were light fixtures, none were on. The room was lit only by that flat, pale daylight coming in through the window. And there he was, an older black man, sitting quietly like he'd been there all along. He didn't seem angry that they'd wandered up, more puzzled, like they'd shown up somewhere they weren't expected to be able to reach. They talked for a bit. My mom said the whole conversation felt oddly normal, like meeting someone's uncle in the back room of a shop. She told him they'd never been up there before, and he kind of nodded, almost to himself, and said, "No, I guess you haven't." Then he mentioned that he did his work up there. My mom couldn't quite tell what he was working on. He had small hand tools, the kind you'd keep in a pouch or a box, and his hands were busy with something out of view. He was dressed simply, nothing fancy, nothing that screamed employee, just plain clothes, like he could have stepped out of any era. And there was one detail she always hesitated to say out loud, because it made her feel cruel even remembering it. But she couldn't forget it. She said part of his nose looked like it was gone. Not an injury exactly, more like it had worn away over time. As a teenager, she didn't have the vocabulary for it. So in her head, she latched onto the scariest explanation she could imagine. Some old illness, something biblical, the kind of thought that makes your skin prickle. Still, she said he was gentle, even kind. At one point, he invited them to the window, encouraged them to look out at the street below, the way you might show someone a view you love. They leaned over and looked down at people passing, cars rolling by, the ordinary world moving like nothing strange was happening one floor beneath it. When they finally left, he told them they could come back any time. He sounded sincere. And then, almost like an afterthought, he asked them to shut the door behind them on their way out. Before they left the inn, they stopped at the front desk and casually asked the staff about the upstairs room and the older man, figuring he must be some kind of maintenance guy, somebody who'd been there forever. And the people at the desk just stared at them. No one knew what they were talking about. Not, "Oh, that's Clarence," or "He's part-time," or "You must mean the guy from facilities." Just blank confusion. Like my mom had asked about a room that didn't exist. They asked a couple workers in the back too, same thing. Nobody had any clue. And these were people who'd been in that building day after day. A few days later, my mom and Mallory went back, determined to find him again. The door was shut. Not only shut, painted over, like it had been sealed into the wall. My mom said it didn't even look like a door anymore, more like a section of wall pretending to be one. And the paint didn't look fresh. It looked old, like it had been that way for a long time. That was the first story. The second batch happened at the tavern where she worked. Those were less personal, I guess. More like quick flashes of weirdness that left you unsettled, and then you had to get back to chopping onions or hauling trays. One day in the kitchen, she noticed a man standing in the far back corner, facing the wall like he was doing something important. She spoke to him. Nothing. She tried again. Louder. Still nothing. And the strange part is, he stayed there all afternoon. Same posture, same spot, like he was locked into place. Finally, my mom asked someone from the front, someone who'd been there longer, who the guy was and why he was ignoring her. And the guy didn't even blink. He just said, completely flat, "Oh, that's one of the ghosts." Like my mom had asked where they kept the extra napkins. Now, that one, sure, you can explain it away. Maybe it was someone hard of hearing, someone messing with her, someone in a foul mood who wanted to be left alone. Kitchens are full of odd ducks. But put it next to that upstairs room? Put it next to the painted-over door? That's where I get stuck. Because here's my problem. I'm skeptical by nature. My brain doesn't like ghosts. It doesn't know where to file them. I want stories to have explanations that click into place like gears. And still, my mom had more stories like this. Enough that even she didn't tell them like campfire tales. She told them the way you tell someone about a weird thing that happened at the grocery store. Matter of fact, a little baffled, like, "I don't know, but that's what it was." And the worst part is, I've been around for a couple of her strange moments myself. Not dramatic, not movie style, just things that make you stop and look around, wondering if you missed something obvious. So I don't know what to do with it. All I know is, I can picture that hallway. I can picture that door standing open like an invitation. And I can hear, clear as anything, that calm voice answering from the top of the stairs. "Come on up." Okay, so I'm just going to tell you this the way I'd tell a friend, because I still feel weird even saying it out loud. I've always been sensitive, I guess, ever since I was a kid. Like, I'll dream something and then it happens later. Or I'll get that sudden, don't go there feeling, and I listen. Because when I don't, I regret it. And sometimes I'll see those shadowy figures out of the corner of my eye. Nothing clear, just shapes. I've never loved it. I don't chase it. I don't try to open up to it. I've always done this thing where I acknowledge it for half a second, like, yep, I saw that, and then I push it back in my mind and keep going. But the last couple of months have been rough. Family stuff, illness, hospitals, that constant worry that sits in your chest all day. I've been running on fumes, anxiety, panic attacks, just not myself. And then this started happening. The first time I was awake, just lying there in bed, staring at the ceiling. The room felt normal at first, but then I felt this shift, like the mattress changed, like something climbed up onto the bed. I know how that sounds. I know. But it was so physical. At first, I was weirdly calm. I thought, okay, ignore it. Don't feed it. Then I felt something wrap around my ankles, tight. That startled me so bad I jolted up and scanned the room. Nothing. So I lay back down, trying to convince myself my body was just doing that half-asleep thing. And then the pressure came back, like something sat on the bed and leaned into me. I sat up again, heart hammering. Still nothing. I got up, walked around the house, got a drink of water, did the whole ground yourself routine. Eventually, I went back to bed and slept. After that, for a while, it didn't touch me again. I still felt that someone's here feeling sometimes, but it kept its distance. And honestly, I felt safer because I wasn't sleeping alone anymore. My husband, Matteo, and our little girl, Alina, were in the room with me most nights. But then, last night, it came back. I was lying in bed, and I heard footsteps. Not loud, but clear enough that my brain snapped into alert mode. Like someone pacing around the bed, circling it. I sat up and looked over, fully expecting, like praying. It was just my husband moving around or the house settling. But it wasn't either of them. It was that same presence. That same heavy, deliberate, I'm here. I kept telling myself, don't react, don't give it attention. I'm a person of faith, and normally that steadies me. I thought, it'll get bored and leave. It didn't. I felt it climb onto the bed, and then the whole mattress shuddered, like it was testing whether I'd break. Then it grabbed my feet again, really hard, and tried to tug them. I decided to play asleep. I went limp and refused to move. It pulled and pulled, and when it couldn't get my feet to budge, it switched to my hands. Same thing, tight grip, trying to move them, like it was checking how much control it had. I kept my eyes closed. I kept telling myself, if I don't respond, it can't do anything. And then it climbed onto me. That pressure right on my chest, like someone sitting there. And suddenly, I felt this sharp pain near my heart. Not like a dull ache, sharp, immediate, like someone pressed a needle straight in. And right after that, this stabbing pain hit my head. I remember thinking very clearly, why are you doing this? Like I was talking to it in my head without meaning to. I was terrified. Frozen terrified. And then, this is the part that makes my stomach twist. He showed me his face. Not a shadow anymore. I think I was in shock because I didn't fight right away. I just stared, like my body didn't know what to do with what it was seeing. And then it felt like he tried to push me out of myself. Not like being pulled upward, more like this inward pressure, like something was forcing its way into my body while my own spirit was being shoved aside. For a split second, I had this horrible impression, like I was seeing a flash of his life, like he was trying to pour himself into me and make room by pushing me out. That was the moment something in me snapped awake. I thought, no, absolutely not. And I fought. I don't even know how else to say it. I fought like my life depended on it. I pushed back, I jerked, I forced myself to move, and whatever it was, it broke. The pressure lifted like someone stepped off me. I grabbed my phone with shaking hands and called Matteo. I was crying so hard I could barely speak. I was shaking, hyperventilating, right on the edge of a full panic attack, and he just kept talking to me calmly until I could breathe again. I wrote everything down because I was scared I'd start doubting myself in the morning and tell myself it was just a dream. I didn't want to go back to sleep. I didn't even want to be near the bed. At some point, I started searching, just trying to find anyone who'd felt something similar, because I needed to not feel alone in it. I found stories that sounded kind of close, but none of them matched exactly. And then, when morning came and I finally drifted off for a little while, I felt it again. Hands on my feet. That time, I didn't freeze. I kicked hard, sat up, and I said it out loud, steady as I could. "You are not welcome here. Leave me alone in God's name." And after that, it stopped. But here's the thing. Today I feel wrecked, like I ran a marathon while sick. I've been crying on and off. My head is pounding. I'm dizzy and nauseous, and my chest and back hurt so much it's hard to take a deep breath without feeling it. I'm exhausted in this really unnatural way, like my body is heavy and my energy is drained right down to the bottom. And I keep thinking, it felt like it took something from me. I know fear feeds things, whatever they are. I know that. I keep reminding myself I can't live in fear, but I'm not going to lie to you. That was one of the scariest nights of my life. And I just needed to say it somewhere, to someone, because holding it inside makes it feel even bigger. So, let me take you back to 2018, when I was living in Utrecht, sharing this slightly creaky old apartment with two friends, Milo and Jonas. The place had character, you know? Tall windows, narrow stairs, and a quiet canal that ran right behind the building. Close enough that if you leaned out from our little balcony, you could see the water sliding past like it had somewhere important to be. Most nights after dinner, Milo had this habit. Nothing big, nothing theatrical. He'd take a tiny pinch of leftovers, like a couple grains of rice, a pea or two, maybe a crumb of bread, and drop it into the canal. Now, we were pretty spiritual back then. Before we ate, we'd offer the meal, a quick prayer, a moment of intention. And Milo's thinking was simple. If the food is offered with love, then whoever receives it benefits. Fish, ducks, whatever. In our tradition, sanctified food, prasadam, is meant to uplift consciousness, no matter who gets it. So in his mind, that little nightly offering was a small act of compassion, like feeding unseen neighbors. And honestly, it just became part of the rhythm of the house. Dinner, cleanup, Milo stepping out for a second, water rippling. Done. Then Milo went away for a while, about 10 days, I think, visiting his sister up north. During that stretch, the routine stopped. It was just me, Jonas, and my partner Leah, who came to stay for the week. We still cooked the same, still offered the food the same way, but no one was tossing that little portion into the canal anymore. And that's when the apartment started to feel wrong. It wasn't like a movie. Nothing jumped out, no slamming doors every 5 minutes. It was subtler than that, almost worse because of it. The kitchen was the center of it. At night especially, you'd walk in there and the temperature felt noticeably colder, like the air was heavier. And whenever any of us cooked, there was this steady, skin-prickling feeling that someone was standing too close, right at your shoulder, like they were watching what you were doing. Even if you knew you were alone, your body didn't believe it. You'd find yourself turning around, expecting to see someone behind you, and there'd be nothing. But the feeling stayed. Sometimes there were tiny sounds, soft shifting, a kind of slow, breathy presence, like the room was occupied in a way you couldn't explain. What really got me was that the three of us felt it separately. Nobody planted the idea. Jonas mentioned it first, super casually, like he didn't want to make it dramatic. Just, Do you ever feel like someone's in the kitchen with you? And Leah, without missing a beat, goes, yes, every single night. And then the physical stuff started. Random headaches. That heavy, drained feeling in your limbs like you'd slept wrong. But it would hit specifically after spending time in the kitchen. Standing there too long felt exhausting. Being in there alone started to feel genuinely scary, like you were doing something you weren't supposed to be doing. And then came the little incidents. The kind that, on their own, you could shrug off. But stacked together, night after night, they start to feel like a pattern. The fridge door was open when none of us remembered touching it. We'd hear the soft thump of it opening and closing when we were in the living room. Leah dropped her fork mid-bite once, like her hand just let go for no reason. Jonas swore he heard utensils clinking in the sink when the kitchen lights were off and nobody was in there. Always the kitchen. Always. So I said, out loud, kind of sharp, kind of daring, "All right, if someone's actually here, give me a sign. Right now." And I swear to you, instantly, the entire right side of my body reacted like it had been plugged into ice. Every hair stood up. Not gradually. Not, oh, maybe I'm imagining it. It was immediate. Like a cold electric ripple shot from my shoulder down my arm and into my ribs. I froze in place. At the exact same moment, Lee inhaled like she'd been startled and rubbed her shoulders, saying she felt this pressure, like hands hovering just behind her. And Jonas's face went pale and he said, "It's hard to breathe in here suddenly." We all looked at each other with that same expression, like, okay, it's not just me. And the strangest part was this. It didn't feel violent. It wasn't rage. It felt desperate. Hungry, but not in the normal sense. Like something had gotten used to receiving a little offering every night, like clockwork, and then it stopped. And whatever it was didn't know how to ask. It just pressed closer. That's the best way I can describe it. Not attacking, pressing. We didn't try to be heroes after that. We got practical. We started chanting mantras in the apartment, softly at first, then more steadily. We left lights on in the kitchen at night. Lee put up a couple of spiritual images we'd brought with us. Nothing fancy, just things that made the space feel protected, anchored. And over the next few days, the heaviness started to loosen, like the apartment could exhale again. When Milo came back, we told him everything, every detail, all of it. And he didn't laugh. He also didn't get scared. He just listened, really quietly, then nodded like it made a kind of sense to him. He said something like, "I always did it with compassion, but maybe I wasn't being conscious enough about the prayer." That night, after dinner, he did it again. Took a tiny portion of prasadam, stepped out, and this time he paused. He actually prayed, deliberately, that whoever received it, seen or unseen, could be helped, could be uplifted, could find peace. And after that? Nothing. No cold pocket in the kitchen, no hovering feeling, no weird sounds, no headaches. The apartment felt light again, like the walls were friendly. Milo kept doing the offering most nights after that, and the rest of the time we lived there, almost 2 more years, the place stayed calm. It honestly felt like everything was finally in balance again. Us, the space, and whatever or whoever had been lingering by that canal, waiting for something small, but meaningful. Hey, so my name's Riley, and what I'm about to tell you happened a little over a decade ago. Back in 2013, my family and I were living in this quiet house out in the country. 4 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and a whole stretch of land that felt like it went on forever. It was one of those places that looked perfectly normal in the daylight, but at night, it carried this kind of someone's still here feeling you couldn't really explain. We weren't the first family to live there. Before us, the house belonged to a woman named Evelyn. From what my dad said, she'd bought the land years earlier and had the house built for herself and her kids, 2 boys and a daughter. Eventually, the kids grew up and moved far away, and Evelyn stayed. And she stayed. Even when she got older. Even when she got sick. And the sad part is, hardly anyone came to check on her. She passed away in that house in 2007, in her early 80s, alone. That detail stuck with me, because once you know that, the house feels different. Okay, so here's where things started getting weird. My little brother, his name was Mason, was about 8 at the time, and he had this old iPhone 4 he treated like treasure. He played it constantly. Little games like Angry Birds, Temple Run, stuff like that. He'd sit on this worn 3-seat couch in the living room and get totally locked in. One Sunday morning, we're rushing around getting ready for church. Mason's on the couch playing, and my stepmom calls out for him to go get dressed. He sets the phone down. He swears he did. Gets up, leaves the room. And here's the thing. Nobody else went into that living room. Not even for a second. A few minutes later, he comes back out, flops onto the couch, and the phone is gone. Just gone. We all did the usual stuff. Checked the couch cushions, looked under it, behind it, even inside the couch lining like we were detectives in a crime show. We tore the room apart, then the whole house. And this wasn't a messy house either. There weren't piles of stuff. There weren't 100 hiding spots. It was clean, open, nowhere for an iPhone to vanish into. And every single person in that house swore up and down they hadn't touched it. At first, we tried to be logical. Mason's a kid. Kids misplace things. Maybe it slipped somewhere stupid. So we gave up for the day, went to church, and figured it would show up eventually. Except it didn't. Not that day. Not the next day. Not even that week. Weeks passed. Then one Sunday, we come home from church again. The house has been locked, like always. We unlock the front door, step inside, and there it is. The iPhone. Sitting right behind the front door, on top of the little entry rug, like someone had placed it there on purpose. Not tossed, not dropped, placed. And when we picked it up and turned it on, my stomach went cold. It was still on the same screen Mason had left it on. Same game. And the battery, this is what always freaks me out. It was at the same charge level as when it went missing, like time hadn't moved for it at all. We all just stood there staring at it, because what do you even say? Nobody had been home. Nobody had a key besides us. There was no sign of a break-in. And even if there had been an intruder, why would they steal a kid's phone, then quietly return it weeks later and set it down like a gift? That was the moment I started thinking about Evelyn. And honestly, that wasn't the only strange thing that happened in that house. Not long after that, I had my own little, okay, what was that moment? One night, I got in the shower. No music, no distractions. I remember setting my phone on the toilet tank, clear as day. I laid my towel and clothes on the closed toilet seat, like I always did. Showered for maybe 15 minutes. I step out, reach for my phone, and it's not on the tank. I check the counter, the floor, the trash, even peek into the sink like it somehow bounced in there. And then I lift my towel and clothes, and my phone is tucked underneath them, like someone slid it there while I was showering. And I just stood there, dripping wet, staring at it, because I know I didn't put it there. Then there was another time when my step-grandma, her name was Denise, came to visit. She wasn't forgetful, and she wasn't the type to leave a mess unless she planned to clean it later. She'd had her makeup spread out on the bathroom counter for a couple days, and that morning she was in a hurry. She did her face fast, grabbed her keys, and left to run errands. No one else was home. Everyone was at work or school. When she came back a few hours later, she went into the bathroom, and all her makeup was neatly organized and put back exactly the way it had been when she first arrived days earlier. Like the counter had been reset to day 1. She was genuinely shaken, not laughing, not confused, just unsettled. And that's the thing. None of these moments were huge on their own. No screaming shadows, no floating chairs. Just small, personal little shifts that made you feel like the house was paying attention. We had other things too. Lights that flickered when nobody touched the switch. TVs that turned on by themselves once or twice. Stuff you can explain away. Until it happens enough times that your explanations start sounding like excuses. So sometimes I wonder, was it an intruder? Or was it Evelyn? Still attached to the place she built, still watching, still doing these tiny, almost gentle things like moving objects and putting things back where they belong? I don't know. But what I do know is this. That house didn't feel mean. It didn't feel dangerous. It felt occupied. Like someone was there, not to hurt us, just to make sure the home stayed a home. And after a while, the weird stuff faded. Like maybe whoever it was decided we were fine. Like the house finally let us keep it. Or like Evelyn finally moved on. So, probably the most scared I've ever been in my whole life happened when I was like 17. Maybe just barely 18. You know that age where you think you're invincible and your entire personality is basically, let's party wherever we can. Yeah, that was me. That night, a bunch of us ended up drinking at this girl's place. She was connected to one of my friends somehow. Cousin? Stepsister? Half-sister? I honestly couldn't tell you. All I remember is she was around 20, and she was living alone in this house her mom owned. Her mom did something in real estate, I think, like property management or staging or something. The point is, no parents, no supervision, a whole house to mess around in. It felt like winning the lottery. We're hanging out, music on, people laughing too loud, cups everywhere. And early in the night, kind of casually, like it was a joke, she goes, "Oh, by the way, people say this place is haunted." And I laughed, totally brushed it off. Someone else chimed in like, "Yeah, my friend swears something followed him down the hallway once." And I was just like, "Sure, okay." I was not buying it at all, not even a little. At some point later, I passed out on this old futon in this back den, like an add-on room attached to the living room. I don't even remember deciding to sleep. I just woke up in the middle of the night in a fog, sitting up like my body did it on its own. And when I sat up, I was facing this big sliding glass door that looked out into the backyard. There was a small black and white cat sitting outside on the patio, perfectly still, staring into the house. At first I just thought, that's weird. Like, why is there a cat out there in the middle of the night? But it didn't scare me yet. Not right away. I started doing that half-awake thing where you're trying to remember where you are, where your shoes are, where your phone is. I'm rubbing my eyes, looking around, and that's when I noticed something that made my stomach drop. The cat wasn't looking at me. At all. Which sounds small, but think about it. If you move, a cat usually tracks you, even just a little. So I waved my hand, kind of stupidly, like I was trying to get its attention. Nothing. The cat didn't blink, didn't flinch, didn't even flick an ear. It was completely locked onto something inside the house, past me, into the living room area behind where I was sitting. Like I was invisible, like I wasn't even there. And that's when the air in the room changed. That's the only way I can explain it. It just shifted. It felt like my body understood something before my brain did. My skin got cold. My mouth went dry. And all of a sudden, I started hearing small sounds around the house. Not big, loud bangs, more like little movements. A faint shuffle from the kitchen. Something that sounded like a cabinet settling. A soft creak like a floorboard being tested by weight. And I kept telling myself, houses do that. Old houses creak. Fridges hum. Pipes tick. You're drunk and half asleep. Calm down. But the sounds weren't random. They felt directed. Like something was moving from one part of the house to another. Slowly. Intentionally. And the worst part was the feeling that came with it. This overwhelming sense that I wasn't alone. And not in the casual, other people are sleeping nearby kind of way. More like, something is here, and it knows you're awake. All I wanted, literally the only thing I wanted, was to get to the next room where my friend Dylan was sleeping. He'd crashed on a mattress on the floor, maybe 15 feet away. 15 feet. But it felt like a mile. It felt impossible. And the whole time, that cat stayed outside the door, staring into the room behind me like it was watching something pass through. Finally, I forced myself up, like I was moving through water, and I half walked, half ran into the room where Dylan was. I dropped down next to him and shook him hard. He woke up annoyed, all groggy and irritated like, "What are you doing, man?" And I leaned in and whispered, because I couldn't even say it at full volume, "Dylan, something is wrong. I swear something is happening in this house." And I'm not exaggerating. The exact moment I finished that sentence, the power died. Everything, all at once. The ceiling fan stopped mid-spin. The little lights on electronics blinked off. The room went silent in this really specific way, like you could actually hear the house losing electricity. Like a low hum winding down, the fridge cutting out, everything just shutting off. It wasn't like a flicker. It wasn't like, oops, the breaker tripped. It was instant. The timing was so perfect it felt impossible. Dylan's eyes went wide immediately, like wide, because he went from dead asleep to sitting in darkness with me basically saying, "Something's in this house," and then the entire place going black in the same breath. We didn't move. We just laid there, stiff as boards, listening. I remember both of us breathing way too loud, trying to hear anything over our own panic. After what felt like forever, but was probably a couple minutes, the power came back on. The fan whirred back to life. The fridge clicked. The house made noise again. And we didn't really talk about it. Not in any deep way. It was more like we just waited until our bodies stopped shaking, and eventually, somehow, we fell back asleep. But I'll tell you this, when the sun came up, I couldn't get out of that house fast enough. To this day, I don't care what anyone says. That was the scariest moment I've ever lived through. And whatever I thought about haunted houses before that night, yeah, that night made me a believer. I don't even know where to start with this, so I'm just going to tell you the whole thing the way it's been sitting in my chest. So, Christmas Day, yesterday, one of my roommate's cats died, and I can't stop thinking about the fact that I feel like I already watched it happen before it did. Not in the exact real-life way, not perfectly scene for scene, but close enough that it's been messing with my head ever since. Me and a few friends live together in this shared apartment. Separate rooms, separate little corners of our lives, but we're basically always together. Between us, we've got 5 cats total. 4 are hers, and 1 is mine. They're always underfoot, always nearby, always quietly included in whatever we're doing, like they're part of the group without needing to try. About a week and a half ago, I had this dream. In the dream, I'm trying to protect all the cats from a dog. And here's the thing that made it feel so wrong right away. The dog wasn't a stranger. It looked like my old dog, Milo, the one I had years ago. He died a long time back, but in the dream he was there, and he was furious, lunging, snapping, like he wanted to hurt them. And I remember crying so hard I could barely breathe. I was screaming, grabbing at collars, shoving cats behind me, trying to block this dog with my own body like that would somehow be enough. In the dream, I managed to save most of them, but not all. There was one white cat. I swear I can still see him so clearly. And in the chaos, he got bitten. The dream was brutal, bloody, too vivid. The kind of vivid that doesn't feel like imagination, it feels like memory. I tried to pull him away. I tried to hold him together, like if I just tried hard enough, I could undo it. But I couldn't. And right when I was still fighting, still begging for another chance, I woke up. Only I didn't wake up relieved. I woke up panicked, like my body didn't understand it was just a dream. I remember lying there thinking, no, let me go back. Let me go back. I can fix it. I can save him if I get one more try. And what's strange is, I didn't even feel anger at the dog in the dream, because it looked like Milo. I felt confused, almost betrayed, like, why would you do that? I kept spiraling into these ridiculous explanations, like maybe he was jealous, maybe he was angry that I had moved on and brought cats into my life after him. I was trying to give the dream logic because it felt too sharp to ignore. But still, I did ignore it, eventually. Life kept moving, and then Christmas Day happened. It was so fast. Under an hour, everything was different. We still don't know exactly how it happened. The balcony door had been left cracked open, just enough, apparently. And somehow, my friend's white cat, Casper, slipped out. And that's what kills me. Casper wasn't reckless. He wasn't the kind that bolted. He was the calm one, the careful one, the one you trusted. We think he might have hopped up onto the balcony railing chasing a bird, or a moth, or something tiny and harmless like that. We don't know for sure. All we know is we suddenly heard neighbors yelling, real screaming, the kind that makes your stomach drop before your brain catches up. We ran outside, and by the time we got there, the stray dogs were already on him. People were shouting. Someone threw something. Someone tried to chase the dogs off. For a second, it felt like the whole building poured out into the open, like everyone became one frantic blur of voices and movement and helplessness. And there he was, alive, but barely. And I remember seeing the bite marks on his upper leg, his thigh, and I swear to you, my whole body went cold. Because the wound was in the same place. The exact same place I had seen in my dream. He was panting, struggling, fading, while we stood there begging him to stay. We rushed him toward the vet, holding on to hope like it was the only thing keeping us upright. Somebody kept talking to him, telling him he was okay, telling him to hold on, like words could stitch him back together. But we lost him on the way. They tried. They really did. But they couldn't bring him back. And then, this part still feels unreal to say out loud. I saw one of the dogs that had attacked him, and that dog had the same coloring as Milo, the same kind of coat, the same shape. Not identical, but close enough to make my stomach twist. So now I'm sitting with all of that layered on top of the grief. The white cat I couldn't save in my dream. The white cat we couldn't save in real life. The dog that resembled the one I lost years ago. And I know how it sounds. I do. I keep telling myself dreams are just dreams, patterns, fear, coincidence. But it doesn't feel like coincidence when your body recognizes something before your mind can argue with it. And the worst part is, this isn't even the first time I've had dreams that feel like warnings. Like something tapping me on the shoulder before something happens, and I don't know what to do with that. I don't know why my brain does it. I don't know what it means, or if it means anything at all. All I know is I'm devastated. A life ended in one unguarded hour, one slightly open door, one moment of normal that turned into tragedy. And now everything in the apartment feels quieter in this unnatural way, like the air itself is missing a piece. And I keep looping the same questions, over and over, like I'm trying to punish myself into finding a better ending. Should I have told my friend about the dream? Should we have been more careful? Should I have taken it seriously instead of brushing it off? I can't make sense of it. I can't believe it happened on Christmas of all days. And more than anything, I just wish, so badly, it worked the way it does in dreams. That you could wake up, go back, and save the one you couldn't the first time. So, I've never really known the cleanest way to talk about this without people immediately deciding what it has to be. But I'm going to tell you the way it felt from my side, just like I'd tell a friend sitting across from me at the kitchen table. A while back, I had something happen in my own house, something I actually photographed. I even sent a few of the pictures to my sister, Mariah, and my cousin, Eli, because I didn't want to be the only one holding it. And I'm not going to get graphic, but yeah, a couple of the images looked pretty gruesome in a way that made my stomach drop. Not like a horror movie thing, more like the shape of something that shouldn't be there, almost like a suggestion of a body, or an animal, or a face. The kind of gory that makes you look away and then look back, because you're trying to convince yourself you imagined it. The frustrating part is, if you've never tried to catch anything unusual in a photo, people assume it's easy. Like you glance at it and go, "Aha, ghost." That's not what it's like. It's honestly the opposite. It's painstaking. I'd load the image up in Photopea or GIMP, sometimes my old copy of an editor I'd used for years, and then I'd start doing this slow, careful process. Brighten the shadows, zoom way in, adjust contrast, add a glow effect, back it off, undo, redo, outline a shape, erase it, try again. And the whole time, I'm arguing with myself, because I don't want it to be paranormal just because it would make a good story. I'd look for every normal explanation first. Dust, compression artifacts, motion blur, lens flare, a smudge on the glass, something reflecting from a window, a weird angle. I'd literally sit there thinking, please be something boring. Please be camera nonsense. And sometimes, sure, the results could be off. Like, maybe I traced something that wasn't actually there. I'm not pretending I'm perfect. But every so often, I'd reach that point where I'd lean back and go quiet because I couldn't explain what I was looking at anymore. And this ties into something else I've held on to for years. A few years ago, I posted some photos online from a trip to the Crescent Park Hotel, one of those old, famous places people love to call haunted. The responses were brutal. People weren't curious, they weren't careful, they were just mean. Like I'd personally offended them by asking a question. I got mocked, I got called dramatic, I got the whole seek help routine. And I learned fast that the internet isn't interested in nuance. It's interested in dunking on you. But the pictures that stayed with me weren't even the ones I posted. It was this short, frame-by-frame sequence I shot late at night in the basement. Not a video, more like a rapid series, almost accidental, like my finger kept tapping the shutter when I was trying to steady myself. And I'll tell you something. Those are the images I keep going back to when I'm alone, because they still make my skin prickle. When I finally sat down to analyze them, really analyze them, frame by frame, slow and methodical, I realized I might have caught something reacting to me being there. And I know how that sounds. I do. I'm hearing the comments in my head as I'm saying it, but I'm going to describe what I observed in the sequence, not what I want it to be. In one frame, there's this metallic pipe running through the shot, kind of dull and industrial, like everything in basements always is. And above it, in the darkness, there's a shape that begins to form. At first, it's just a faint outline, like the hint of a head, too rounded, too placed to be random. And then, across the next frames, it's like it turns, like it notices. And then there's this moment where the shape distorts, like the image stretches, and a pale blue flare shows up. Not like a clean lens flare, more like a flicker, like a pulse. And in the same stretch of time, I remembered something I hadn't even connected until later. Standing down there, I'd caught a glimpse in my peripheral vision, just a blue smudge of a face-like shape in the dark. I'd told myself it was nothing and kept moving, because what else do? You don't want to freak yourself out in a basement at night. But later, looking at those frames, I couldn't shake the feeling that the two things lined up, that what I saw with my eyes and what I caught with the camera were part of the same moment. And here's the thing. I didn't even tell anyone online the full version of that. I didn't describe the blue flicker or the face smudge or the way the sequence looked like a reaction, because I could already tell nobody wanted to have a real conversation. They didn't want to explore possibilities. They wanted a punchline. So I kept it to myself. I still have those images. I still have the originals. I even have an old clip I shared once, but I've gotten careful about posting anything now. People will accuse you of trying to promote something even when you're not. And honestly, I'm hesitant for a simpler reason too, because I know how hard it can be for someone else to see what you see. It's not always obvious. Sometimes you're asking someone to understand a feeling and a pattern over time, not a single crystal clear figure waving at the camera. But I'll tell you why I'm bringing it up now. Because today, out of nowhere, I found myself thinking about that basement sequence again, the one I took years ago, and I realized how lonely it can feel to hold something like that, to genuinely believe you witnessed something unordinary, to do everything you can to rule out reflections and artifacts, and still land on, no, this was real for me. And it made me wonder, have you ever had something like that? A photo you never posted, a clip you never shared, a moment you kept tucked away because the first time you tried to talk about it, someone laughed or called you crazy or made you feel small. I'm not asking you to prove anything. I'm asking because I think there's this quiet category of experiences people carry alone. Not because they're lying, but because they got punished for being honest. And I guess I'm saying, if you have something like that, I'd understand. I really would. So, I was never really a kid who had a bunch of spooky, unexplainable stuff happen to them. I didn't grow up seeing ghosts in the hallway or hearing whispers in the walls or anything like that. But there was one moment, one single moment, that still clings to me, even now. And it's weirdly comforting and unsettling at the same time, because I later found out a lot of other people swear they saw something similar when they were kids. I think I was about 7 when it happened, maybe a little younger. And honestly, that's part of what frustrates me, because if it had happened when I was older, I feel like I'd be able to describe every tiny detail. Instead, it's like my memory is a room with the lights turned halfway down. Back then, we lived in this 2-story house. My parents, Marina and Eduardo, were there, and my older sister Leah too. The downstairs was our space, and upstairs was my grandpa, Seodavi's place. He liked his quiet, his little routines, and the way the sunlight hit the upstairs landing in the afternoons. That day, everyone else was upstairs with him, talking, laughing, doing whatever adults and older kids do when they're together. And I was downstairs alone, completely unbothered, just doing kid stuff, probably fiddling with a toy or zoning out in front of the TV. At some point, I got off the couch and wandered into the kitchen. I don't even remember why. I just remember the movement, couch to kitchen, like it was the most normal thing in the world. And here's something important, because people always picture these stories happening at night. It was daytime. The sun was out, the house was bright, and somehow that made it worse, because it felt like this shouldn't be possible in the middle of an ordinary day. Our kitchen had this round window, kind of like a little porthole, and if you looked through it, you could see the rooftops of the houses behind ours, uneven lines of tiles and bright sky above them. I stepped into the kitchen, glanced toward that window, and my stomach just dropped, because there was a figure out there. Not a person I could actually see, not someone with a face or recognizable clothes, more like a shape, a silhouette, standing on the roofline like it belonged there. It looked like a man, and he was wearing a hat. That part is burned into me. The hat shape was so clear, like a brim, like the kind you'd recognize instantly even if everything else was wrong. I leaned slightly, like my brain was trying to make sense of it. Like, okay, what am I looking at? Is that a neighbor? Is someone working up there? But the more I stared, the less it made sense, because I couldn't make out anything else. No facial features, no color, no texture, not even the sense of light hitting fabric. It was like the figure absorbed detail, like it refused to become real. Just shadow. And the strangest part? It felt like it was watching me. Not in a cartoon way, not with glowing eyes or anything dramatic. Just this heavy, undeniable feeling of attention, like I'd walked into the room and realized someone had already been standing there, silently waiting. I panicked, like full-body, instinctive panic. I ran. I remember my feet slapping the stairs, my voice already breaking before I even got words out. I burst upstairs and grabbed at my mom, crying and babbling about a man, someone outside, someone on the roof, someone in the kitchen window. But when we got to the kitchen, nothing. The rooftops were empty. The window showed only tile and sky. No movement, no shape, no hat, no anything. My parents searched around anyway, checked doors, looked out back, even called up to a neighbor. And all I could do was cry and cling to my mom like my body still hadn't caught up with the idea that it was gone. Later, they told me I'd been really scared, more scared than they'd ever seen me. Not just a quick startle, not a kid overreacting, like something had genuinely rattled me. And I believe that. Because after that, for days, maybe longer, I couldn't sleep right. I'd lie in bed with my eyes wide open, replaying the shape of that hat in my head, imagining that if I looked out any window for too long, I'd see it again. But I never did. That's the thing. It didn't come back. It didn't haunt the house. There were no follow-up sightings, no footsteps on the roof, no second encounter. Just that one moment. And if it was just some ordinary guy, why would he be on the rooftops behind our house? Why would he stand still like that? Why would he vanish between the time I ran upstairs and the time my parents came down? I've tried to explain it away in a dozen ways. A shadow from something else, a trick of light, my imagination filling in the blanks. But the older I get, the more I remember how solid it felt in the moment, how sure my body was that what I was seeing was real. And here's what keeps pulling me back in. Years later, out of curiosity, I started looking around online, and I found story after story, people describing a shadowy man, often with a hat, seen when they were children. Different houses, different countries, different years, but this strangely similar image. That still messes with me. Because it's one thing to have a creepy childhood memory. It's another thing to realize you might not be the only one who remembers the same shape. So I don't know. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was something my 7-year-old brain couldn't process, and it filed it away as man in a hat. Or maybe it really was something. Either way, I've carried it for a long time, and I'm genuinely curious. Have you ever seen anything like that? Even just once? Even as a kid? I'd honestly love to hear it, because this story still sits in the back of my mind like an unanswered question. So, my grandma passed away in October 2022, and ever since then, I've had a few dreams where she shows up in this really comforting way. Those kinds of dreams feel like a gift, honestly. But I've also had these other experiences, like sleep paralysis or astral projection, where something tries to look like someone you love, and it's not them. And this one still makes my stomach drop when I think about it. I had fallen asleep on the couch with the TV on, like the kind of sleep where you're not even trying to go to bed. Then suddenly I felt awake. Not normal awake, more like my mind clicked on before my body did. I could see my living room, but everything looked kind of smeared and foggy at the edges, like reality had a bad filter on it. And that's usually how I know I'm projecting. I turned my head to the right, toward the far corner of the room, and I saw 2 figures standing there. One looked like my grandma. The other looked like my aunt, Marisol. At first, my heart did that thing where it lifts, because you want it to be real. Even though they weren't totally clear, I heard Marisol's voice so plainly, like she was right there with me, saying, "Come on, come give your grandma a hug. She's been missing you." And without thinking too hard, I sat up, like I just got pulled by the invitation, and I started walking toward them. But the closer I got, the clearer they became, and the more wrong it felt. Because the woman that looked like my grandma didn't look like her anymore. Her eyes were too dark. Not like shadow makeup dark, like there was depth in them that didn't belong. Her face looked thinner, almost dried out, and there was this weight around her, this thick atmosphere that pressed into my chest. And it wasn't like a cartoon evil feeling. It felt like grief, like abandonment, like a loneliness so deep it had teeth. And that's what freaked me out the most, because my grandma was never like that. Even when she was sick, even near the end, she was still teasing people, still smiling, still finding some way to make the room lighter. This thing in front of me felt like the opposite of her spirit. So I stopped a few feet away, and I just knew, that sharp, clear knowing, that this was not my grandma. But here's the thing. I still felt so much sorrow coming off of her that it made my eyes sting. It was overwhelming, like standing too close to someone crying, except it wasn't sound, it was energy. And I thought, maybe it's confused. Maybe it's hurt. Maybe it's pretending because it doesn't know another way to reach someone. So I decided to hug her anyway. Not because I believed her, but because I couldn't stand the way that loneliness felt, like something that had been starving for a very long time. When I stepped forward and wrapped my arms around her, she was colder than she should have been. Not icy exactly, just wrong. Like hugging something that didn't belong in a living room. And I leaned in and whispered into her ear, as gently as I could, "I know you're not my grandma, but I'm hugging you anyway. I think you need it." And the second I said that, the second, everything flipped. She jerked back and her face twisted, and she started wailing like I'd stabbed her with words. Full on screaming, sobbing, this raw, furious sound. "I am your grandma! How dare you say I'm not your grandma?" And then she grabbed me. And then, out of nowhere, a bright white light started flashing around us. Not like a gentle glow, like strobe flashes. Fast, sharp, filling the room. The grandma stopped mid-scream and snapped her head around, terrified. And Marisol did too. Both of them suddenly scanning the room like animals hearing a predator. They looked scared, like they'd been caught. And right as that fear hit their faces, I slammed back into my body. I was suddenly fully awake on the couch, heart pounding, breath shallow, mouth dry. The TV was still on. The living room was normal again. But the corner, the exact corner where I'd seen them standing, where my LED strip lights are plugged in, those lights were flashing bright white. Violently. Rapid flashes, like the room was taking pictures. And here's the part that messed with me. I didn't even have the LEDs set to white. They'd been on deep blue earlier. They were never on white. I grabbed the remote immediately, panicked, and kept hitting buttons. Off, brightness, mode, anything. And nothing worked. The lights kept flashing like they were ignoring me completely. So I unplugged them. The second I did, the flashing stopped. I stood there for a moment, just staring, hands shaking. Then I plugged them back in, and the LED strip didn't turn on at all, like it was dead, like it had burned out in that moment. And it never worked again after that. I told my friend about it the next day, and he just stared at me and went, "Nope, that is straight up poltergeist stuff." Which did not help, obviously. But what really got me is this. I've had projection experiences before. Weird ones, intense ones, but never anything that felt like it bled into the physical world. And I keep replaying it, trying to make it make sense. Why did that thing react like that when I calmly called it out? Why did the white flashing start right when they looked scared? And why, out of everything in my living room, did the lights in that corner start flashing white like some kind of warning? And then die? I don't know. All I know is, I woke up to the same white flashing light I saw in that moment, and it felt like something stepped in, something pushed them out, and for a split second, my actual reality, and whatever that was, overlapped. And I swear, even now, when I look at that corner of the room, it feels different, like it remembers. So there's this one childhood memory I always hesitate to bring up, because if it were just me, I'd write it off as a kid's imagination running wild. But the problem is, it wasn't just me. There were 6 other cousins there, and even now, grown adults, we all still describe the same exact thing. We were spending a night out at my grandfather's place, his little farm out in the countryside. I don't remember our exact ages, but we were definitely still little. Like, no one was older than maybe 9 or 10. There were 7 of us total, 2 boys and 5 girls, all bouncing around like kids do when they're supposed to be winding down but aren't. The porch was the only place with decent light. 1 weak bulb over the door, that kind of warm little glow that makes you feel safe. And then beyond it, nothing. Just pure black. The yard, the path, the fields, everything disappeared the moment it left the porch light. We were sitting out there playing and talking and laughing when someone went quiet and pointed. Out in the darkness, straight ahead of us, were these patches. Big, neon green patches. Like two glowing shapes just hovering there, facing us. And I know how that sounds. I know. The farm had cats and dogs, and we'd seen their eyes at night before. Little reflective dots. You shine light and they shine back. But this wasn't that. These weren't small pinpoint reflections. They were larger, too large. And they weren't shaped like normal eyes either. No pupils, no iris, no eye structure at all. Just these solid, flat, greenish glows. Like someone had stuck two pieces of glowing glass in the air. The worst part was the feeling of it. They weren't just there. They felt focused. Like they were watching us the same way you watch someone when you're waiting for them to notice you. Of course we did what kids do. We got curious. One of the boys, Milo, ran inside and came back with my uncle's flashlight. He stood right at the edge of the porch light like he was brave, lifted the flashlight, and aimed it right at those glowing patches. And the second the beam hit them, gone. Just gone. Like someone snapped their fingers. All we could see in that spot were rocks and uneven ground. Nothing else. No animal, no person, no anything. So we're all talking over each other like, "Do it again, do it again." And Milo pulls the beam away. And the green patches instantly came back. Right there. Same spot, same height, same steady stare. He tested it again. Light on, disappears. Light off, returns. That's when the excitement stopped being fun and started curdling into that cold kind of fear kids get. The kind that makes your stomach drop even before you understand why. We ran inside to tell the adults, all of us tumbling into the room at once, trying to explain. But you know how it is. Family gathering, adults talking over tea, half listening. They barely looked up. Somebody waved a hand and said it was probably an animal, told us to stop spooking ourselves, and went right back to the conversation. So we trudged back out, annoyed and still curious and maybe a little embarrassed. And the glowing patches were still there, still facing us, still waiting. That's when Rowan, one of the boys, the stubborn one, did the thing we all begged him not to do. He crouched down, scooped up a handful of rocks from the porch edge, and chucked one toward the glow. It hit somewhere near them, at least we thought it did. And I swear, every single one of us felt it at the same moment. They moved closer. Not fast, not like a jump scare. Rowan laughed, nervous laughing, and threw another rock. Again, closer. A third rock, and now the distance felt wrong, like the darkness had shifted toward us, like something had leaned forward in response. We completely lost it. All 7 of us bolted inside, tripping over each other, slamming the door, breathless and wide-eyed, trying to talk at the same time. And here's the part I'm less confident about, because this part feels like it might have been fear taking over my brain. But I remember standing by a window later, peeking out toward the far hills, and thinking I saw more of them. More green glows scattered out in the darkness, like the countryside had more eyes than it should have. I can't swear to that part the way I can swear to the porch and the flashlight and the rocks, but it's stuck in my mind like a splinter. The next morning, in daylight, we went out there like tiny detectives, fully convinced we were going to solve it. Our most logical theory was something like, maybe it was glass, or a bottle, or some weird reflective mineral in the rocks that caught the porch light just right. We searched. We kicked stones around. We looked for anything shiny, anything reflective, anything that could explain it. There was nothing, just rocks. And what makes this so hard to shrug off, even now, is that the core details aren't just my foggy childhood recollection. My cousins still remember it too, independently, the same way. The big green glow, the way it vanished under the flashlight beam, the way it came back the second the light moved away, the way it seemed to creep closer when Rowan threw rocks. A couple weeks ago, it came up casually with my mom, just as a weird, "remember that?" story, and she didn't even act surprised. She just shrugged and said that area has always had its own nighttime stories, like our family's private folklore, like strange things aren't uncommon out there after dark. And honestly, that's what keeps me thinking about it. Because if it was an illusion, how does an illusion behave like that? Why would it react to us? And if it wasn't an illusion, if it was something real, why did it feel like it wanted us to come off the porch and step into that blackness? All I know is this: it didn't feel like an animal. It felt like something was out there, watching a porch full of kids, waiting to see who would get brave enough or curious enough to walk into the dark. So, I don't know if you've ever played Scatterjacks, or maybe you called it something else where you grew up. But when I was a kid, it was everything for a while. It was one of those simple little games adults barely notice. A rubber ball, a handful of metal jacks, and a floor you didn't mind kneeling on for an hour straight. My little brother Eli and I used to play it constantly at our place. And it wasn't just us. Kids from up and down the street would wander over after school like it was an unspoken rule. We'd end up with, I don't know, maybe 6 or 8 of us crammed into the living room, laughing, arguing over whose turn it was, and listening to that very specific soundtrack, thump thump of the ball, and that sharp little click clack when someone scooped up the jacks. It became this cozy routine, like the neighborhood had its own heartbeat for an hour every afternoon. And honestly, nothing felt weird about it at all. Until one day it did. It was maybe 10 days after we'd really gotten into the habit, long enough that it felt normal. That afternoon, we weren't even playing. We were sprawled out in front of the TV, half watching some cartoon, half zoning out. The jacks weren't out. The ball wasn't out. Nobody was taking turns. We were just sitting there. Then we heard it. That sound. The exact Scatterjacks sound. The rubber ball bouncing. Thump. Thump. And the jacks tapping like someone was picking them up. Click. 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 At first I thought maybe someone was messing with us. Like Eli was hiding the ball behind his back, waiting for the perfect moment to be annoying. But we all turned and stared at each other at the same time, and you could tell instantly. Nobody was joking. The sound kept going, and it wasn't coming from the living room. It was coming from down the hall. We got up, slowly, like our bodies were trying to convince our brains not to, and followed it to the spare bedroom. The door was open. We could see straight in. Nobody was in there. No jacks on the floor. No ball. Nothing rolled under the bed. Nothing in the corner. Nothing on the dresser. Just a quiet, ordinary room. Except it wasn't quiet, because the game sounds were still happening. Like an invisible kid was kneeling on the carpet, playing a perfect round like it had done it 1,000 times. I remember the feeling in my stomach more than anything. It wasn't dramatic, like in movies. It was worse than that, because it was so normal looking and so impossible at the same time. Like your brain keeps reaching for an explanation and your hands come back empty. We just stood there. Nobody wanted to step fully into the room. And then my dad showed up. My father, Pastor Ronan, though we never called him that at home, was a deeply religious man. Not casually, not goes to church on holidays. I mean the kind of person who could quote scripture the way other dads quote sports stats. He'd been a preacher for a few years before taking a regular job again, but that faith never left him. He took one look at us standing there like statues, heard the sound, and he didn't hesitate. He didn't ask questions. He just started praying out loud. And I swear to you, as soon as he did, the bouncing and clicking started to thin out, like turning down the volume on a radio. Thump, thump, click, softer, slower. For a second, I thought it was over. Then it started again, sudden and clear, but not in the bedroom, in the laundry room. We all snapped our heads toward the other end of the house, and my dad immediately walked that direction, still praying like he was following it. When he got there, the sound faded again, same as before, like it couldn't stand to stay in the same place where he was praying. That's the part I can't explain without sounding ridiculous, but it truly felt like the prayer wasn't stopping it. It was moving it, like the sound was being pushed out of rooms one by one, retreating deeper into the house, like it was looking for somewhere my dad's voice couldn't reach. This happened a few more times. Pantry, then the hallway closet, then, this one still gives me chills, the bathroom, where the echo made it sound even sharper, like the jacks were tapping right against the tile. Each time my dad followed, each time he prayed, each time the sound would weaken, and then jump somewhere else, as if it refused to go quietly, but also couldn't hold its ground. Finally, after what felt like forever, but was probably only a couple minutes, it just stopped. Not faded, not drifted away, stopped, like someone had cut a string. And the house went so still that it felt like we were all holding our breath at the same time. After that, Scatterjacks was done. We didn't have to make a big rule about it, though my dad did pack the game away. But honestly, none of us even wanted to look at it. The fun had drained out of it like a light turning off. The ball and the jacks just felt wrong, like they belonged to something else now. What's wild is, years later, we'd bring it up sometimes, at family gatherings or when Eli and I were reminiscing, and it always made the room go quiet for a moment, because everyone who was there remembers the sound the same way, the way it moved, the way it felt. And we did ask the neighborhood kids as we got older, the ones who used to come over all the time. We'd phrase it casually like, "Hey, do you remember that game? Did anything weird ever happen at your house?" Every single one of them said no. Nothing like that. Not once. Just us. Just that afternoon. And to this day, whenever I hear a rubber ball bouncing somewhere, like in a gym or a driveway, I get this tiny jolt in my chest, because for a split second, my brain expects to hear the click-clack of jacks right after it, even though I haven't touched that game in years. So, I've sat on this story for a long time, and I still don't tell it lightly. This happened about 7 years back, maybe closer to 8. My mom, my stepdad, and I were going through a rough stretch, and for most of the summer, spilling into early fall, we ended up living at this state campground. Not for a weekend, not for a vacation, like living there. Our campsite was toward the front, where it was a little more open, but pretty much everywhere else was woods. Thick trees, shadows that felt deeper at night, that kind of place. I had my own small tent, just big enough for me, my sleeping bag, and this little portable TV I'd watch to calm down at night. And leading up to the thing that happened, there was this sound. Almost every night, we'd hear something out in the trees, behind us, sometimes off to the right, sometimes across the little campground road. It wasn't constant, but it was enough that we started expecting it. It would scream or yell, loud enough to make the hair on your arms stand up. And before you say owl, I thought that too. I went down a rabbit hole. I listened to every owl call I could find. Barred owl, great horned, screech owl, everything. This wasn't that. It also wasn't the classic whoop people always talk about. It sounded bigger, rougher, like something trying to push sound out of a chest that didn't belong to a deer or a bird. By the time this happened, camping season was winding down. Most people were gone. There were still a handful of campers way off on the far end, and a couple spots tucked deeper in the back, but near us, it felt almost abandoned, quiet in that unsettling way. The night before my encounter, my stepdad, his name's Glenn, sat straight up in his sleeping bag and swore he heard someone messing with the cooler outside their tent. Like the lid opening, a little rummaging, that soft clink of ice shifting. He even whispered my name through the tent wall like, "Are you awake?" But I was out. Next morning we checked. Nothing missing. Not the snacks, not the drinks, not even the meat we kept buried at the bottom. And that stuck with us, because if it was a person snooping, why wouldn't they take something? Then came the next night. I remember I was sitting in my tent watching some movie I didn't even care about, just needed the noise. The glow of the screen made the tent feel less dark, like it put a little bubble around me. And then I heard footsteps. Not loud stomping, more like careful steps. Close enough that my stomach instantly tightened. I paused the movie and muted the TV so fast I almost knocked it over. I listened, and I heard the cooler. The lid opened. Ice shifted. Something moved around inside for a few seconds, like a hand feeling through it. Not frantic, just curious. Then the lid closed. My heart was pounding so hard I swear it was shaking my ribs. And then the steps moved away from the cooler and came straight toward my tent. I remember thinking, please just keep walking. Please just keep walking. But it didn't. It stopped right beside me. And then, this is the part that still makes my throat go tight. It pressed a hand against the side of my tent. Not a little tap, not a poke. It pushed in, like it wanted to feel what was inside. The fabric bowed inward, and the shape of the hand became clear. Palm, thick fingers, the whole outline. And because the TV had been on, there was still enough light inside the tent that I could see the color through the fabric. Dark, like a deep brown. The hand stayed there for maybe 5 seconds, just long enough to feel like a full minute. Then it slowly pulled away, and the footsteps backed off, and walked away into the dark, like it had never been there at all. No running, no laughing, no whispering, just gone. I didn't sleep, not really. I lay there listening for another hour, maybe more, expecting it to come back. But it didn't. The next day, I didn't even think to look for footprints. People always ask that. Did you check the ground? And I wish I had. I really do. But I was in this weird fog for days afterward, like my brain didn't know where to file what happened. I've gone over the possibilities 100 times. It didn't feel like a person messing around. There wasn't that human energy. No joking, no lingering to scare me again. And the town nearby was tiny, the kind of place where you'd notice if there were people wandering around looking for food. It just didn't add up. What it did feel like was something young, curious, testing boundaries. Like it didn't actually want to take anything, it just wanted to see. And there's one more thing, and I know this part sounds strange, but it stuck with me too. One night, separate from the hand thing, I woke up around 1 or 2 in the morning, and for a few seconds I swear I heard drums. Not modern drums, more like that steady, distant thump-thump you'd imagine in an old battlefield movie. It faded quickly, and maybe it was my half-asleep brain playing tricks. But here's the weird part. There was a historic battle fought in that region way back in the 1700s. Not right on top of the campground, but close enough that people in town talk about it. So sometimes I wonder if that area just holds things, sounds, stories, whatever you want to call it. I still haven't stayed at that campground again, but I think about it more than I'd like to admit. And part of me, this is the honest truth, part of me wants to go back, just once, and sit in that same patch of woods and listen. Not because I want to be scared again, because I want to know what it was that reached out and touched the wall of my tent. Okay, so when I was a kid, one of my closest friends lived in this part of town that everyone whispered about. The kind of place people would point at when they drove by and say, "Yeah, that area's got history." Like old land, old stories, the whole vibe. My friend, let's call her Jenna, swore up and down her house was haunted. She'd talk about odd noises, weird cold spots, doors that didn't feel normal. And honestly, from my perspective, her house was incredible. It was in one of the nicest neighborhoods around, older but classy, the kind of place that felt established and kind of grand. And her mom, oh my gosh, her mom, Ms. Larkin, was basically the definition of a perfect stay-at-home mom. She decorated for every season like it was her personal mission. She baked like she was trying to win awards. I'm talking fresh pies, cookies, cinnamon rolls. Everything always smelled warm and sweet and safe. She threw the best holiday parties too. Jenna's house was basically the place everyone wanted to be. So I spent a ton of time there. Sleepovers, school projects, movie nights, you name it. But this one night, this is the night that still sticks with me. It was another sleepover at Jenna's. I don't even remember what we were celebrating, just that her dad was out of town, which matters. We did all the usual stuff, snacks, laughing too loud, staying up later than we should. Then it was finally time to crash. Her room was packed, like wall-to-wall sleeping bags and air mattresses. You couldn't see the carpet at all. I ended up on an air mattress right by her bedroom door, and her door was open. Always. They always kept it open at night. And right outside the room, at the top of the stairs, they had this loud industrial fan they'd run as a noise machine. Jenna's family claimed the house made noises at night. Creaks, shifting, little sounds. So they used the fan to drown it out. Personally, I hated that thing. It was just this constant, heavy humming that made it impossible for me to relax. And that night, I was stuck awake, listening to it like it was drilling straight into my brain. This was before everyone had phones on their pillows, so I didn't know what time it was. I couldn't see Jenna's clock from where I was. I was just lying there, staring into the dim hallway, annoyed and restless. At some point, I heard footsteps, not inside the room, outside it. I heard Jenna's mom's bedroom door open, and then I heard her walk across the hallway. And I knew it was her because her parents' room was directly across from Jenna's, with that fan sitting right between the doors. Also, Jenna's dad was gone, and all the other girls were asleep, so there was no confusion. Then I heard her start going down the stairs. And listen, those stairs had 2 steps that squeaked no matter what. You could tiptoe, you could step on the edge, you could try to float down like a cartoon burglar. Didn't matter. Those 2 steps always squeaked. And I heard them, clear as day. So I'm lying there thinking, okay, she's up. Maybe it's morning. And then I start hearing faint kitchen sounds downstairs, like cabinet doors, the clink of something being set down, that sort of soft morning movement. Nothing loud, just busy. And my brain immediately goes to food, because Ms. Larkin made the best breakfast. Like legendary. She'd make chocolate chip pancakes and put out powdered sugar like it was a fancy restaurant. And she'd dust your pancakes perfectly if you asked, like the most gentle little snowfall over the top. So now I'm awake, because all I can think about is pancakes. Time passes. I don't know how much, but it starts to feel long. Like, if she's up making breakfast, shouldn't she be coming back up soon to wake everyone? And then the room starts to brighten a little. Not full daylight, but that soft, early morning glow. The kind that makes everything feel calm and golden. I'm still staring at the stairs. And then, oh my God, my whole body just freezes because I see Miss Larkin open her bedroom door and walk out and start walking toward the stairs, like she's just now getting up. And my heart drops because I'm sitting there thinking, no, 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 no. You already went downstairs. I knew it. I knew she had. I heard her door. I heard her cross the hall. I heard her take those steps. I heard those squeaks. And she never came back up. Not once. Not even for a second. But here she was, doing it again. I felt this cold wave hit me, like the kind that starts in your chest and spreads down your arms and legs until you're covered in goosebumps. Like my body understood what was happening before my brain could even form the words. And then, almost like the world was rubbing it in, I suddenly smelled it. Pancakes. Sweet, warm batter. Butter. And bacon, too. Salty and smoky. Except, I hadn't smelled that earlier. Not when I thought she was downstairs making breakfast. The smells only showed up now, when she was walking down the stairs for the first time, like a normal morning. I remember just lying there, completely locked in place, staring at the staircase, trying to make it make sense. A little later, she came back up, cheerful and normal, and gently woke everyone up for breakfast like nothing had happened. And that's the weirdest part. Nothing else happened that day. No big dramatic moment. No explanation. No one screaming or running out of the house. Just breakfast and laughter and chocolate chips and powdered sugar. But after that night, I started noticing things in that house more. Feeling things. So, you know how Hong Kong can feel like two cities at once? Glass towers and neon on one side, and on the other, these old streets where history practically leaks out of the stone. A while back, I found myself in Sa Ying Pun, wandering uphill without much of a plan, when someone pointed me toward a place locals still talk about in a lowered voice, not because it's flashy or famous, because of what it used to be. They called it the High Street Asylum, and even though the building doesn't look like a horror movie set at first glance, more like a proud old colonial structure with arches and heavy granite blocks, there's this weight to it. The kind you feel in your chest before you even understand why. It didn't start as anything sinister. Back in the late 1800s, around 1894, it was built as quarters for nurses working nearby. Elegant, in a stern, old-world way. Big windows, thick walls, the sort of architecture that was meant to say, "We're staying." But buildings don't choose what they become. People do. By the time the 1940s rolled around, the city was straining. Too many patients, too few resources, and mental health was treated like a problem to be controlled, not a pain to be healed. The old nurses' quarters were converted into a women's psychiatric ward, and that's where the stories take a turn. Here's the part that's hard to say out loud, even now. The treatments weren't kind. They weren't careful. They were brutal in the quiet, clinical way that makes your skin crawl. One former orderly, well, according to an old account a local researcher named Mina Lau shared with me, described insulin coma therapy like it was routine. Patients injected until they slipped under, then dragged back with glucose, over and over, as if the brain were a machine you could reboot. Sometimes people didn't come back the same. Sometimes they didn't come back at all. And then there were the lobotomies. Even hearing the word feels cold. Cutting into the frontal lobe, trying to snip away bad behavior like it was a stain. The result wasn't peace. It was emptiness. People left staring past you, like their spirit had been folded up and put away. A lot of those women didn't survive that place. Not really. Some died from the procedures. Some, the stories say, took their own lives when the pain and confusion became too much. And when a building holds that kind of suffering for long enough, people start saying it doesn't fully let go. Then war came, and the building's darkest chapter began. In late 1941, when Hong Kong fell under Japanese occupation, High Street changed hands and changed purpose again. The ward was seized, requisitioned, and locals insist it became a place of detention, interrogation, and execution. Not soldiers, civilians. Ordinary people who just happened to be in the wrong place, under the wrong shadow, at the wrong time. There are rumors, always rumors, that bodies were rushed out at night and buried nearby, in a park close enough that you can still walk there in minutes. No markers, no names, just earth covering secrets. And you know what's chilling? The stories from after the war. Because even when the building returned to medical use, people swore it never felt clean again. A retired staff member, Rory Chan, someone I met through a friend's friend, told me he refused to do night rounds alone. Not because he believed in ghosts, he said, but because of the sounds. Screams from rooms that were empty. Knocking from behind walls that had been sealed. He laughed when he said it, like he wanted the laughter to erase the memory. But his hands didn't laugh. His hands kept fidgeting, like they were trying to shake something off. Eventually, the place shut down for good, early 1970s, after newer facilities opened elsewhere. The building sat abandoned for years, boarded up, peeling, turning quiet in that way abandoned places do, like they're holding their breath. And that's when it became a magnet. Urban explorers, thrill seekers, amateur ghost hunters with cameras and shaky courage. People slipped in through gaps, climbed the stairwells, filmed the corridors, and came out pale, swearing they heard whispers right behind their ear when no one was there. One crew, filmmakers working on a local paranormal series, something like City Superstitions, reportedly had equipment fail repeatedly in the same section of the building. Batteries draining fast, audio cutting out. One actress got nauseous so suddenly she had to sit down on the floor, crying, insisting she felt like she was being watched from the corner of the room. And there's one detail that gets repeated a lot, always the same, always specific. A figure. Not a floating sheet, not a dramatic apparition, just a shadowy silhouette standing still in a room as if it's waiting. People claim it's been caught on video more than once, in angles where there shouldn't have been anyone at all. Now, look, I'm not here to tell you what to believe. I'm just telling you what gets said, what gets passed from one person to another in this city, like a secret you don't want to carry alone. Because today, the building isn't abandoned anymore. It's been renovated, repurposed, turned into something useful, something public. A community space, a historic site people can walk into in broad daylight. And still, some visitors say the atmosphere shifts the moment you step inside. Like the building remembers. Like the walls have heard too much and can't forget it, no matter how fresh the paint is or how bright the new lights are. So whenever I think about High Street, I keep coming back to the same question. Not, are ghosts real, but something quieter, something sadder. What does a place do with the pain it held? Does it release it? Or does it keep it, pressed deep into the stone, waiting for someone to come close enough to feel it again? So, I grew up in this modest little apartment with my mom and my 4 siblings. It was always loud, always busy. One of those homes where you're never really alone, even when you want to be. The apartment had this long, enclosed balcony that ran almost the entire length of it. It was actually pretty spacious. There was furniture out there and everything, but we barely used it. It just kind of existed, like an extra room we forgot we had. Then one day I begged my mom for a pet, and somehow I ended up with a tiny kitten. We named him Miso. Miso was adorable, but oh my god, at night, a menace. He'd sprint around, knock things over, meow like he was giving a concert. Nobody could sleep, so we started putting him out on the balcony at night so the rest of us could finally get some rest. And it worked, until it didn't. One night, I'm talking like 2:40 in the morning, that weird hour where the whole world feels paused. I woke up suddenly. No nightmare, no sound, nothing. Just this strong urge to check on Miso, like my body decided for me. So I got up and groggy, and I walked over to the balcony door. The curtains were drawn, and I remember feeling like I didn't want to make noise. I pulled the curtain back just a little and peered through the glass. Miso was easy to spot because he had that bright ginger-orange fur that practically glows even in dim light. And I saw him sitting way at the far end of the balcony, in the corner furthest from my room. But he wasn't curled up. He wasn't playing. He was sitting perfectly still, just staring upward at the corner near the ceiling, not blinking, not moving. And I stood there thinking, what are you looking at? Then, without warning, Miso stood up. His whole body puffed out like a bottle brush, the way cats do when they're absolutely terrified. He arched his back, his fur spiked up, and for half a second it looked like he was frozen in panic. And then, he bolted. He ran the entire length of that balcony straight toward my side, like something had chased him, and he shot under the couch that was pushed against the wall near my room. I swear, the speed of it, the urgency, it didn't look like normal kitten zoomies. It looked like fear, and I just stood there, heart pounding, staring through the glass like I forgot how to breathe. I didn't go outside. I didn't open the door. I didn't call his name. I backed away, climbed into bed, pulled the blanket over my head like a little kid, and just stayed there until I fell asleep again. And after that, yeah, Miso never slept on that balcony at night again. Not once. But the part that really messed with me is what happened after. Because not long after that night, weird things started happening in the apartment. Things that didn't feel like, oh, maybe the wind did it, or maybe I imagined it. It felt like something was sharing the space with us. One evening, we were eating dinner, and the curtains in the living room shifted, like someone had brushed past them. There were no open windows, no fan, nothing. At night, I'd be lying in bed and feel the mattress dip, like someone had sat down, or worse, like something had laid down beside me. You know that subtle movement when weight transfers across a bed? That. My sister Hannah had it the worst. She'd hear knocking, sharp, deliberate knocks, from one room. She'd go to check, and as soon as she reached the door, the knocking would start in another room, like it was leading her around on purpose. My brother Yusuf woke up one night and swore he saw the outline of a figure beside him in bed, like someone was sleeping there. He said it wasn't a shadow from the hallway. It had shape, it had weight, and he felt sick just talking about it. My mom told us she'd wake up feeling something tugging at her blanket, like hands trying to pull it away. She's not the kind of person who scares easily, so hearing her say that in a steady voice, that was enough. I went into the living room one night to pray. The apartment was quiet, lights low, and I started reciting Quran out loud. I wasn't even thinking about anything paranormal. I was just trying to focus. But as soon as I began reciting, I saw the couch cushion shift, like someone sat down, like the cushion compressed under invisible weight. I froze. Every part of me wanted to stop, but I forced myself to keep going, even though my throat felt dry and my hands were trembling. I kept my eyes down and just continued reciting like I didn't see it. And later, in my room, I started noticing shadows, movement in the corners at night that didn't match cars outside or streetlight patterns. Just a glide, a flicker, like something passing where nothing should be. And here's the thing, we didn't have these problems before. It felt like, after that night on the balcony, something had noticed us, or we'd noticed it. And once that door opened, it didn't close. But when we moved out of that apartment, everything stopped. Just stopped. Like someone shut off a radio that had been playing in the background for months. No knocks, no shifting curtains, no weight on the bed. Nothing. And that's why, when people ask me what I think it was, I always hesitate, because I know how it sounds. But I also know what we lived through. We're Muslim, and we believe in jinn, creations of God that exist alongside us. We can't see them in their natural form, but they can see us. And we're not meant to interact with them. But like humans, they're not all the same. Some mind their own business. Some are curious. Some are harmful. Some are downright malicious. We're taught that they're more active after sunset, and that's part of why we're advised to close windows and doors at night. Not out of superstition, but as a kind of spiritual caution. Like, don't leave things open. Don't invite attention. And we also believe they can take forms, animals, people, but that something will often feel off. The eyes, the expression, the energy. And I'll be honest with you, I don't know what Miso saw in that corner, but I've never forgotten the way his whole body reacted, like he was looking at something I couldn't see. And I think that night was the first time the apartment showed us we weren't alone. So, I've never really been a paranormal person. Like, I'm not out here thinking about ghosts or demons or any of that. My Aunt Marisol and a couple of my friends totally believe in the gentler side of it. Past loved ones checking in, little signs, guidance, that kind of thing. And honestly, I've always been like, sure, maybe. And then I just move on with my life. I never really left room in my head for anything darker. But after what happened the other night, I'm not gonna lie, I've been jumpy in a way I've never been before. I'd been visiting family for the holidays, and I flew home late because the tickets were way cheaper the day after Christmas. The whole day was chaos. My flight got delayed, and I spent hours convinced my checked bag was just gone. Like, permanently. So I'm pacing, checking emails, checking claim numbers, checking my phone every 30 seconds. And by the time I finally get home, it's around midnight, and my nerves are completely cooked. And the weird thing is, I'm not even tired. I slept through most of the flight, and I kind of dozed in the terminal too. So I'm home. It's quiet, and I'm like, okay, I just need something normal. I collect Lego sets, so I sit down at my desk and start building one I've been saving for a while. I put on this comfort show, something I've watched a bunch of times, just for background noise. I'm trying to force my brain back into safe mode, you know? Maybe 20 minutes in, I hear this thunk, like something solid hitting the floor. I freeze. I pause the show. I rewind because I'm half convinced it was just the TV and my stressed out brain is being dramatic. But no. I play it again. Nothing like that sound. The apartment is quiet again. And I'm also realizing I'm still in yesterday's clothes, like I've been marinating in airport air for a full day. So I'm like, fine, I'll go change, and I'll check what that sound was while I'm at it. The sound came from this little laundry and storage room off the hallway, kind of where I keep extra clothes, towels, random boxes, all that. There's also a small bed in there for when someone visits. So I walk in, flip on the light, and immediately see what it was. A framed photo had slipped off its hook and fallen. It's this old picture of me with my childhood dog, Bramble, my first dog.
He passed a few years ago, and I still keep that photo up because it makes me smile, even when I'm stressed. Seeing it on the floor felt sad, but not scary. Just one of those, oh no, moments. So I pick it up, straighten the hook, put it back on the wall. No big deal. I'm telling myself, it's fine. Old hook, or the door closing earlier, or whatever. And then, this is the part I hate even saying out loud, because it sounds like something out of a cheap horror scene. I'm turning slightly, like I'm about to grab clean clothes, and from the corner of my eye, I see movement near the little guest bed in the corner. Low to the floor. A hand. Like an actual hand shape, pulling backward, like someone was under the bed and yanking their arm out of sight. I saw it for a split second, but it was so clear that my stomach dropped before my brain even caught up. And I didn't do the brave movie thing. I didn't investigate. I didn't call out. I didn't even think. I just ran. Full panic. Heart pounding, skin cold, the whole thing. I'm 22 years old, like an adult, and I'm sprinting down the hallway like a scared kid. I slammed my bedroom door and stood there shaking, trying to convince myself I didn't see what I saw. For 10 minutes, I'm in my room just listening, holding my breath, waiting for a sound, waiting for footsteps, waiting for anything. And nothing happens. But I can't just leave it there. I can't go to sleep with that room just existing on the other side of the hallway like a question mark. So I do what a genius does when they're terrified. I grab the biggest kitchen knife I can find, and I march back down the hallway like I'm about to star in the world's saddest action movie. I flip the light on. Everything looks normal. No weird shapes, no movement, no sound. Just the bed, the shelves, the laundry hamper. Ordinary. And then I look over at the wall. The photo is on the floor again, and this time the frame is cracked. That is when I felt the fear settle in. Not like a jump scare, but like a heavy weight. Because one fall? Sure. 2 falls right after I hung it and cracked the frame? It just felt personal. Like the universe picked the one photo that could tug on my emotions and decided to knock it down twice. So I picked it up, didn't even try to fix it again, and I carried it back to my room, like it was something fragile in more ways than one. I stayed up the rest of the night, not even on my phone, not even watching anything, just listening. And nothing else happened. No footsteps, no doors, no whispering, no anything. Which almost makes it worse, because now I'm left alone with my imagination. Since then, I swear my senses are cranked up to 1,000. Every creak, every tiny settling noise, every little pop from the building. I'm hearing it all like it's right next to my ear. It's like my brain is scanning constantly now, trying to catch the next proof that something is wrong. And I keep going back and forth between 2 thoughts. One is, you were stressed, overtired, your eyes played a trick, and the picture hook is just loose. And the other is, okay, but then why did it feel so real? So yeah, that's where I'm at. I don't even know what I'm asking for. Maybe just someone to tell me I'm not losing it, or to give me a normal explanation that my brain can actually believe. Because right now, I'm home, but I don't feel fully settled in my own place anymore. Hey, I'm going to try telling this again, just softer this time. I really do need advice, not judgment, especially about apps or anything that could help me document what happened. So a few nights ago, the AC in my room was acting up. The house was warm and sticky, and I couldn't get comfortable, so I moved into the guest room because it has that little window unit that actually works. I climbed into bed, turned the lamp off, and immediately my cat, her name is Junie, came padding up like she'd been waiting for me.
That room is basically her space. She can roam the whole house, but she's always claimed the guest room like it's her kingdom. She crawled right onto my lap and pushed her face into mine, purring like a tiny engine. I was laughing quietly, rubbing her cheeks, letting her boop her nose against mine. The curtains were open on the big picture window behind the bed, so even with the lamp off, the room wasn't pitch black. I could still make out the shapes of things. Let me paint the layout, because it matters. It's a full-size bed. Across from it is the wall with the bedroom door and a closet. On the right side of the room, there's the window unit and a dresser. On the left side, right beside the side of the bed where I was lying, there's the bathroom door, an old cedar chest with a couple books stacked on top, and a small second closet. Junie was purring in my face, and I was giggling, and then something near the cedar chest caught my eye. I turned my head, kind of lazily at first, and I saw what looked like a person standing there, only about 3 feet away from the bed. Their back was to me. They had long, thick hair, like heavy hair, the kind that holds its shape. It looked uneven, like it had choppy layers. The hair went down to about their waist, and the height, maybe 5'6"? Not super tall, but not small either. And then the part that keeps looping in my brain. From the hips down, the legs just faded, like the lower half wasn't fully there. Here's the weird thing. I wasn't terrified. I know how that sounds, but it's true. I felt calm. Confused, but calm. Like my brain was trying to solve a puzzle instead of panic. I just stared. I honestly stared for a long time. Maybe 30 seconds, maybe longer, waiting for it to click. Waiting to realize, oh, it's a coat, or it's a shadow, or it's the curtain doing something weird. Because that's what logic does, right? It tries to save you. But it didn't shift. It didn't dissolve into anything normal. It stayed exactly the same. A person-shaped figure, back turned, hair to the waist, fading at the legs. So I reached over to my nightstand where my phone was, thinking, fine, I'll just turn on the screen light. I'll see what this actually is and laugh at myself. I tapped the screen on, and instantly the glow ruined my night vision. The bright rectangle basically turned into a little spotlight in my face, and suddenly, I couldn't see past it the way I could before. And that's when my heart started to go. I fumbled for the lamp switch beside the bed. My fingers felt clumsy, like they belonged to someone else. I clicked it on. Light flooded the room, and there was nothing there. No hanging clothes, no object tall enough to make that shape, no weird lamp shadow angle, no curtain doing anything dramatic. The space by the cedar chest was just empty floor and furniture. Normal, ordinary, nothing. And that's when I finally got scared. Not when I saw it, when I didn't. Because if it had been an illusion, there should have been something, anything, to explain why my eyes made that exact image. But there wasn't. The next day, I told my cousin. She's also my roommate. It's her house. When I described it, her face just drained, like someone pulled the plug. And she said really quietly, "You know, my sister's boy used to sleep in that room." I swear I felt cold crawl up my back, because I had forgotten for a second. He's been gone for a few years now. His death was tragic. He was so young, and the details, God, the details, lined up in a way I didn't want them to. The height, the hair, even Junie, she used to be his cat. She adored him. I haven't slept in that room again. It's hot as anything in the house, and I'll still choose discomfort over going back in there right now. My cousin told me something else that made my stomach twist. She said that night she heard me making noises, like I was talking, and at one point I sounded like I was yelling in my sleep. I don't remember that part, but I believe her. And now I'm stuck in this awful in-between place. I love him. I miss him. And I feel guilty that the thought of that room makes me uneasy, like I'm rejecting him somehow. But I also can't ignore how it felt, how real it looked, how the room offered me zero explanation when the light came on. So I keep thinking, maybe I should try sleeping in there again. Not to provoke anything, not to hunt anything, just to understand what happened. And if something happens again, I want to document it. That's the part I actually need help with. How do you record in the dark without blinding yourself? Are there apps that can record continuously without eating up storage instantly? Is there a way to have a phone start recording only if it detects motion, so I don't have to lie there awake and anxious waiting for something to happen? I don't even know what I'm hoping to prove. I just know I don't want this to stay as a blurry memory in my head that I can't sort out. And I really, really don't want people being cruel about it again. I just need tips, real ones, so I can either rule it out or understand it, without feeling like I'm losing my mind. So, this happened when I was maybe 13, 14 at the most, at this church camp I used to go to. And I'm not exaggerating when I say that even now, years later, I get that full body rush of chills when I tell it. Like goosebumps in the middle of a heat wave, no joke. It was late, around 10 p.m. give or take, and me and 3 friends were messing around playing this kind of hide-and-seek tag game. There was me, Kayla, Devin, and Marco. We were walking toward the spot where we were going to start, just laughing and being loud like kids are when they're supposed to be settling down for the night. And that's when we saw it. There were these big metal dumpsters by one of the maintenance areas, like the kind you see at construction sites. And we noticed a head pop up over the edge. Just peek, like someone was watching us. Of course, we didn't do the smart thing and leave it alone. We did the teenage thing. We got all whispery and decided we were going to sneak up and catch whoever it was. So we split, 2 on one side, 2 on the other, thinking we'd box them in. Devin did this little whistle signal, like we were in some action movie, and we all moved in at the same time. We rounded the corner and nothing. No one. We even checked inside the dumpster, like actually leaned in and looked, which is disgusting when I think about it now, and it was empty. No footprints, no rustling, no sound. Just trash and darkness. And then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw movement. Someone running down the slope away from us, headed toward another cluster of cabins. It was a decent distance, maybe the length of a football field. And again, we did the teenage thing. We chased. At first it felt kind of exciting, like, oh, we caught somebody messing with us. But as we got closer to the other campsite, the vibe changed. The path narrowed and the trees got thicker, and suddenly it didn't feel like camp anymore. It felt like we weren't supposed to be there. We slowed down a little, and that's when it happened. About 10 feet in front of us, right there in the trees, a face appeared from behind a trunk. And I don't know how else to describe it except it was wrong. Not just someone in the dark, but like the darkness itself had a face. It was so unnaturally dark that it looked like it swallowed the light around it. I don't even remember us deciding to move. I just remember, all at once, we were clustered behind Marco, because he was the biggest out of us, and he had this pocket knife out, like that was going to do anything. His hand was shaking so hard I could see it. The face vanished, and we all just stood there, barely breathing. Because the tree it peeked from, listen, was thin. Not skinny, but thin enough that there's no way a full person could hide behind it. There wasn't room. There wasn't space. And then, like a second later, It popped out from a completely different tree. Not walking over, not stepping out. It was just there. Then it moved again, ran or glided or hovered. I honestly don't know. The motion didn't look human. It didn't look like feet hitting the ground. It was like something sliding through the air, low and fast. And then it disappeared behind this little sapling that was even thinner than the first one. And that was it for us. We didn't scream. We didn't talk. We just turned around and got out of there as fast as we could without tripping over ourselves. But when I tried to tell someone, I couldn't. I opened my mouth and nothing came out. Like my voice was just gone. My throat worked, my lungs worked, I could breathe. But it was like my vocal cords refused to cooperate. Like one of those nightmares where you try to scream and you can't make a sound. I stood there for what felt like forever, just shaking, trying to force words out. And it took, I swear, like 15 minutes before my voice finally came back. When it did, we found this older guy. His name was Brandon. I think he was maybe 18 or 19, and we told him everything, every detail we could remember. And he kind of did that older kid thing where he acts calm, but you can tell he's curious. Like he wanted to believe us, but he didn't want to look like he believed us. So he and a couple of his friends convinced us to go back out there and explain it again. Just show us where it happened, tell it step by step. Even worse, he separated us, put us in different spots and had us tell it individually, like he was trying to catch someone lying. And here's what still messes with me. All four of us told the same story. Same dumpster, same running shape, same face, same trees, same movement. By that point, I was a mess. Barely talking, voice thin and shaky, arms covered in goosebumps. I remember Brandon walking with us, still skeptical but quieter now. And then, he saw it. I didn't even have to point. I saw his whole body stiffen. His face went white, like all the blood drained out at once. And whatever he saw, whatever we saw, hit him the exact same way it hit us. That terror, the instant animal panic. He whispered something like, "Nope," and we all rushed back inside, fast, clumsy, tripping over roots, not caring if we looked ridiculous. When we got back into the building, adults started crowding around us, asking what happened, telling us to sit down. And I remember one of them touching my cheek and saying, "Honey, your face is so pale you look dead." And I know how that sounds. I know it sounds like campfire story stuff. But I'm telling you, hand to my heart, something was out there that night. And every time I remember that face in the trees, I get those chills all over again. I've never really told anyone this out loud, not all the way through anyway. It's one of those things I keep tucked behind my ribs, because the second I pull it out, I can feel it again. And I haven't gone back to the place where it happened, not once. So, a couple years ago, 2021, late fall, I had just started seeing this girl named Mara. It was new. Like that weird in-between where you're not sure if you're just talking, or if you're already quietly building a life together without meaning to. We were still learning each other's coffee orders, you know? Less than a month into us being in each other's orbit, Mara got a call at work. I remember the way her face changed, like all the blood in her skin decided to leave at the same time. It was her best friend, Rowan, sobbing so hard she could barely get words out. Mara didn't even clock out properly. She just left. She drove to where Rowan said she was, and what she found? God, I still don't have clean language for it. Rowan had tried to end her life. Mara was the first one there. She did CPR until the paramedics arrived, hands shaking, voice breaking, just refusing to stop. But a day later, maybe two, The family made the decision to take Rowan off life support, and she passed. I didn't know all the details at the time, not like that. I just knew Mara was suddenly carrying something massive, and I didn't want her to carry it alone. Fast forward to last summer, like mid-July of 2023. Mara and I were out driving with the windows down, just floating through the day. Warm sun, music turned up, stupid jokes, laughing so hard my stomach hurt. The kind of day that feels like it's healing you without making a big deal about it. And then it happened. I know that sounds dramatic, like I'm trying to make it a movie moment, but it was exactly that sharp. 1 second I was fine. The next second it was like something inside me slammed on the brakes. We were on these back roads, ones I didn't recognize. There was this long fence running along the right side, the kind you see around old property lines. And when the fence ended, I swear to you, it felt like I drove straight into a wall, except nothing touched the car. My chest tightened so fast I thought I was choking. My hands went cold. It was panic, but it was also deeper than panic. Like grief that didn't belong to me, like a sudden drop into heavy, thick sadness. My throat closed up, and I started crying before I even understood why. Silent at first, then not so silent. Mara asked, "Hey, what's going on? Are you okay?" And I tried to answer. I really did. But all I could force out was, "I want to leave." That was it. That's all I had. So we turned around. And here's the part that messes with me the most. The farther we drove away from that spot, the more my body let go. Like the pressure was tied to the land itself. My breathing came back in pieces. The crying slowed down, but the air in the car stayed different. We went quiet. Even the music felt wrong. The rest of that day was like walking around with bruised lungs. A couple days later, Mara brought it up again. She asked me, gently, "Do you know where we were when you started freaking out?" And I laughed a little, because I honestly didn't. I told her, "No, how would I know? I've never been down that road in my life." Then she said, "That's where I found Rowan." And I felt my whole body go still. Not fear this time, just that slow, sinking understanding. Like my nervous system had recognized something before my mind could catch up. Like my body knew a story my brain hadn't been told. I haven't gone back since. Mara hasn't either. Part of me is curious in this morbid science experiment way. Like, would it happen again? Was it some random fluke? Bad timing? A panic attack I didn't see coming? But another part of me, honestly, the louder part, doesn't want to test it. I don't want to feel that kind of sadness again. It wasn't just, I'm upset. It was dread. It was grief with teeth. And lately, I don't know. This week has felt off in general. My anxiety has been louder than it should be, even with my meds. I've spaced out a few times, had these vivid nightmares, and now my mind keeps circling back to that day like it's trying to solve it. Like if I can explain it, it won't haunt me. I'm in my 20s. I live out in a rural part of the South. Quiet roads, long stretches of nothing. The kind of places where your thoughts get really loud. I'm not religious, but I do believe there are things we don't understand. I've never had some big paranormal moment or anything, but I have had those random chills in certain places, like your body perks up for no obvious reason. Still, nothing has ever hit me like that road did. Nothing. And what really gets me is the timing, because it was close to a year after Rowan died. Not exact, but close enough that it makes you wonder if dates leave fingerprints. I don't know what I'm trying to say exactly. Maybe I just needed to finally say it out loud to someone, because I've been carrying it quietly, and quiet things have a way of growing. And I keep thinking, maybe my body was responding to grief that had soaked into a place. Or maybe it was empathy, or coincidence, or stress finding a door to come through. Or maybe I'm just a person who drove down the wrong road on the wrong day, and my nervous system did what nervous systems do. I just know it felt real, and I know I never want to feel it again. So, my daughter Maisie and I just got back from a trip to rural Virginia, and I'm still trying to fully shake it. We'd booked this little Airbnb for 6 nights, but we left after the 4th day. And I know how that sounds, like, oh, it just wasn't what you expected. But no, this was a deep, stomach-level, something is not right kind of situation. The host, Linda, had that sweet, smiling, bless your heart kind of vibe, like the classic warm southern hospitality. But even on the first night, there was this off note under it. For one thing, the door code was this long string of numbers, not even a pattern, just random. She'd clearly memorized it, but my brain didn't stand a chance. We arrived tired, unloaded the car, and I realized I'd locked us out. So, I had to walk over to Linda's house on the property to ask for the code again. She invites us inside, very friendly, and then she starts asking questions. Where we're from, how long we're staying, what we're doing in town. Normal stuff. Except, she looks right at Maisie and says, real casually, that the questions are for her, and that I should let the little one answer and stay quiet. I remember blinking, like, did I hear that right? And then, on the way back, she tells us we should keep the curtains closed, even though it's safe, because we're 2 girls. Which, okay, but it was this huge private property. No nearby houses, no neighbors peeking through windows, just woods and open land. So it didn't feel protective, it felt pointed. That first night, I wrote it off. We'd been traveling forever, we were exhausted, and I kept hearing this sound in the bedroom, like a big beetle or something with a hard shell smacking into the unit on the wall over and over. Annoying, but I was too tired to care. I went straight to sleep. The second night is when it shifted. We were in bed, the house quiet, and the attached bathroom upstairs started making this faint metallic tink-tink sound, like tapping or something gently rattling. Maisie slept right through it, thankfully, but I laid there wide awake with this creeping anxiety that didn't match the situation. I kept telling myself, you're just overtired, travel jitters, you're being dramatic. But then these little things kept happening. Every time we left the rental and came back, the fan I'd left on was turned off. Every single time. Not unplugged, just switched off. And in the bathroom, there was this small extendable mirror, the only mirror in the place, really. One of those that swivels and tilts. I noticed it kept being angled downward, like aimed at a kid's height. At first, I assumed it was Maisie, but then I tilted it back up one afternoon, walked downstairs to check on her while she colored, came back up not even 10 minutes later, and the mirror was tilted down again. That was when my stomach dropped, because she hadn't even been upstairs. By the 3rd night, I already felt like we were being watched. I didn't say that out loud, because saying it makes you sound like you've lost it. But it was in my bones. Maisie went to take a shower, and she pauses at the bathroom doorway and says, so quietly, like it's obvious, I'm closing the doors so the fireflies can't watch me. And here's the thing, Maisie is glued to me. She's outgoing, fearless, always chatting, always wanting the door cracked so we can talk while she showers. She does not close the door. So when she said that, it hit me like a cold splash. Because she was feeling it too, and she was trying to make sense of it in the only way an 8-year-old can. That night, she fell asleep fast, but I couldn't. My heart kept racing. I kept having these waves of panic, which is not normal for me. I'm not the kind of person who gets panic attacks out of nowhere.
The metallic tinkering in the bathroom sped up, like someone was fussing with something. Not just one tap here and there. It sounded purposeful. Then it sounded like items on the counter were being moved around. I heard what I swear sounded like something dropping, like a cup or glass clinking against something hard. And then, this is the part that made my skin go tight. I heard the closet door across from the bed open. My suitcases were shoved right in front of it, so when that door opened, I heard it bump them. Twice. Like it hit the luggage and stopped. I didn't move. I barely breathed. And it went on. For a long time. Long enough that I stopped trying to rationalize it. Long enough that the only thought I had was, get your child out. Now. The next morning, I walked into the bathroom, and right there, on the white towel laid in front of the shower, were small, muddy footprints, like a child's footprints, coming out of the shower. They weren't there the night before. I would have seen them. And Maisie hadn't been anywhere muddy. If she had, the mud would have tracked in from the front door where we took our shoes off. There would have been prints across the floor, not just neat little wet-looking marks from the shower. I just stood there staring at them, trying to explain it away, and I couldn't. So I packed. Fast. Quiet. Smiling from my daughter like everything was normal, while my hands shook. I got us out of there and didn't look back. A couple days later, Linda messaged me, cheerful as ever, offering an extra night free on her, like it was a sweet little gift. I declined. Immediately. And since we got home, I keep replaying everything in my head, trying to decide what to do with it. Do I message her? Do I leave a review? Do I just let it go? All I know is it took me days to stop feeling like something was still hovering at the edge of my life. Like, that house followed us home in my nervous system. And honestly, it scared me badly enough that I don't know if I'll ever stay in an Airbnb again. So this isn't really a scary story, at least not in the jump scare way, but it's one of the weirdest things that ever happened to me, and I still can't explain it. This was, I want to say about a decade ago, maybe a little more, like 11 years back. It was late, around 10 at night, and me and my brother Eli were doing this thing we used to do when we got bored inside. We'd just wander around outside our parents' place, talking about nothing and everything, just pacing the yard, tossing random thoughts back and forth. And at first, everything was normal. Then I noticed this tiny red dot, like a laser pointer, flicker onto my left shin. I stopped mid-step and looked down like, what was that? But the second I focus on it, it's gone. So I'm thinking, okay, maybe my eyes just caught a reflection off something. Whatever. I shrug it off and keep listening to Eli ramble, because he's the talker, and I'm mostly just nodding along. Maybe 2 minutes later, same thing. Red dot, same leg. This time I do a sharper double take. Now I'm scanning the yard like, alright, who's messing with me? Because it seriously looked like one of those laser pointers people use to mess with pets. But I don't see anyone. No neighbors out. No movement. Nothing. I brush it off again, but I'm definitely alert now. And then it happens again, only this time it flashes on my stomach. I look down and gone. That's when I finally interrupt Eli and go, dude, is someone out here aiming a laser at me or something? I keep seeing this red light. He stops talking and looks around, kind of squinting into the dark, and he's like, no, I don't see anyone. But at this point, I'm not letting it go, because now it's happened too many times to be nothing. So I start slowly scanning the perimeter of the yard, like maybe someone's hiding behind a tree or a fence. And then I start noticing the red light on the ground. Except here's the part that messed with me. Every time I looked directly at it,
it would vanish, like it didn't want to be seen head on. And it wasn't always just a dot anymore. Sometimes it looked like a little circle, maybe the size of a coin, and once it even had this faint halo around it, like a ring. So I'm crouching a little, searching the grass, and Eli's kind of behind me, confused, trying to figure out what I'm reacting to. And while I'm looking, I start seeing something else, something I can't even describe right without sounding crazy. It looked like a thin, glittery, metallic silver string on the ground, almost like those shiny curling party streamers people hang from ceilings at birthdays. You know, the ones that twist and shimmer when they move. That's the closest comparison I can make. Except this wasn't hanging from anything. It was just there, low to the ground, like a little shimmering strand. But the second I tried to focus on it clearly, gone again. Like it slipped out of view the moment my brain tried to lock onto it. Then the red light comes back, hard. Not just once. It's hitting different parts of me rapidly. Leg, forearm, stomach, chest, like someone was flicking it around on purpose. And I snap. I'm like, Eli, what the hell? It's on me. It's literally on me right now. What is going on? He can tell I'm actually panicking now, like my voice has that edge to it, and he's telling me to calm down, but he's also looking around more seriously now too. And then, this part gives me chills even thinking about it. We both turn at the same time, like perfectly in sync. No idea why. We just both shifted our bodies and looked toward the ground behind us. And there it was. An orb. It was hovering around knee height, maybe 2 feet in front of us. And the second we both actually registered it, like the moment our brains went, oh my God, we're both seeing this, it shot downward. Not straight down like it dropped. It moved in this smooth arc, like a little parabolic swoop, and then, zip. It went into the ground and vanished. Like it dove into the dirt. We just stared at each other. No words, just that look like, tell me you saw that. And the answer was obvious, because we both looked stunned. Now, me and Eli were raised pretty religious. Not like we were at church every week or anything, but faith was real to us. And in that moment, we didn't interpret it as cool mystery. We interpreted it as something bad, something with intent, something that wasn't supposed to be there. So we went straight inside, locked the door, and we prayed, right there in the house, asking for protection, for our home to be covered, for whatever that was to stay gone. We didn't yell about it or run around telling anyone. We actually got kind of quiet, because in our minds, speaking too much about it felt like inviting it back, like giving it attention. The rest of that night we stayed up trying to make sense of it, without fully saying it out loud over and over. And then the next morning, I wake up with my left eye sore, like I'd been lightly hit by something. Not bruised, no redness like an infection, no mark at all. Just that tender, something impacted me kind of soreness. And I remember just laying there thinking, no way. Like I couldn't prove it was connected, but it felt connected in my gut. And that's basically it. We never saw anything like that again. No red dot, no glittery silver string-looking thing, no brass orb, nothing. But I'll tell you, every time I think about that night, I can still see that little bright thing hovering there, like it was alive for a second, and then it just dove into the earth like it belonged to something underneath. Hey, so I'm gonna tell you this the way I'd tell a friend, because that's honestly how it feels. I'm 21, I'm from Brazil, and I'm sharing this here because I never really found a solid Brazilian space online where I could talk about this kind of thing without feeling weird. Also, if my English sounds a little off in places, just know I'm doing my best. So, some context. I didn't grow up in a super religious home. Like, God existed in the background, but it wasn't the center of our lives. Then when I was a teenager, my mom started changing. Not in a dramatic, joining a church every Sunday way, more like, she got serious. She began reading the Bible a lot, talking about God with this new intensity, becoming really careful about what she said and did. God-fearing, you know? And I got pulled into that too. Not because I was eager, more because I wanted to make her happy, and, honestly, because a part of me thought maybe it would help me. So I studied the Bible. I tried. I really tried. But the twist is, the more I studied, the more I felt myself slipping out of belief. It wasn't some rebellious phase. It was like my brain kept clicking into place in a way I didn't expect, and eventually I had to admit it. I didn't believe anymore. I called myself an atheist, but it wasn't peaceful at first. It was messy inside. I remember laying in bed and thinking, okay, God, if you're there, just give me something. One sign, anything. And I waited, and nothing happened. Fast forward a few years. I was 19, and I started dating this girl. Let's call her Luana. I fell for her hard, like embarrassingly hard. And she was religious, but not in the usual way people imagine. She practiced Umbanda, and if you've never heard of it, think of something in the same universe as Spiritism, except with rituals, with a terreiro, with spirits working through mediums. At first I was just curious, and if I'm being real, I also wanted to feel close to her world, because she talked about it with so much certainty. So I asked if I could go with her to a jira, the ritual gathering. I went, and I wasn't prepared for how it would feel, because the second I was there, it was like my whole body recognized something before my mind could explain it. I felt calm in a way I almost never feel. I had chills, like a current running up my spine. I remember thinking, this is going to sound dramatic, but I feel like I'm home. Now, me and Luana didn't last. And looking back, yeah, it had that love bombing pattern. Intense, fast, overwhelming, then suddenly confusing and painful. The relationship ended, but the religion stayed. And the deeper I got into it, the more things started happening around me, inside me. I found out I'm a medium. I started picking up presences, hearing things in that not quite a voice way, feeling energies shift. I began what people call spiritual development, and it changed how I see everything. And that's where the real story starts. One morning, my mom went out with my little brother, let's call him Rafa, and the house got quiet. I wasn't in the mood to do anything, so I decided to go back to sleep. I'm half asleep, facing the door, when I feel it. A presence. Not like a regular, someone walked into the room feeling. This was different, dense, heavy, like the air had thickened. My first instinct was to rationalize it. I told myself, it's probably my mom grabbing something. I kept my eyes closed because I was still sleepy, and I didn't want to deal with life yet, you know? But the feeling didn't pass. It got closer. And I remember thinking, still with my eyes shut, okay, why does this feel so wrong? And then, it did something. This is the part that makes my skin crawl even now. It felt like it leaned forward, like it was trying to see my face, like it was checking me. And then the mattress dipped, like a knee or a hand or something had pressed down on the edge of the bed. That's when the fear hit my chest like a weight. I didn't open my eyes. I couldn't. My body went into that frozen state where your brain is screaming but your muscles won't cooperate. All I could do was pray in my head, not to a Christian God, but to my guides. Like, please, help me, right now. And it got worse before it got better, because the presence felt like it lifted, like it was hovering above me. Not fully touching, but close enough that I could feel it in the air, in my skin. And the strangest detail is, it felt feminine. Not in a comforting way, just feminine, heavy, quiet, watching. It felt like forever, but it was probably seconds. And then, gone. Just like that. like someone switched the room back on. The air cleared, the pressure vanished, and I just laid there, still afraid to move, listening to my own breathing like it was the only proof I was still alone. Later, at the next Jira, I worked up the courage to ask the entity who leads our house what that could have been. I expected to hear something scary, but she told me, very calmly, that it was likely my spirit guides, that visits can happen when you're developing, and that it's not uncommon for perception to be messy at first, like your sensitivity is opening, but your mind still interprets it in the most terrifying way possible. And honestly, since then, I've seen and felt a lot more. Enough that I can't just write it off as imagination. Also, my current girlfriend, Marina, is a medium too, and she picks up on things independently of me. So when stuff happens and we both notice the same shift, it's kind of hard to tell myself I'm making it up. So yeah, that morning still freaks me out to remember, but it also feels like the moment my spiritual life stopped being an idea and became something very, very real. And no, I'm not losing it. I mean, unless we both are. But then at least we're losing it together, right?